It says it. We're equal to them. We outnumber them.
Well, of course.
Until a group of people like us who are truthers, who want the truth, who love Yah, want to get together, we need to find a place to do it. And we need to go there. And we need to have our contracts in place. And the contracts aren't difficult. I mean, you could literally write it on one piece of paper and autograph it. And I mean, it's just a contract telling them, leave me alone. I'm not part of your system. You know, I don't want any. I don't need any. I got Yah, and I got my community.
Has anyone tried that?
Well, there's a guy doing it right now, but I mean, he's pretty strict about the Bible. He's not a joke. He follows all the laws of Moses. All right. But, you know, I'm not going to force anybody to do anything like that. I don't think the Creator would want me to do that. That's not my job to judge. It's not mine. It's his. Someone does something wrong in the community, they have a choice, rocks or the gate. You can get thrown at rocks. You can do something real bad, you'll get rocks thrown at you till you're dead, or you can get out of here. You can take the gate. You can leave. That's two choices. That's what they used to do. If, you know, the community got together and the elders said, okay, he's got to be punished. He's got to be put to death. But we're going to offer him banishment first. We're going to offer him to leave. You can leave, or you're going to get rocks thrown at you till you're dead. That's what they used to do in the Bible.
Now imagine if we had that system in place today, how much less discourse there would be.
And we all got to start getting along and quit, you know, letting little shit get in the way of fucking the truth. We all want the truth. And there's going to be infiltrators, and we give them the rocks or the gate. We give them the choice. You know, when we find out who they are.
Comes down to standing up for ourselves. To be a man.
The way to do it is through contract law. It's equity. It's the highest form of law of this land.
You're right.
I'm going to tell you something. I've sent the government bills for hundreds of millions of dollars. 4 years, 5 years, okay? They ain't burnt me to the ground. I was right next to Paradise, 100 miles away, and they wanted to burn Sonora, California. But they didn't, because I was there. They kept shutting the power off. They were gonna start burning all these people out of their homes, these poor people, old people. They were where I was living in Tuolumne County. There's a lot of poor people around there. They were shutting our power off, and they were going to come with their weapons. But they knew I was there, and they knew another Live Life claimant was there. And I had contracts with the government. They know they can't do it. They know I believe in Yah. They know that if they do something to me and they don't have my consent, they're going to face the punishment. They're going to face hell, the lowest level of hell, Guyana. They'll be living in.
How do they face consequences?
Well, that's for Yah. That's not for us.
So another force?
That's Yah. That's Yahweh, the Father, the Creator, the Great Spirit, like the Hopis called him, the Great Spirit. But look, I mean,
well, I'd say that the only way that you're going to wake up like the human race to all come together on the same sort of playing field is you're going to have to show them that they've been lied to. And, you know, the 7-8 years that you've been in it, like the same with everybody else here, is like, I don't know how long it's going to take for everybody else to catch up, man.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. We can turn things around, but the time is ticking. You know, and once we reach to a certain point in time, we're not going to be able to just turn a 180 degrees. That's not happening. We got to start steering the ship in the right direction.
This is very important.
You know?
It says in the end days, the saints will be overcome. What does that mean? It means we're not going to be holding them liable. They're going to be overcoming us.
I wish I could find it. There was a video that I saw quite a few years ago after I discovered that it was a flat Earth, like sometime after 2015 at the beginning. And this black African, like very like what do you call it? Traditional style clothing, but modern, like a African king. That's what he was wearing, and he had like a walking stick, like a staff with like a carving on it, and he was like a soothsayer, a fortune teller, a clairvoyant premonition, like Nostradamus type of guy, and he said that in the future, 50 years from now, and we're in that time now, he said everybody will have a machine in their house that can make clothing. You just choose whatever you want, and you can. And then he said that there will be wars between like France and America, Russia and the other country, Japan, and there will be all the Commonwealth will totally break up and dissipate. Yeah, that I think there's if anyone knows of that dude, I'd like to see the video again. I only saw it once.
Yeah, but if we can show, like, if we get together, and I mean, the truth movement's full of all different colors of people, all different. But if we can show that we can live in a community, a large community, together in peace, that could be the way of turning, away the third shaking of the earth. Because the third shaking of the earth, the Hopis describe it kind of like the Bible does. So
What
the
do you
first,
think? Like the religion of Jah, the Rastafari from Jamaica, from Africa. Do you think their religion is like on par with flat Earth philosophy? I think it's very similar.
the Sikh religion, they don't believe in flat. They don't believe the globe. They don't.
No, I
In
mean,
fact,
you were talking about building communities, and you can see that the way the Rastafari religion sort of brings everybody together.
well, the Indians, the Hopi, say that the world's going to be taken over by the Baha'i religion.
Baha'i or Bai?
Baha'i.
Oh, that's like all the religions in one book, yeah? Like
Yeah, they
mixed.
say they're waiting. That's who they're waiting for, is the Baha'i religion to show up here on Earth, here in America.
Wow, it's been here for a long time.
They're going to take over. It's going to be the one world religion.
They're crazy. Like I've met a lot of them. They're just like mental.
Yeah, I'll believe in. They think Satan. They can believe in Satan, and everybody's believing in the same God. There's temples and stuff over there where they have like 4 different places. There's Jews, Christians, Muslims, and Baha'i faith. Like they got these, temples. They already got them built over there in Turkey. But yeah, the way to do this is set the example. We got a big truth movement. I'm about to come into millions of dollars because I figured out how to contract with the Treasury of the United States.
If you like a loan.
I know how to get the IRS to collect my debts because these Jesuits are great customers. They love breaking the law. I mean, I got a couple that are worth about 6.8 million, and then I got another one coming that's about 30 million, and I've got a few going to come in that are about 100 million, and they're going to collect the debt. So I give it to the Treasury as a gift. I say, here, I want to pay my taxes. Here's 35%. Just return the rest. They give me the rest back in a refund. In the next 20 days, I'm going to get $6.8 million in my mailbox. Or added to my trust. If it's added to my trust, I can just write letters of credit and buy land. I can buy it with a letter of credit to the Treasury. But anyways, I'm about to come
Too
into a
bad.
lot of.
Too bad it's not 2000 and 2008 again. Yeah, you could buy like a house for $1.
Yeah, well, they're supposed to. They're supposed to, cover all your expenses, and I can teach people this once they join the community. But I'm going to get a large piece of land, and you're going to be able to contract with the treasury. I'm going to teach you how to do it. You're just going to use a 1099-A, an IRS form, and you're going to write a check to the government for a loan for $2 million. I'm probably going to be the one that loans you the money. I'm going to be the international private bank.
Where's the best place to buy a piece of land like that? Like the safest place ever?
I'm not looking for the safest or any of that because it doesn't really matter. I mean, once you have the contracts in place and if you read the Cestui Trust Act, that that was the birth certificate they gave you. It was a Cestui Trust. And, if you don't claim it after 7 years, they take control of it. And that's what they did.
Cute. CEF.
Isn't that the same as land as well? Like if you don't occupy it for 7 years, someone could just move in and just take it.
Yeah, because it's abandoned property. It's abandoned. So that's what they do. They take your trust because they think it's abandoned. They think you're dead. So when you prove to them
That's
with your of
so
life,
habeas corpus. Like the corporation corp. Yeah, to be a corporation means you're dead.
they always tell you bring your
Oh my gosh, the play on words never ends.
Yeah, well, like the etymology of the word live and live, they both have different meanings, but they're spelt the same way. But live has got the sound of lie. So is it really a lie that we're alive and we're not really living?
But I'm going to start teaching men how to access their trust. Okay. But I'll take the money out of my trust. Okay. Until you learn. But you'll take the loan that I give you and build land or build a house or something on the property that I purchase. It's going to be like the Louisiana purchase. And where do I buy land that's cheap? Probably Kansas. Because they're giving it away over there. But we start a community, and we start several of them throughout the United States. Or America. I got to get out of using that word. The United States they're liable for all debts, public and private. Just read Public Law 73-10. It's called Public Law 73-10. It says in that law that the United States is liable for all debts, public and private. They're already paid by the United States. There is no debt in this country. We're all bankrupt.
Right.
Well, what happens when you're in a group of people and something happens to your group? That's your guys' problem, right? So the government, if they run everything, basically what he's saying is true. It would be the problem, or it'd be on their hands. They're at fault.
This is very important. Once you come in the community, you're gonna do your status document. You're gonna tell people I'm alive. You're gonna tell them. You're gonna tell all of them. Mainly the Postmaster General of the United States, because that's the UPU union, and they go by common law. There is no admiralty or nothing like it. It's common law. But the UCC code is basically mirrored after the Bible. It's nothing to be afraid.
Can we have houses like that on your land? The what I just posted in live text 1. Can you build like everyone a house like that?
You can do as you wish with your $2 million.
Do you like that house?
Not in the live chat. Hold on 1 second.
$12 past the hour. Latest one.
Yeah, that would be cool, man.
Fucking awesome, isn't it? It looks so crazy. It's like a mushroom tree.
We might have to my little abode. We might have to make 25,000 of them like that.
It almost doesn't look real.
That is cool, man.
There's actually a video of it. You can go online and see the video of it. I think it's all CGI, for sure.
You don't think that's real?
I don't think so. There's a video. If you do a picture search of that and then click video, you'll find it. I don't know. I've lost it, but it had a 360 video of it. It looked really cool. But for some reason, it doesn't look totally real. But you could build something like that, though. Why not? They
So-
have shit like at Disneyland, right?
So once I acquire the land, we just keep acquiring it. We do it in several spots. We do it in Kansas, wherever they're giving away land. They're giving away land in Kansas. You just got to build something on it. That's it. Hundreds and hundreds, thousands of acres. You just got to build something on it. In Kansas, you can grow, crops. You can raise cattle. You can raise animals. But you be self-sufficient. See, the document, the Declaration of Independence, yeah, it brought the Jesuit order in here, but it's also the solution. You have a right to govern yourself. You can govern yourself. You don't need big daddy government to take care of you.
Exactly. This is the information I've been looking for this whole time.
But look, man, it's there's a guy named Christopher Hauser. He's already done it. He's about to become an international private bank, but he's been teaching bankers, been teaching people this. I'm not in one of his classes, but I've been studying, and I pretty much already knew about conditional acceptance, and I didn't know how to contract with the Treasury. That's what I learned from him: how to contract with the Treasury and what the Security Trust Act is. Those are the things that I studied. It's really not a bad system, okay? It's just the Jesuit order knows the nature of man. They know how greedy they are. Basically, you've been getting billed twice for everything.
We've been what now?
Can I interrupt for a second? You see the second post I just did of that? The first one, you would love to live there, but the second, that's where they want you to live, on Mars, with fucking all square angles, and it's in a desolated place with no water. That's their dream. But if you look at the first picture I posted of that house, that looks more like a utopia to me. And I can just imagine the ocean around it, and rivers and mountains, wildlife. But that's where they want to go, to a desert.
Well, I mean, I'm not studying this stuff to do anything other than just help my fellow man, one who wants to know the truth, and anybody who wants to learn it is welcome. There's rules. It's basically what's written in the Bible. Those are the rules, man.
How long have you been looking into all this?
None of that stuff.
You sound like you've been looking into this for a while.
I've been studying the law for 15, 16 years, 17 years. But I the trust side, the equity. I just recently learned about the equity side of the law, but I can protect you criminally. I've shown that, and they are terrified of a contract. I know this. I've witnessed it myself. I've helped many men get out of big trouble with a contract. Thousands of credit card debt. Drake owned. He owed a lot of credit cards. He fought the bank and won. He beat him. He's got credit still.
Have you ever heard of Dean Clifford?
I know all those guys, man. You ever heard of Carl Lentz?
Yes.
He got Dean Clifford, tried to help Dean Clifford. Dean Clifford didn't want to listen. Problem was Dean Clifford is he didn't give him a conditional acceptance. He was fighting with them. You agree with them under conditions. You say, hey, look, I'm willing to agree with everything you say. Just prove this. Prove what you're doing is the law. And they can't. So they remain silent. I haven't had ever one of them answer my contract. I got 9 guys that wrote contracts. None of them have been answered. And I sent them to the Defense Department, the Secretary of State of the United States, the State Department, in other words. How many lawyers
Is there,
over there? They can't
I wonder
answer
if there's an interval on your TV. Like, you know how there's a frame rate on your screen and it goes up, a refresh rate? I wonder if there's a refresh rate with like sound. They play like 5 different playings of the same sound at the same time, undertone, and then you would get like a relay, like a subliminal message 5 times through like TV. So you hear one commercial, but it's actually like 5 layered in.
Yeah, it's no good. That box is just, it's really
Yeah,
just,
well, it's not just that box, man. It's like it's the radios, it's the advertising, it's the commercials, it's the marketing, it's the top-down like explanation of like how we're gonna lead this country into what direction. It's the voting, it's fucking art, it's fucking the signals from your mobile and your Wi-Fi, and it's like it's the control of your free energy. It's the fucking whole shit. Like, it's the food you eat. It's Monsanto. It's fucking jabs. You know, it's so complex and diverse. It's not just the TV, man.
no, they're trying to, they're just doing it with everybody's consent because their silence is agreement. That's a maximum.
Yeah, they've also got your school books that like, who in the hell makes these school books? What group makes the school books? What group of people, what little guys sit at the table and decide what, not the guys who print it, not like me and you sitting there like, hey man, give me another 5 stacks. I got to run down the guy who puts the words in that mug. Who is that guy or those groups? Shouldn't we have to audit them also? The people who put the information in a book and tell you it's true without having to be able to demonstrate any of it? No one finds that weird?
The Catholic Church brought the public schools into America.
Well, the Industrial Revolution, the military complex brought textiles, textbooks. But like, who runs the book? That's what I'm saying. What group actually gets to tell like our kids what is science or what is fact?
Right. It's by the author McGraw-Hill, or McGraw-Hill, rather.
It's the Catholic Church that started the public school system, but it was started under the guise that it was to teach young children how to read the Bible. Now they've outlawed the Bible.
Well, I think schooling was started like for you to be able to teach your kids like how to do what they're supposed to do every day. Like, this is what we do for the chickens. This is what we do for this. This is what we do for this. Oh, if we need to know our ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, we'll teach you a little bit of that too, so you can get along in a little community if you need to down there. But other than that, like, you're supposed to learn the way of life in school. And then it became something different.
Once I get my authority and can access my letters of credit, I'm going to go hunt for leaders in the truth movement that I believe that can lead people and show them the truth.
Well, school back in the day, I mean, I don't know if you guys get what I'm saying. Like, a school of fish, right? It's 100% the fish are for each other, 100%. Some danger comes, they're all together. Something happens, they're all down to run or fight or fly, whatever. Like, it's a school. They're 100%. Like, the way everything that we've done and implemented is not like, no, it's not for the embetterment of the actual group of that little fish.
Well, do you remember all of the grass movements that have ever been in the history of you being alive, and your parents and your grandparents? Like, they're all grassroots. Like, how they did all of that without the mobile phone. They did all of that without like all the influence we have today. So today it's it's like should be much easier because we don't have the restriction of the communication like we used to have to be able to form like great masses of people to, like Malcolm X and like the crowds that they used to gather, how did they organize and the philosophy? Like today, there's like an imbalance of propaganda and the truth movement, not balanced.
So once I get started in the community, I'm going to show you guys the power. I'm going to mail myself literally to the North Pole and the South Pole. I'm going to mail myself there. Registered
How?
mail. I keep telling everybody this, they think it's a joke.
No,
once-
but I mean, like, who's going to receive it?
The Postmaster of the United States, Postmaster General of the world, the International Postmaster General.
Of the world.
Yeah, the post office runs the world. That's the world. That's authority. That's the UPU treaty signed by every country on earth.
Fuck, you're right. If you think about it, like besides the internet, that's the only other thing that sort of really, oh well, what about trade?
Okay, well that's where you got the Jesuit order come rolling in, the commercial code, and they're just a corporation. They invented all this shit. They're bankrupt. The postal union will never go away, man. There's always going to be the post office, no matter what. Doesn't matter. They run the world. They use lawful money. They don't use fictional currency. That postage is lawful money.
We're living in a post-apocalypse Tartaria, like the total reset. Like they knew everything. Everything was fucked up. Came back. They reintroduced populations, and they kept all of the knowledge, and they've manipulated it in such a way that it's such a fucking cunning plan.
But I'm trying to give you like the keys to the castle. I told you their covenant says it best. It says they're equal to us and they outnumber us. They are just as powerful as we are and they outnumber us. If they ever find out what we're doing, they'll surely destroy every one of us. They were removed from 82 countries worldwide. They need to be removed here too, but we don't have to remove them. We have to just quit saying, hey, fits.
Stop handing them the keys to the car, right?
Yeah, I mean, they can't get out of that contract that they made with us. This is the problem.
Yeah, but have you ever driven in a Tesla Uber? I mean, that's their creation, man. You're living in the world.
Yeah, but listen, there's a way to combat it. And it all has to do with the contract. You still have the contract.
What I'm saying is so difficult to come up against. It's so difficult to inform your family and your friends and everyone else to get together because they're so addicted to the materialistic Jesuit sort of, a society we're smothered in it. It's like we're slowly like getting boiled like a frog in water.
Yeah, but I'm taught by the book, the word, to endure to the end. Okay? Only way I see it is if we get together as a community, and you're going to have to abandon your family. My family thinks I'm nuts. They think I'm crazy. I'm going to get hundreds of millions of dollars, and I won't be able to hand them a penny. Do you know why? Because if you're not with me,
gift
them abroad.
What'd you say?
They have to pay gift
stones with me, then you're spreading them abroad.
Stones with you abroad? That's what I got out of it.
spreading you aboard.
No, I said if you're not gathering stones with me, then you're spreading them abroad. I think that's in John. It's Jesus right out of Yeshua's mouth. He said, if you're not gathering stones, you can't love two masters. Either you love money or you love me, one of the two. And he said, if you're not gathering stones with me, then you're spreading them abroad. So I don't hand my money out to, to swine. I can't do it. All my family are pagans. They invite me to all the holidays. I tell them, don't call me on those days. Don't call me on my birthday. I don't want to hear about Christmas. I don't want to hear about none of that pagan stuff. Leave me out of it. Leave me alone. And they don't.
Right.
They ignore my wishes.
So what do you do when it's Black Friday and they've got a sale on down at Kmart?
What?
I'm not saying we got to leave society. I'm saying we have to have a community. And as long as we have contracts, I'm telling you, that's the whole key to this whole mess. That's how they control you. They send you a piece of mail, you look at it, you go, holy shit, you start freaking out. And then you got to go hire a lawyer or something. You do the same thing to them. You send them a contract answer.
The best thing that you can do, and this is like really good advice, is just declare bankruptcy and just like put as many names on the list as you possibly can, even the ones that don't really exist right now, but they might exist in the future, and you will be immune.
Well, a man can't be bankrupt. That's the problem. He's got hands. He can always do something. He's got a brain.
But you're immune from the law when you're bankrupt, and you can do anything. You can still work for cash. You don't have to be a part of the system. Everyone should claim bankruptcy.
That's what they did in 1933. The Emergency Banking Act. That was bankruptcy. They didn't. They've done it every 70 years. They have to do it.
No, I mean that's the key. That's the key to forming a community. Imagine if you had 100 million people, all that claim bankruptcy, they'd all be immune. They'd be out of the system. No one would be chasing them, asking for money.
No,
They'd say, "Fuck you."
So when I purchase this land, okay, let's say I go purchase the land in DMOX with me, okay, all right. I'm going to go and purchase this land, but I'm going to put 21 silver dollars and I'm going to include that. It's called lawful money. If you know anything about commercial law, they can't deal in lawful money because they're bankrupt. A corporation can't use lawful money. They're not allowed to. They can't use gold and silver. But a living man, when he purchases it with lawful money, so let's say it's $2 million or $3 million for this land that I want to purchase, right? I buy it with $21, okay? I add 21 silver dollars to it because that's Article 7 of the Constitution, right? Any claim over $20, you have a right to redress. But when you pay with that lawful money, it takes them out of the picture. They can't do shit to you now. They don't have any control of your property because now you can prove it's your property because you paid for it. When you buy stuff with Federal Reserve notes or credit, that's property of the United States. The bankrupt corporation that funded all your living expenses, they're supposed to. But you've been taught different. The bank, they're greedy. They want to get paid twice. They loan you your credit and then tell you you owe them. And you pay them payments. They send you a coupon in the mail every bill, their statement. They send you a coupon on the end of it. They're trying to make it all electronic so that you don't even know what that coupon is. But look, you don't have to be in that system. All you have to do is contract with the Treasury. I'm telling you right now, these Jesuits are great customers. I teach you how to write a contract if they violate one of your rights, and they do it all day long. Your rights are being violated 24/7. I'll bet just today I could have got my rights violated 20 times. You know, when they violate your rights, there's no limit. It's called irreparable damages. Do you know what that means? They can't repair it. In other words, it's priceless. You can put any price you want on it, and you don't have to prove damages. You can't prove irreparable damages. It's up to you how much you think they owe. I've already done it. I already know. I have a fee schedule the size of the moon. It's registered with the Postmaster General of the United States. Because that's the authority here. It's not the president. It's the Postmaster General of the United States. And then the International Postmaster General, he's in charge of all the postmasters.
Is Trump in jail yet?
Nah, but he's probably going to get more charges. It's all a movie. That's just for television purposes. That's for the sheeple. That's for the ones that are never going to wake up. They're still wearing a mask driving down the street in their car.
By themselves with the windows rolled up.
But like I'm saying is once they violate your rights, and they do it all the time. So you just send a contract. This is how quick it is, okay? It takes you about a day to write the contract. You get proof that they violated your rights. What I like to do is I send them the coupon and they say no, they're not going to take it. But they never give it back to me. So I send them a conditional acceptance saying, you're violating my rights according to the law. And there's like 8 proof of claims that they got to prove. Questions they can't answer. I tell them I agree. I owe the debt, but you got to prove that I do in the contract. When they don't, and they don't answer, their silence is agreement. So they agree with everything in that contract. So my contract says if you don't answer these questions, then you owe me this amount of money for violating my rights. I consider this one $6 million. You violated this one. That's another $10 million. I can write $1 trillion bills. Okay? Because rights are irreparable damages. That's irreparable. They can't repair it. They can't return your right to you. That's your property. And they trespassed on it. They damaged you. Irreparable damages. Dude, they don't want people knowing this. And I'm going to teach it. I'm going to show how to beat these people. So once you get that and it's done, you got to send them mail, a certified letter. All you have to do is put it in the mail. And in 10 days, if you don't receive a response, I don't care if they got it or not. Once it's in the mailbox, and you can read this, the mailbox rule, okay? Once it's in the mail, it's done, whether they get it or not. If they get it and they can't answer in 10 days, 10 days later, you're going to write an assessment and tender of instrument. So you're going to take the contract that you sent to them and you're going to send it to the Treasury and they're going to get it and you're going to tell them in your assessment and tender of instrument, you're going to tell them, I'm giving you this debt, collect the taxes, collect the debt. And the Treasury Department's tax collector is the IRS. And the IRS takes it right out of their trust, the Sesta trust that they have. They don't even tell them. They don't notify them. They want the money. Christopher Hauser sent $4 million.
Like I could probably imagine the same thing that I could do here in New Zealand, but like I'm thinking about moving to China. And do you think like we could start the same thing over there?
100% worldwide. It's all Jesuits, it's all UCC code worldwide.
So you just make sure to send the mail certified so that would prove that they actually got it. That way they can't be like, oh, we never received it.
I'm going to tell you where the thing is, okay? When you send the certified mail, you're gonna say, I want return request receipt. So somebody signed it. And they send you back the green card. Now, it doesn't matter whether you get that card or not. It's on the contract. Their name is on the contract. Okay? But look, once you get that card back, that's money that you can turn into the Treasury and say, look, they got notice. They didn't answer. They agreed with everything in the contract. Now collect the debt for me. The trustee is the Secretary of the Treasury, Janet Yellen. She's the secretary, the trustee, the bigwig trustee. And you're going to let her know that. And her job is to do what's beneficial for the beneficiary. And what are you doing? You're giving them a gift. You're saying, hey, pay the taxes. Taxes are 35%. So 35% of 100 million. They get 35, you get 65, sent right back to you in a check within 45 days. Now, a lot of liens are different than like awards and stuff like that, or like a bond. They're a little different. If you write a bond to them, I'll teach you how to do that. I'm still studying that. I ain't going to give out that information until I have it down pat. But yeah, you can write a bond to them and they'll send you a check in the mail. They take their taxes out.
Have you done it?
No, but I'm telling you, I'm waiting for my Treasury return receipt to come back from the Treasury. And once you send it to them, you got 45 days. They have 45 days to answer. Now, in the contract, it stipulates that you're not filing it with them. All you're saying is you're giving it to them, and you're telling them to do whatever it takes to collect the debt. Create any documents, tax forms, whatever you have to figure out, whatever have to you fill out, you file it and just collect the taxes and pay me 65%. Collect your taxes. So you're not doing anything wrong. But you're telling them if I did something wrong, if I didn't do this right, then send me back all my documents unadulterated, untouched. Don't alter them, unaltered. Send them back with the instructions of how I'm supposed to do this correctly. I already know I did it correctly. But if I didn't,
I've already been through a 3-year high court trial, and I'm appealing, and I might even start a new case, and then I'm going to bring in a whole bunch of these other motherfuckers, and they're going to be the defendants this time, not me. I'm going to be the plaintiff, so I'm going to have the upper hand. And I'm telling you, these guys are tricky. And it would be good if you were my lawyer, man.
No, I'm not a lawyer. I don't offer legal advice. I give assistance of counsel. Anyways, I'll tell you how to beat them. You can walk in there the next time you go and appear in court. You just got a couple questions for the judge. That's it. Just a couple. Do they have a pension like a Social Security there where you're at in New Zealand?
Yep.
Okay, great. Do you have a birth certificate?
Yep.
Great. Okay, you're going to ask the judge, what is Social Security? Like you don't know. He's going to answer. He's going to say, well, that's an account that was set up, a trust account, so that you can contribute to it. And when you get older, you can put money into it. Or you can put money into it, and then we're going to return that to you when you get older, right? And you're going to say, well, okay, this is a trust action then. Because it is a trust action. Everything's a trust action. And you're a beneficiary of the trust. So you're going to tell him, okay, if this is a trust action, then what am I? What is my role? And he's going to tell you, well, you're the beneficiary. You may have to repeat yourself like Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz and keep asking the same question. Don't get off your claim. He'll try to move you off your claim. Repeat it 3 times. It's like it's written in stone. Just like Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz. How did she get home?
There's no place like home. There's no place like home. There's no place like home.
How she got home. She said it 3 times.
Yeah, well, our court system here is like they think they know everything. They think they're right up with the times, but they're very archaic, and they're back. That like they're really living in like a naive situation, thinking that they know everything. But the way that the law works here in this country, it's like they're so arrogant. That's the problem. They're very arrogant.
But I mean, this works everywhere, right?
I'm trying to give you
callous.
Okay. So listen.
No,
So once
No,
he tells you beneficiary
sorry.
of the trust, okay, you're the beneficiary of that trust. So you just start looking around and say, okay, well, if I'm the beneficiary, then point right back at him and say, aren't you a trustee and a fiduciary obligation to a trust? And isn't, you can point at your lawyer or the prosecutor, you can point at all of them, all the clerk, everybody, and say, aren't you and you and you and you and you a trustee and a fiduciary obligation to the trust? And you can't say no. They're going to say, yeah, the judge is going to say yes, because he can't lie. He can't withhold material evidence in court, or he's committing fraud. He can't lie. The man in the black robe. Once you've established that they're the trustees and a fiduciary obligation to the beneficiary, then you say, wouldn't it be beneficial for you to take, right, the actions necessary? And if you're saying I owe money, take it out of the trust. I'm the beneficiary. What's beneficial for the beneficiary? Because they can only, from that point on, once he's told you that you're the beneficiary and he's a trustee, he can't do anything to you that isn't beneficial to you.
But you already have to have a trust.
Everything is a trust action. You have a birth certificate, right?
It's not. It's a group trust. It's not an individual trust.
No, well, at the end of the day, all Western law is pretty fucking fair, to be honest. And if you just don't be a fuckwit, then you wouldn't be in front of a court.
Yeah, but Jazza, you're
It's-
missing the point. It's not an individual trust fund that you pay into and you get your money back. You're paying into it with a group, and a different group is benefiting from it now. Later, a different group will pay into it, and you'll benefit. So it's not an individual trust.
Listen,
Right.
you have this name for a reason. It's not
What
your
name?
your surname is your family name. And believe you me, that is not an individual trust or a group trust. It's a group of your family. It has nothing to do with what you're talking about, retirement fund and all that stuff. That was all. That's horse hockey. That's what they want you to believe. They teach you the exact truth, by the way.
No.
Sorry?
They teach the exact opposite of the truth. So what would be the exact opposite of the truth? Well, that's a group. No, it's actually you. That's your benefit. That's
So
your.
it's not an.
That's
So
your.
do you get all your money back?
That's you're cutting out.
Look, they're supposed to give you a balance of that. If you read the Siskiyou Act of 1666, which is still the law today, it's still the law. It's never been outlawed.
Should probably be updated like the
In
Chevalier.
every country? Is that the law in every country?
Look, if you have a birth certificate, that's a Siskiyou trust, and that is under the Siskiyou Act of 1666. They created it right after they burned London to the ground, and they couldn't find them people, so they created a trust for them.
Is
That's
that
how
true
they-
in France as well?
Isn't that where we were all dead at sea? Is that right?
Well, if you don't claim it after 7 years, they consider you to be lost at sea. But if you read the act, if you prove that you are alive to them and come back, they have to take you back on board the ship and protect your life.
So it's like hypothetical salvage rights.
They have to return your estate to you, your tenants, your estate. They have to return those to you. And it's worth a lot of money. I know, Christopher Hauser said he found out what was in his. It's like $7.5 billion, and he's like, I think he's 49. But look, he got $132 million from the Treasury. Okay, they put it into his account, his trust, and told him that they wanted to teach him how to be an international private bank so he could loan money out of his trust to people that he wanted to loan money to. He would, in 1099, it's called acquisition or abandonment of property. It's a form. It's an IRS form. It's really a check. That form is for you to go out and acquire a house, and a car. Really high expensive things. But
1099A, right?
it's a 1099A.
So
They're
you were
selling
able
them
to buy a house without your own money, or sorry, with just your trust money?
Yeah, they take it right out of your trust. You have to have a trustee
So
do
I'm
it for
saying you individually have done this.
I ordered the 1099As. I haven't done it. There's been many people that have done it. Just go research 1099A online. There's brokerage firms started right now that are going to start loaning people the money to get their house. And it's not something you pay back.
Doesn't
Why?
sound like a loan.
It sounds crazy, but that's the law. If you read the 1935 Banking Act, you read Public Law 73-10, all debts are paid, public and private, by the United States. They're already paid. When you get a bill in the mail from like your car payment or your house payment, it's a statement, and there's a coupon at the bottom of it, and there's a positive number on there. Why is that number positive? Because it's a check for you to send back to them and say pay the debt. Now, whoever your lender is, they send you an envelope, say put a check in here and include it with this coupon. Well, you don't know no better. There's a routing number, there's an account number, there's an amount on that check. There's a to and a from on that check. It's a check. You just don't know how to be the beneficiary of it. There's some things you got to study, like, negotiable instrument law. And that's a law. It's, I can't remember the code. It's called the negotiable instrument law. So when they send you that check, you're going to turn it into a negotiable instrument, because that's the only thing. Money. There's no more gold and silver. You have to pay with paper, and you're the one with the office creates it.
I must
Who
be looking up
created
the
it?
wrong thing. Can you post the right thing? Mine says the 1099 form is just non-income monies earned.
No, it's called a 1099 dash or -A. It's called an acquisition form. Acquisition and abandoned property. You're doing the acquisition part. It's a 2-part form. It's used for both acquiring abandoned property, and it's also for acquiring essentials.
But it counts as income. Right?
People are going into
Is there somewhere I can go on the internet and search for abandoned property? Because I'm going to have that form ready, and I'm going to send it. It just show me the abandoned property.
from the IRS. The IRS has to send them to you because they have a special ink on them. You can't print them off the internet. Like I said, it's a check. You have to order them from.
Like if I was going to be like a air hunter and I wanted to, make some money off some abandoned property, it doesn't belong to anyone. If I could have some search engine that could find this abandoned property, then I could file it and I could start a community with my massive property.
100%. There's going to be, look, I'm amazed at some of the stuff that some of these guys are doing, right? With this, there's so many things that people, the law has been hidden from you. You've been absolutely deceived. You've been bred in circuses, sporting events, concerts. You haven't been taught trust law. You have known nothing about it, no contract. You don't know the 4-corner rule. You don't know any of this stuff. This is what needs to be taught. And there's a lot of us out here that are real believers. We believe in the law. We want the truth to be told. And even the Treasury is on our side.
So the 1099A form.
What?
The 1099A form is when you acquire an interest or.
It's called an acquisition or abandoned property, right? It's an acquisition. You're acquiring property for the state. you're considered like
Yes.
this person is considered
No.
the what? What's that?
But if you're acquiring property, that means you're a purchaser.
That's right. You're going to acquire it for the United States. Why? Because the debts are already paid. But the property belongs to the United States. Why? Because you purchased it with credit. With that promissory note. That's basically what it is. It's a negotiable instrument. You're going to turn it into one when you autograph it with your beneficiary autograph.
But every time you have a settlement, you're going to have to explain to the IRS how you're treating the tax on that sale.
No, the form goes to the Treasury. The Treasury is the one that's going to get the form. All the IRS is a collection agency for the Treasury. They're the ones who collect. That's the collection agency. They're a private company, by the way. They're not part of the government. Their head office is in like Rhode Island or something.
Same with the Federal Reserve. There's nothing federal about them, huh?
The Treasury Department is the ones in control of the bankruptcy. They're the collection agency. That's the collection agency for the Treasury. That's why I do a contract with the Treasury. Tell them here's a gift. Collect the debt. So they send it to the IRS. And I tell them in my contract, I say, you have the best collection agency in the world. Just use the IRS to collect the debt. And they get their 35%. They take it right out of the person's trust. Whoever's name I got on that contract, whoever violated my rights, they take it right out of their Cestacue trust.
So
And don't
at what date do you think America was actually unofficially bankrupt?
It was 1933, the Emergency Banking Act, but it was before that. The crisis happened long before that. It was like 1913, 1908, somewhere in there.
And it's amazing
1913 was the year of the Federal Reserve Act.
They've
managed to keep it really like quiet, like, you know, they've managed to survive and prosper and everything, even though they're bankrupt.
Well, they took over the schools and taught everybody that, hey, you got to pay instead of you get everything. You everything's paid for. If you read that Banking Act and the Presidential Proclamation of 2029, it's 2029. It states that the funds that are acquired by the United States are to be given to every single all the American people. All their debts are paid. They're required to pay for food, clothing, transportation, housing, you name it, anything essential. That's their obligation. They're obligated to it. They're the obligor. They're the ones that said, here's the contract. Give up all your gold and we're going to pay all your debts. We're going to pay every debt. There is no debt. We've got that. It's written in the Bible too, by the way. The same thing. The whole thing is based on the Bible. It's crazy, but once you start studying, you see and you understand. It's exactly what the Bible. And a lot of the UCC code is based on the Bible.
Do you fill out the 1099-A form before you acquire the lands or after the property?
Now, you have to have a trustee to it.
Sorry?
Now, who
You cut out.
Any financial institution that's federally
Before or after?
can be the trustee for the beneficiary. So you go into the car lot and you say, yeah, I want that car over there, right? They're going to say, well, we're going to run your credit. You say, go ahead. You give them your social security number, right? Your account number.
Well, I'm
They
paying
run
it, so I don't.
I can say, well, you can't get this. You don't have no credit. You say, that's good because I didn't really want to finance it anyway. I just want to acquire it. And you show them what the form is. You don't fill it out. You just sign it. You show them how to fill it out. I'm waiting for my
Talking about
forms.
the 1099-A? I think you're grossly mistaken about how those forms work.
Yeah, it sounds like that. Believe me. You can go to
Yeah.
Legal Eye. Okay, that he's going to explain it a lot better than me. And there's people there.
But you haven't done it yet.
No, I haven't got my forms
You
for the
haven't been successful.
3 weeks ago. I'm
No, you haven't
expecting.
been successful in acquiring property in this manner.
No, but I have firsthand knowledge of people that have.
Two names. Because you said people.
Hey, Explorer, I just want to make a comment. I do believe a lot of this stuff is going on, and a lot of people are waking up to what the law is and what our rights are and what's been violated and such. I also kind of have a feeling that the gig is sort of up on space and NASA, and that's why we're seeing like the India crazy moon landing looking ridiculous. Like I feel like we're a soda pop can all shook up, and they're about to unroll like a whole different system with money and with one world government stuff. And do you think it's because we're finding out the truth about so much stuff? It's like a reset to double down or whatever on their control?
Let me explain this to you. Is the contract is very important right now, because look, you're worth more to them dead than you. Why do you think they're going to start burning people just to death in the cities? Because they don't owe all those trusts anymore.
When are they gonna?
They acquire those trusts.
When are they gonna start doing that?
Well, they've already started it. They've done it in California, San Jose, Paradise, California. I know people that were burned alive. They couldn't even shut the door in their car. They were burned in seconds. They were melted in seconds.
Was that part of a forest fire or directed energy weapons?
No, that was an airplane flying off towards the sun, like 17 people seen it. Yeah.
And how did that burn people in their cars?
They're called weapons. I mean, okay, I'll give you something in the live chat. You tell me that they can shoot like 30 targets. How many targets they can target now in seconds? 30 seconds they used to be able to target one target every second, and it would just, I mean, they could take out aircraft. They can do whatever they want with this weapon. I'll show you. I'll put it in the chat.
You're claiming that the U.S. military has killed several people in California with weapons so that they could benefit from their fund.
You're worth more to them dead alive.
Well, I'm not worth anything
100%.
to Americans. No.
Yes, you are.
Why is that hard to believe? Like
Certificate.
in Maui, you have people reporting to the news, right, that a police officer was stopping cars from leaving certain places, and then minutes later you're hearing boom, 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 and people being basically burned alive, being blockaded in place from a police officer telling them they can't leave. What the hell is that
Did
about?
the dead people tell you that they weren't allowed to leave, or living people?
The police
They are witnesses. There was a witness literally reported it. There have been multiple witnesses that have reported it. And the only person not believing this right now in this place is you, Chucky.
No, I'm asking
same thing is happening in Canada.
Whoever's in charge of the button, just mute this fool, because I got a lot of things I got to go over here, and I don't want this fool contaminated.
Oh, yeah. I hate free speech.
Get his ass out of here for 10 minutes.
He's questioning my nonsense. I can't stand for that. I don't want somebody proving me wrong.
Empirical evidence, stupid.
I want to show. Wait, sorry, whose names are you calling people names?
Yeah,
Idiots?
it's in the chat.
Okay, because you're wrong about things.
Weapons, airplanes with directed energy weapons. They just melted Maui. They melted all the people and took some children while they were at it.
Yeah. Okay. Are you sad that your soapbox was taken away on the corner?
No, see, Chucky, this is where we accuse you, right, continuously. Especially me. I have no problem saying that you just play the contrarian role. You're a stick in the mud. Explorer is trying to share some stuff, right? Now, whether you want to believe it or not is up to you. But Explorer is here explaining us some stuff.
But
Can we just listen, please?
And I'm questioning him, and he doesn't like being questioned. If he was firm in his beliefs and had facts to back him up, he'd be okay with me questioning them.
I just cited it in the chat, stupid. Go read.
You sound angry. What? Why are
That
you
sounds
so angry?
emotional. Can we just stick to the facts, please?
I know exactly who, Chucky. I know you're one of them Jesuit snake boys. Now go fuck
I
off.
am not Jesuit. I am not a Jesuit. I'm non-religious.
You're a globe head, a globe believer. That's who made up the fucking lie. That's the Jesuit order of the Roman Catholic Church.
I am not Roman
You
Catholic.
are a Jesuit. Now go fuck off.
Hey, let me just say this real quick. What I've been hearing this morning is fascinating. Even if it's not something any of us could do, I think it is. But this conversation has gotten derailed. I think there is evil in the world. I think there are ways to get around the stuff. Can we keep hearing what you were saying, man? It was pretty interesting.
Same.
Yeah. So let's get to this, okay? So look, you're worth more dead to them than alive. If you have a contract that says, "Hey, I'm alive," if you read the Sestaque Act, the Trust Act, the Sestaque Trust, 1666, they burnt London to the ground along with a lot of important documents, and they couldn't find a lot of those people. So they said, okay, well, if they come back and we find them, we'll have to give them, their estates back, their family estates, all their property. We're going to have to give that back to them. Same thing. When you're born, they put $1 million in your Sestaque Trust account to cover all your expenses from when you're born until you're dead. That's the truth. Now, there's interest that incurs on that $1 million trust. Interest. Compounded interest. Now, in 7 years, they didn't tell your mom and dad this. They're just custodians now. When they signed that birth certificate, your certificate of live birth, they agreed that the birth certificate was going to be created shortly after your birth. Mine was created the 24th of June, about 7 days after my birth. It's recorded and registered on my birth certificate, not my certificate of live birth. They're two different things. One of them proves your birth. The other one is your trust account that was set up for all
And
your
Explorer,
expenses.
let me touch on this. Anybody doubting it can go look on their birth certificate and see that their first and potentially their last name for sure, maybe even their first name is printed in big block capital letters on this certificate. Go ahead.
So after 7 years, if you don't claim it, they claim it because you abandoned it. Well, you're 7 years old. You had no clue. So, in other words, the contract is void ab initio from the beginning. They can't make contracts with infants, but they treat you like one because you don't know the law. You don't study. You don't read. You just believe whatever's on television.
Is that not for people who've gone missing for more than 7 years? Their dependents can claim it?
No, you have to go and claim your trust. If it's not claimed by,
No, I'm talking about
it's theirs.
the Sestaque Act of 1066 or 1666. That was, if you go missing or lost at sea for more than 7 years, your dependents can get a settlement.
You better read that
You
act.
can't get it because you haven't gone missing. Yeah, you should. See the first paragraph.
Look, I've read it 20 times, okay?
You were
You should
saying
read it
if
again
you're
today.
not what?
It's if you're lost at sea or somewhere else for 7 years, the people who depend on you, your dependents, can get redress or a settlement.
Okay, cite it. Put it in the chat.
I'm driving. But I will when I'm done.
Good. Get it in there. So listen.
And then,
So
what?
without any more interruption from Chucky, okay? So let me get this down. Okay, this is important. So once you reach the age of majority to write contract, 18 years old, now you can sign your beneficiary autograph on contracts. You're able to contract. Okay. You can access your trust. Okay. But you can't access it unless they believe that you're alive. They think you're dead still. So now you're acting as the legal person, the trust. And you're not supposed to act as anything other than the beneficiary of your own trust. You can't act as trustee. But what they're doing is making you the surety, because that's what it is. It's a surety bond for all your expenses, for all your everything that's essential for you to live. That's what that is. It's a
There you
bond.
go. I posted it.
So look, you prove to them that you're alive and you claim your authority. They're on your Social Security account. If you call into the Social Security account, ask them, is there a DOD, a date of death on your account? They're going to tell you yes.
What?
There's a date of death on your Social Security account from the Social Security Administration. It's on there.
What's yours?
7 years after my birth.
Okay, so I posted it. So you can, if you prove that you're alive, you are not lost at sea. So I don't see how that helps you.
So in admiralty and maritime law, when you prove you're alive, they have to return your estate. They have to return all your property. They have to bring you back on board the ship and protect your life. They can no longer think of you of chattel paper, of nothing. Now you're a living human beneficiary to that bond, and now it's all your property.
Okay, so the problem is that
Billions of dollars that are in that account.
The what?
Okay.
That's your property.
So
Hey, Explorer, I just
breathing you
wanted
on.
to hold on just a second. Your mic quality dropped about 3 minutes ago where it's like banging around. It kind of sounds a little poppy. I don't know if your mouth is really close to the mic or if it's on a lapel or something, but see if it can get like better because it was super clear. Sorry.
That's I got Chucky in here, and I just, man, this is one of them that really gets on my nerves.
Well, dude, I'll just say this, and I'm going to go on mute for a while because I got to get the kids ready for school. A lot of this stuff is super weird sounding and causes emotional responses because people think like, well, how could this be true? And have you gotten a free house yet? And it's like, dude, I'm in the process of learning what the truth is about this. I mean, I heard that my own kids are not mine, but they're entrusted to me to raise, because why not have the parent, like the people, the biological parents or whatever. I'm not a parent, but you know what I mean? Like, they let me raise the kids we have, but as soon as you give them a birth certificate, they're owned. It's so weird, but I think it's true. They're trying to invert, manipulate, and twist the rights we have, inalienable rights from God we have. They're trying to twist all this control and power and like their ability to make money into their hands, which is man-made and evil.
When you heard that, did you investigate it at all or just accept it?
When you look at the world today, you don't have to investigate if evil is inverting and twisting everything. When you have a little kid in class that says, I want to be a cat, and the teachers have to say, yeah, okay, she's a cat. We have to completely identify that person as a cat. You don't have to investigate any further. Is there a decline in the world? And I just think everything is inverted. Everything is twisted. Everything is flipped. We've been lied to about everything, history and everything. And if you think I'm just a conspiracy theorist, you can do that. But I'm somebody that wants to know what the truth is. So I'm also in the process of trying to find the truth and untangle the web of lies.
Right. So who said they were a cat? Why did you bring that up?
I said many
You brought
people.
up just the relation. Holy
Yeah,
crap!
yeah.
Sorry, Boston.
Yeah,
Like, I know
it's
you're
okay.
getting the kids ready and shit, but like, yeah, it's the idea that sometimes sitting back within a conversation and taking in what's said versus just again being contrarian or a stick in the mud to what's being discussed. Like, you're not helping the conversation if we're here observing what's being presented, right? And to the point that Explorer is actually getting infuriated listening to you speaking against him while you're trying to interrupt me while I'm not refusing to give up the conch because I'm not going to stop talking until you concede and allow me to finish talking. Yeah, keep talking, Chucky, and see what happens. God, don't get it, man.
So I have something very important. This is how those of you who want to know the truth, this is very important what I'm about to tell you. So You need to study the IRS manual. Okay? And there's some very important parts of that manual. This is how you tell them that you're alive, you're not dead. That's your property. Get off of it. I'm the beneficiary of that trust. So you study the IRS manual. Because in there you're going to create it's called an EIN number. Not a social security number, it's called an EIN number. The social security is the trust number, it's your account number. But when you're dealing with the IRS as a foreign
Yeah,
grant,
I've seen that on forums, the EIN number.
so it's just a entity tax identification number. Okay? Now to them, you're considered an entity. You're a human. You're alive. But this is very important. You don't owe taxes. A foreign grantor's trust doesn't owe taxes. Guess who owes taxes? The Social Security Q Trust owes the taxes. Not you. You're the living man. So you get your own EIN number. And how you acquire that, okay? You're going to put the name doing business as the all caps that's on your birth certificate, however it's written. Mine's not written that way because I told them get the fuck off my property. So they changed mine from all capital letters to proper grammar because they seen my CPAS. They know. They know that that's one tort that I can come after, and I like to go after every tort individually. So if they violate 10 rights, it's 10 different bills they get. Just like they do. They add charges and counts. I go after every tort individually. They don't like it. But look, the reason you get the EIN is to prove you're the living man. You're telling them I'm doing business as the legal name, the legal person, but I'm really, it says, who's applying for the EIN, right? They're going to put your last name first because that's your family name. Family always comes first. If you look at your passport, if you have one, it says Pine. On mine, it says surname. That's your family name. Your given name is your first name and your middle name combined. How do you combine them? With a hyphen. Robert Lee. And my family name is Pine, but that comes first. Family's always first. That's why the trust was created in the first place, because of your family. It's important to do your ancestry.com, whatever, your background. Do your lineage, do your genealogy. It's important to do that. But for now, just to let them know, hey, shitface, leave me alone. Don't burn me on the sidewalk. You get the EIN number. But what you're going to do, what you're allowed to do, is you can fax it to them, but you can add status documents to it, attachments. Do you understand? A contract. You can put on the contract, like, your certificate of live birth. Not your birth certificate. Your certificate of live birth. The one that's in the book. The one they wrote down in the book. The book entry. You can get a copy of it. You can get certified copies and take an original, a certified copy, get a few of them, put it on the back of the EIN, okay? And fax it along with the EIN application. Now, they're going to get it at the IRS, but they've recently combined the IRS, the Social Security Administration, and I'm forgetting who the third one is. You're going to find out when you read the IRS manual. There's 3 agencies that are all combined into one now. They all communicate with each other. Okay? So immediately they're going to send it to the Social Security Administration. And when they get that EIN number and they see that, they're going to take that date of death off of your Social Security number, your account. Because there's a date of death, a date of registration of your birth certificate, and it's 7 years after your birth. Mine was, 7 days, sorry. 7 days after I was born, they registered that birth certificate, but they applied the date of death after 7 years after your birth. That's when they applied the date of death. It's called a DOD. You know, it's an acronym. Date of death. And they put that in there because now they consider you dead. I just had Wells Fargo Bank research all my shit, right? And I know what they found. They found that date of death. I didn't want them to agree with me. I wanted them to tell me no. No, we're not going to accept that. Why? Because in 60 days, they're going to owe me hundreds of millions of dollars. Not the, listen, not out of my trust, out of their trust. And believe me, that Wells Fargo Bank has quite a trust. And the IRS is going to collect it from them. They're not going to give a shit. They want the 35%. They don't care. And guess what happens when they get that money? It reduces the deficit of the United States. You know the United States has $400 trillion in debt. You know that, right?
Right.
You know why? Because instead of using your credit that they provided you, you've been paying the bill. You've been using Federal Reserve notes, which is a felony. The only ones allowed to use Federal Reserve notes are the board at the Federal Reserve. They're actually called floating rate notes. They're not.
So
They're called what
after
notes?
you get your hundreds of millions of dollars, are you going to still come on Discord and help others do it, or are you just going to disappear?
I'm going to get a bus and I'm going to wrap it, and it's going to say Explore Earth, and it's going to have a beach with the sunshine. It's going to have a wrap on it. And it's going to be a $500,000 bus, and I'm going to drive across this country and make out loans. Out of that $100 million, I'm going to loan every man that I think is not a swine, right? Who's ever willing to gather stones with me instead of spreading them abroad, they're going to get a loan from me for $2 million. And I'm going to use a 1099-A and take it right out of my trust. I'm going to write the check. All they got to do is autograph it.
Okay.
Now, set them right in my truck, and then I'm going to have a transfer. It's probably going to take 24 hours. In 24 hours, they'll have $2 million in their account. Or I'll hand them. I'll give them a check. I'll put it in their account. I'll do whatever. They're going to send me the money. When I do that, they're going to pay me 20 or 10%. So $2 million every time I write their loan. I get paid $200,000 for being the trustee.
You're going to use a form that's about acquiring abandoned property to give people $2 million?
It's not. It's a loan out of my trust. Yeah.
All right. Good for you.
I'm going to teach them how to do the same thing. And believe me, these people are great customers. They've been double dipping on everybody. This is what they deserve. I used to think they deserved the lowest level of hell for thousands of years. They're going to get destroyed. Destruction is what they deserve. But they deserve little more than that.
Very nice of you.
Yeah, double dipping on everybody. That's real nice.
Yes, so they deserve thousands of years of torment. That sounds good.
When the United States
not evil at all.
Debt and has paid all the debts, and they're telling you, hey, you owe me the debt. I'm the one you go and you autograph it. You create the credit. That's supposed to be your benefit. And they say, no, you know what? We're going to tell this fool that he owes us. Getting paid twice. That's what's happening. But I think they're great customers. I don't want them dead. I want them alive as long as it takes to take back our wealth that they've taken from us. And you're just, with the 1099-A, you're acquiring property for the United States corporation. And you're lowering the national debt. But you haven't read any of these things.
I'm not acquiring anything for the United States.
Have you read the IMF manual they're chucking?
No.
Then you don't know what you're talking about.
What do you think this?
Y'all are both kind of breaking up a little bit, roboting it. I'm just going to say, I do believe we live in a consent-based realm, and Also, what was my other thought? Oh man, I had it all concise, and then I told you about your mics, and it messed me up. I'll try again. Hold on.
So what I just told you about that EIN and that live birth certificate, the certificate of live birth, put it on the back of that EIN number. You don't have to start a business to get an EIN. On a day if you like. Every day you can get a new EIN from the IRS.
Okay, y'all remembered. So we live in a consent-based realm, and every man, every single human being is offered eternal life or the free gift of salvation from the tyranny, the evil. A lot of people don't believe that, but these people who have opted to steal, kill, and destroy or do things maliciously, sneaky, it's not that I want them to be destroyed. This stuff is everybody's own choice to either walk and live in love and light and vibration and all the fruits of the spirit. You choose to walk in that direction, or you choose to walk in the direction that's darkness and evil and sneaky and twisted. And I don't want to walk in that way. I want to lift people up. I want to build them up. I want to make the creator smile. A lot of people don't believe there's a creator. But yeah, I mean, the information you're giving this morning, I listen to it as if it's true, maybe not. It could be, it maybe not. But I'm not upset with you about sharing information. I find it fascinating. It's something to look into. It's put it on the radar, digest it, not just shut you down because it sounds different than what I've heard. You know what I'm saying?
This is very important. You think that the globe is the deception. It's just part of it. The big deception, the one that spoke about in the Bible, this is the one that spoke about in the Bible. And if you read and study the laws, the UCC code, the IRS manual, people think that those people are evil. They're your best friend. You think that they're evil? No. Wrong. You've been taught to fear them. You've been taught to fear the Treasury, the United States. You've been taught that. I was taught it. I was taught, become a postmaster so I ain't got to be in that system. I just recently started reading, trust law. But I knew about this stuff for a long time. I knew about the 1933 Emergency Banking Act. Did I read it thoroughly? No. No, I didn't. But I used it in a lot of my contracts that I used before this to get people out of trouble. But the trust is way more powerful. The equity, the contract is the highest form of law in the world. Just look at the post office. They have contracts. And
yeah, dude.
The mail.
And I was going to say, the fact that we're in here freely speaking about ideas and different things is amazing. And digging at the truth and being able to think again, because a lot of the system is, no, we'll tell you the answers of the universe. No, we have all the answers about what the solar system is and who you are and how many rights you have and how important or not important you are. So I'm finding that on this truth journey, some people say I'm a conspiracy theorist, but I just think that I'm seeking truth. I've found more peace and joy and more ability to let other people think and say what they want. And it feels good. I mean, I know that's why people show up here often, is because there's usually not a ton of drama and people are just speaking their mind. And I think it's great. So thanks, buddy.
Will you do me a favor? Just read me Amos 8, 11, and 12.
Okay.
You got it?
Yeah, I pulled it up. You said Amos 8, 11, and 12?
That's right.
Okay, 11 in quotations. The days are coming, declares the sovereign Lord, when I will send a famine throughout the land, not a famine of food or thirst for water, but a famine of hearing the words of the Lord. People will stagger from sea to sea and wander from north to east, searching for the word of the Lord, but they will not find it. That's 11 and 12.
That's right. So we know right now that there's going to be scoffers. We know that. And frankly, there is no time left to listen to scoffers. And you'll know them by their works. They're easy to find. They're very easy to see who they are. It's so easy for me to tell because I get my blood worked up when I just hear their voice. Because I've heard it before, and I know what's coming out of their mouth. And it ain't nothing about what the Word of God teaches. It has nothing to do with His words. And He can't hear them anyway. And frankly, it ain't my job to teach him and make him hear him. And they're under no obligation to teach you any of this. They're absolutely under no obligation. But I'm telling you now, you're worth more to them dead than alive. Because they acquire it upon your death. If you don't claim it, guess who does?
They do.
Rome. That's who does. Do you want Snake Boy getting all your profits, all your money, everything that was owed to you and your family, your estate? You want him to get it? I don't. And I'll read every book. I'll read every book on the earth if I have to make sure that Snake Boy don't get my property. The one who speaks out of the mouth of a snake, a serpent. The one who sits in front of a statue that's showing the apocalypse, everybody burning to death. Yeah, that's real nice. He's the one who created those Sestaque trusts, by the way. But he knows the nature of man. He knows how greedy they are. He knows these financial institutions, they had that power to help people and benefit them, but told them the exact opposite of the truth. And they still do it. In the face of a contract, their silence is acquiescence. They cannot answer these contracts, and it's 3 pages long. It's not 900 pages. It's 3 pages. And another 3 pages to the Treasury Department. And in 45 days, they're not even going to know that you took their money, or the IRS took their money out of their trust. But they deserve to pay. They're the ones that need to have their money taken out of their trust. And the IRS knows it, so does the Treasury. The Treasury's on our side.
Interesting.
The collection agency for the Treasury. So if the Treasury's on our side, who's the collection agency for me? Well, that's the IRS. But they don't go after their possessions. Why? Because those are already paid for. They collect the money right out of their trust. And look, I don't argue with these people. I give them a chance to come clean and just tell the truth. From now on, I said, I'm going to forgive you of all the things you've done to me in trespass. I'm going to forgive you of all your debts. But from now on, you're going to obey the law and you're going to tell the truth. And they didn't. So now I can attach that. Any emails, any letters that I received from that bank are going to be attached to that 3-page conditional acceptance. And when they don't answer, they're going to agree with everything in that 3-page contract. And it's going to have hundreds of millions of dollars on it. And the Treasury is going to put it into my trust account or directly into my Treasury Direct account. You can get it. It's free. Go open up a Treasury Direct account. Everybody should do that. But you should study the IMF manual, the IRS manual. Their policies, what the law is, how they go, what they do. And I'm going to tell you something. You don't really even need letters. You don't need, affidavits of truth and all that stuff. No, it's just a contract. It's a conditional acceptance. You're telling them I agree with everything you say. You agree. I agree that, I owe the money and I don't have a trust and that's just a, retirement account. I agree with all that stuff. But look, I got 13 questions you got to prove. You got to prove this first. And when you don't, in 10 days, you can ask for 10 more. I'll give you 10 more days if you need more time to answer. But if you don't answer, then you agree with everything in that contract. And when you get the return receipt, the certified mail receipt, that green card, you're going to attach that to your contract. And you're going to have that number in your contract. And when you turn that over to the Treasury, they're going to create a lien on that trust. And they're going to turn it to the IRS and say, collect this debt. And they're going to snatch it right out of your trust account. And then they're going to give you 65%. They're going to pay the taxes, reduce the deficit, and give you 65%. And look, I'm going to have 7 or 8 of them in the mail by Monday. Monday morning, I'm going to the post office to spend $200 on certified mail. Because when I get those green cards back, I know they're worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And I'm going to go around, I'm going to find a man who loves the truth, who loves Yah as much as me, who loves the word, who's willing to tell it to people who are willing to listen. And I'm going to loan them money first. I'm going to find them and loan them money first. I'm going to make sure that they're well taken care of. They have nothing else to worry about other than helping people with all their problems. I mean, just 2 million would solve a lot. I'm not doing it for the money. I could care less. I want to teach people how to do it, how to be a banker, how to do what they did to you. It's what they did to you your whole life. They sent you a contract in the mail. They said, if you don't answer this, they're going to throw you in jail. We're going to put a warrant out for your arrest. We're going to suspend your driver's license. All kinds of shit they threatened you with.
Exactly. Like I got 3 tickets over 2 years ago. They say if you don't show up to court in this date, you're gonna have a warrant out for your arrest. Then I get some more mail who's saying we suspended your driver's license until you resolve this.
All they want is to access your trust. Why do they always ask for your driver's or your boat? When they pull you over, they say your driver's license, then they want your social security number, your name, and your address too. So they can send you mail to terrorize your ass.
Right.
Well, I got sick of it. I got arrested 19 times for no fucking reason at all. None. Not one time did I ever hurt anybody. So they made me a man. I love them for it. Like I said, I think they're great customers. I love them for what they did to me. Because they made me a man. They made me sit down, study, and learn the law. Because I wasn't going to do it. Look, until you're in trouble, and all my friends, every one of my live life claimants, they tell me the same thing. They ain't gonna do it until they're in trouble. And they were exactly right. But I already knew that.
But that's true with everything else, though. You know, it's important to be uncomfortable, to be vulnerable.
I think
that's with everything, because then we start thinking for ourselves and being like, hold up, is this really how this has to be? There has to be another way out of this.
I think the Father has quite an influence on it. I think he's trying to move in your life, trying to get you away from something you're not even supposed to be a part of. He's trying to move you to the straight path of the truth. It's been working in my life since I was 27 years old. I said, I don't loan money. I just hand it out if I have it. I don't tell people, here's 200. Pay me back when you get paid. That's not how I operate. I've made millions of dollars and handed it out like water. And I've got about 1,200 on me. But I've never been broke. I've never starved. I've never not had transportation, not had a place to live. I've been well taken care of. I've been a professional golfer. I've beat professionals. I shot par at the TPC Vegas. I truck driver, own my own trucks, own my own trucking company. Made thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars driving a truck. Handed it all away. With pleasure, happy about it, never looking back at the money that I handed out.
Yeah.
I was handing it out to all the wrong people. Because those people now turn their back on me like you wouldn't even imagine.
Are you serious?
100%. But I tell them, It only cost me $5,000 to find out who you are. It only cost me $100,000 to find out exactly who you are. You can't love money and the Father. You can't. That's why they took away the fucking money. The gold, the silver. That belongs to the Father, by the way. Yeah, you can't love money and God. That's why they did it. That's why they made everything a trust, a credit. Everything's on credit. Everything's paid for already. You don't even have to care about money. Why don't you just love your brother and help him out? Do you know you can be a trustee for your fellow man?
Hey, Explorer, what kind of feedback do you have on Alphon's Telegram group and howtowinIncourt.com and Cal Washington? Because I know all these men are kind of speaking the same thing you are.
I already know about the W4 groups, all those groups. I know about all of them. I know UR Law. I've been a premium member of UR Law for 6 years, 7 years, religiously. Hand them the money every month. Don't care. And there's been times when I was so low on money, yeah, I needed help. But did any of those people come forward and say, hey, I know you need a hand? But see, I didn't ever think of it like that. I thought, boy, I better get off my ass and make some money or I'm not going to have nothing, because none of these people, they care more about their money than they care about me. And I'm exactly the opposite of that. And the only way I was able to come to that when I was 27 years old, a young man, no kids, no family, no wife, said everything I get, I'm going to hand it out freely. I will never loan money again. That was the Father. That was prayer. And I was gifted my whole life. Still am. I don't want nothing. I want a bus so I can go and drive the country. That's about it. Lots of gas money. And money for mail. Lots of mail and stamps. You'll learn about the Stamp Act. That wasn't repealed. And all that repeal means is they peel it off and then put it somewhere else in the code just to confuse you. Because there's a lot of evil bastards that are in charge. And it ain't the Treasury or the IRS. They're not after you. No, they're there to help you. But you've been taught the exact opposite of that your whole fucking life. And I don't blame you if you don't believe me. This is something you have to go research for yourself. And I told you how to do it. Read the IRS manual. Read it. It's very important that you read that book. I mean, there's sections that you should get started on right away, like the EIN. Letting them know, hey, dummy, I'm alive. I'm not dead.
Right.
And by that account's mine, not yours. You'll be surprised how they treat you after that. You will be because every one of your documents are going to start to represent that. I know mine have. They don't use my name in capital letters. They don't do that no more. Because I told them, I have a fee schedule. It's registered with the Postmaster General. It says, you use my name and affect my trading with any man or contracting with any man, that's $500,000 per item per day. So every day that it occurs, it's $500,000. And if you do more than 2 torts in a week, it's 10 million. So it adds up really fast. And I don't care about the money. I'm trying to teach them a lesson. What they did was wrong. And this is the only way you're going to beat the Jesuit order, is to stand up to them, write them a contract that they can't answer. That's what they did to you. Why don't you do it to them? Why don't you just do what they did to you? And you're not going to be able to do it unless you read the law. Because I can't, put it in your head to go and do something. And if you're willing to go out there and step out on a limb and just start acting like an asshole, and you don't know nothing about the law, they're going to treat you like one. But when you know the law, boy, you believe me, they're very polite to you. They leave you be. Man, I've had so many policemen behind me. I run stop signs. If there's nobody there, I just keep going. If there's a red light I don't sit at the red light if no one's coming. I just keep going. I ain't out to hurt nobody, but they don't stop me. They get behind me, they turn their lights on, and then all of a sudden the lights go out and they drive off.
What?
Yeah, they don't monkey with me. They know. They've already got bills for millions and millions and millions of dollars I never knew how to collect. But now I do, because I read the law. I didn't study equity. I didn't study the Treasury, the IRS. I thought they were my enemy. I thought for sure they were the enemy, the IRS. Turns out, I'm a man. I could admit when I was wrong. I'm 100% wrong. Yeah, they're your friend. They're your collection agency. They're a business, though. They're not part of the government. They're a collection agency for the Treasury and the IMF. That's all they do. And if you want to act like the legal person and not claim that you're a man and alive, that's up to you. But they're going to keep beating you over the head. They're going to keep treating you as a surety instead of the beneficiary. Once you know what that word is, and that one's very important to look up. You should look up trustee and beneficiary and grantor and executor and all those terms. The trust. Learn trust law, equity. That's the only way to defeat them because they're bound to that contract. They're bound to it. And you're worth more to them dead than alive. That's why they're using what? Spraying poison gas in the air and lighting people on fire, burning them, melting them on the sidewalk? Because they make money. I mean, and when they wiped out Maui, they probably collected who knows how much money they got out of that one. And they got a few kids for their adrenochrome on the way.
Right.
That's what they're doing. It's not even funny. It's evil as the day is long. But how do you fight the enemy? You fight fire with fire. Turns out they can't burn you once you're alive. Turns out they have to bring you on board the ship and say, hey, we can't touch him. Because they know the wrath of the Father. They know it. Only reason they can do that to you because you think you're dead. They point at the license and say, is this you? And you say, yes. I say, no, that's a piece of plastic, stupid. I'm right here. And I pat my arm. I'm alive. I got blood running through my veins. I'm a man. Then they back up and start talking. They don't. I tell them, is there an emergency? Something I can help you with? I'm very polite on the side of the road.
Exactly.
I know exactly what to tell them. And I keep repeating it. Is there an emergency? Something I can help you with? They ask me, well, is this your address? I don't answer questions, but I have a few for you. Is this an emergency? Is there something I can help you with? Because if there's not an emergency here, boy, you better not even bother me. That's terrorism. You're terrorizing me. You better leave me alone.
Right. They're falsifying an emergency, right? When they turn their lights on and it's not an emergency.
A public servant, a legal fiction can't talk to a man unless there's an emergency. So, I mean, I know a guy, he was selling cat trees on the side of the road. Some county code enforcer come up and said, you don't have a license here, and, I'm going to check back with you in 2 days. And if you don't have a license, I'm taking you to jail. So my buddy, he called me. He says, man, this guy coming, he's harassing me. I said, don't you worry. Just next time he comes, just open your door and ask him a question. Is there an emergency, something I can help you with? And he said it really fast the next time. He said it twice. He said, is there an emergency, something I can help you with? And he ran to his car. He ran. Why? Because he was worried he was going to say it the third time. Let me tell you about the law.
What?
The first time you say your claim, okay? And it could be anything. But the first time you say it, they're going to pretend they didn't hear you. The second time, they're going to pretend that you were mistaken. The third time you say it, it's like you're Moses walking off the mountain with the 2 tablets written in stone. Now you have a claim that they have to answer. It's like Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz. She didn't get home unless she said it 3 times. That's just the law. So when you go into court and oh, Constitution is and Constitution that. Well, what's your favorite color? Oh, well, it's blue. You just got off your claim. What's your address? Do you live at that zip code? They're trying to move you off your claim. I go into court and I ask them, what is the Social Security number? What is that?
Yeah.
Trust set up for you for your retirement. I said, well, if that's a trust, is this a trust action? Well, yeah. Okay, well, who am I in the trust? Well, you're the beneficiary. I start pointing around the room. Well, okay, great. That makes you, and you. I'm pointing at the clerk, the prosecutor, the pretend lawyer I got, and everybody else. I say, that makes all you trustees. And I'm the beneficiary. From that point on, they can't do anything to you that's not beneficial to you. That's how you win in court. You don't file documents. You don't do shit. The father, even his son, Yeshua, tells you, don't worry if they come and drag you before the magistrate, because I'm going to tell you what to say when you get there. It's real easy. And you make them answer all the questions. What is a Social Security number? What's that? Well, it's set for you for when you retire. Great. Oh, that mean it's a trust action? Yeah. Okay. Well, since we're in a trust action, what does that make me? You make them answer. Because if the judge says it out of his mouth, guess what? It's on the record. And now he just admitted to the whole thing. That's how you trick them. And hey, listen. If he gives a trustee as a judge, if he answers anything, if he material fucking evidence, he's committing fraud. So he can't do that. He can't lie.
Can you repeat that last one? Your mic's breaking up.
So, is there? What's a Social Security number? What is that? Right?
Yeah.
It's a trust action, right?
Yeah.
What am I in the trust? What's my title? Beneficiary.
Yeah.
It's all you trustees, and you owe as a trustee, you owe a fiduciary obligation to the trust, and I'm the beneficiary of that trust. You're done. They're going to tell you can have a nice day, sir.
Just like that.
Do anything to you that's not beneficial. He just admitted it. So he did it. Chris did this in court, but he was in a different court. He was in the Social Security court. He was for disability. He was in the military, and the judge denied him and said, look, that insurance expired 2 years ago. And he started asking the judge, what's his Social Security number? I said, well, that's a trust, sir. And he said, well, is this a trust action? Well, yeah, well, what does that make me? What am I? You're the beneficiary. You didn't know that? And he trapped him. And he didn't want to keep him asking any more questions. But one of his questions was, wouldn't it be beneficial for the Social Security Administration to give me an on-ledger and off-ledger account of the trust since its inception and cut me a check for the balance? Or pay me the annuity payments? And the judge says, look, man, I'm going to, reconsider my decision. I'm going to change my decision, but I can't do it right here and right now. It's going to take me a couple days, but yeah, you'll receive, in less than a week, he got $100,000 in back pay. Annuities. Yeah. And he just changed. The lawyer that he had there with him told him, I've never seen a judge do that. Overrule himself. Never seen it happen.
What?
Yeah, this is all on legalibus.com. You can go to Legal IBUS. All lowercase. Legal
IBUS?
Yep. His name's Christopher Hauser, and you might want to research it. He went to court. They threw him in jail for 3 years. They never proved jurisdiction. He never gave him it. It's in the Supreme Court. Or going to it.
What was he in court for? He said Social Security court?
He got a 10-year sentence. He never saw the jury. They just railroaded his ass. They claimed that he filed a UCC-1 and that it was a lien. But a UCC1 is not a lien. It's a notice of lien. It's a notice. It's not a lien. So
It's
they
just
lie.
notifying them. It's just notifying him that he has a lien on a property or whatever.
Yeah, when
Is
you
that
file
right?
one, it's just a notice of a lien. It's not a lien. But
Right.
what you do now, look, you don't have to file UCC1s. You don't do any of that stuff. You tell the Treasury. You write a contract to Janet Yellen, the trustee, the bigwig of the Treasury Department. She's the trustee. And you tell her, I'm giving you this gift. Just file everything you need to do. Create everything you need to create. But collect the money. And you get 35%. And they say, well, we're going to take this money. He sent him $204 million. He got back $132 million into his trust. The Treasury Department had a meeting with him, a Zoom call for like seven or eight Treasury agents for hours and hours, like 12 or 13 hours. They grilled him. They told him that they wanted him to, someone that will teach this stuff and do it like a layman, someone who could teach it and make it make sense to a layman.
Right.
And he said,
Like you are.
Here in the Treasury Department, we don't have people. They don't even have people to work the 1099As. There ain't enough people because so many
That's
people
IRS.
they're sending in the 1099As. The Treasury Department handles the 1099A. It's an IRS form, but it's for the Treasury. You send it. They send you, the IRS sends you the 1099As. They have a special ink. They're scannable. The ones you print off the internet aren't. So you can't just print them down off the internet. You have to order them from the Treasury. And when you get yours in the mail, those are checks that you're allowed to use for your benefit, for your essentials, houses, cars. That's what you use to acquire a house and a car. You know, the other credit, loans and stuff like that. Yeah, you're supposed to be able to go to the bank. Okay, they give you the credit. You sign the document with your beneficiary. You need to open up a foreign grantors trust. Okay, then they know exactly who they're dealing with, and they don't monkey around with you a lot. But I want them to tell me no. When you go into the car lot and you say, you know, once they get your social security number, now it's a trust action. And now they're the trustee and they can't do anything that's not beneficial for the trust or for the beneficiary. If they do, they're violating your rights. And let me explain to you about rights. They're irreparable. That's an irreparable damage. It can't be repaired. So there is no limit on the price of damages. So you can make the number whatever you want. But you want to make it a reasonable amount that you know they have in their trust. You make it $1 trillion and they're not going to pay you because they don't have that amount in their trust.
Right.
So you $100 million because you know there's at least $7 billion in there. So you make it $100 million. And the IRS is going to collect 35% and give you the other 65%. You say thank you.
They're still making money.
Oh no, it reduces the national debt. If everybody learns this, they'll be solvent. They could be solvent in months if everybody did this. They could be solvent in a hurry.
So that's the solution to all of our problems, right there.
Beat the Jesuit
That's
order
it.
and the liars and the deceivers, and they're hiding the knowledge of the law. These
Right.
lawyers.
This is the grand scheme of conspiracy fact. I don't call it conspiracy theory.
Mm-mm.
Conspiracy fact.
I just told you, and you can research it yourself. I don't like lying to people. I got no fucking reason to either.
Well, I have a few friends who I've enlightened to Dean Clifford because I started looking into this more. Because I just got wind of it
You
around
smart.
2008-ish, but I never went down the rabbit hole with the law. You know what I mean?
I'm just going to tell
So
you.
I just started looking into it just here recently, and then I came across you. It was like perfect timing.
Well, I care a lot about you, a lot of young men. But I'm like the guy, you know, by the waterfall saying, don't go off the waterfall. And everybody's riding a boat right off the waterfall. I'm just
Right.
like, I was one of them. Just a few months ago, I was one of them until I found Chris Hauser. But don't worry, I had that award. I even told Witsit. I said, I get this award. I monetized my award. I autographed it. I endorsed it and sent it to the Treasury and said, collect this. Here's $10.92 million. And in a couple weeks, I'll probably have a check in the mailbox for 6.7, 6.8. I'm going to go buy a bus and wait for my mail to come in. The other mail from Wells Fargo. These people are going to learn. I'm going to be very nice to them. I'm going to tell them, if you obey the law, I'm going to forgive you of all your debts, everything you ever done. And everything in the past. When you denied me credit before, that's all forgiven. But if you do it again, because they can't deny you credit. All debts are paid, public and private. All debts. Doesn't matter. By the United States. The Treasury Department. That's who handles all the trusts. They're in charge. But if you're dead and you think you're dead, you're going to be the surety. You're going to pay that debt. Because you're dead. And they can do whatever they want to a dead man. And Yah was not going to hold them liable for it. Yah will not hold you liable for killing a dead man. That's not murder. He's already dead, for fuck's sakes. He believes he's dead. He's dead. This is how they trick you. And now they got your trust. They took over all your property, your estates. They took over your trust. They made you the surety. They did it through contract law. They deceived you and your parents. They've stolen, raped, and murdered and pillaged for long enough. The days are over. They're numbered. I'm telling you now, whether you guys get involved or not, their days are numbered. This is going to go faster than they can light the cities on fire. Once it catches and once it goes, because there's a lot of men like me that have been studying the law for a long time, and we finally figured it out, and we're not going to stop. We weren't going to stop anyway. I was never going to. I'm always the one looking for the solution. I'm tired of arguing with morons about a ball when I know that's not the truth.
Right.
It's fucking retarded to me. But they're here to just obfuscate. Probably a lawyer. They're the ones hiding the law, the knowledge of the law. But there's a lot of good lawyers that quit the Bar Association. They gave it up. And a lot of them now are working for urlaw.org. And I don't know their names. I don't want to know their names. I think they're sent straight from Yah. I think they were lawyers once. They gave up all their sins. They repented. They said,
Right.
I ain't doing this no more.
Right. And now they're helping. Now they're helping the people by giving them this knowledge. Is that right?
Yeah. They're repenting. They are actually helping people. These contracts, the ones that you are law are very complicated. Okay. I did them. They're 93 pages. Some of them are 60 pages. You got to read them. You got to study them. You got to know everything in that contract before you send it. Just in case they call you and start asking you questions.
Really?
Well, what does this mean? If you don't know. Yeah.
What?
If you don't know, what does this mean? What does this law mean? What does this mean? They start asking you questions you don't know how to fucking answer. Yeah, they can do whatever they want to you because you're just fucking bringing a false claim. You know what I like to tell them? Well, my contract speaks for itself. You better go read it. You better go figure it out. You better go see what it says and come back and talk to me then. I don't answer questions.
Exactly.
And then another thing, is there an emergency, something I can help you with? Those are the most powerful words you can use against any public servant if you've not caused harm. If you hurt somebody, there's nothing I can do. You better go settle it with that man or woman or child. Anybody you harm, you better go settle it yourself. You better go do it right now. I can't do nothing to help you. I won't. I refuse.
Right.
Yeah, you're going to pay for that debt. You're the one who made the mistake. You harmed somebody. Now go pay the debt. Go settle it. And they said, well, I don't know how to do that. Well, you better grow up then and be a man. Because a man is not afraid to pay a debt. Ever. A man's never bankrupt. Ever. He always has hands. He's got a mind. He's got a mouth. He can study. He can do a lot of things. He's never bankrupt. And they know this. Can you imagine the economy if everybody all of a sudden had a $2 million loan from the Treasury and said, hey, go get a house, go get, everything you need to live? That's what was supposed to happen. That's the law. You read that act. You read the presidential proclamations in 1933. You read the Trading with the Enemies Act. Because right now you're trading with the enemy. You're an enemy of the state. Because you're using Federal Reserve notes when you're supposed to be using credit. You're not supposed to use Federal Reserve notes. You're supposed to turn them over to the Treasury. You're not supposed to go to the bank and hand them Federal Reserve notes. Them people aren't even supposed to loan money. They can't loan their own money. They have to loan your money.
Right.
10%. They can only loan 10% of your money. Your money, not theirs. But
And
I had
that's why.
sent me they researched my shit for a month. I gave them a month. I said, hey, go ahead. But I told them. I told their executive offices. I told them, look, I'm gonna forgive you of all your debts. You need some time to, decide what to do, or, you want to make the decision. That's up to you. They sent me a letter and said, yeah, people are selling that information on the internet. You might want to send us any more of those documents. They didn't tell me I'm committing felonies. They didn't say nothing about I'm committing a crime. No. They just said, that's kind of funny. You're making stuff up. When they get the contract, I sent them a copy of the contract they're going to get. It's 12 pages. I like the 12-page one because I like to add language that they really hate. I like to tell them that they're great customers and I'm willing to accept offers, But if they don't answer, they agree with everything in the contract. And if they call me and say, hey, would you settle for $10,000? I say, great, just make that equivalent of lawful money and I'll settle the debt. No problem. But there is one condition. You better not ever leave me alone. You better not bother me ever again. And to bother means to molest, means to touch me. You better not touch me ever again. They all know it. That's why they turn their lights on, they run my tag, and they go, holy shit. Because I got license plates. I got a driver's license. I know that those are protection for me. Those are protection. Really? Well, I know that. What happened? What's the worst thing that could happen if you got pulled over and didn't have a driver's license? What's the worst thing they could do to you?
Write you a ticket for not having a driver's license?
How about shoot you and your kids? Because I've seen that on television, on the YouTube. Some lady couldn't find her driver's license, and she panicked and started driving off, and the cops started shooting into a car full of children. A van full of children. You can be killed. I've seen it on YouTube for not having a driver's license. I don't argue with people on the side of the road with a gun.
Because they're psychopaths.
I don't have to. And they love the gung-ho son of a bitch, the one who writes all the tickets, the one who fucking sits on the side of the road and fucking with that radar gun. They love them. They love these gung-ho cops. Until they get sued by a man. Then they tell the guy, there's nothing we can do. In fact, you're going to have to go work somewhere else because we can't insure you. Now, you know what? You're probably going to have to get that bond, $750,000 bond. You're going to have to pay cash for that in order to be a public servant again because you got sued by a man. They abandon them. They run away from them. Man, I know the guy that arrested me for not taking my hands out of my pockets.
Oh my God.
His name's fucking Mud Boy. He might be a fucking lieutenant. He was a lieutenant. He was Lieutenant Bundy. I said, man, Bundy. Bundy. I'm not kidding you. I told the judge that. I think this guy's related to Ted Bundy. I think he's a maniac. It was a joke, but it was funny. They were all laughing too. I think
Do you think what?
court is fun. They arrested me in Henderson, Las Vegas. They owe me, let me see, $40 million. I haven't sent that award yet. I sent the first one, the Mesquite, the one for not taking my hands out of my pockets. I arbitrated it, the contract. The arbitrator gave me an award for $500,000, right? But they didn't pay in 30 days, so they owe triple damages, $1.6 million, and there's 7 of them. And they're all liable. I could have made it 150 people because I sued the Defense Department. I could have went after every single employee of the Defense Department. I still can. Notice to agent is notice to principal. Notice to principal is notice to agent. I could go all the way to the Pope of Rome and hand him the bill. Because they're agents of his. He's the principal. People think I'm crazy. That's just the law. But look, I just sent the thing in, said, I'll take my 10 million so I can get my bus, because I know that Wells Fargo was going to pay. They didn't have to. They might settle after they get my contract, because they already researched. They already did the research. I know what their fucking lawyers told them. You better hope he doesn't know how to collect this. I know they read my contract that I was going to send them because I sent it to them. I was nice.
Yeah.
I said, I could send you these. And that's what's going in the mail. I told them they're on board my vessel. Because I have a vessel. It's got a flag on it. The flag's the correct sentence structure, communication, parse, syntax, grammar. You speak to me, you better speak to me. If you're a public servant, you better speak to me in truth, in fact, in proper grammar, in English. Plain English. Otherwise, you're committing felonies. You're committing perjury. Don't lie to me. And they know what the shit that's a postmaster. That's postmaster language. They don't like that. They hate it. They're terrified of it. Terrified of a contract. But I know what the lawyer told him. You better hope he doesn't freaking know this, but you might want to just, there's a couple things in here, and I like to make mistakes and shit, right? I like to fucking make them think I'm a fucking idiot, a stupid motherfucker. I love, because I know they're going to treat people like this.
All right, man. Yeah.
They're going to treat people that make mistakes like they don't know what the fuck they're doing and take advantage of them.
Right.
Okay.
I like to make them think that I'm stupid. Because then they make stupid mistakes. Really
They
stupid.
become careless. Right.
I know how the lawyer is. I know they're looking for any loophole, any type of way to make money. These lawyers get paid to protect the bank. And I know they turned it over to their legal department because I sent them a shitload of contracts. I sent them all of it. I sent them my live life claim. I didn't send them the fee schedule. I sent them lawful money affidavit, my vacated birth certificate, all of it. I sent them everything. The contract I was going to send them that was on my vessel that I haven't put in public yet. I said, you're going to get it. And in 10 days, you're going to owe hundreds of millions of dollars. All of you, not just you. The customer service representatives at Wells Fargo Bank, they're hideous. They wasted hours and hours and hours of my time. I have a fee schedule. And if you waste my time 1 second, it's $100,000 per day. And there's a 1 day minimum. But if you commit more than 2 in 1 day, right? It's 10 million. And they did. They kept lying. They kept just doing everything they could to violate my rights. And I like to go after every single one separately. And individually. That's what I tell them. Once you sue the corporation, every one of them's liable. Personally and severally. All of them. That's what's in the contract. You're letting them know. So when you put Wells Fargo and you just send it to Wells Fargo, the CEO is going to get it, right? But you send the CEO one too, because he's in charge of. He's not properly monitoring, training, controlling, and disciplining his employees. He's derelict in his duty, and he's violating your rights. And like I said, there's no number to that. Mine has one. Mine has 100,000. There's some of them that are 300,000. It depends on what right you're violating. But there's always the $10 million, if you do more than 2 in a day, right, or 3 in a week, then you owe 10 million. So go ahead. And they do 20 a day. But now I know how to collect. I know it's real because the man that I learned it from.
Who was that?
That Christopher Hauser. Christopher Allen Hauser. It's legalibus.com. He'll teach. It's free classes. He doesn't charge shit. They're
Legal
saying
what?
some fucking guy who charges for this shit on the internet. No, he doesn't do that. He doesn't have to do it. He doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want money. Like me. He's like me.
Because they don't need it.
No, he doesn't need it. Everybody needs money. It's he don't want it. I don't love money. I don't care. I want to hand it out. That's what I like to do. And guess what happens when I get to heaven? Everything I sacrifice, I get 10 times. Can you imagine the kingdom I'll have in heaven?
Nice.
I believe every one of those words in that book. Because they do too. They like to fuck around with some of them. But I already know what they did. I know what the book teaches. I know what it's about. I know the law of the Bible. And they like to hide the knowledge of the law. Turns out they put it in the UCC code. On the whole system. The trusts, everything is in the Bible. If you read the law. It's amazing. It's not a bad deal. It's not. You were just lied to. That's all. By the devil. By the snake boy and his buddies. Take advantage of you. And they're trying to rid the earth of humanity. According to Yah. Yah tells you that Satan hates humans more than anything.
Right.
Yeah. Turn a man into a woman.
All right, bro. All right, we got it. We got it now. We got it, dude. What's going on today, guys?
Well, we're talking about what we're talking about.
Yeah.
About law.
Yeah.
Talking about the IRS being your buddy, not your enemy.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about your IRS, the Internal Revenue Service. They're not your enemy. They're your buddy. They're your friends. They want to help you. Well, it's really the Social Security Administration, the IRS, and Department of Agriculture? No, it's Department of I can't remember. It's not that important to me. It's something else. Those are the two you need to be concerned with ASAP. But they all get notice that you're alive, you're not dead. The way they can tell is because you autograph your name as a beneficiary and fax it to them. And you keep the originals. Do yourself a favor and put a stamp on it. That gives it valuable consideration. Now they can't ignore it. A 1-cent stamp, that's lawful money. That gives your document valuable consideration. While you're at it, why don't you just write your autograph right through the stamp and put your right thumbprint. You're the only one with that thumbprint. That's your seal. That's proving you're alive. Only a man has a thumbprint.
True.
You'll never be able to prove that that's not your thumbprint. Never. And you're canceling the stamp. You're giving the document valuable consideration. It's lawful money. A 1-cent stamp. Anything. Oh, and you got to pay the taxes to the IRS. That's if you read the Stamp Act, you'll understand what that means. So when I send the contracts to the Treasury for lien securities, I put lawful money on there, the amount of the taxes. I'm just giving the IRS money. I'm paying the taxes already. I just want them to collect it. I'm giving them 35%. On my conditional acceptance, it says that it's not a tax transaction. This is not a tax obligation. It's a gift. I'm giving them it. I'm giving it to them to reduce the federal deficit. If everybody does it, yeah, because you're not a taxpayer. The taxpayer is the SESTQ trust, the Social Security number. That's the taxpayer. The legal person's a taxpayer. You're the living man. All debts are paid, public and private. Already.
It says it on every not money, what do they call that? Currency? Or more specifically
There's tender.
tender, legal tender, right?
Yeah. But there's non-negotiable and negotiable, instruments. You're the one that you can take a non-negotiable instrument and make it negotiable. All it really means is that, if the word non-negotiable isn't on the bill, okay, because that's a bill of exchange, and that's how you're supposed to pay your debts. That's what that coupon is. It's a bill of exchange. And you monetize it by your autograph. You send it to the Treasury. They give the credit back to the bank. And the bank's allowed to loan 10% of that money. To people who don't know what the trust is. Like I said, they're under no obligation to tell you any of this. You have to read yourself. You have to study it.
Yeah.
A lot of these people that work in the bank, they don't have a clue. You don't really want to go after them. I go after the principal because I know what they know. I know they know what they're doing, and they're liable. The board of directors, they're all trustees. They're indentured trustees, so they have to know it. There's the Indentured Trustee Act of 1939. That's very important to read too. But I'm stressing to everybody, every one of my fellow brothers who wants to learn the truth, loves Yah, studies the word, wants to know the truth, go study the IRS manual and learn what an EIN is. And learn how to fill out that application and attach your documents so that the Social Security gets that date of death off of your account. Because they consider you dead and a surety to that account. Whatever you put in that account or loan on that account, you're liable. You're the surety. But when that date of death is removed off of that account, they can't say you're a dead man no more. And guess what? You're no longer the surety. You're the beneficiary. And believe you me, you're going to be treated a whole lot different. They're very nice to you once you tell them that. They change their whole attitude. I didn't ever have to raise my voice once with Wells Fargo. They wouldn't ever answer the phone. They kept jerking me around through their customer service, hotlines and stuff. They wouldn't ever give me the indentured trustee's name. Right?
Right.
Now, I just did it. I know they're not going to give it to me. But I kept asking and asking and asking. Why? Because every time they didn't give me that name, they violated my rights. So I can write up bills. I mean, I got proof of it. I got a lot of the conversations are recorded. Some of them weren't, but I got a few of them. Enough of them to make a difference, but I don't have to record or send the recordings in or none of that. I just have to put the bill, and they didn't accept the coupon, and they didn't send it back to me, so they must have accepted it. Now, if I ever went to court, I'm going to win easily because I'm just going to have the green card. Say, look, I tried to pay him. I got a copy of the payment, the tender I sent them. They're never going to take me to court. They're going to report my shit to the reporting agency, and that ain't the credit bureau. That's not a bureau. That's a reporting agency. It's a private company. And they can be their ass sued off too. And don't think I won't go after all three of them. Because they know what they're doing. They know the scam. And they deserve to have their trusts plundered by the people. And that's what I'm trying to teach people to do. Just plunder their trust. They've been doing it to you your whole life.
Yeah.
Why not do it to them? That's how you win. That's how you beat them. That's how you get the Jesuit order of the Roman Catholic Church. That's how you get the snake boy. and then they're in a panic. You understand? That's what this whole COVID thing was all about when it broke off in 2020. Because this has been out since about 2016. They figured it out. A lot of my buddies that I know in this business, they figured it out in 2016, and it's been going on since. But it got to a point in 2020 that back the river, so they had to just look. They had to turn all the sheeple into your enemy. That's what they did to me. Because all these people wandering around, oh, you got to socially separate. Hey, don't give me your bug. Hey, put that mask on. Don't talk to nobody. You understand?
Distraction.
Bread and circuses, but now they got fear, and they used fear to turn every single man and woman that I'm trying to teach the truth to into my enemy. Because they look at me and go, oh, you're one of them anti-vaxxers. Oh, you're one of them,
Yep.
say that on the
That's
internet.
it.
Hey, you're one of them guys.
Or you can't say that.
Serious.
Relax, man, please. Holy shit. I don't know how many keywords you said in that last couple sentences, but
Apologize.
just
This is
don't,
already
please,
out.
man.
It's already out. They're in a panic, though. They are. It's no. Look, I've tried to contact like governors and secretaries of state. Tried to contact them. You can't even get anyone on the phone. They won't answer the phone now. Now Arizona's different. I don't know, this state's incredible. I'll tell you that. I mean, these people are woke here. And people walk around with guns here. It's not even funny. Ain't nobody breaking the law around here because everybody's got a gun. It's way different. Yeah, you go to the Chevron, there's 7 people in there with guns. On their hip. Open carry. Yeah. Guess what? Nobody robbing the Chevron. Nobody. No bunch of people running into the Rite Aid and emptying the shelves. Nobody doing that here. Because the people are going to protect property. I want that store, that Chevron by me, to be open forever. They supply me with gas and whatever I need. What's going to happen in LA and all these places where they're just getting plundered? They want this going down in a hurry. I tell you, they're in a rush to scramble. That's why I'm saying this is like an emergency. This is like me standing by the waterfall saying, don't go over the waterfall. And
pretty much.
Do those things first. This is how you tell them that you're alive. It ain't nothing else. It's you go get an EIN. You're separating yourself from the trust. You're outside of the trust. It belongs to you. You're the beneficiary of it. The whole reason it was created is so that you could do business, commerce.
Right.
Jurisdiction is very important, and a legal fiction has no jurisdiction over a man. And likewise, the man can't tell the fiction what to do either. Really. You can't interfere with their business. Now, if they, violate your rights, that's a whole different thing. Then you go after the man who did it, acting as the governor, acting as the secretaries, acting as a U.S. attorney, acting as attorney general. I already did it. I'm not in the Gray Bar Motel. And believe me, I kicked the hornet's nest. I kicked it hard. Many times. I'm not melted. Got this weapon. They could have flew over my house and just wiped me out. They know where I live. They've been knowing where I live. They know what I drive. They know exactly who I am, and there's nothing they can do about it. I didn't give them my consent. They no longer have my consent, and they need it. And they know I love the Bible. I've told them too many times. And they love it too, turns out. That's why they need your consent. Because they don't want to be destroyed by the Father. They think they can get away with, and really they can, because he doesn't recognize persons. He doesn't. He says it. Yeshua says it.
So if we never claim that we're not dead and that we're we're actually alive,
They can
then
treat you
they can treat us like we're dead.
and not be held liable by the Father, the Creator. You're not. If you believe you're dead, okay, and I go and kill you, the Father's going to look at me and go, "Why are you going around killing dead man? That's kind of crazy." But that's not a sin. And they know this.
Kill someone who's already dead.
That's right. And they know that. This is why it's very important that I told you that they believe the book. They believe every word of it. And they need your consent. If you give them consent, your silence is agreement. You're saying, hey, I'm just going to sit back here and just let the Father, let him work it out. You never go and claim your life. There's a reason you do it. You do it the way you do it is because there's two witnesses. You're witnessing the IRS and the Social Security Administration and everybody there. When they pick up the facts, you got two witnesses that say, oh, hold on a second. There's a certificate of live birth, a stamp with his autograph on it and his thumbprint on there. I think he's a man. I think he's alive. We better get off his property. I'm not joking. They shit their pants, man. They go, holy shit, we're going to treat this guy way different. They treat you so nice, man. They leave you alone. They don't bother you. They don't pull you. They don't stop you. They don't unless you hurt somebody. That's what it says on their computer. I'm pretty sure. I haven't read it, but I know what it says. If he hasn't hurt nobody, you better get out of there. If it isn't an emergency, leave him alone. Drive off. Because I have them just turn the lights off and drive away.
Because they're falsifying an emergency, right?
Well, no, it's terrorism. Why? Why is it terrorism? Because you have a right to govern yourself accordingly. Every man and woman in the American people have a right to govern themselves. They don't need daddy government. They don't. They can just do it themselves. I don't need help.
Yeah, I've always been very rebellious. Like even in grade school, I didn't listen to the curriculum. I didn't do what I was told. I didn't do any of that. I was like, I am my own person. Like I already figured out the gig was up from the get-go.
Figured it out a long time ago. I just couldn't cope. Well,
I just didn't know enough to be able to put it into words and be able to put my foot down and go, I am my own man, and I'm gonna go off. What would you call that? Natural law, or is that? Is there a difference between common law, natural law, and admiralty law?
Well, I'll just tell you my law. My law is written in those words. Given to me by the Father, the Creator. Now, I compare His law. I can compare it to the common law because it, pretty much agrees with the red words. That's what it is. It's this whole admiralty law, the contract law, is the same thing. It's a covenant. You have a covenant. You have a covenant with your Heavenly Father if you believe those red words. But that's why I always ask people, who are you covenant with? Where's your contract? Is it Moloch? Is it the snake boy? Yeah, I mean,
Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not steal.
It's very important that you keep your enemies close. What does that mean? That means you understand everything, what they're doing and what they believe. That's how you defend yourself. And Yeshua says, quickly agree with your adversary. Quickly.
What about adversary?
Quickly agree with them. That's what he says. And that's what I'm doing. I'm sending them a conditional acceptance. I'm saying, I accept everything you're doing to me, but prove that you can do it to me.
Right.
Yeah. If you don't prove it, this is the cost. This is what it's going to, this is going to be the damages.
So
And
it's
they,
basically
because it's all about the Bible. Everything's in the Bible, and that's what I compare my law to theirs. I don't ever say you violated my constitutional rights. I didn't say that. They're my rights, my God-given rights, my
Right.
inalienable rights, and they're irreparable once taken away. You trample on them, that's irreparable damage, and it's even in the the civil law, and in the legal code, same thing. In the UCC code, that says the first one that says no loses. I love using that one. When they tell me, I say you just lost. First one that says no loses.
Mm.
It's in their code. That's what the Bible says. He says, quickly agree with your adversary. He doesn't say ever to say no. Don't ever say no. But they teach you to use that word at a young age. And boy, it's one of the worst words you can use. You're starting to fight. If you say no, you're starting to fight. The one who starts a fight loses a fight. That's just been the law for quite some time. Long time. Way before the Constitution or anything else. Been written in the words. The red words. Extremely powerful. And people, I don't believe the Bible. It's okay. Just read the red words. Just read those and understand what those teach. Live your life by those words.
Yeah.
And that's what the whole system, the system they set up, is they knew the nature of man and the greed. They knew it. And all these bankers were told, these people really have a trust, and they can have the credit, but, you can loan 10%. But, when they basically abolished the Constitution, everything they're doing right now, there isn't a judiciary. It's all administrative and legislative, right? There's no judiciary. There's not really any of that. It's all contract law. It's equity. They combined it with admiralty and maritime. So the contract is the law. And there's a law that says, it's an actual law that in the contract, okay, you can lien a man's property even without judicial determination, meaning you don't have to go to court. You don't have to go to an arbitrator. The contract is key. The contract that's the law. Now in the Bible it says to bring 2 or 3 witnesses. That's what arbitration's all about. So you're acting in honor by letting a third party impartial witness, 3 of them, decide your contract and whether it's the law or not. But on their side of it, you go to them and you show them and you give them 4 years to pay after you. What does it say? It says you give them. You go to them man to man. This is Matthew 18:15 through 20. It says you go man to man. You go to and face your brother and you tell him that you caused me harm. And if he don't believe you, bring 2 or 3 witnesses. That's the Arbitration Act. The contract is man to man. You're sending a contract to the man and saying, hey, look, this is what you did to me. And he says, he's silent. He doesn't say nothing. That's agreement. So then once they're in default, and it's an administrative process, there's 3 parts. You send them default, you give them 10 days, 3 days, then 3 days. And then they're in default of the contract.
What are you talking about here? Biblical law or something?
It's in Matthew, and it's also in the UCC code called administrative process.
That's not what the UCC code says.
Yeah, it's notice. Give them notice, and got to get them into the contract in order to act upon it and send it to the arbitration. The 3 people in the arbitrator, once it's in default, you send it to the arbitrators, 3 impartial arbitrators.
Arbitration is not mandatory. I mean, it could be mandatory under certain contracts if that's what the contract says.
Right,
But
it's not mandatory.
it's not something that you have to do. I mean, you have options that just go to court instead.
You're trying to be honorable. You're trying to be honorable.
What makes
I mean-
arbitration honorable and court not honorable? I don't understand.
You're having three parties, impartial parties that you don't know, determine whether or not who's right.
Same thing could
So you're right, you're wrong. You're not doing it.
it's the same thing with a jury. Having a jury determine if you're right or wrong. I don't understand why arbitration's honorable and jury trial isn't.
Well, no, that's the judicial determination. But see, the problem is the lawyers have taken over all the courts. So you can't get justice. Like I said, there is no judicial system.
The same
There is no
lawyers.
what?
It's all
Breaking
code.
up.
It's all
There is
code.
no-
The same lawyers that conduct arbitration are the same lawyers that conduct trials. It's the same bar. In fact, if you go to arbitration, you're probably going to have attorneys that are acting as the arbitrators.
There's a
You don't just
conflict.
you don't pick a man off the street. A person has to be qualified to be an arbitrator, and that's typically an attorney or a retired judge. So you're not getting away from attorneys if you're going to arbitration. If anything, you're giving attorneys the power to judge you.
Well, what happens when you go to the arbitrators and they don't answer? What happens? What happens when the arbitrators contact them and say, "Hey, you give us your side. Tell us what happened," and they remain silent. They don't say nothing.
Who remains silent?
The other party.
The other party?
They arrested me for not taking my hands out of my pockets in Nevada.
If it's a mandatory arbitration, then both parties will go. I mean, why would you agree to mandatory arbitration and not go to arbitration?
No, they didn't agree to it. They agreed to the contract because they didn't answer the contract. The contract had an arbitration agreement in it.
What contract?
And their silence is acquiescence. That's a maxim.
What contract? What contract? I mean, you can't just invent a contract or write something out and mail it to somebody and say, if you don't answer this, I have a contract with you. That doesn't make a contract.
If you have a prior relationship with them, they're obligated by law to answer.
No.
Look, there's two sides to every fight. And when they start the fight and arrest me for not taking my hands out of my pockets, you and me, I have a chance to respond.
Criminal codes are never judged by arbitrators, ever.
No, they're judging a contract.
What contract?
The conditional acceptance agreement.
Of what?
That I agreed with everything they did to me. They arrested me and they had every right to do it. I agree with all that. Just prove it. Prove it. That's all the contract says. Just prove it.
They don't have to prove it. You can't opt out of the criminal justice system and go to arbitration.
Here we go.
That's not how it works.
This is very simple. I got the award from the arbitrators because the Mesquite, the Defense Department, the Secretary, the Secretary of State Department, the Secretary of State.
Works. Okay, here's how arbitration works. Both sides pick an arbitrator, and then those two arbitrators pick a third. So if the other side didn't pick an arbitrator, you didn't have a qualified arbitration panel. And you can never arbitrate a criminal case. That's not how criminal law works.
Am I talking about criminal law or are we talking about trust?
You're talking about somebody arrested you and you somehow wanted to judge your innocence or proof in arbitration, which is criminal law.
Well, no, there's no judiciary anymore. The judiciary's gone. There's only one judiciary, and that's like the court. It's like the Supreme Court. Everything's administrative now. Has been since 1933.
No, it's not.
Action.
There are absolutely still there are jury trials. There are courts. Every state has its own court system. The federal government has its own court system. There are trial courts, appellate courts, and supreme courts in every system.
What does that mean? It means military. It means admiralty.
No, it's not admiralty law.
That's what the yellow fringe means, dude. Where
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Daycorps does not confer jurisdiction. Daycorps has nothing to do with jurisdiction.
It's admiralty, maritime, and equity. They combined them with the
That's
UCC.
not true.
They added the UCC in the 70s.
Yeah, the UCC didn't change the way the system works. It just gave a uniform code for commercial contracts. It doesn't say admiralty. It doesn't say equity. It's uniform commercial codes. It's so that every state could have contracts.
Admiralty and equity.
No, not admiralty.
Yeah, it is. It's maritime, admiralty, equity. That's the law. It's all business. It's all contract. So when you have a business relationship with somebody and they harm you, and they do whatever they do to you, you still have a chance to respond. You get to respond, and they have to answer.
If you file a lawsuit and you serve the documents on them, then yes, they have to answer. If you're just mailing something in the mail, you haven't created an obligation on the other party not to do anything.
Look, do you believe the UCC is common law, like 1 through 9, the UCC code?
Do you know what it is? Have you read it?
That's what it is.
It's a uniformed commercial code, so that all the states and the federal government and everybody, you know, if you're a Pennsylvania corporation and you're doing business with a California corporation, you have a way to make a contract that's going to be enforced on either side.
Okay, so I sent them a contract that had an arbitration agreement in it. Okay, and they had a chance.
They have to accept that contract. Just sending them a piece of paper doesn't create an obligation on them.
No, that's not what created the obligation. The obligation was they arrested me for not taking my hands out of my pockets.
No, that's criminal. That's criminal law. Criminal law is not part of UCC. You can't opt out of criminal law.
No, they called it a criminal case. They pretended. I get it.
You're like making up law now, basically.
No, I'm not.
You absolutely are.
Answer the contract. My side. My turn. They had their turn. Now it's my turn. Now here's a contract.
The way it works, your turn is defending yourself in the criminal court. You don't get to opt out to some other venue that you've chosen and some arbitrators that you've appointed.
You think I went and picked the people who are arbitrating my contract?
How does arbitration work?
An arbitrator is a third-party individual, or there's three that arbitrate the case, both sides. They had a chance to answer to the arbitrators, even though they were silent to my agreement. They didn't answer the agreement.
The way arbitration works is it's typically either something that's contained in a written contract between two parties, and they agree to arbitration. Each side appoints one arbitrator, and the third arbitrator is picked by the two arbitrators. You don't go to arbitration and say, pick me three arbitrators, and not three random people show up.
Hey, Globe Snake Boy, I don't want to fucking argue with you. If you're fucking Steel City, you can fuck off with your...
I'm sorry, did I hurt your feelings?
No, I just know who you are.
Okay.
I recognize that voice.
Okay, so you just making up law. Okay, go ahead.
Do business with Snake Boys. I don't like even talking to you, dude.
Oh, I guess you need to apply for moderator and not just mute me.
Remember? Are you a lawyer hiding the knowledge of the law? Is that what you're doing here?
I'm not a lawyer, dude. I just work with them.
You sure sound like one.
Yeah, because I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Believe me, I hope every lawyer on the whole earth believes what I hope all do. Yeah, I hope they all think it's nonsense. The whole bar association, including the snake boy with the fish hat. Yeah, I hope they all think that I'm nuts and crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Snake boy. Bar member. Your loyalty belongs to the bar association. What's your number, bud? You got a number?
I told you I'm not a lawyer, dude. I don't have a bar number.
I'll bet you are, bud. What do you do?
What do you do? Other than make up laws.
Deal with lawyers and judges and, people who like to lie for a living. They do it for a living. They treat people who are actually living as they're dead. How about that one? They treat them as a dead man. They don't tell them. They're not obligated to, by the way. But I still think it's evil. I think they're pieces of shit. Call someone a criminal for not taking their fucking hands out of their pockets? I'd call that fucking criminal. I was wearing golf shorts and a fucking t-shirt or a fucking golf shirt. Only thing I had in my pocket was a fucking wad of money. And they wanted it. And it turns out they got about $800 until I had my turn. And I still haven't received payment. But the Treasury and the IRS is going to collect it from these fucking dodos, and they're not even going to fucking know it. And I'm going to fucking rejoice. Yeah. And then I'm going to send them the next contract, because that one's going to be fucking $100 million for depriving me of a life-giving fucking substance. How about not giving me fucking water for fucking 6 hours when I was begging for it? Got that on video. How about sticking me in a box with a hole in the middle of the floor so I could shit and piss in it? Not a sink. How about that? How about that tort? Wait till they get that one. And they're not going to care. They're not going to answer. It's not going to arbitration. It's going right to the Treasury when they default on the contract. Oh, they have no obligation. They can just stick people in boxes for no fucking reason and not give them fucking a life-giving substance like water. Hope they die in the jail cell. Mock them because they have a Social Security card. Yeah. Don't you worry, Steel City. I know exactly who you are. And you're part of the problem. But that day is coming quite quickly. You hope they burn them quicker than they're doing it now. Burning them alive on the sidewalk in the ocean and stealing their children. Why don't you go read what happened in Maui? That was just the other day, right? A couple days ago. Right, Steel City? You fucking genius.
So where does the UCC mention arbitration? Can you cite the provision?
Arbitration was enacted in 1976 by Congress.
I thought you said that you're taking them to arbitration as qualified by the UCC.
Well, if you want to be honorable, you can do that. You can tell them that I'm not going to be the only one to judge you, neither is this contract. 3 partial witness. Impartial are going to judge the case. Your side and his, and they're going to determine who wins. And when the other side doesn't present a case to the arbitrators say, well, I guess you win. Because they didn't show up. They didn't say nothing. What does that mean?
Sounds like you didn't have a valid arbitration.
Right. When the other side keeps their fucking mouth shut and don't say a fucking word. Don't say, hey, I didn't do that. How do you know when you're guilty? When the son of a bitch keeps his mouth shut and doesn't say nothing. Doesn't say, hey, I didn't do that. Well, they tell you have a right to remain silent, right? They don't tell you that silence is agreement. They tell you that, oh, you have every right to remain silent. You know, we're not going to read you those rights. Sometimes. Sometimes we will, sometimes we won't. But look, you have a right to remain silent and just keep your mouth shut, and you're going to agree with every fucking thing we do to you. Turns out I didn't keep my mouth shut. I sent them a contract that they couldn't answer because what they did to me was fucking, it was criminal behavior. Felonies. I mean, deprivation of rights under color of law. Yeah, that's a big one. Fraud. Conspiracy to commit fraud. I mean, I could go through the list. It's in my contract. You should read it. You should really get a copy of one of those. I hope someone finds you, because I know you'll be a great customer for them. Because I know you're going to keep your mouth shut and think it's nonsense. I hope every bar member, every lawyer on earth believes what I'm doing is wrong. I pray they think that. Because they'll be easy. Easy prey. That's what they've been doing to us. The whole world. Not just me. The whole world. Deception on a grand scale. And you're more dead to them than alive. Yeah. They know that they're going to collect that trust if you die and don't claim it. Yeah. But the IRS is your buddy. You say, hey, give me that EIN number so you can notify the Social Security Administration that I'm alive. Take that DOD, that date of death off my account. And then they start pooping. Holy shit, we got another one.
Back in the day, didn't you used to be worth more alive than dead? You were worth nothing dead back in the day and everything alive. Now it's flipped around. So even if you say, forget it, I don't even want to be a part of the system, there's still a worth for you dying, like not being a part of that, like dropping out. They get something. That is weird. That is some weird shit.
It's trying to. I'm just trying to help my fellow man so that he doesn't just go to his death, and then the Snake Boy gets to collect all of his fucking estate, all of his belongings, everything he's ever owned. But if you acquire, essentials and things that you need to live on the earth through the United States corporation, through a contract with them, a trust, okay, you can consider that, part of the beast system. But look, if you're a man and you understand the law and you know what lawful money is, you're not acquiring it for them. You're just doing what they did to you for your whole life, man. 55 years of my life, right? I was taught that I owed the money. When it says right in the law that all debts are paid, public and private, by the United States. Already, everything's already paid. Public Law 73-10. Go read it. Steel City. Yeah, go read that one. And tell me about criminal law and all that stuff. Criminal law is when you hurt somebody. Then you're really going to meet a jury. Business, commercial code, trust law, violating a code, business code. Come on. Yeah. They just want to access your trust. That's why they get your social security number. We already know this is what they want. That's all they want. You got cops on the side of the road saying, you can give me your driver's license, your address, phone number, and social security number. Oh, hold on a second. Are we doing business here? Why are you asking? You ain't getting my social security number. Well, they don't realize this. You go into court and you tell me, what is the social security? What is that? Well, that's a trust. It was set up for you so that when you can deposit money into it, and at the end of the your retirement, you get your money back, and we're going to give you benefits until you die. Well, hold on a second. So you're saying this is a trust action, right? Well, yeah, it's a trust action. Okay, well, if this is a trust action, then what does that make me? Well, didn't you know you're the beneficiary? Well, hold on a second. And then the judge said, hold on. I got another question for you. Well, doesn't that make you, the judge, the clerk, the defense pretend attorney, and the prosecutor? Doesn't that make all of you trustees in a fiduciary obligation to the beneficiary? Well, yeah, but hold on. No, I got one more question for you. Would it be beneficial for the Social Security Administration to give me an on-ledger and off-ledger account of the trust since its inception and cut me a check for the balance? Or pay me the annuity payments? Hold on. I'm going to reevaluate my decision. Oh. Believe me, you walk out of that courtroom so fast because they can't do nothing other than what's beneficial to the beneficiary as a trustee. And they're all trustees. That's where you're at. There is no criminal until you hurt somebody. Then we're talking criminal. Everything else is just code. It's just commercial. It's business. It's a trust action. And they're trying to access your trust. Because every time you sign your name, you sign the document. Hey, sign this ticket. Hey, sign this charging document. Hey, the clerk wants you to sign some documents on the way out. You just gave away access to your trust 10 times. And the power of attorney. Because you left a blank endorsement. You just gave them documents a blank endorsement. All they got to do is write surety right behind it and access your trust. They start just stealing money right out of your trust. They create bonds with them and sell them on the open market with your signature because you believe you're dead. I'm just telling you how to become alive, how to tell them. Because right now they don't think you're alive. They think you're dead. It sounds absolutely crazy, but it's the law. It's the truth. And when they finally found out that they were doing that, what they were doing back in the 70s, the banks were taking advantage of everybody. And they thought, well, we better, develop some kind of system or code, some kind of commercial code where they, really can get in trouble if they keep doing this. But people refuse to study the Bible and the UCC 1, and the UCC 1 through 9, those are the common law. But the UCC mirrors the Bible. Believe it or not. But yet they convincing people nowadays that watch TV and football games and bread and circus. They tell you there's a bug out there that jumps from person to person and you could die from it. And everybody puts a mask on and separates 6 feet apart. It's absolutely insanity.
Psychotic, 100%.
But they get away with it because people are fearful. They're scared. They've been trained their whole life. They were never taught this. They were never taught equity. They were never taught what that birth certificate means. They were taught something else. They were taught that that's we're going to give you peanuts. And I'm going to tell you, anybody out there who's listening that's 65 years old or 64, the trust, matures. It matures twice. Once at 18 when you become the age of majority, and once at 65. This is the only time, once that trust has matured, you can take the whole trust. You can get it. But you have to be smart about it. First off, when you go into the day your birthday, when you turn 65, you're going to walk into that Social Security office first thing in the morning. You're going to be the first one in the door. All right? And you're going to walk in there and you're going to keep repeating like Dorothy from the Wizard of Oz. You're going to go in there and tell them, I would like an on-ledger and off-ledger account of this trust from inception and cut me a check for the balance. That's it. But if some transaction happens during that business day on your birthday, before you go and say those words to that Social Security Administration, you're under a new agreement, and now the trust is no longer liquidate. You can't liquidate the trust. You can't.
What?
Because now it's under the same contract. It can't be used again once it's matured. So if you want the whole thing and you're 64 years old, waiting for your 65th birthday, you write these words down, and I'll repeat it one more time. You go in there, but right first, I mean, you're the first one in the door. You're there at 3:00 in the morning at the front door, right? You're there at midnight until the place opens the doors, because you don't want any other transactions, anything taking place during that day of business. The first business of the day is going in there and telling them, I require an on-ledger and off-ledger account of the trust since inception and cut me a check for the balance. And you keep repeating that. Don't say anything else. Make sure you have a witness with you, or a third-party impartial witness like your cell phone and the record button. And then I'll help you. I'll make sure anybody who's 64 years old and wants to get their trust, liquidate it.
No. Where are you going to do this?
Well, you do it at the Social Security Administration. That's who's holding your account.
Mm.
So anybody, I'm only 53, so I got a few years, but once you can't really write letters of credit against your trust. You're supposed to be able to get all your, everything that is essential, your home, your car, your bills, everything that's essential, clothing, food, utilities, all that is supposed to be paid by the United States.
Yeah, so what instrument are you using to do this?
Voice.
What?
Your voice. Viva Voce. You need a third-party impartial witness. That's your cell phone. That's a video recording all that you say out of your mouth, and that's all you keep repeating.
Oh. Is this only seniors?
Once you say it enough. What?
Is this only seniors?
Yeah, the trust only matures at 2 points. Once at 18, when you reach the age of majority. So if you have a 17-year-old son, all right, and he's about to turn 18, okay, he can go in there and do the same thing at 18, but he's got to be. Look, you got to do it. You got to do it right. The very first they open, right when they open, and you're gonna ask to speak to somebody, right? And when they come out, I don't care who it is, because notice the agents knows the principal. So once you just say it to anyone, as long as you got it recorded with third-party impartial witness, have a couple other friends there with you. But you go in and repeat those words. I require an on-ledger and off-ledger account of the trust since inception and a check for the balance. And you keep repeating it. You have to say it at least 3 times. Don't move off your claim. If they ask you, well, who are you? Don't tell them your name. Keep repeating it. They don't need to hear your name. They need to hear your claim. Once you've repeated it 3 times, you can tell them, well, I don't answer questions. All I'm here to do is collect that check.
So You don't tell them your name, but they just give you the check. Who do they make it out to?
Look, I just told you. You repeat that 3 times, okay? Then you don't answer questions. You can hand them your identification without answering questions. You can hand them everything. You can hand them your ID, your birth certificate, all that. You can show them the numbers. Say, here, right here. Write me a check. You're gonna have it in your hand. Your birth certificate, not the certificate of live birth. They're 2 different things. Certificate of live birth proves your birth. The birth certificate's the trust, the Cestaq Trust. It's called the Social Security Cestaq Trust. And it's got a number.
KV.
Yes, Cestaq. That's the Cestaq V Act. It's a Cestaq Trust. That's just the type of trust it is. It means a living man.
Wasn't that the Act of 1666, right?
Yeah. The day they burnt London to the ground, they couldn't find people. They started creating trusts because they couldn't find everybody. But that's what they did in 1933 in the Emergency Bankers Act. Because they went bankrupt and they had to support everybody. So they put it in a living trust, the living man trust, and you had to prove that after 7 years, you had to claim it. You had to. Or they would consider it abandoned. And they would take possession of it. The state, the United States, the Treasury. So they're holding all these trusts for people that believe they're dead. They think they're dead. They actually, they get pulled over on the side of the road. The cop asks him, he shows the driver's license and says, "Is this you?" He points at it. And you say, "Yes." I say, "No, I'm right here. I'm the living man. That's a piece of plastic."
Exactly.
I like to tell them I don't answer questions. Is there an emergency? Something I can help you with?
Right.
That's what I like to say to them. But I hand them a fee schedule. And if they just look at it, they agree with it. I don't care if they read it or not. All I do is just have the record button going on. I got my record button on. I got my third party impartial witness. I'm witnessing, having it witness me handing him my fee schedule. He just has to look at it and he agrees. It's valid on presentment, sight, right? If he sees it, he agrees with it. So, but I don't like to answer questions. But if he says, "Hey, you were speeding and we got to give you a ticket," I say, "Well, I love tickets. Just hand me that citation, please." "Oh, you want me to sign it? Great. I sign it with my beneficiary signature." Yeah. Then I send it to the Secretary of State. Say, "You're terrorizing me. Now pay me 4 times the amount on that note." I monetize it. I don't even have to send it to the Secretary. I can just send it to the Treasury and pay the taxes, and IRS collect it for me. Because I know the Secretary of State is probably one of them bar members. "Hey, you don't know what you're talking about." Treasury Department ain't going to do that. That's a trustee.
So do you send it to? Do you send it to the Secretary of State or do you send it to the Treasury? You just said you send it to the Secretary of State, and then you
but I've never
corrected
had
yourself.
to do that. I used to tell people just send it to the Secretary of State, and they got their check.
I understand you tell people. What do you do?
I haven't ever had to do it. They leave. They run.
Yeah, most people that tell everybody what needs to be done haven't done shit. Actually, it's kind of funny.
Well, I've actually got firsthand fucking knowledge, and I've told 9 fucking people the law, and I got them out of trouble too. All of them. How about do you care driving for a DUI in Las Vegas, Nevada, Clark County? Do you think they just fucking let motherfuckers walk off with do you care driving? When you got a 0.28 fucking blood alcohol level, they took your blood. Do you think they just let him fucking, "Hey, just plead guilty to do you care driving and we'll forget this ever happened"? Do you think that ever happens? Do you think, "Hey, just plead guilty to disorderly conduct and we'll forget this ever happened. Just stay out of trouble"? Do you think that happens in Las Vegas and Clark County or in Henderson? Do you think that ever happens?
I've never been there.
How about an oil company, right? the $120-something thousand in debt, a gas station, right? A man from the he's a investigator, got a badge, got a gun for the prosecutor's office, Calaveras County. Comes into the store. I'm just there for my fellow man. I'm just running the store. I'm not an employee. I'm not a manager. I'm just a man. He says, I got a warrant here for records. I said, great. Is there a bond attached to the warrant? He turned beet fucking red and said, I'm not a bail bondsman. I said, that's great. But there has to be a bond attached to that warrant. He says, are you the manager? I said, no. He says, are you an employee? I says, no. I said, I'm a man and I'm here protecting my fellow man. You can call me witness for the plaintiff. And he says, well, we ain't gonna, wreck the place. And I said, look, I don't know what you're gonna do here. But I'll tell you what, go get $1 million bond. I'll make sure that it's real. And you can come in here and get all the records you want. And he left. And when he did, I got his name, his full given name. He gave it to me. He knows how to identify to a man. And when he got back to his office, he told the prosecutor, whoever sent him there for the records, because Tuolumne County was too scared to send their investigators, their sheriffs. They wouldn't dare come on the property. But he did, and he got a bill for $750,000. Yeah, for trespassing on private property with a bond, with a warrant without a bond attached to it. Yeah. But I sent bills in his name and contracts to that oil company that claimed he owed $125,000. I'm just a truck driver, though. He had the best law firm. They had the best law firm in San Francisco, California. Well, big old black glass building. 40-something stories. Do you think he paid that debt? All I told him was, why don't you tell him you'll pay him? Just prove that it's real. Prove that I owe you. Just get on the stand and swear to God that's true, and I'll pay. And they wouldn't do it. No one would. Because there's no debt. There is no debt. All debts, public and private, are paid. Public law, 7310. And you can read the Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, I believe it is. Or Article 1, Section 10, all obligations. No, it's Article 1, Section 8, I believe. All obligations are the United States. Not the United States of America. The United States. Corporation. The Treasury. The ones who wrote the act. Who gave out all the trusts.
Bro, who are you talking about? Who are you talking about?
It's the Emergency Banking Act of 1933. You ever read it?
Are you talking to someone?
We're still under that law.
Well, who are you talking to?
Napalm.
Oh, I didn't know you were talking to someone.
Oh, you're still going. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, some of you need to read Amos 8:11 because I ain't gonna keep saying it. I promise. You're gonna hear it once, and you're gonna have to go back and listen to this. You might have to search for this because I ain't gonna keep saying it. You can go over the waterfall if you like.
Don't go chasing waterfalls, all right?
Don't go over the waterfall.
I don't know about anybody else, but I'm looking into all this, everything that he's saying.
Yeah, I wrote it down. That's fine.
How about the IRS ain't your enemy? How about that one?
I wrote that down too. Listen, don't get started because East is gonna get on this whole thing, and he's gonna be talking about he's gonna be talking about the fucking what's that thing that little thing you always say?
Or the priority security interest holder.
Yeah, that's it. There you go.
He ain't a snake boy. Issa ain't a snake
I'm
boy,
pretty
is he?
intimate with the IRS, by the way, and it's kind of funny because I've heard internet people, particularly Cuddles, espousing a bunch of stuff. He's like, just get the 1099K, blah blah blah. I'm like, dude, hopefully you're
Yeah.
not telling people to do this shit, and hopefully you've done it yourself before trying to tell people to do this shit, because I'm intimately intertwined with the IRS, and I'm very familiar with all the tax forms, and I wouldn't file that form if I was you, bud.
You mean a 1099A or a 1099K? Which one did you say?
He was saying K.
No, it's not a K.
Ooh,
It's an
so
A.
Napalm.
which
Hey, Napalm, real
1099
quick.
form are you filing to collect all your millions? Which one?
You don't collect millions with them, dude. You get essentials like house and a car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A house and a car can easily be $1 million. So what are you using, a 1099?
Well, if the trustee thinks that it's essential for you to have, you can acquire it through that form.
Cool.
And a 1099 OID and a 1096 and a 1099V or a 1040V, the voucher. Those four forms you need.
Do you
And you
just file
can't
them
do it
in
yourself.
succession?
You can't file it yourself. You're the beneficiary. You have to have a trustee file those documents for you. All you have to do is endorse the 1099A.
Why does it matter who's physically
negotiable
filing?
instrument.
Let him finish, please.
He's interrupting me.
I know, that's who I'm talking to.
I'm asking him why somebody else specifically has to file it for you.
Because you're the beneficiary. You have no power over the trust. The trustee has that power. They have a fiduciary obligation to the beneficiary, actually. It's an obligation. To do
Napalm,
whatever's beneficial for the beneficiary.
real quick, Napalm, I'd love to pick your brain about your knowledge about that stuff, bro. Sometime.
Me too.
No, I mean like, or Napalm. You just said about the filings and stuff like that. I'd actually really love to hear your some other time, but I would really love to because I respect you, so I'd love to hear what you think.
Yeah. I just don't know, because the problem is when people are saying somebody else needs to file it for you, blah blah blah. Lots of people might take that as like somebody else needs to physically file it, or are you establishing somebody else as the
Yeah.
payor
Hey, check
and
this
Let
out.
me
payee
That
explain how it
1099,
works, Napalm.
that
Let me
1099
explain how it
OID
works.
process, dude. That 1099 OID process, they arrested so many bunch of dudes like about 10 years ago.
You're
It's really
exactly
scary.
right.
It's really
No,
scary.
you're
actually.
exactly right. They were filling them out themselves and filing them themselves. They're pretty fucking ignorant. They didn't know the fucking law.
Well, a lot of I know stories of guys that got mad money, and then they do it. They call it giving it to the four corners of the earth, and they spread the money around. And then the IRS came and got them afterwards because they didn't discharge a lot of shit. But regardless, Napalm, fucking sweet, dude. I'd love to pick your brain on that shit.
Let's go.
I mean, unfortunately, I can't do too much because these are forms that I actually file, and I do have a P10 and all that
Dude,
shit.
privately, we'll talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a friendship with a man who had his mom was an IRS auditor. She was the best.
Oh, I love the
She
IRS. They do everything right, 100%
listen.
of the time.
Listen,
They're fucking awesome, dude. They don't miss a beat. They're
they're
so
a private
smart.
company. They're just a collection agency for the Treasury. That's who they use. That's who the Treasury uses to collect the debt. That's it. So that the Treasury can pay it.
I dig, actually, man, I dig your elaboration on this, but I have my own opinions on it, and but I do like to hear what you're saying. But I just wanted to come and say, yo, Napalm, big up, man. I would love to actually, because I'm doing stuff that's kind of intricate, and I'd love, like, I can't ask a CPA, so I'd love to talk to you about it.
Yeah, no, that's kind of where I say I can't really.
Fuck yeah, I got you, bro. I got you, dude. I got you.
Yeah.
So do you know what a Sestak trust is then? You have an intimate knowledge of the IRS. Napalm.
Yeah, what's up?
I said, do you know what a Sestak trust is? Have you read the 1666 Act?
Yeah, it's been well over a decade, but yeah.
So what does it say? What's the summary?
It's basically beneficiary trusts, right? Established pretty much when you're born, right? So you have all those rights. Excuse
Shortly
me?
after. Shortly after. Yeah.
Yeah. And everything
70.
that you do is basically there's the book entry on the back end, right? So not only is it traded, right, but everything that the Treasury does is, how would I state this?
How much money was in
Let's
the
just say
trust
the
when it
debit and
started?
credit relationship is actually reversed from what people think.
So when they registered that birth certificate, that SESQ trust, how much was in it when they registered it with
I
the
don't know the
comptroller?
exact amount.
It's $1 million. It was
Yeah.
enough to cover you from birth until death for all of your essentials, housing. Back then,
Right, but it's also
when they
traded,
created it,
right? So it's
still
not like
an
it
interest,
just sits
compounded
with the
interest too.
million. It accumulates. Go ahead.
So have you ever heard of Christopher Allen Hauser?
No.
I didn't expect you did, but he's from Tennessee.
Okay.
And he got, he was being harassed by some, policy officers and judges, right? And so he started studying. Now, he didn't know nothing about trust law. He was just doing conditional acceptances through the criminal code, right? But he got with another like 12 guys. They were all working on it. They were all studying. They studied the IRS. They studied the Treasury. They learned these laws. And when they did it, they filed the UCC one, and they called it a lien. Is the UCC one a lien? Or is it a notice of lien?
Are you gonna say?
Are you
Yeah, I was
asking
gonna
me?
say. Are you saying it's the public notice? Yeah.
Yeah,
There's a difference between like the security agreement is kind of the lien, and then you have the UCC one is the public notice. Is that what we're getting at?
well, they sent in a 1096, 1090, 1040V, a 1040A, an OID, the UCC. They filed the UCC one. That's a notice. So they all 12 of them got grabbed in 2016. All of them, all 12 of them at once. They all got grabbed.
Hey, are you familiar
They
with
all knew the law.
Are you familiar with Gordon Hall, man?
I'm Gordon Hall.
Yeah, like Brian Adams Brian Adams, Gordon Hall. Are you familiar with those guys?
I ain't heard of Brian Adams, but I definitely heard of Gordon Hall.
Right on. Are
You
you
ever
familiar
heard of
with
Carl
credit?
Lentz?
Yeah, I fucking hate that guy and everything he stands for. But yo, have you ever heard of Creditors in Commerce?
Yeah.
CreditorsInCommerce.com. Yeah, Carl Lentz used to call in to Gordon Hall's show with all his problems, and Gordon Hall would fucking like ream that dude out for being a complete fucking idiot. Carl Lentz is like, I don't know. I mean, I get he's doing work in the UK or something, but I don't buy it just because I heard him. I used to hear him on these talk show calls with Gordon Hall, and Gordon Hall would just rip him up like a little bitch, and I could never respect him because he was so fucking stupid. He didn't even understand some of the most basic concepts that Gordon Hall was giving him, and then he turned around and fucking tried to shit on Gordon Hall. Carl Lentz is a
Well,
right piece of shit in my book,
I know the phone call you're referring to when he called into Gordon Hall, and I know what he said. I know the whole thing. I listened to that probably 30 times, maybe more.
Nice, man. I mean, I'm not like pinning you to I'm not trying to whatever. I just know
All
Carl Lentz.
he said to Gordon Hall was he gave away the goods. He gave it away, and you can't charge money for that. It's too simple. That's all he taught. And it's really simple. Is there a man or woman here claiming I owe a debt? Yes or
Yeah, and
no?
that's where Gordon Hall Gordon Hall. I mean, all of it's interesting because a lot of my philosophy stuff was introduced to me from Gordon Hall, and it was interesting that Carl Lentz was just so dumb he couldn't fucking understand what Gordon Hall was trying to
Okay.
tell him about a
Okay,
specific court case,
Gordon
a sports
Hall
process.
got mad at Carl Lentz. Listen, he got mad at Carl Lentz because Carl Lentz gave up the freaking goods. He told him. He said, if there's no claim for which a remedy can be granted, I demand this case to be discharged.
Right, and Gordon Hall was more about discharging their actual claim rather than fighting
Yeah,
jurisdiction.
well, he wanted the case over with right here, right now time language saying, hey, I'm a third grader. You either have a man here saying I owe a debt or you don't. And if you don't, then there is no remedy for which this, case, or there is no claim for which remedy can be granted. And
Right,
Gordon
and
Hall
that's what
flipped out.
Right, because Gordon Hall was trying to get him to understand Gordon Hall's basic concept about, instead of arguing jurisdiction, handle the case, like handle the subject matter. And Carl Lentz was like, I'm a man. And it's like, holy shit.
No, he
You know
was
what I mean?
trying
You
to
can't
say,
even, because that whole like, I'm a man, I'm not the court of fiction, like the judge already knows that. So to try to explain any of that to a judge is like,
no, you don't understand what he was doing. He says you write it on a piece of paper. You only repeat what's on the piece of paper. You say it like Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz, and you'll be leaving there in 2 minutes.
Right, and Gordon Hall was saying, he was trying to be, I mean, hey, fair enough, and more power to you. My thing is like, with like just a piece of paper, because Carl Lentz, I think, well, I'm not going to get into it, but like the idea that a piece of paper and a script is not going to help you. You need to know what they're doing in front of you, and the appropriate responses into what they do, versus just having a script. And that's what Gordon Hall was upset about, was that Carl Lentz learned a bunch of shit from Gordon Hall, didn't fucking fully understand it, ran off into the woods, and then
Okay. Look,
I really I can't.
Gordon Hall used to
I've heard too
argue
many.
jurisdiction.
He's so thick, dude. That guy is so fucking dumb. I couldn't believe he couldn't understand what Gordon Hall was trying to get him to fucking understand, man. I mean,
So, Issa, listen,
what's up?
let me have a minute. Give me a minute. So, Gordon Hall was teaching that you go in and argue jurisdiction from the beginning. Okay? That's what Christopher Allen Hauser did, and all of his 12 friends. Some of them are still in prison. They didn't see a jury. Okay? They didn't. Okay?
Yeah, I get it.
They didn't go in and state a claim. They were making statements about jurisdiction. They made a big long statement. They didn't have it written down. They read off a script. They all had a script, all 12 of them. Some of them are still in prison now. They let Christopher Hauser out because he was on the first bus smoking, because he was teaching everybody the law. He caused so much problem in their system. They wanted him out of there as fast as possible because he was helping everybody get out of prison, helping everybody sue. They wanted him on the first bus smoking, but he was trying to save people from going through that by just going in and simply stating your claim. Is there a man or woman here claiming I owe a debt? Yes or no? You say it 3 times and they got to answer.
Yeah, but are they the priority security interest holder?
All that doesn't matter because they're bringing you under false pretenses.
Holy
anyway.
shit. Issa, you heard him. It doesn't matter.
No. Dude. Carl Lentz didn't understand it either.
Okay, look. You have it written down. You repeat it like Dorothy. They don't ignore it. They can't. That's a law. That's the law, man.
I mean,
why go through all that to go to prison? Be tried, be thrown in their system. Why would you want to do that when you could just settle it in 2 minutes and just walk right out of the courtroom? There's no claim for which remedy can be granted. They have to dismiss. They have to discharge.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's nuanced. I mean, carry on. I'm enjoying it, brother.
But it is important to write it down and have witnesses in the courtroom with you. They hold you to the end of the day. That's what they did to Chris Hauser and all them 12 individuals. They They didn't even see a jury. He told them, I'm not going to court. I told you, you guys kidnapped me. I ain't done nothing wrong. And you guys kidnapped me. But he didn't go to court. He told them, I'm not going. They forced him to go. They dragged him in there. They didn't see a jury. All 12 of them. None of them saw the jury. The jury was behind closed doors.
That's because they didn't know about the priority security interest holder.
That's it. That's it, Jeremy. And I think they were actually held on contempt. And if you're held on contempt, you don't even get to see a jury because you don't. And if God forbid anyone was held on contempt charges, you have.
I'm going to tell you, they knew all the trust law.
One second. Just give me 1 second. If anyone ever got a fucking contempt charge, you have to purge the contempt before you can ever get back to your original case matter. Just please know that. You know what I mean? Just because God forbid they can hold you almost indefinitely on a contempt charge, which is crazy.
Let me ask you a question. If you go into a jury and you start spouting off, are you the primary security interest holder? How many of them jurors are going to know what the fuck you just said out of your mouth?
How about if you're in a trial? How about you already lost?
I'm going to pull this audience here. Is there 12 of us in here? How many people know what a primary security interest holder is?
If you're in a trial, you already lost.
Yep. And if you're already in a trial, if it's not like you've got some other paperwork shit and it's not like this, they do theatrics. There is a truth to that. But however, if you're at trial, ideally you'd always want to get a case dismissed pre-trial because of actually you'd want to have paperwork and you'd want to stuff the issue. There's a way to do that so you would never go to trial. The case would be dismissed long before. However, some people who are in the midst of a trial can also do certain procedures, but then you're already in the mix of the trial, so you can kind of like quash the trial and the necessity of the trial to some extent. But you always want to, if you're going to trial and you're standing in front of a jury or your peers, you're already fucked up, in my opinion, and in my understanding of this. But carry on, brother. I'm enjoying the.
There's no judicial system now. It's just all admiralty. It's just all commerce.
Right.
The only judicial system is if there's harm to a man, like, then they break out the common law and there's a jury involved. And if you cause harm to a man, otherwise everything's commercial code. It's all commercial law. I get it. But when they're bringing a claim against a man or a complaint against a man, the man has a claim. He doesn't even listen to whiny French bitches that are plaintiffs. Don't even does it. He doesn't do it. He doesn't claim to be the fucking defendant. No, thank you. The only title I can accept at this time is that of man. And last time I checked, that's like dominion over the earth. Unless there's a claim against me. Is there a claim in this court? Yes or no? Any court. Is there one claim here that someone's going to, verified claim? Take the stance where I owe a debt and I'll pay. I like to tell them I'm guilty as hell. 100%. Are you guilty or not guilty? I'm guilty. Of course I owe a debt. Of course I do. Sometime, somewhere in my life, some guy washed my windows and I only gave him $1. I should have gave him $3. Is he here today to swear to God that I owe him $2 more? Yes or no? If not, then there's no claim for which remedy can be granted. Thank you. Have a nice day. By the way, I require that you discharge these, this case. The judge said to him, this was $100,000 in child support, right? The state of Alabama went after Carl Lentz for $100,000 in child support. You ever hear that? Yeah, I know the man personally. I mean, we're friends. I learned a lot from that man.
Oh, that's cool.
Keep it simple, stupid. Don't get into conversations that your ass can't fucking cash. Don't do it. You don't want to get into battles with the fucking man in the black robe because he's a word nerd. They do crossword fucking puzzles all day long.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think judges are the most righteous people? Like following God's law?
Inequity and trust law, they can't lie as long as they identify themselves as a trustee. So no, are they honorable? Most judges are loyal to the bar association.
Do you know what a bar is?
It's bar. It's not really bar. It's bar.
So what is a bar, if you don't mind me?
Well, they worship Baal, so
right. But what do
it's
you
like
know?
a religion.
Do you know what a bar is representative of? Do you know what that term represents?
It's been a while since I've researched that, but I'm pretty much fluid on what the hell they're doing. I know that.
Well, I'll tell you what. It's not the British accredited registrar or something like that. It's not.
It's not that.
One bar is an attorney. It's short for barrister. It's short for barrister.
Yeah, it's barrister. You're right. That's what they call them in England, or solicitors.
Yeah, so a lot of people are under the false impression that it's like, oh, they're a member of the British accredited register, but you know what I mean, all this kind of stuff. But yeah, that's cool, man. Okay.
London's just like Washington D.C. It's the 10-mile square. Well, London. Same with the Vatican, right?
Are you familiar with like why the War of 1812 happened, like, and the financial ramifications of why it happened, or not? Or do you know, like, are you familiar with that kind of because it's in that circle of Lentz and Gordon Hall? Like, I was wondering what your take on that. Did you ever get into that, like why the War of 1812 happened? Like, it was the idea that so
I
like
remember looking through it, but I didn't really study a lot of that. No.
What they tried to do was the United States tried to make it so that there could be no member of Congress could hold a title of nobility.
Okay.
And the British, who won the Revolutionary War, came in and burned down half the White House, and they were like, "Fuck you!"
Yeah.
Because
I remember
the title of nobility that is being used even to this day is Esquire,
right?
Which is any attorney. So like the idea was our these men who ran the government back then understood that they didn't want anyone from the British people in the Congress because they thought they would manipulate it, because there was the influence of this position of honor, i.e. being an esquire, and there was the this idea that Britain would have control over them. And then when the U.S. tried to buck it, the British had to remind them that hey, you didn't win the war. You know what I mean? Calm down there, kiddo.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's interesting, man.
Yeah, we're under British rule. Always have been.
Yeah, man. I just think like the whole thing about I'm a man. I've kind of been I've faced a lot of people that have that opinion that aren't fond of my position, and are very, I've just heard a lot of the Carl Lentz arguments. But yeah, I think
believe the Bible.
I think there's a much smoother way to go about it than the whole I'm a man, and you know what I mean. I think that's what's interesting.
I can beat them in 100 different ways, dude. Because I just study I explore everything and hold fast to what is good. So I've studied all those guys. Gordon Hall.
That's awesome, man. It's nice to meet you, brother.
What's that one guy that got railroaded? You know why Kent Hovind went to prison? Should have went to prison for being a Glover, but he went to prison for taxes, right? But he got the best lawyers, okay? But how come he went to prison? Do you know? Are you familiar with the Kent Hovind case?
I'm not too familiar with the case, but I'm under the impression that if you get to it, like if you get an attorney, you're considered to be a ward of the state and a mental incompetent. And then also like he went in there and if you get an attorney, all they can do is argue. And if you're arguing, that's a dishonorable position. And
it starts with a plea. It's a plea is begging. You're begging. Okay, a plea. So when you enter a plea, and if you're not honorable, if you say I'm not guilty, you're in dishonor and you're going to lose. First one that says no loses. That's the law. It's been the law for a long time.
Right
so
on,
if he would have went in and said,
Yeah,
of course I'm guilty, but who says I owe a debt? He would have been out of there in 2 minutes. This is what Carl Lentz taught. That why be a lawyer and file all these documents and have stacks of documents and carry around, haul like 20,000 pounds of documents up into the courtroom when you can just walk in there with one piece of paper that says, is there a man claiming I owe a debt? A verified claim before the court, yes or no? It's brilliant what he taught. But you got to have some balls on you, and you got to know how to repeat it, and you got to know how to write it down, because they can't monkey with the words when you write like a third grader. There's no, there's not 8-syllable words in your sentences. There's not 4-syllable words in your sentences. You don't even want 2-syllable words in your sentences. Is there a man saying I owe a debt? Is there a man say I owe a debt? Yes or no? Now, how can a barrister fuck with those words? How can the word nerd, the one sitting on the bench in the black robe, fuck with those words? He can't. And everybody in the courtroom just knew what you said. Everybody. Including your witnesses that you got sitting behind you. All right. Yeah, they can't argue those words. They can't flip them around on you. So that's why you put it on paper, and then you repeat those words 3 times like Dorothy. And then they're caught. They're stuck. They can't do shit. They got to answer that question. And there isn't a verified claim before the court. No, we have a complaint here. Great. I'll have a nice day. I don't listen to old women and, old French women arguing about, and crying about having a French ham under their arm and, screaming and crying that they're starving to death. Because that's what they're doing, these plaintiffs, these barristers. They're complaining. It's not a claim. And a man can't be held under a claim or a complaint. That's retarded. So there was no harm done. It was just a code violation, and I'm not a code decipherer. I don't want to be one. I just want to be a third grader and know the law. Just read the Bible, what it teaches. The red words. But yeah, you can get into all these complicated trust issues and all that. And look, I can beat them with trust law. I can beat them with the equity. I can beat them any way I want. But I like to handle shit fast. And I don't want to have to become a lawyer in order to beat these people. Now, what I used to do, is I had a 93-page contract that I had to read and study and just basically memorize everything in that fucking thing before I sent it. So I knew it was in it. So if the barristers ever came to me and said, oh, well, what's that word mean? And I'd tell them I don't answer questions. The document speaks for itself, the contract. Haven't you read it? I don't answer questions. Did you read the contract? Yes or no? That's it. There's no law on earth that says you have to open your mouth and answer anybody's questions. Unless you cause them harm. Then you're obligated by law to answer. Then you have to answer. If you don't, you agree with everything they say. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in court. And you start saying you and your and, talking like a legal fiction, they're going to treat you like one and you're going to get railroaded. There's no getting out of it. But anyways, they didn't plea, those 12 men in Tennessee. He called the judge every name in the book. He called her, some nasty shit. But he was held for 3 years, but he caused them so much anguish. He had a 10-year sentence, but they let him out early. They said, first parole or hearing, he was out of there on the first bus smoking. I'm gone. They let him out. But he's appealed it, and it's going all the way to Supreme Court. And he's going to win. Because they never proved jurisdiction. They never did. And they're going to owe him the state of whole Tennessee. He's going to own that state of Tennessee. Shortly. And that one will get before the Supreme Court. That's one they're going to take. But he's the man. I mean, he paid the price. But he was not willing to back down to these people. At all. Not an inch. And neither am I. I ain't afraid of them. I think they're hilarious. I love court. I think it's funny. I went to court in Henderson, Nevada. They arrested me on the sidewalk. The cop walked up to me and got right in my face, and I put my hand out and pushed him away from me. and they arrest me. Right? I was drunker than 20. Yeah, I was drunk. So they arrested me. They didn't charge me with public intoxication because there's no such thing in Nevada. You can be as drunk as you want, walk all the way around here. You can go do whatever you want, drunker than 20 in Nevada. There is no law of public intoxication. So they had to figure out, they sat there for 3 hours with me sitting on the curb. But anyways, they found something to charge me with, right? Obstructing an officer or some shit like that. Something stupid. So anyways, they held me for 24 hours. I got my first court date. I told my buddy Casey, hey, I need you to come to court with me. Be my witness. He's like, oh man, I really? Nobody wants to go to court. Everybody hates it. I said, dude, look, I said, I made a lot of money in that Fiesta casino over there. I made like, an extra $1,300. I says, I'm just going to give this to you, but I want you to do me a favor. I said, I want you to record everything that I do. You don't have to do it in the courtroom. Just do it. You can do it in all the public areas. I want you to record everything I say and everything I do before I get into court. And I said, I promise you, we ain't going to be there longer than 10 minutes. We'll be out of there by 9:15. I promise. Right? He said, yeah, okay. Until he started hearing what I was asking everybody. I went around to everybody. Outside the courtroom, outside in the parking lot. Everywhere I went, I started asking everybody, hey, are you state of Nevada? Are you Mr. State of Nevada? No? Well, can you tell him Robert Lee Pine Jr. is here and he wants to settle his debt? And I'm supposed to meet him here at 9 o'clock. If you see Mr. State of Nevada anywhere around here, I don't know if it's Mrs. Might be a Mrs. State of Nevada. But tell him I'm here and I want to talk to him so I can settle this debt. And I said it to everybody. I said it to 30 people outside the courtroom. When I got inside the court, the hallway, I started asking the people who were, the guy's name who was checking in the bags, his last name was State. And I said, you gotta be Mr. State of Nevada. And he said, no, I'm not. And so I went up to the clerk and started asking them. The information officer, I was asking her. And finally, they got shit-faced scared and all the bailiffs ran out in the hallway. All of them. There's like 20 of them come rushing out of the frickin' hallway. And I start asking all the bailiffs, are you Mr. State of Nevada? I'm here, Robert Lee Pine Jr. I'm supposed to meet him here at 9 o'clock. If you see him, tell him I'm here. I want to pay the debt. So now I quit. Once he left, the bailiff, I saw where he went. He ran back in there in a hurry. Where was he going? He went right to the judge, the man in the black robe. Now, I'm sitting out there with him, and they bring out the charging document. They handed it to me. I told Casey again, I says, don't worry. We're going to be out of here in about 10 or 15 minutes. We're going to be out of here before 9:15, I promise. Now, my last name is Pine, and they go in alphabetical order. And I'm there on some stupid disorderly conduct or some shit charge like that. I think it was disorderly conduct. Or they charged me with resisting and all kinds of shit at first. But they dropped all that shit before I got to trial. Or court. It wasn't a trial. So, they finally let us in. We all go in there and sit down. The courtroom is packed. To the hilt. Everybody, all of them. Every seat was filled. The prisoners were there. There was 9 lawyers. They called the lawyers before anybody. Every time. Who do you think they called first? Remember, they go in alphabetical order. Who do you think they called first?
Let me guess. You?
Robert Lee Pine Jr.? I said Robert Pine. I raised my hand and said, I'm here on that matter. And I walked up there and he says, do you understand the charging document? And I said, I'm an idiot in legalese. Loud so everybody could hear it. And everybody laughed. They were all laughing.
You said what?
Every single one of them were laughing. Their asses off. Guess who wasn't laughing? The man in the black robe. He said, do you understand how to read and write English? And I said, you could say that. And I pointed at him. And he said, get him a lawyer. Now, most of these fucking sovereign guys will start shitting themselves and say, "You're not giving me a lawyer." I don't do any of that shit. I stand there until they move me out of the courtroom. And they had to physically push me past the bar. And I got witnesses. Okay? So, immediately when I get out of there, I get on the phone with the public defender's office. Hey, I was just assigned a public defender. Can you have him call me when he gets a chance? And I told him, I said, we're going to need all the evidence, all the video evidence, everything. And he says, well, what do you mean? We're going to save that for the civil trial. I says, no, look, I demand all the evidence be presented, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And he's like, well, we're going to get that on the civil side. We're going to do that in the civil trial. I said, look, if you cause me harm, okay, and you're not going to be the one liable. That man in the black robe gave you to me as a gift. And if you cause me harm, I'm going to send him the bill. Yeah. He said, I'm getting the fuck off this case. I don't want nothing to do with this. All right. But that didn't end it. They just brought in a new judge and set another date. Right. So the next time I went in there, the fucking bitch, prosecutor, she threatened me with jail time because I was recording her officials in her prosecutor's office, her underlings. Oh, you're the guy that called my office and threatened whatever. You were recording my office. I'm going for jail time on this case. It's like 6 months in fucking jail, right? So I got up before the judge, and they held me to the end. I didn't have no witnesses, so they held me to the end that day. So finally, it was my turn. And I got up there and I said, I only got one question for you, Your Honor. Right? I said, will you have the prosecution certify my right of subrogation, yes or no? Right?
Certify your subrogation?
Certify my right of subrogation.
Subrogation?
Yeah, they're supposed to carry a bond. The prosecutor's supposed to carry the bond in, pay the debt, and I'm supposed to be on my way.
Gotcha.
Well, he didn't like that. Of course he didn't like that question. So he started asking me other shit, trying to get me off the claim. I said it again. Will you have the prosecution certify my right of subrogation, yes or no? And he fucking panicked because he thought I was going to say it the third time right away. He said, we're going to take a little break here. And he fucking went back in the back fucking room. I know what the bar association is. I know what that barrister is. I know what that bail fucking wearing, dress wearing fucking man acting as a woman. I know what he's doing. He's resetting the case so he comes back out. And I gave it to him again. Before I could get to the third time, he looked at the prosecutor and said, well, she looked at me and said, oh, it sounds like a bunch of babble language to me. And at the time, I hadn't studied the word power class. I had know what the fuck she was talking about. So I couldn't answer. But I did say, if you choose to act in dishonor, that's on you. That's not on me. And I turned around and I didn't turn around. He said, we're going to turn this over to the public defender's office. And I said, I object. And he fucking shook his head and said, you object? Right? And he said, we're going to set this for another day. And so there was another judge the next time I went. And this fucking guy was happy as fuck, but I had witnesses this time. So they called me like third, right? And I knew the law, and I knew what the fuck she was talking about, babble language, but I knew how to beat him in other ways. So I said, fucking, hey, I only have one question for you, Judge. Will you sue me by my proper given name? And he looked over his glasses. He looked over his glasses and said, that's very serious. And I said, you're damn right it is.
We got to move on.
And so they moved it to nothing else happened.
We're moving on from this, please, bud. Please.
Anyway,
you've been going on about this for hours and hours. Let's just do a little topic change real quick.
Hey, that's not a problem. That's not a problem. But I'm not going to repeat any of that. So you got it recorded. You got it recorded.
I wrote it down.
Y'all can. I'll just live in the fucking voice chat, and if anybody has any questions, you just let me know. Whatever, not the voice, but the text chat.
I would like you to finish what you were saying.
I'll finish the story because it just ended. It's just about to end. After that, when I told him to sue me by my proper given name, he said, "Will you identify yourself? Can you write that down for us?" I wrote down my name as a fact with colons and hyphens. And about 2 days after I appeared, because they set it for another date, and the prosecutor's office says, "Hey, are you willing to accept an offer?" And I said, "Of course. You guys are great customers. I always accept offers." And so he says, "It depends on what the offer is, but yeah, I'll entertain it." And so he says, "Well, you just stay out of trouble for 90 days, and we'll forget this ever happened." So yeah, then I sent them a contract, and they owe me about $40 million now because they didn't answer. They were silent. I arbitrated it. I got the award, and the Treasury is going to pay that one too. Well, the IRS is going to collect it, and then the Treasury is going to pay me my 65, the refund.
All right.
All right, go ahead.
Thanks. That was good. What else we got though, guys? You got anything else? We'll get it popping here in a minute. Don't worry. Nobody worry. Everyone sit tight. It's a rough start. Rough start to the morning. It's about to get going here. Did you guys hear how Jay Ace was telling me to measure length contraction the other day? That was interesting.
You mean the Glober John Malkovich?
I don't know what that means. I love John Malkovich though.
You don't know who that is?
I don't know what that means, but I love John
He
Malkovich.
talks just like him. He sounds just like John Malkovich. He talks just like him.
Jay Ace? I think he sounds
Yeah.
more like an Eeyore or a Snuffleupagus or something.
That too. He has a real nasally, kind of. Yeah.
Who is the most monotone person you've ever heard speak?
You probably just heard him.
You think I'm monotone?
Me. I'm self-deprecating.
No,
It's
you're
all
not
right.
monotone. You're just drunk.
No, I'm not drunk. I'm
You're
as
not.
sober as a judge.
Mm,
I haven't had a beer in it's been like a month. I've been studying, man. I put down the beers when I'm trying to study the law. I can't do it when I'm drunk.
all right, let's not
And
get
there's a
back on
lot
that
to
note.
study.
When's Whitsitt
What?
doing this Brian's Logic thing? Does anyone know? Did that already happen?
I think it's tonight at 6.
Tonight at 6? No doubt. No doubt. And that'll be an absolute shit show. 100% guaranteed. I'll stamp it. I'll put my stamp on it.
Yeah.
Because Brian's
I'm gonna
Logic.
make it. You want to start placing bets? Brian's Logic makes 0 claims and nuh-uhs everything.
Probably.
Been there, done that.
Isn't that what happened last time? Basically, Oh, I'm not making a claim about what it is or what it isn't. I'm not making a claim. I'm not making a claim.
Yeah, I really appreciate the all the information you gave me with law.
Well, do your due diligence and read it yourself, man. Just study what I told you. Don't believe
Right.
me. Get it from the horse's mouth and know it before you use it. You will be tested.
Right.
They ain't playing around.
Yeah, I've picked up on that.
But
I can't believe Jerry Springer died, man.
I just saw him on TV. He's dead.
Jerry. Yeah. He got the prick. Unfortunately.
I was at Sam's Town and I saw him on TV. I said, "What the hell is he doing wearing a black robe?" I guess he's got Jerry's court. That's hilarious.
Anytime I want to feel like I'm in high school all over again, I watch Jerry Springer.
I can take it for about 2.5, maybe 3 minutes, and I gotta change it.
That's like trying to
Killian.
listen to people talk about other people. It's just like, all right. High school was, let's see, 15 years ago? It's a long time.
Killian. My bad. I thought you were done. Killian, what's the next presentation going to be on? You got anything in mind? Anything on deck?
If I can bring something up, napalm.
Yo, right quick, Jeremy, we'll do Noah's Ark, Ararat, Turkey, Genesis 6:14. Let's go.
There we go. Sounds good. What do you got, Bear Man?
I'm going to find out with Napalm. Napalm, do you believe or follow the argument that Witsit has, and I think Dyser has the same understanding that light does not travel? Do you follow that? Because I got a question about that.
I think that argument is kind of semantical, but yes, for sure.
So you don't think it travels, right?
When you say it and travels, no.
Okay. How do I say this then? If I switch a torch or a laser pointer, I've got a laser pointer, just a general laser pointer that you use in a presentation in a classroom or business presentation, or whatever. And you're pointing this laser pointer. When you press that button, there's a light that goes on, or then an energy source in this device, and it goes through a lens, and this light is presenting a red spectrum. I'm trying to use language here that I don't get put into a corner. There's some sort of light beam that I see in the air that appears to go from one point to the next point in a certain period of time. Do you understand, or do you think it's instantaneous, or do you think it takes time from that first lens of that laser pointer to the actual point B that it hits, say, the wall or whatever?
So, when we're talking about it, we're talking about illumination. Light itself, what we call light, isn't necessarily illumination. Illumination is an effect of light, right? A modality of light. So when we're saying it is moving from here to there, what are we talking about when we're talking about it? Because if we're talking about light being a wave, what is light waving, right? So if we're saying light is a wave, something can't be a wave in and of itself. Like water can wave, materials like this can have waves within them, right? So there has to be something that is quote unquote waving. And if we're just measuring an energetic wave, it stands to reason that we have what would be considered like an energetic background medium. And that energetic background medium is in both position A and position B. It's just an excitation of that energetic medium. And that excitation is established at one side and induces to the other, but it's inducing through the medium of energy itself. Hopefully that makes sense.
Oof, not too sure. let's say I drop a pebble in a pond, and there's a wave. Let's say this pebble, there's a canal, and you drop this pebble in this canal. There's a wave that travels through this canal. Um, it takes a certain amount of time and in this canal there's water, and there's a certain amount of time that first wave takes to get from point A, from where that pebble hit, to the
Correct.
wall that it hits.
Correct.
So yeah, there's time that it takes to get from point A to point B.
hmm
Would you agree? Okay, so you agree to that.
Right. So here's the rub, though. How long did it take the water to get from point A to point B?
So the water is always there.
Correct.
Yeah. So but that wave, um,
hmm
that energetic force that travels, that wave
It
travels.
induces, yeah. It induces, or that's why, with it and Dyslo and myself and others will say that it's a rate of induction, right? Not a speed of travel. It's just, like I said, it's kind of a semantical type thing. One makes just more sense on like a level of specifics than the other, but the other isn't necessarily incorrect. Like, you don't have to split hairs about light traveling and light whatever, because the energy is inducing across a distance at a specified period of time. The problem is most people think light starts from the torch and travels at a rate to the wall and then illuminates the wall after it travels. Lots of people look at it as the torch is emitting these photons, which are like little BBs that then thus go across the room and hit the wall. And when they hit the wall, then you see the illumination. When really it's the light, what we would consider the light, the energetic medium is already there between the two. The torch establishes a perturbation, and that perturbation induces across that distance. And when it comes in contact with the wall, the resultant effect is what we call illumination, but we also call that light. And most people think that all light is visible light, which all light is not visible.
Yeah, I would agree. Not all light is visible light, but there's some sort of wave that does appear to travel through the medium that we're in, and there does appear to be a speed difference depending on the medium that it's in.
Yeah, dude, it's an interpretation. That's all he's talking about. That's what Napalm's trying to point out to you. It's just an interpretation difference, and one is unifying, and one is what I'd like to call the hypermaterialist, where they want to separate everything into quantized chunks.
Yep. They need the numbers for the calculations, right? That's really all it is. And the calculations come in handy. It's not like, when we get into the nitty-gritty of the conversation, it's not like the side of whether you want to call it electric universe or you want to call it ether or whatever you want to call people that are just kind of against the mainstream explanation of what's taking place. We don't necessarily disagree with the usefulness of quantifying something to be able to utilize equations to better work with the effects that you see. We tend to have an issue with the explanation as to what is taking place, because the explanation is not the equations. The equations are descriptions, not explanations.
I got you. Are you familiar? I think it's called a fees or fee now. Let me just quickly hold on. I was to get the name of this experiment, and I want to ask you if you're familiar with it. The FIZEAU, FIZEAU experiment. Are you familiar with that one?
Doesn't ring a bell. Fizal.
So, in a nutshell, he sends a laser through a lens at a angled lens. It goes through teeth, like a sprocket sort of thing. I'll post it here shortly, and this sprocket spins and it goes through one tooth, and then when it reflects back, it comes through another tooth. But at a certain amount of speed that the sprocket spins, it will hit the actual tooth, and then you won't get a signal back, or you won't see the light back because it's hitting the tooth. So if they speed up and slow down the actual spinning sprocket, there's a difference. So there is a time that it takes to get from one point to the next. It's a very interesting experiment. It's something I've been looking into since you guys brought this discussion up. Well, you've probably been discussing it for quite a while, but I only recently picked it up from the discussions, and I've been looking into it, and that's why I asked if you take that stance of it always being there. But yeah, I'll post it in the live stream.
But
Have a look at it. It's very interesting.
But see, even something like that, right? Like I'm not necessarily familiar with it. Like I could look at it, but I'm kind of visualizing what may be taking place. It's not like we're saying that there isn't a time that it takes for the illumination to be rendered, right? It's not like we're saying there isn't a time that it takes for the energy to induce across or through the ether. There is a time. The problem is what we would call light, right? That energetic medium is already there to begin with. And there can be almost instantaneous, right? Like more like a scalar type scenario that can take place, right? It all depends on what type of perturbation, I guess you could say, you're establishing. But the medium itself is already there to begin with. Same way that your pebble in the stream or your pebble in a pond example, the lights, the water is already on at point A and point B. It just takes time for the energetic pulse that's created when the pebble is dropped to induce across that medium. So the example you're illustrating with the laser, if it's going to come in contact with something else, reflect off and come back, sure, there's time that it's going to take to do that. It doesn't change the fact that it's inducing through a medium, right? Just as if your pebble in the pond, so say it hits the bank, and that energetic pulse, and it hits the bank or the wall, right? Like I have a pool, so if I drop something in the middle of it, those waves are going to go out radially from the thing I drop in the pool. But when those waves hit the walls of the pool, like the sides of the pool, they're going to reverberate back as well.
Okay. Let me let me see if I can come up with another. Give me a few minutes because it takes me a while to understand these things, and I'm going to try to come up with a better explanation now. Also helping my Wi-Fi here with something in between. So give me a few seconds here. Give me a minute or two. I'll be right back with you.
Yeah, no worries. I'll try to see if I can watch this video real quick. The only thing I don't like about this video you sent me is that it's not an actual experiment. It's just
No,
like
I get that. Yeah, so that's just someone that explaining how it's done. I doubt that it's always been animation in its whole life. I don't think that animation in the 1800s in this sense. I'm sure this can be replicated. Well, I knew this was going to be an issue, me posting that video because it's animated. I personally believe that I'm sure this experiment can be replicated if we have the tools. I'm trusting it at least.
yeah, but they're drawing this light as if it's like the illumination path or whatever. I mean, when you look at this example and you see the laser beam, what do you think that beam is? What do you think it's comprised of? And what do you think is taking place when it's being shot across and coming back. Do you think that there is something that is being emitted from the laser, like is being expelled from the laser, going across and then coming back? Is that
No, so what I think's happening, there's a wavelength. So similar to, I'm not saying it is the same as sound, but let's use that probably as an analogy to try explain myself as best I can. But there's a wave, a pulsating up and down wave, like a sine wave or whatever you want to call it, um, at a certain frequency. And that's exciting. Whatever it's exciting, I don't know what it is exciting, but whatever it's exciting would give a certain amount of color, or it has information in it, almost like a Morse code. And yeah, you would understand, your brain would understand what it's receiving. Um, the reason why I said give me a minute to think about this is because I was just trying to wrap my head around the whole photons thing. As far as I understand as well, with that is there's an amount of vibrations in an amount of vibration. So say we have one vibration, within that vibration there's more vibrations, which calculates to that one whole vibration. So for instance, if I have one apple and it's cut in two, it's two pieces of smaller apples that creates one big apple, which is why you see a full apple. That's probably a shitty analogy, but there's more vibrations within a vibration to create one big wavelength. So hopefully that makes sense, but it's all
Yeah.
got to do with a wavelength.
Right.
And yeah, that's going through whatever medium it's going through, and it's exciting, whatever it's exciting, to give us that information that's being presented.
Yeah. So my question would be, what's waving, right? It's a wavelength. So what's waving?
Yeah, so that's why I'm finding your guys' discussion very interesting. So I was looking into refraction as well to see if it makes any sense to me. Because you can chat to scientists, you can chat to different people about this. It's a very difficult or very touchy subject. But the more I'm looking into this, there's a boundary between different mediums. And I know this is going to sound like I'm diverging. I'm not diverging. I'm just trying to make a point here. There's a
Sure.
boundary layer between mediums. So if I've got a more dense medium and a less dense medium, there's a boundary layer between the two. It's man, there's a name for it. I'll get the name for you now. You can Google it as well once I send you the name. But that boundary layer, it is technically measurable. There's a heat difference between it, but I don't even know if it's physical. I think that is where this medium is traveling in, or the light is actually traveling. That's what it is exciting. It's the same medium that separates, or it's the same material or existence. What separates different mediums from each other. I can't give you a jar of it though, but it is there.
Yeah. Yep. That's not a bad way to look at it, I guess, right? It's the yeah. I know what you're saying.
I'm going to try to get to this name. I did write it down there. I'm just going to find it in my notes here.
And this was that reminds me a little bit of Newton's idea of the ether. And here's the thing: the word ether. There's a problem with that term because it's very similar to light, right? There's many people have different variations of what they call or consider ether. Sometimes it can just be an application of the word can be placed to represent air as well, right? Like certain people will just associate that term with air, which like a replacement for the term air. And many people had different ideas as to various ethers, right? Multiples. There's 4 different ethers. There's 6 different ethers, and these different ethers are blah blah blah. So the term itself has kind of been used to represent many different things. But typically, when like Dyslow or Witsit or myself are talking about the ether, we're talking mainly about what would be considered the the energetic background medium that allows for the spatial and counterspatial realms to exist to begin with, right? It is the, I don't even know, the primordial essence of energy that allows for the interplay or the dance of all of the various vibrations that we experience as our reality. Because when you break everything down to its most base level, even the mainstream will admit that everything is just energetic vibrations. And if
I
there's
got you.
energetic vibrations, what is being vibrated? And what we're
No,
saying is being vibrated is what we would consider the ether, this energetic background medium that seems to have two different conjugate natures to it. What the magnetic and the dielectric, and as one of those is more predominant than the other, you get movement, you get spatial, like the spatial existence comes out of like magnetism allows for that geometry to um, allows for the spatial geometry to be able to sustain itself um,
I got
within
you.
the ether.
So so that layer that I was talking about is called the interface layer. And when you explaining the way you're explaining it, it sounds a lot to me at least. It sounds as if you are talking about an interface layer, but that interface layer is everywhere. The,
Okay.
yeah, how do you say it? It has to be there for there to be anything. um, you can take different mediums and you can go take let's say space is real just for the argument of this discussion, that you would still medium would still be separated in there. You can put in honey and water, for instance, they would be separated. Oil and water will be separated. Sugar water and water, they all be separated. Hot water, cold water, they're all going to have eventually an interface layer in them. um, that interface layer is what's separating the two different mediums, which I would say is the separate vibrations. Um, that's the boundary layer, and where all this vibration is taking place. And if you guys haven't looked into it, I know it's far fetched. It's part of the research that I've been doing, and to me at least, it seems that there's something to do with this interface layer between mediums, where all vibration, where existence takes place,
Mm-hmm.
is there. And yeah, I've been trying to get in, trying to find papers about it, but there's very little. Well, yeah, there's research into it, but I haven't found papers regarding it yet, uh,
I
except that
think
I
the
found.
biggest manifestations that we see of that, right? One that we can actually kind of work with on a scale that everybody can comprehend would be the idea behind a magnetic field, right? So if you take magnets that are repulsing one another and you kind of move them around close to one another and you feel this resistance, it almost feels jelly like, right? What is there between those two things that is actively trying to ensure that they do not connect with one another, right? And that
Brilliant. Yeah,
and that
brilliant.
interface boundary, right? That magnetic field is opening up within that spatial realm that we can't see, right? Nobody really has a good explanation as to what it is. We just know that it is. And I think that what you're speaking about is taking place at every single level of interaction when it comes to frequency and vibration. There is an establishment of these little, for lack of a better term, like magnetic fields that are either attracting or repulsing and keeping things together, allowing them to meld together, or keeping a slight repulsion between them.
Correct. I'm glad you brought up the magnetism. I myself, I sell. I've got an online store, and I've moved away from the tech products now. I realized I had still two speakers left in stock here. So I've been trying to play around with magnets and water and light and things like that. I've been researching different little fun experiments to do with water, light, and magnets, or just air and magnets and things like that, because I would love to try prove my hypothesis regarding that. I believe, with what I've been researching, this interface layer is where the vibration's taking place, and it, yeah, you actually hit the nail on the head with the magnetism. I think there's definitely something to do with that, and that's why I love the discussion. I myself, I'm sorry to say, I'm not a flat earther. I'm probably a no earther, like I always
Yep.
said.
Yeah, that's fine.
I just, yeah, I think our world is rendered, or we only experience what we experience within our magnetic field that we are in.
Yeah,
Um,
I agree.
it's amazing if we're able to map out this whole world like they're trying to do with DMT in the UK. So it'd be pretty cool if they have done that and they discovered a circular Earth. Cool, well done. Um, with my personal experience, with my own experience, I'm not a very traveled person, but I would say it appears to me that it's a rendered world. And I think the magnetism has a lot to do with it, and the ancients' understanding of your chakras and torus fields and things like that. If anything, this world is one big torus field, and we're all experiencing a vibration within it. But yeah, that's going into a totally different subject now, so I don't want to digress too much.
Yeah,
But
no
once
worries.
again, yeah, I think it's a pretty awesome that you mentioned the magnetism there. I think that's um, part of what's happening between different densities as well. I think those
I think
different layers.
densities are established through vibration.
Correct. So different layers are going to have a different vibration, and that's why
Hmm.
they're not mixing. And what's separating it is an interface layer,
Hmm.
um, where the vibrations bounce off each other. And I think that is what the light is traveling through, is that interface layer, or whatever's causing that interface layer, which is probably known as the ether.
Yeah, think of it this way, right? So if you have like like within the example of a magnet, you have to have that mass of the magnet to establish the field to begin with, right? So if you think of that mass of the magnet as being the spatial um,
Directed current.
opening up of something within the 3D spatial realm, right? So if you think of all these magnets as what we've been taught are particles, right? But the particles are just establishments of vibrations to begin with at the lower scales, and they're all mediated by the pressure between them, right? So the like vibrations are going to have they're going to work together, or they're going to work to seek towards one another, and then there's going to be a repulsion, not in the same way that you have like a opposites attract within the idea of magnetism, right? North pole, south pole, but like vibrations attract, and then disharmonic ones cause motion, and that motion, that disharmony causes change or movement, and that change or movement of a disharmony of a vibration, that vibratory pattern is always going to try to seek back to its harmony. So there's harmony and disharmony, and the disharmony is what causes motion or movement. But the vibrations themselves are what actually create the geometry of the spatial realm in which we reside. And there's a mediation of all of those. And all of it is excitations within the background medium. All of it. The background energetic medium is being vibrated at all of these points. Light just happens to be one thing that we deal with that is way closer to the etheric, can't touch it kind of idea or concept, but it's still a vibration within the medium, the same way that anything solid, anything that you have, even the mainstream will tell you those it's comprised of atoms that are 99% space or whatever. You know, there's 99% nothing and less than 1% of quote unquote something. It's just an establishment of a vibration to where um, actually somebody's even dubbed material as hard light, meaning the vibration just gets to be to a certain point to where it completely collapses into not collapses, but expands into the material realm as a full physical material that we can touch and interact with.
So I would agree with a lot of what you said, except for calling it a background medium. I don't. The more I'm looking into it, I don't think it's a background medium. I think it is just the medium. Um,
Yeah.
its existence, or it is required for us to have a. Oh no, it's not even required. Man, it's beyond my comprehension of what it actually is. However, there's something there, but I don't think it's
What
background.
if
I think. Huh?
So do you just have an issue with kind of the semantics of me saying background?
Yeah, probably not. No, I don't want to be pedantic like that.
That's fine. It can be.
Yeah, no. I don't like that way of discussing things because that closes doors.
Sure.
Uh, um, I just don't think it is something that should be seen as everything else is happening and then this is still there. I think everything is happening because it is there. Um, so it's almost a complete reverse. If you understand what I'm saying, if anything, I'll say it's the foreground, not the background.
Well, in order for
It
something
is
to
the
be
essence
there,
that permeates everything, right? Like everything is a manifestation of some sort of modality of the ether. Everything that we interact with.
Yeah, yeah, I would agree there.
I got a different outlook on it.
can you guys hear me at all?
Yeah.
When you're done with the conversation, I don't want to interrupt. I just had a question for Witsit.
Let me add one thing real quick to the thing. What if the magnet is a converter of different current to a direct current from the magnet? Like it just switches, like it takes in so much, like a load, and then whenever it can put it off and bear it to any other object, it's going to get that reaction. So it's like a converter. It takes one thing, it converts it to another. Just like when you rub the copper or anything past it, it gets the electricity or the energy from it, the magnet. And you said that jelly field, so maybe it's taking in and putting out what other things can't in a rate that other things can't. And that's what makes a magnet a magnet.
If I'm not mistaken, everything gives off some sort of magnetic field. Correct me if I'm wrong here, saying that. Am I wrong in saying that everything is a magnetic field?
I just think it's electricity. It's all just a load. It
Well,
gets a big load.
electricity
It can
gives.
influence so much. Go
You
ahead, sir.
can't have electricity without magnetism. Like
Okay. So the reason why I'm saying that is, yeah, I've been looking into this topic and I'm trying to understand refraction. I think refraction has got or not refraction. I think what we see, and yeah, part of the cause is refraction, but I think why things happen at certain distances is a cause of this magnetic field. If it's from the being that's viewing it or the device that's viewing it, such as a camera, that's giving some sort of field which is separating mediums. You get both horizontal mediums as well as vertical mediums. Some people disagree, but you can research it. There is such thing as vertical mediums. It's not as distinguished or prominent as a horizontal medium, but you do get them vertically. So the more I'm looking into it, I'm trying to understand the whole magnetism thing. But if you take a very large magnet and you take a little magnet, that jelly field is not as intense as if you take two magnets that are the same. There's quite an awesome jelly field to it. And when I take these two speakers and I try to push them against each other, it's actually amazing feel to it. So each being or device will generate its own magnetic field, which is once again going to excite that medium to an extent where I'm saying it's that interface layer where you're going to get a different medium and you're going to see at a different distance. So I think that's also reason being why we only see to a certain distance, not only because of our eyes, but because of where your magnetic field is hitting the net interface layer and where refraction would take place. But yeah, carry on, guys. I got long-winded.
Interesting.
It's
Yeah,
just part of the research that I'm busy with. So
that's
and
cool.
experiments and things.
It's an interesting concept. So yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Dysa.
Nah, it's cool, man. I think I got to get to my next job here. I'll just maybe when I come back or something, I can try to, if Witset's still here, I can ask him.
Yeah, I didn't realize. I guess he's here. I haven't heard him yet. Let
Yeah,
me
he's
check.
here, but he's on mute.
Oh, yep.
So, Beerman, do you think the because I've heard a claim from quite a prominent person that the Earth is both a globe and it's flat. Are you not one of those people, are you?
When it comes to the globe claim of a physical round Earth, and you can walk from the north to the South Pole and back to the North Pole, I don't think it in that way. No. When it comes to a globe Earth, if you get to a certain height, I think it is probable. But yeah, I think that's a discussion outside of this Discord. I don't feel like the name calling, ridicules, and things like that. I would prefer that in a separate private Discord because that's going to be speculation and philosophy. But yeah, I think there's something to it. But the physical part, that's what I'm questioning.
Well, I mean, it's either curving or it's not. I mean, to me, I don't know. If you're just saying I don't know, I'm totally fine with that, and I'm not challenging you. I'm not saying, look, let's debate it out. Not at all, because Joe, explicitly says that we don't. You don't need to do that. That's why I love it here so much.
So when it's curving and you don't think it's curving, that's cool. I think it does curve to a certain extent, but when you're within the same medium or within the same magnetic field, there's going to be no curve. For instance, I can take a bowl of water and I can curve something behind it. Is that item actually curving? No, it's not. If I'm in that medium, will I experience it that way? I think I might actually, but that's why I say to explain myself better, I wouldn't want to do it in an open Discord like this. It's just too dangerous
Hey,
for my own well-being.
hey, I got 5 minutes. Witset, are you there? All right, never mind. He's probably busy.
I mean, look, the thing is, I'm happy for the world to be a globe. I just haven't seen sufficient evidence for that. That's all.
Yeah, I don't think it's the surface that is. I think it might be even like you're alluding to, Beerman. Like if we wanted to take an overall of this existence, I mean, I don't know what portion we're able to see within the overall larger picture, but I think that the establishment of kind of that spatial barrier that we were talking about with the magnetic field, that geometry is a torus pattern which could be considered overall spherically shaped. So
Correct. I actually had a very awesome discussion with one of Dan's friends, Dan the Waterman. His friend is a glober, which was also quite awesome to have the discussion that way, that he thought out of the box as well. And we had a discussion about the gravitational lensing and Einstein's theories and that, which ties in a lot with my research with refraction. And I bring this up quite often in these Discords or preferably private chats because I hate the name calling. But when you take photographs of water droplets you'll see the whole area is refracted into a water droplet.
Yep.
If you existed inside that water droplet, if your brain was inside that water droplet, you would experience it the way the way that light is refracted in that water droplet. Um, inside that water droplet, you on a level plane. Everything is linear, but outside of that water droplet, it appears curved because the water droplet is curved. So that is my point of saying, is it curved? No, but can it be curved? Yes. But like I say, for me to go very deep into that, I would prefer it one-on-one way, because I can ramble and I can share my whole philosophy on it, but it will take me quite a lot to discuss about, and then I don't feel like the name calling.
Yeah. My idea or concept of what they call gravitational lensing is exactly kind of what you're talking about, some sort of similarity to a refraction. And the refraction is because that object, right? And this is always talking about celestial objects, right? And we don't really have the ability to quote unquote science this and prove it out through experimentation, no matter what somebody tries to tell you. But it appears as though what's taking place in what they call gravitational lensing is a refraction due to the mass having what would appear to be a like a three-dimensional indentation in the ether.
Correct. If you look into interface layers, you would see between every time there's a change in medium, there's an interface layer. That interface layer, that change of medium, there's a meniscus, and that's where the bend. Well, I don't want to say bending of light, but that's where the severe changing of direction of light takes place, and various different things happen if you look into it. Yeah, that is where I would agree with you. This is what Einstein's gravitational lensing sounds like to me, with my
Yeah.
research, my personal experiments, and things that I've been doing.
Well,
And yeah,
yeah, it's a play off of even still Newton's idea and conception of the ether. If you look at his idea of the ether, he talks about each mass or each body having some sort of indentation in the ether being more or less rarefied based on the distance from the surface or the meniscus of that object. Kind of the same as when you have a bowl of Cheerios in cereal. I know this isn't going to fully be the best analogy, but it's going to give you two sides of the three-dimensional thing that's taking place. Those Cheerios are going to seek and move towards one another based on their indentation on the meniscus of the milk, right? So when you place them in the milk, they have just, you can see that the meniscus of the milk has bent just on the edge of those things. And as they get close to one another, instead of repulsing, they kind of attract together. That's why your cereal, if you have 4 pieces of cereal in a bowl, they tend to congregate together within the bowl and not just be separate pieces. And the reason that they do that is because of their indentation within the meniscus of the milk. And I look at what's taking place with something like gravitational lensing, or even like the Cavendish experiment, right? It's something similar, but that indentation is just within the, for lack of a better term, background medium, the ether, and that indentation three-dimensionally within the ether is what causes that slight attraction. I think that's really what is taking place. I don't know.
yeah, no, it makes sense to me. I think you and I should definitely have a discussion, possibly in a private chat or something sometime, where we can spin off some ideas, because it's a very interesting discussion. And if I'm not mistaken, Einstein also wasn't 100% sure of what he's presenting. He had the theory, or I'm sure he's 99.9% sure of what he's presenting, mathematically, but the explanation is open to interpretation, which is pretty cool. And when I started looking into refraction a few years back, and then doing my own experiments, I could see the correlation between the two, and then the understanding of well, learning it, the understanding of the way our realm is actually presented in waves, not physical items. It's not like there's pieces of sand on the beach that's being put next to each other, and then eventually you get a sandcastle. No, it's all vibration, which as a whole is something. But yeah,
Yeah.
I'm still learning stages.
Yeah. What I have is, I mean, there's a lot of similarities and whatnot between relativity and the ideas of the ether, right? There are some similarities there. I think it's just an incorrect explanation. I don't think there is a bending of a time component, but there is a bending of like a spatial component of the ether. Time has, in my opinion, has nothing to do with the equation. That's an incorrect analysis by Einstein regarding relativity, at least in my opinion. I don't think there's the time component is not something that is being bent, contracted, any of that. There's a bending and a contraction of a spatial element, but that spatial element is only established by the background medium or the ether to begin with. So it is a spatial element of the ether. You know, the ether under stress or strain is yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, possibly the medium that you're in, you would experience time differently. For instance, in water, things move slower, so your perception of time may be slower. Or your watch is now waterproof, so it's going to still move in the time that it is in. So it's still going to say tick at the same speed. But you put that same watch in water, the ticker is going to move a bit slower. I don't know. I'm just spinning something out here just by thought.
Yeah, but the object itself moving slower does not quote unquote adjust time, right? I don't think the time is a human construct and a measure, right? And it's just something we use to quantify events taking place in a linear progression, right? So the time has no ability to be manipulated because time is an establishment of a standard, and that
Yeah,
standard.
it's an experience, and everyone's perception of time will be different. It is just a concept. I don't believe that it is a actual thing, because I think everything is just it, which is the ether, or probably called the ether. But that is always there. Whatever excites it is what it is. But we can measure the length of that wave, or the time, or the amount of ticks it takes for that wave to take its toll, and for that experience to take place. Hopefully that makes sense. And yeah, the more dense the medium, the slower that medium travels in. The less dense it is, the faster it travels in, which is now where the concept of time would be faster in a less dense medium than in a more dense medium. But yeah, once again, I say this is still early stages of my research, but I'm very I'm more researched in the all interface layers and things like that, which we had the discussion of earlier.
Where are you measuring, like, where are you measuring from and to? Like, are you measuring every area around the wave, or are you just measuring like one direction?
The experience of what that wave causes.
In all directions around it, like north, a top, bottom, front, back, side, like 6 sides, or like one way, front and back, 2 lines.
Dude, I'm not a millionaire. I've got a small business, and I can only use stuff in my house. But yeah, if you may be interested in this sort of topic, and you're willing to do a GoFundMe or something, or be very sarcastic to ask someone like myself to provide you all that sort of information, dude, I'm not qualified, unfortunately. I'm just sharing my thoughts and experiences.
No, I'm saying, what would you measure? What do you mean qualified? You don't got to be qualified to answer that.
You asked me all sorts of quite a high-end question. I can only do so much, but this is why I say, Napalm, let's have this discussion outside of the Discord. I can't do the tricky questions like this. I can only share
Well,
what I'm sharing.
Have
yeah,
you
but
ever
I'm trying to
thought,
get this
dude?
out there for everybody. When you say
I've,
you're going to measure a wave and you said something about a wave, and I don't know what you're explaining, and I'm just trying to get a better image of it in my head. I'm saying if I wanted to measure a wave too, or the layman out there, would they want to measure just which wave, front and back, or would they want to measure all six sides, like inside of a cube, like the area around what the wave is doing, or are you just measuring forward? I mean, I just don't
So,
get it.
so cool. So I got a camera in the middle of a pond, and I'm dropping a stone in the middle of the pond. The camera's showing its visual on the middle of the pond. You'll measure from when that wave leaves the stone all the way till when it hits the wall. So what experience happened during that wave? Um, I fucking don't know. All I'm saying is that I don't think that we are experiencing these things because we're experiencing them because they're physical. I think there's things that are there's wave patterns. My eyes are receiving wave patterns. They're not receiving physical things coming to my eye and telling my brain you are touching something. No, there's some sort of wave hitting my eye. So I'm seeing things because I'm in that wave, or that whatever frequencies vibrating at that stage. If something bad happens, I may be perceiving it as bad. Some people don't perceive it as bad, but my brain perceives this vibration as a negative wave. Um, the way I perceive it, I might think of it as a green monster, and someone might see it as roses. I really don't know. Um, Still early stages. I think maybe Carl Jung and someone like that would be awesome to speak to. Unfortunately, they're not around anymore, so I read their books to try and understand how they would explain these sort of experiences. But like I said, still early stages for me. I can only share what I've been researching.
Well, for me, I think it's mechanical. You explained it as a non-mechanical thing hitting your eye. I find that weird, but that's your opinion, and I have mine. So my opinion is it's
Cool.
all mechanical. Light is a mechanical physical thing, right? So is the medium your eye is in right now. When you open it up, and to get the electrical spark to even see for your brain to get the signal, it has to be mechanical, in my opinion. But go ahead.
No, it's fine. If you see it as mechanical, that's awesome. I see it a bit differently. One of us is right or wrong. I don't know which one. But yeah, you only live once. Well, I think we only live once, and I'm trying to get the best experience or understanding of my experience that I can, and I'm trying to do it myself and not ask other people's opinions of what I'm experiencing. But I can most certainly learn from it. If that's the way you experience it, I can learn from that, and maybe one day I can say, oh well, yeah, I see what you mean by the mechanical side. I experience it similarly, and it's awesome.
So time is just experiential.
I think it is, yeah. I think it's an experience. I don't remember my life before I was born, and it, why am I existing? I don't know. And I remember very few things from my younger years, but I remember quite a lot from my teen years and that. But those were all experiences. How long ago that was can differ because there's times when uh, things felt way longer ago, and it was just like a week ago when I said, Jesus, it felt like the other day that we saw each other, or whatever. And there's times where it felt forever and it was only a couple of days ago. Giving example, yeah. It's all experience. How you experience that experience. Yeah, I really don't know. Time is just a concept to me, at least. I'm still trying to understand it. I think the sun is a great way to give an idea of a basic experience. I think the sun is experiencing some circular pattern. If it's revolving around us, or we revolving around it, whichever way it's doing it, it seems like it's on a cyclical pattern, and they've been using the sun to give an idea of time. or an experience. What you experience within that experience is the way you perceive it as the receiver.
Yeah, space and time are not real things. Like they're just concepts that we came up with. Like it's hard to imagine the world without those concepts because that's how we measure like objects, and that's how we quantify passing and stuff. But yeah, they're not like real things. Like if we're gonna define the ether in any way, it can't have those characteristics as to be any real physical things because they're not. I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, the reason that they're invoked for relativity is because they're not real things, so they're malleable. They can just do whatever they need them to do to explain their theory, right? It's just like, yeah, it's pretty stupid.
Yeah, the way that relativity structures it, right? And correct me if I'm wrong, but they talk about space in general, meaning some sort of privation. When I was saying that there is a spatial component, right, and not a time component, I was talking about like the spatial geometry component, not necessarily quote unquote space. Does that make sense?
When Einstein spoke of space, what is he speaking of though? What is the space that he's talking of?
Good question.
A fantasy that he made up in his mind. He took time, he took space, and he made it a fabric. So what he imagines is just a fantasy, not real.
I mean, if he properly wanted to give some sort of like he's saying space and time, right? You could say spatial and counter spatial, right? Like those two things kind of make sense. But to say space in time, space time, I don't even know. I don't know what he's referring to as far as space is concerned.
For me, like I said, it sounds like he's talking about the interface layers and the way they are shaped towards magnetic fields. Yeah, that's what it sounds like when he talks about it. But he doesn't say that's what it is. But if I had to try understand it when I read what he presents, that's what it sounds like.
When he does the space-time, that's made so they can mishmash it, they can stretch it, bend it, do as they will with it. That's the whole idea of that, is not to have something solid, something, first order. It's got to be reference frame and nonsense, so you can always play around with it and do what you wish with it.
I don't think Einstein wanted to do that. I think he came up with an idea, presented it, and I think today's people are taking advantage of it and doing with what they want to do, or whoever's running this place that we're in at the moment. I think they are manipulating Einstein's work for their own benefit.
What work? He has no work. Everything he has, he stole it, and it doesn't make any sense. What work? What would you attribute to Einstein?
Yeah, whatever he presented, I would say, is being used in a manipulative way.
Well, he told us that you can take space, time, put it together, make a fabric. He gave us relativity. He gave us things that shrink when they move fast. He gave us things that expand when they move fast.
Bubblegum.
Nonsense. Yeah.
Space-time
Absolute
bubblegum.
nonsense. Yeah.
He shared his
What do you
ideas.
think the thread count is on that fabric?
What he did was, bro, he set back physics like 100 years with this nonsense that he came up with. Unless I missed something. I don't know.
I was just thinking about light. We're talking about light traveling, and they talk about these distant whatevers, and they need the light's not reached us yet, and all that kind of stuff. And I was thinking about they need the universe to be expanding, everything moving away from each other for that reason, don't they? Because why is space dark otherwise? Why would it ever be nighttime? I was thinking of this. It's called something like Obler's paradox or something like that. And I was probably giving it more thought than I should, to be honest.
The fact of the matter is, time is not a material thing. So, I mean, that just debunks relativity. Einstein trying to make you think that things are fucking whatever. I mean, time is not a physical thing. So, yeah.
Exactly, well said. And you can't take that non-physical thing and then take well, call it what you want, the thing between me and you, and mesh it with this thing. It's like taking a unicorn and air and making something. like literally, that's what it is.
Well, I understand you guys might not think that time is a physical thing, but in modern science, time is an actual dimension. So, yeah, you can warp it and you can do whatever the fuck you want with it,
Yeah,
you can't just say that, bro. You can't just say.
Show us time, please.
Okay, well, the reason that time is a dimension in modern science is because you can measure your position in time relative to someone else. It's not everyone experiences time exactly the same. It's depending on certain conditions, you can measure yourself relative to someone else, same as you can measure yourself on a tape measure relative to someone else.
Do you know what?
Are you trying to tell me? Hold on a second.
Okay.
Are you trying to tell me that I can remove the wrinkles from my face?
No, of course not.
Okay, so what are you trying to say here?
Okay, well, what makes a dimension is literally the fact that you can measure yourself relative to something else. So if you put out a tape measure all the way across the floor, you stand on it at 10 meters, your buddy stands on it at 20 meters, you can say, I am 10 meters left of my buddy, relative to my buddy. And you can do the same. In modern science, by the way, you don't have to, I'm just saying, for modern science, you can do the same for time. You can say, I am 1 second ahead or behind of X.
No, you're just measuring the distance between someone. You are not explaining to me how I can remove the wrinkles from my face.
That's not what we say, though. That is a straw man, though. I don't know if you
Excuse me,
understand.
Hold on. You're never one
Hold on a
second
second.
behind.
Nobody speak here right now. I'm trying to talk. Time, you cannot manipulate time. You cannot change time. You cannot turn back time. You cannot go forward in time. You cannot go back in time. It is impossible. So whatever you are trying to fucking reify here is a load of bullshit.
He said time is a measuring tape.
So
It can't be.
So when you said somebody can be 1 second behind somebody else, no, they can be a distance behind somebody else, right? But everybody is always experiencing time as now.
No,
So
that's
how
the
can
point.
somebody be
No,
a second ahead or a second behind somebody else? Can you explain that to me?
yeah, okay. So
Exactly.
under
If I could turn back time, I can remove the wrinkles from my face. And unfortunately, it doesn't work that way.
okay, well, like I said, I'm not trying to say that this is something you have to believe in, but as in, if we go by modern science, under special relativity, depending on your speed, you move through time differently. So, literally, two people can be 1 second ahead or behind each other, depending on their speed and the amount of time they've traveled at that speed.
You are trying to turn back time. It
Hold on.
does not work that way. That is not reality.
That's not what I'm trying to do, though, bro. This is a
Explain that
short.
again.
What are you trying to say then?
Okay, so under special relativity,
No, hold on a second. You are saying we can turn back time and we can go
that's
ahead of time.
brother.
So
That's not
we
what I'm
can
saying. Could you,
remove the wrinkles from our faces.
dude?
Let
Isn't
him
that
That's
right?
not
respond.
what I'm
Let him
saying.
respond.
Isn't that right?
Okay, so under special relativity, two people can travel through time at different rates. So, depending on the rate at which you're traveling through time, you can measure your time relative to someone else. And you can be a second ahead, a second behind, whatever.
So I can go back now and remove the wrinkles from my face.
You can't.
No,
Dude,
that
you
is
can't
not what
change
I'm saying.
time. Listen. You notice something that's happening, right? You call that time. That thing is happening with or without you or anybody. It cannot be manipulated. It's like trying to stop the sun. You can't do that, okay? You can't change what the sun's doing. You can't manipulate time or the sun or anything like that, okay? Thank you.
Yeah, I get what you guys are saying, but
hold
I
on.
was just saying that under modern science, this is what we see it as.
No,
So
the problem is you are saying time is a physical thing. It's not. You cannot manipulate time. You cannot take away the wrinkles from your face. If there are wrinkles on your face, they are going to stay there unless you want to go for plastic surgery. Or whatever the
Go
case
ahead,
may be.
Napalm.
And
Go on.
that's not based on time as well.
Yeah, so
Okay.
so I just want you to properly explain what you're talking about when you say that somebody can be a second ahead or a second behind somebody else.
Okay, so I'm going to go tape measure. I think this is a good way to explain it. If it isn't, I'll try and think of something else. But you've set up a tape measure. Your buddy walks at 5 meters per second and you walk at 10 meters per second. After 10 seconds, you stop. Both of you guys stop. You can say that, oh, your buddy has traveled X meters more than you, so he is X meters ahead of you relative to you, yeah?
Sure.
On that tape measure. So the same thing is true for time. Two different people, depending on their speeds, travel through time at different rates. So if someone's moving at the speed of light and someone is moving at 0.9 times the speed of light for both for 10 seconds, after those 10 seconds, if both of them stop, there will be a difference in the amount of time that they've traveled. So, same as on the tape wire, you can say someone is ahead of the other person by X amount of time.
The only problem is you have no established science to back up your claim, and people can't travel at the speed of light.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. I was just saying that that's what modern science says.
Right, but it's just conceptual, right?
Of this world do you
Go
live?
ahead and play there. Go ahead.
Yeah, in what part of this world do you live?
Well, look, I was just trying to say that is
No,
our
and
modern
what part of this
understanding.
world do you live? Do you live in the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere?
I don't know. I think I live in the northern hemisphere.
Okay, I live in the southern hemisphere. So tell me, how are you gonna try and measure what I do in the southern hemisphere?
What? No offense, but what does this have to do with what I said? What I was just trying to explain
I'm
is
asking
why we see. I was
how
just
are
trying to
you going to
explain.
try and measure what I do in the southern hemisphere?
All I was trying to explain is why we in modern science don't see it as a concept. It is an actual dimension because you can measure your
I'm not
position.
telling you what, I'm not asking you what your pseudoscience fucking scientists tell you. I'm
Planar.
asking you what I am doing at this current moment in the southern hemisphere on
He has
your globe.
Malfunction, cannot answer questions, malfunction,
so
malfunction.
that's not helping, Rob. So pick a username. You have no scientific evidence to back up this claim that time speeds up or slows down for people at all, right? It's just a conceptual abstract model that has no basis or tie to reality. So there still has been no proper explanation for me as to where somebody can be a second ahead or a second behind. I get that people can be physically ahead and physically behind of people based on a tape measure, but as far as time is concerned, there's been no establishment at all whatsoever that can take place. I can pull out a tape measure and I can say that this person relative to this pole is, closer and this other person is further away relative to this pole, right? If that's what we're measuring to. But as far as time is concerned, the measurement of time is just an established standard of how fast something ticks. It actually started with the movement of the celestial bodies, particularly the sun. That is what caused us to be able to start to conceptualize what we call time. And the first measure was based on these movements of the celestial bodies. So, regardless of how fast I'm going or somebody else is going, the movement of those bodies are always going to be the same.
Yeah, man, I
The
get
other
what
thing
you're
is,
saying.
I'm here in the southern hemisphere on this supposed ball, okay, and I'm looking up at the sky. Meanwhile, pick a username is looking up at the same sky. Can you explain that, pick a username?
Isn't he in the northern hemisphere though?
Yeah. So pick a username. You
No,
answered. I gotta
I'm
ask
in
something
the
after this.
southern
I want to
hemisphere
ask.
and I'm looking at the same sky as pick a username. Can you explain that?
Boys, no offense, I'm not today, but maybe some other time. But I haven't come here to start an argument or debate. Plainer, stop.
As you. I'm looking at
No
the same
offense, but you've
sky
been
as
interrupting
you
me this
from the
entire time.
southern
Stop.
I'm looking at the same sky as you from the southern hemisphere on your supposed ball.
Plainer, you've interrupted me this entire time. Can you stop now?
Yeah, Planar, it sounds like he doesn't want to engage. So people, on this server, you're not forced to engage with anybody. And he's just kind of asking you nicely, it sounds like he just doesn't want to engage.
Yeah, what do you mean by the same sky? The same bit of sky? I don't quite understand what you're trying to say.
Well, Andy, when you look up, you look at the sky, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm in the southern hemisphere and I'm looking up at the sky.
Uh-huh.
But you
The
also know
people
that your limits of perspective are shorter.
the people in the northern hemisphere are looking up and looking at the sky.
Fuck, he left, and I had such a cool question for him. But anyways,
Andy,
if anybody, sorry,
understand? I'm in the southern hemisphere.
Oh boy.
And I'm looking up at the sky. The people in the northern hemisphere are looking up and looking at the sky.
Yes, they are. You're right. What's the point?
They're looking at a different bit of sky. I think that's
because that's like and Plainer, the issue on the table is like for you it's going to be a different time. For the people that are, it's the same time but a different time reference. Like it could be daylight, nightlight, different changes depending on the hemisphere location. The personal azimuthal reference, the sky dome, if you will, is different for people who are in the southern versus the northern hemisphere. Hell, you could
Well,
even be sitting on the equator line, right, and observing a mixture, quote, of both. Please go ahead.
well, on a ball, I mean, on the southern hemisphere, on a ball, I'm looking in a different direction to the people in the northern hemisphere.
Well, yeah, but the issue that we were discussing prior to this is the concept of time and how time can exist as a concept, or is it just simply a measurement of, like, an extrapolation of the celestial body's movement? That's what we were trying to figure out initially before Pick a Username dipped.
Well, Pick a Username just left, so because when I tried to what you call it,
engage with him, he asked you not to.
Yeah, when I tried to engage him, when I questioned him, he left.
Right.
Because I mean, with you guys in America, you looking up at the sky, and I'm in the southern hemisphere. I'm also looking up at the sky. So I mean, what's the
Right, but does that mean because he left the subject then disappears as well, or can we still discuss the concept
But
of time
aren't we
existing as
looking
a
in different
measurement versus
directions?
just a celestial
You
body
you
observance
in
and
the
an
northern
extrapolation?
hemisphere.
I'm just going
I'm
to
in
keep
the
talking for shits and giggles and see if anybody
Planar, you
realizes.
gotta chill out, bro. You gotta Planar. Hello, please.
You're up,
Don't
dude.
try to let them finish, please. It's kind of difficult to hear. Just let them finish, and you'll go next, bro. That's it.
Yeah, I've noticed as well when Planar's talking, if anybody talks over him, it sort of mutes his line or something. I can't really explain it, but it gets a bit weird. So gotta let people finish.
Called fundy muting, where you just talk through the person that's trying to talk. But anyways,
okay. What I wanted to say is, you guys in America and are in the northern hemisphere, and you're looking up at the sky. I'm in the southern hemisphere, and I'm also looking up at the sky, and I'm seeing the same thing.
Yeah, for me, this falls into that, and I don't want to unpack. I don't want to. I don't want to open that can of worms, SE. But this falls into that same category where they just say it's all relative. So,
Hey, guess what, brother? I had a nice, cordial conversation with Bell the other day.
no way.
Oh yeah, on the level.
I don't think he's emailed me back anyway. So, what did he say?
Dell went into Bevs with that.
Yeah, we had a
What did he
good
say?
convo. He explained his thing. Okay, we had a difference of opinion, but it was a good, cordial conversation. Shout out
Nice.
Dell. Yeah, yeah.
Brilliant.
Did Bev live stream it?
No, it was private.
Napalm,
Yeah.
Napalm. If you want to touch back what Pick a Username was saying, can we have a quick chat?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if I was understanding correctly, I'm going to give my perspective of it. I'm just thinking the way he was explaining it with the whole tape measure and distance, etc., etc. I was thinking, say now, outside of the reference frame, because if I'm not mistaken, special relativity doesn't choose a reference frame. There's no reference frame in that way of speaking. Fuck, man, my vocabulary sucks. Anyways, if you're in a more dense medium, and say you are a light beam, and you this torch, and you shining two torches, and you're shining one through water and one through normal air, and they hit a wall at the same distance. The one that's going through normal air is going to get there quicker than the one that's going through water. So the one in water is going to experience time slower when it hits the water than the one that's going through air. It's going to experience time slower. I mean faster. Sorry. How did I say this? Water slower, air faster. They're going to experience time differently because they're in different mediums.
No, I think time was just initially related to the celestial objects, right? So that we could say, okay, quantify some sort of time and place in which people can meet, right? That was the practicality of quantifying time, right? So that people could have an establishment of, okay, we're going to meet here at this place at this time, right? So this would be an intersection of individuals at a specific place at a specific time. And this is why they try to say that time is a coordinate that would be a dimension, right? Because you can meet at that place, but if you're not meeting at that place at that time, then you're not going to be meeting at the same intersection. But the thing that they're trying to relate to that is it having it being placed as a dimension in the same way that we can manipulate something that has dimensionality within the 3 dimensions, right, that we exist in. We can manipulate things that reside within 3 dimensions because those 3 dimensions require physicality, and that physicality can be manipulated. The time element is not a dimension that can be eliminated. It was strictly the ability to meet at a specific place at a specific time, and that was related to the movement of the celestial objects. So we came up with a standard of, okay, it takes this many ticks for the sun to get back to this position where I am standing, right? And it, no matter where you're standing, it's going to take the same amount of ticks for the sun to return to that same pattern. So even if I'm residing under the water and I'm looking up at the sun, there's always going to still be the same amount of ticks for the sun to return to the exact same position as it moves, right? So just because light is taking longer to get through that specific medium doesn't mean that time has changed, because our standard is always going to be our standard. And even if I move super fast, right? So if I'm saying, all right, it takes X amount of ticks for the sun where I'm currently at to come back to its position where I'm currently at. And I run as fast as I can, or I go the speed of light, just around in circles, coming to this position, like around the world, right? And I'm coming back to this position. I can do that however many times I want, but it's always going to take the same amount of ticks for the sun to get back to this position at the same time in which I'm at this position. Does that make sense?
I think so. You actually have to exit the realm to change time, because you're still using this realm's sun to time yourself. Isn't special relativity outside of any reference frame that is? Well, man, let's say the world is in a box. You outside the box, and you're timing everything outside of the box. I might be misunderstanding it then.
I could give you a good one if you want to use outside of the box.
Yeah.
So in the baller fantasy, and then the current model, Einsteinian, if you travel fast, time changes for you, right? Time slows down for you and speeds up for the person now. What that means is, and I'm glad you brought the sun. Now think of it like this, bro, and this will dispel the nonsense. If someone's traveling and you're aging faster, right? That means that the sun is moving around the earth, or whichever way you want to choose it, you're going around it. It's moving faster. Do you understand?
I don't think that's not right, is it? That don't make any sense.
Of course not. How could the
Well, here's
sun
the
be
thing.
whipping around the earth fast, and for the other guy traveling it's slow? It's nonsense. How can you speed up the sun? If time is related to the movement of the sun, it's like you're speeding up the sun.
Well, no,
Yeah,
no, we just use that as a measure, though. That's the point, isn't it? They're talking about like atomic clocks and shit like that, though, aren't they?
But
Okay,
see
let's
that,
take the atomic clock. They use that because of the rhythm. The beats are standard. Are you saying the atomic clock beats are gonna change?
No, I'm just
Any way
saying
you
that
look at
they're
it.
using it they're using the sun as a measure, aren't they?
Okay, put the sun aside. The atomic clock, what's that based on? a certain amount of vibration.
Yeah.
And that's how they measure the second, right? Okay. Now that doesn't change because you're traveling faster or slower. In order for that to be true, the person that travels fast, the clock here on the ground, the atomic clock will have to tick faster. You get it?
Yeah, this idea of time dilation, I don't know much about it, but I do find it interesting. I think it's imaginary. Just let me put that on the table.
Bro.
But I'm just saying it's interesting.
Well, it's interesting in a Mickey Mouse kind of a way, or Star Trek kind of a way, yeah. But in reality, it's total. Well, I think I just proved why I think it's nonsense.
This is where they get that twin paradox, isn't it?
Yes.
The one's getting older, one's getting younger. That one traveling would be younger or something.
Exactly. So what's happening? The sun is whipping about. Night and day is like seconds for the brother on the ground. And the brother on Earth, does he see the Earth going around and around, or the sun, whatever you believe? I mean, think about it.
Even that whole twin paradox or whatever, this is just it's theoretical conjecture. There is no actual empirical case where this has taken place, right? They have no actual physical empirical foundation for these conceptual ideas, right? They're just creating fantasy.
Yes, sir. Total creation fantasy in one man's mind.
I mean, the fact is that if you could manipulate time, which is what Einstein's theory is based upon, you could go back to when you're 18. And yeah, that's not possible.
Yeah, that's one of the paradoxes. You can go back in time and kill. Let's say you go back in time and kill your father. Of course, that's stupid to say, right? But that's the paradox. What would happen to you? Would you suddenly disappear?
It's why time travel can't be real, because if you go back, it's your grandfather in that scenario. If you go back, kill your grandfather, you could have never been born. So what do you do with that? There can't be a paradox in reality. There's no such thing as a true paradox. Although I think Zeno's paradox comes pretty close, but
paradoxes don't exist in reality.
Man, I can't believe you talked to Dell, and it was a good conversation, Essie. I'm a bit sad I missed that now.
Yeah. Dell's a nice guy. I mean,
I told you, he's a good guy.
You don't have to fight. Let's say you have a difference of opinion. You can have a convo, right? Without fighting.
Yeah, definitely.
And you can shake hands and say, okay, we'll agree to disagree, and that's it, man. There's no need for drama and hatred and swearing. Yeah, we had a very good convo, as a matter of fact.
Setting dependent for some individuals.
yeah, setting dependent. Yeah.
In the right environment, yeah.
Exactly, Gio.
How you doing, Gio? Did you have a good birthday?
I did, yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
What did you do? Did you do anything special or?
Nothing too special, but yeah, I talked to a lot of friends and family and enjoyed the day.
Nice.
Essie, you were talking about the time thing now, so it's interesting you said what you were saying. Say now time doesn't exist. So I'm also for. I don't believe that time actually exists. I think existence exists, and everything happens because of a happening. So, for instance, if I go surf, there's a storm happening. Say 100 kilometers outside outside to sea. There's waves that come through. Because of that happening, there's waves that come to the beach. They may look the same, but when I surf the wave, every wave there may be differences, but there could be similarities in the wave. But I'll never get the exact same wave. But it's all because of that happening. And when I ride that wave, it may feel the same, but it's always different. I can't go and change it, even though it may look the same. Is that basically what it's about, or I'm probably using a shitty analogy, but it makes sense in my head. Hopefully, it's making sense in yours. What I'm saying.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, the past, present, and future kind of a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but everything that's happening is because it is a happening. It just is what it is.
Yeah, I think there's only now, right? Now, the
Correct.
past is a memory. You remember the past, but you can't go to the past and you can't go to the future. Now, check this out, bro. In their model, and I'm not making this up, right? In their model, you can have the past, the present, and the future all occur at the same time.
Yeah, that can't happen. I don't
Yeah, I
know.
want to add to that. I want to add to that. Let's say you, I mean, I'm not trying to put anyone in a situation here, but let's say you get into your car tomorrow morning, drive out, and some drunk motherfucker drives in, well, has a collision with you, and you lose your arm and your leg. How are you going to change time?
Yeah, it's impossible to change whatever this time is.
But that's the problem, because Einstein tells you you can change time.
Yeah. So you just laugh at it. That's it. I don't care
Yeah,
who.
but you don't
It
say
doesn't
you can
matter how
go.
big the name is.
You don't say you can go to the past though.
Yeah, didn't Einstein just say it's all theoretical? That it works in the math, but he also didn't believe that it is actually possible. I remember something
Yeah.
like that.
The going in the
Well,
past for
Einstein
time
didn't
travel
prove
is not
anything.
going in the
Einstein
past.
didn't prove anything. He just created a theory.
All right, but going in the past with time travel, that's not possible in their paradigm. They don't. I don't think they claim that.
Sure, they claim that you can go past. It's wormholes and this and that.
So I guess they'd say it's like reference frame dependent or something like that. That's
Correct.
what I assume. I don't know.
Yeah,
No,
I would agree with you, Andy. It would be reference frame dependent if you want to look into the past or into the future, but you would have to be outside of the reference frame to be able to do that. You can't do it within the reference frame, so it won't be possible. At least with my understanding, it won't be possible from the experience you're in to change the experience that you're in. You have to be outside of that experience to change it.
Yeah,
It's
I
the
was just
recording.
thinking of
It's like
I
a
was
video
thinking about it from
game.
SC's thing. You know, with the sun, you know, him saying that, oh, the sun would be going at different rates for that other person that's trapped. That's why I was just thinking about it from that perspective. That's why I said that.
The
Hold
video
on,
camera
Beerman. I
perspective.
want to ask you a question. Beerman, I want to ask you a question. Are you going to go into a rocket into space and see Earth from the outside?
Yeah,
No,
I
no,
think it's
no. The
possible.
video. No, I'm saying it's the video perspective of time. You can record a movie. You can record people do stuff. As long as you can record, you can go back on that recording, not in time, but on that recording that you recorded. So you can go back to perception. You can go backwards in perception, never forward, because you don't know the rest of the. You know what I mean? The movie's
Correct.
already been made for what you can look at. You can't see any more than that. You can't see into the future. The movie that's made is in the past, or the recording you took is always in the past. So you can look at a recording, not reality. Now a recording on TV or computer or something.
Correct.
The only reference we've got is here from Earth. We don't have anything else. NASA can claim they're sending these fucking rockets to fucking space and fucking have this ISS floating above Earth and whatever. It's not real. It's been debunked many times. The only
Yeah.
reference we got is here from Earth.
Yeah, just to
Okay,
be
if you think rockets are going to outer space and fucking to Mars and the moon, just like fucking India think they fucking landed on the moon at the moment, when all their shit, fucking pictures and videos are all CGI. I mean, for heaven's sakes, you gotta wake up, man. Fucking hell.
okay. Just to be clear, I was commenting on SE's thing about the sun moving at different rates for the different person on a different reference frame. Just let me put this on Front Street. I wasn't saying that's how it is. Yeah, I think it's all silly as well. But we can explore ideas, can't we?
What's a
Yeah, think
different
about it.
reference frame? We only have our reference from Earth.
Yeah, I
We
agree. I agree, Plainer.
can't leave this place.
I agree.
We agree with you, bro. We're on your
In
side.
your life, you will never in your life see this place from the outside. Never in your life.
Agreed. Agreed.
If you think that, you are delusional.
Right. But
I think you. Sorry, Andy. I think you can see this place from the outside if you do astral projection. I've had some experience where I feel that I'm not within this realm when I'm doing an astral projection or even a lucid dream, and I don't feel that I'm in the realm that I'm in at the moment. If that is maybe related to what you're saying, but I most certainly do think that you can get out of the experience that we are experiencing.
Okay, so think of what you would have to see then. Let's say you astral project, right? And you send out your body. Now, don't freak out, Planar. We're just speculating here now. I'm not saying this is real. I'm just trying to show in their model how it's just bear with it. So you're out, you're astral projecting, and your friend takes a rocket and he speeds up, travels into space. Now, according to the model, according to Einstein, your friend on Earth would start aging faster as the rocket moved faster. You understand? Because for the rocket, the fantasy claims that time slows down. So I ask you, what happened to your friend to get older? Did the sun start moving around the Earth faster for time? Or if you want to take that out of the equation, how about did his heartbeat start beating faster? Or did he age faster? What happened there? This is how you got to think it. Yeah.
That's why I said reference frame dependent, because it wouldn't change for the person on Earth, would it? That's assuming that. I'm assuming their idea now that the time would slow down to whatever they're using to measure, as we use the sun to measure. Then yeah,
But
that's why
time
I said
doesn't
it.
slow down for the person on Earth. Time slows down.
No,
for
it stayed the
person
same. It stayed the same. Yeah.
Yeah, see, I don't think you can travel in and out of time in the existence that you're in. I
don't think you guys got what I said, bro.
I think I do, but maybe reiterate then or re-say it. But what I'm understanding is you astral projecting you in a different realm then, so you won't age the same as the person that's in his awake life. So if you astral projecting to the person that's flying in his rocket, you're not in the same realm, reference frame, or whatever you want to call it. So no, he would age differently to you because you actually in your bed or on your couch astral projecting.
Yeah.
But we have to also have to understand something here. When you dream, it feels like it's real. Okay, it feels like it's real. When you wake up, it doesn't feel like it's real. So there's two different things here. The real thing and the non-real thing.
Okay, let me try one more time. Forget astral projection. Forget all this stuff because I think you guys are getting confused.
No, I'm just saying.
I want to explain you.
I'm not trying to say that what you dream is not real. But when you wake up to reality. Whatever you dreamed is not happening in front of you when you wake up.
Yeah, that's obvious, bro. You're stating the obvious. Yeah, of course. But that's not what we're talking about.
I'm just saying what Beer Man is talking about. In your dream, you can do whatever you want to. When you wake up from that
I'm not talking about a dream.
you wake up to reality.
I'm not talking about
Okay,
a dream.
whatever happened in your dream is not gonna happen what you wake up to. Okay,
So
if you
yeah,
you
I
can
think you
you can
misunderstand me.
manipulate your dream, you can do whatever you want to in your dream. When you wake up from that dream, your reality smacks you in the face.
I think you're misunderstanding me, Planar. But Essie, I'd
I'm
like to
not.
hear what
No,
you have to
I'm
say.
not
No,
misunderstanding you.
you
I'm
are
not misunderstanding you in any
because
way.
I'm not talking about a dream. That's the difference. That's why I think you're misunderstanding. I'm not talking about a dream.
Okay, so what are you talking about?
I'm talking about a astral projection, which is not not necessarily a dream.
Yeah, but we all have dreams, don't we? We all have dreams.
Yeah, but I
We
didn't
go
mention.
into a space where we all can manipulate what we think is happening.
Okay,
But
but I'm
when
not
you
talking
wake
about
up,
dreams. I'm not talking about dreams. I'm talking about astral projection. It's two different things.
okay, but are you in a dream right now?
I could be, but I don't know why you keep bringing up dream. I'm not talking about a dream. I'm talking about astral projection. There's no word dream in there.
Yeah, but astral projection is not reality, is it?
Astral projection is astral projection. So still, I'm not talking about a dream, and we're not talking about the.
Yeah, but you normally talk about lucid dreams.
Yeah,
In a
yeah.
lucid dream, you can be whoever you want to.
Okay, cool. Essie, please go ahead.
Yeah, let's get past this. Let's get past this. So yeah. So let's just make a third observer, right? Let's just think of it as there's a third observer. He's floating around in this mythical thing they call Earth, right? This ball. He's floating around and he's watching now, right? So he's the third observer now, right? So we have the guy on the ground, the twin. One twin is on the ground, he's playing tennis, whatever, he's cooking, whatever he's doing. Now his brother takes off on the spaceship. This is the model now. I'm not believing this, I'm explaining the model. So now, the brother that travels fast, for him, time slows down. So he's traveling for, let's say he travels for 1 year and then he comes back. That's 2 years for him. But when he comes back, he finds his brother that was 20 years old. Now he's 22. His brother is 80. This is what the model says. Now, I ask you, in order for that to happen, how did that happen? Did the guy that's traveling, did his heart slow down? Or is the guy that aged, what happened? Did the sun go around faster to speed up time? Did the cesium clocks start counting more? Or did his heart beat faster to make him age? What happened?
He got old quicker. So funny.
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly
the
problem,
nonsense.
isn't it? That's exactly the problem
So listen,
because
when I
Einstein
go to grab a
says,
ruler, right, and I pick out a ruler, and I'm like, hey, this ruler is like 12 inches long, and then I'm like, how long is this microwave? I'm gonna take this. Oh no, wait! I'm actually gonna get a tape measure. Let's get a tape measure instead, because a 12-inch ruler won't measure a microwave well. So we're gonna get a tape measure, and we're gonna start measuring the size of that microwave so we can figure out if it can fit into the millwork cabinetry that we just cut a hole for, etc., etc. Fine. Then we realize that the sun disappears for a period of, well, we can't say time because we haven't discovered the concept of time just yet, but the sun goes away and then it comes back. And then I sit back and think to myself, okay, what if I can actually associate the same type of thing that I utilize with the microwave, i.e., I measured the microwave. I wonder if I can put a number to how long it takes the sun to disappear and reappear. And that idea is the extrapolation of time. The sun does it, you're able to set your 24-hour clock to it. The moon does it, 28-day cycle is observed. 31-day cycle is observed with the movement of the sun as well. So there are all these things that get hung onto the wall of time because they're all identifiers of time. Time is a measurement, simply that. You cannot exist within the confines of a measurement. That makes no sense. Thanks for listening.
Well
Yes,
said.
that's the problem. Einstein says you can remove the wrinkles on your face without explaining it.
No,
Sounds like a
I
hot
don't think
topic.
I don't think it's that. I think it's the time moves slower when you're approaching the speed of light. I think that's the claim on the table.
He says you can change time. That's what he's saying. You can change time.
Well,
Did anybody here say that?
No,
Right.
Einstein's
So
theory.
anybody that says that is an authority outside of this conversation, and we don't have to appeal to any authorities outside this conversation to have a conversation here in this realm or in this community. So how about we stick to the subject at hand and let's talk about it instead of having to appeal to people that aren't even here.
Yes, of course. Einstein's theory is the bending and
Appeals right
warping
away.
of space, manipulating time. You can manipulate time in Einstein's theory. You can get younger in Einstein's theory, or older.
Right, and
Yeah,
I just
it all
took
sounds.
that apart by simply stating how we can figure out that time is a measurement. Sorry, Andy, please go ahead.
No, it's all right. I was just going to say their evidence, for such as evidence, quote unquote, is that these particles that they shoot at this, relativistic speeds, that they experience time differently. That's what they'd say, and then it's all mathematical models. So, yeah, I'm with you on it. I think it's all. I'm not even sure about particles, to be honest. I'm questioning that. So. I just thought we can share ideas because it's kind of interesting. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, Andy, I think that time is an experience. Like I said, when this discussion actually got brought up, I think it's all just an experience, and depending on the medium that you're in, you're going to experience time differently. And the same with any sort of experience, depending on the medium you're in, you're going to experience it differently. Killian brought up measuring items. I could measure a 1 meter item in a swimming pool that is magnified. It'll still measure 1 meter. When I'm in air, it'll also measure 1 meter. If I put it in water, it's going to look the same when I'm in the water, and it's going to look differently when I'm out the water. But you still experience it that way. So, yeah, I think our being is experience, and same with time. Everything's just an experience.
But a crazy concept to put forward for you to further this thought a little bit. If I was to simply say to you that I could eat light, what would your response to that be?
You have to be extremely hungry, or you have to really explain yourself how you eat light.
All right, cool. So allow me to explain myself. I'm going to eat light. Now, we wave our hands around. Wherever we are, we all can do it. We can wave our hands around and we can feel the thing that we are breathing, which is air, right? And we're all in agreement to that because I know that I'm experiencing this place the exact same as everybody else here in this room. So next question is, the sun shows up and all of a sudden the room gets brighter. Now I'm going to open my mouth. I'm going to close it. Now when I open my mouth, the light exists within my mouth. But when I close my mouth, the light is gone because we know that my mouth is closed. The sun is the only thing that I've removed from that equation by closing my mouth. Same example we can look at by taking a dark room. And we have one single place that lets in the sunlight, a window, a door, whatever. We have that doorway or window curtain open, the light's coming in. We close that tight up and the light disappears. What's the thing that we've removed from that observation? The sun.
the whatever's exciting the medium that you're in.
Right, exactly the point. Whatever is exciting the medium that you're within. Hence the question on the table being observed: does light have a speed? No, light. The ability to produce light is always there as long as you're within the system. Therefore, if the
Yeah.
light is always able to be propagated no matter what, all that's missing is the igniter, i.e., the sun or the moon. Then it all becomes an observation of light is actually not traveling, depending on obviously what you're observing. Earlier, you talked about the laser. Fine, I agree that you turn on a laser has to shoot out from the thing that's producing the actual light itself. But the actual observation of just light, natural light being observed in its natural, unaltered state. It needs an igniter, and if the igniter is there, sun or the moon, light will always be propagated. Period.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think light is the actual particle, but I do think that there's an exciter, which is the vibration, whatever that vibration is. It's most likely at a certain frequency or certain wavelength that has to excite the medium that it's in to switch it on. But that takes time to get from one place to the next, depending on the medium that it's in. The thicker the medium, or if there's a medium in between, it's going to either slow it down or allow it to travel more or move more freely, not necessarily travel. But the actual illumination that takes place, that is technically, yes, that's I don't even think that's always there. I think that is the actual vibration that's taking place, or the type of vibration that's taking place. Exciting, whatever is exciting.
Yeah, the only way we can really prove that Einstein's theory is correct is if we had a time machine where you can go back in time and come back into where you are at the moment.
If there's a break in the conversation, if there's a moderator around, is it possible I could get an event scheduled, please? Let me know. I'll message you. Thanks.
Oh, what are you trying to do?
Set up the event you asked me to set up. Let's go. I'll message you. Thanks, bro.
No, I don't know how to set up events. I'm a new moderator.
Sweet. So just
Somebody
go
else.
over to Killian and click manage and then say promote to I'm kidding. Anybody else can set up an event.
Killian, are you going to do
When did you want to do it
light
at?
presentation? Sorry.
When did you want to do it at?
I'll do tomorrow.
We'll get you. Don't worry, we'll get you in there, Geo or somebody.
I'll
Someone
message
that
you,
actually
no
knows
stress,
what's going on.
IT.
Yeah.
I'll message you. No stress. Thanks, man.
Killian, what do you want to present? Is it going to be about light?
No. We're gonna talk about Noah's Ark this time.
Okay.
Thanks for asking, man.
I enjoyed your moon one. I actually finished watching it. So yeah, interesting stuff. And thanks for doing that.
No problem, man. Glad you enjoyed it.
And Essie, I watched your vacuum video as well with the seals. So thanks for sharing that as well. Interesting stuff as well.
Yeah, so tell me, what'd you think?
Yeah, it sort of changed my idea when I was saying that the O-rings could possibly work. But when the guy was explaining that eventually over a set period of time that the seals started failing and they at certain pressures or certain heights they had to use the metal O-rings, it was interesting. So I'll definitely watch it again. It takes me a few watches to grasp a concept, but definitely interesting. Like I say, I watched the principle about 6 times before I could actually make any comments on it, and yeah, I'll need to watch it a few more times, but definitely interesting and worth more watches for myself. So I appreciate that.
Sure, anytime. So I'm not making stuff up, right? There's something to this
Correct.
vacuum O-ring stuff, right? That the
Correct.
rubber ones, yeah.
I may be misunderstanding it because the way I thought, like when I was having the discussion with Zanik, that if I had to send a tire up into space, the last thing that I would expect to fail is the O-ring. I would expect the tire to explode. But yeah, I think if the tire itself is in a stronger encapsulation or stronger whatever material, the seal would fail. So it's always going to fail at the weakest point, which in this case would be the seal. And I think that video does talk about that to a certain extent. So definitely want to brush up on that and get a better understanding. So yeah, great video. Thanks for that.
Sure, anytime, yeah. And you picked it off, the Achilles heel, I call it. That's why I call the O-rings on the ISS the Achilles heel of the ISS. You don't have to talk about where it's at, or all you gotta say is the O-rings. How is that possible? And it just kills the whole thing.
Isn't that the explanation for the Challenger? Is that someone didn't tighten the O-ring correctly, and so the whole rocket blew up or something like that?
That's always the explanation.
I would love to know how they know that as well. Like, for instance, plane crashes and stuff. How do they know that thing's fucking obliterated? Yeah, maybe.
Oh, you should see these forensic guys, bro. They take all those pieces and they put the plane back together in a hangar. It's truly unbelievable. Like, literally, they take the plane and they put it back together. Well, as much as they can, of course, right? But you'll see, like, a mangled plane in a hangar. And they'll go through piece by piece, and yeah. Yeah, the Challenger was the O-ring, I believe it was, because of it froze, it got brittle, or I don't remember the details, but it was the O-ring, yes.
So you could discover a rubber part that was supposed to make a seal after it explodes from a flammable explosion.
Honestly, I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they did it. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make any sense, right? Because again, you've got something, an O-ring, right? And O-rings, I hope people everybody knows what an O-ring is, but an O-ring is something that you put around like a metal surface, metal hole, if you will, so that the rubber tube you slide in, one, that the rubber tube doesn't get cut, and secondly, it causes an actual like friction fit so that it has the ability to pass fluids or whatever through there, and it can hold the pressure to it. So the idea is that this whole thing's going to explode, boom, and even down to metal bits and metal shrapnel from an explosion can get caused. So then you're going to tell me that you're able to pinpoint the cause of that explosion from something that didn't cause a proper seal. That doesn't make any sense. Not if the skeleton's been blown to bits by an explosion.
That's a good point. Yeah, how did they determine that? Yeah, that's a good point. I could understand the plane, right? It crashes, they find it, they put it together, they find the engine. I could understand a fire. You know how the forensics guys do it? They can go in and tell you where the fire started and trace it from there. Like if you set it yourself, or if you started the fire, they'll know. They'll know.
Well,
unless you're a pro, yeah.
So here's something that's a learning opportunity as well. The insurance companies, if you ever have a fire inside of your house, one of the things that insurance companies will do is they'll go right to the dryer and they'll check the lint trap. If the lint trap hasn't been, if it looks like it's been mucked up, a lot of buildup in there, whatever, they'll deny your claim, saying that you were a faulty homeowner, a faulty renter, whatever, because you didn't clean out your lint. An excessively clogged up lint trap can, in fact, cause fires. So it's something to be cognizant of. On a macrocosm scale, these guys are going to say, "Hey, this plane exploded." On a microcosm scale, you're going to say it's because of something that didn't seal up effectively. Like these stories that get handed out for these reasons, like it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, you can't change physics.
Nope. You also can't change the truth.
Yes, sir.
The problem is physics isn't the truth, and people say it is.
It's a lie. It's a lie. Gio, you spelled my name wrong, dog. How could you? And keep down the violence, bro. The event is posted. The hunt is on. Hey.
So what's your presentation going to be on?
More stuff that you don't like, SE. Sorry.
The shroud?
Nah, this time. Well, technically, I mean, Jesus was in the lineage of Noah. But no, this is Noah's Ark.
Ooh, Mount Ararat.
Yeah,
Right.
buddy. That's it, my guy. Well done. You better well click. You damn well better click interested, SE, even if you're not.
I watched Ron Wyatt's stuff on that Mount Ararat and Noah's Ark. Interesting. And if I'm not mistaken, there were some Chinese voyagers that also went down there and saw structures. And yeah, it's a very interesting find that.
Something.
Oh, well, the
definitely-
Chinese are covering up huge pyramids and shit, and fucking mummies that aren't Chinese in their countries. So there's a lot of shit. They fucking, and what is those? The ISIS destroys all those. ISIS is literally like funded by Mossad, and they go around destroying relics in the Middle East. And
Dude.
China fucking obviously covers up the previous civilization that was there before their Chinese dynasties. They hide the whole history of Genghis Khan and stuff. They fucking change it, try to make him Chinese and shit. Like, they do a lot of fucking shit to cover shit up. It's not just America and Britain and the Smithsonian. It's like Russia's complicit, Israel's like a lot of people are complicit in covering up history.
Hey Noah, what colors are what colors are on the flags of ISIS, buddy?
Is it black and white?
You got black,
with
you got
writing
white,
in.
you got red, and you got green. Right? The colors of all the United, sorry, not the Emirates, but the Middle East. All four colors, right?
Yeah,
what are the colors of the four horsemen?
White, red, black, and green pale, I guess. Yeah.
Same
That's
damn
interesting.
colors, right? I
heard
heard that. I was like, bro, that's crazy. Sorry, man. Go
Well,
ahead.
I heard all those. This is a kind of an esoteric thing. I was listening to some. It might have been what's that guy who wrote "Behold a Pale Horse"? Essentially, Bill Cooper or whatever. He wrote a thing about that star in the crescent moon is Venus, and Venus's color is green, and all the flags in the Middle East have the Venus star and a green background. So they like venerate Venus. It's something to do with Venus or something. I don't know. I'm not too sure exactly.
Yeah, I caught that. I caught the quarter moon a couple weeks ago. A quarter moon with the crescent moon with Jupiter just away from its the middle of the crescent, I guess you'd say. And it was super cool because it looked like the crescent moon with Venus, as you said, in the middle. But obviously Jupiter is way further away, so it was the same idea, but way scaled differently, if you will. But yeah, it's super interesting that moon, those colors, everything seems to show up, and I'm a little suspect.
Well, I think the main problem we have is a plane will go, whatever plane you want to call it, will go to 30,000 or 40,000 feet and see stars. But a weather balloon will go to 100,000 feet and not see stars. But the astronauts, the NASA astronauts say they see stars and they don't see stars. I mean, really.
Just a touch of dialetheism. Don't hold it against them. They have to for their model.
Yeah, but why doesn't a weather balloon see stars at 100,000 feet? But NASA say you can see stars beyond 100,000 feet. Of course, the astronauts contradict themselves.
The international fake station.
Swimming pool.
Here, I got something for you guys.
No, the reason why I think they're not seeing the stars when they go high up is because the atmosphere gets thinner, so the actual stars will be much more pinholed or pinpointed, if that makes sense. This is what I'm thinking of why they don't see it. I could be completely wrong. I've never been up there. I've never sent my own camera up. But when I do small tests here in our environment, and I've done a few videos of it, where if there's a gradient or some sort of change in the atmosphere, it enhances a light source in the back. So I think that's why we see the stars when we and the higher you go, the air gets thinner, and those stars don't become visible anymore. So it's almost as if there's a layer up there where the refraction takes place, and it magnifies the actual star, and we're seeing it at its last refracted place. And that's my understanding with my research, at least.
Yeah,
If
Beer
that was
Man.
the case,
Hold on a second. I just want to say something. Beer Man, NASA have got footage of the ISS fucking, I don't know how many fucking miles above Earth showing the stars. But when we send up when we send up a weather balloon, 100,000 miles or whatever the case may be above Earth, no stars. NASA shows stars in their footage. Can you explain that, please?
It's about 100 kilometers up. I cannot explain it, so I think
No. NASA are fucking showing this ISS floating above fucking Earth, showing the stars.
Jesus,
when weather balloons that go higher than what we expect and show no stars.
Weather balloons don't go as high as the ISS. Weather balloons go
That's not the point. That's not the point. When the
hang
weather
on, you gotta
balloon
let
goes
people
higher,
talk, bro.
there's no stars.
Planar. Gotta let people
When the
respond to
weather
you.
balloon goes that high, there's no stars.
Because the weather balloon doesn't go high enough.
But NASA shows stars when they are fucking way above
Because
whatever the
the
case.
ISS is higher than a weather balloon.
A weather balloon going up that high shows no stars.
Weather balloons cannot
NASA
go as
shows
high as the ISS.
Weather balloons go 24 miles, 120,000 feet up. That would be the weather balloon. And the ISS is supposedly at 251, 253 miles off the Earth's surface. There's a difference in altitude there.
Exactly.
Thank you, Jin.
Exactly. A weather balloon goes higher than a plane. A plane can still show the star trails. A weather balloon goes higher. And the NASA footage shows the stars.
Yeah, I don't
When
understand the point.
and all
I'm sure
these
if anybody else is
astronauts
confused.
claim that they didn't see stars. They did see stars. All this fucking bullshit.
You might
I mean, I can
also
see stars
remember
from
that
the
you might
ground.
also remember that Michael Collins, the pilot of the Apollo 11 missions, at the press conference when they had that post flight conference, he said he didn't remember seeing any stars, but in a number of years later, he writes a book describing all the stars that he didn't remember seeing. There you go.
Jin, did you just take a quote out of context?
Well, not deliberately, no.
I doubt it wasn't deliberate, mate.
No. But you know, Michael Collins did say that he didn't remember seeing any,
Did
and
he
he was
really
the
say
pilot. No, he said he don't remember. He didn't remember seeing any. Is what he said.
You
Remember?
heard the question and his full answer.
Man,
and
you
he
have
said,
to say that he's taking it out of context to defend your narrative. That doesn't mean you're being
no,
honest.
I'm asking, I'm clarifying, because I haven't heard it. I haven't seen it. I don't know the context.
Yeah, no. That's the context was. The question was asked to Neil Armstrong. Could you see whatever constellations through the visor, the glare, or whatever? And Neil Armstrong explains what he couldn't do. He needed the visor down in order to see the stars, but he couldn't remember what constellations were there. And then Michael Collins then utters, "I don't remember seeing any stars." Now that's what he actually said. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that brings it into context, which is fair enough. I'm not surprised by that answer. Maybe he wasn't paying attention to that, looking that
Well,
way.
no. How could you not be paying attention
Because
if you are the
you're
pilot?
doing a
If you are
job
the pilot of the
individuals themselves.
spacecraft, you're the one that's making sure that the space rocket is on the correct trajectory.
Exactly.
Through
So
your
you're
window.
busy watching your instruments.
What? Hang on. You're busy watching your instruments for 3 days, let's say, because it's a 3-day journey.
He's assuming what he would do. Hold on. He's assuming what he would do out in space. You're assuming what that person did. You don't know.
Yeah. That's correct. And the thing is, he would need to go to the toilet. He would probably take a break. Then Buzz Aldrin would take over. So there's plenty of opportunities to see stuff. Not get silly here, please.
Hold on. Are we actually? Hold on, SE.
SE.
Hold on. Are we actually white knighting for astronauts right now? Is that what's happening? And I say we. I say loosely, like kind of like
No.
when your wife comes to you. No, not you, Glad. It's kind of like we when your wife comes to you, like we need to paint the roof. Like you and I both know we ain't climbing on top of no roof. Okay, sounds good. So again, a question on the floor for our friend Mr. Parmesan: are you actively white knighting for astronauts?
What do you mean? I'm just saying.
White knighting is when you defend somebody. So I'm asking, were you potentially defending
I'm trying to
astronauts?
understand the context. That's what I'm trying to do. Not defending anybody or anything. I'm trying to understand the context.
Well, so the context.
To me, it makes sense if you're talking specifically about glare and whatnot and having the visor up or down.
The question was
My friend,
addressed.
we're just pointing out the contradiction. At one point, the same man said two contradicting things. That's the point.
Correct.
Because maybe he meant different things. And that's the point that I'm making. Because of the context, it meant different things. The same words can mean have different meanings.
No, sir.
That's
When
probably
someone
what
He,
happened
says,
he
here.
hold
responded
on.
to the
When
question.
someone
He was
says,
hang on a second.
when
He was responding to the question that was asked of Neil Armstrong, and then he uttered his experience. I don't remember seeing any stars. That's what he said. And then a few years later, over a decade or so later, he authors a book describing all the stars that he said he couldn't remember seeing. Okay, there you go. That's the contradiction.
Yeah, there's a massive problem here because a plane doesn't go further than 40,000 miles and a plane can still see stars at that point. When a weather balloon goes at 100,000 miles, it does not see any stars.
Yeah, you got the distance wrong there. It's 40,000 feet, which is approximately 5 miles, and then the balloon, the helium balloon, goes up 120,000 feet, which is 24 miles. Okay.
That's not the point. When a weather balloon goes higher than a plane, okay, and it cannot see stars.
Correct. That's ridiculous, isn't it? But yet in an
Yeah.
aeroplane you can see stars.
So
Yes, there's a
that's a
contradiction there.
problem
Yeah.
for the globe. That's a problem for the globe.
Yeah.
That's a huge problem
Absolutely.
for the globe.
Absolutely.
Because all these NASA astronauts claim they saw stars and others claim they did not see stars.
Correct.
That's a contradiction.
Yeah, yeah, and they would be all be in the supposed International Space Station. So some could see, some couldn't see, and that's absurd because we can see them here on Earth. From the Earth's
But
surface, we
yeah,
can see the stars.
exactly. When you're on the surface of Earth, you are seeing reality. Okay.
Right.
Now the globers want to go into the sky and tell you what they are seeing, when that is
Right.
not real.
Exactly, and it cannot be that we are here on Earth looking at the stars, and then you go into space supposedly and not see the stars. That would be an
Yes,
outrageous statement
yes,
in itself.
because we are observing Earth from the ground, not from the sky.
Mm. We're looking through all that atmosphere, all that air. We're looking through to see those stars glimmering and shimmering. So if you're up in space now, where you're in a vacuum, it's a void. You should see those stars. They should be like Christmas tree lights all over the place.
Yes, and that's how the globe was created, by looking at the sky.
Exactly. Yeah. It's not a real thing, is it? It doesn't exist in actuality. That's correct.
Because I'm here in South Africa, and I can be honest with you. Okay. When I fucking wake up, I can see the moon the whole day. How the fuck is the globe gonna explain that?
Yeah, exactly. How? Because the moon would have changed position due to the supposed spin of the Earth. So as the hours go by, that moon shouldn't be in your vicinity all day. That you can see it shouldn't be able to do that.
I have to look for the moon, but I'm gonna find it, and I'm gonna see the moon. Now, the problem with the globe is they say that you can see the moon at certain times.
Right.
I can fucking post a video on this fucking server every day of where I see the moon. How is
Yeah,
the fucking paradigm gonna explain
yeah,
that?
I've asked the same question years on end, and supposedly, depending on, I think it's the season or something rather, you can see the moon for 22 hours out of a 24-hour day. which is
Yeah, I live in this. I live in the southern hemisphere. I can look up in the sky, and I'm gonna. If I look nicely, I have to find the moon, but I will find it. I've posted many videos on here of
well.
the
Think
moon.
about this. Think about this. When you look at the moon during the day, it's kind of like opaque, right? It's not as illuminated as it is at nighttime. So how is it if we're seeing the moon on whatever hemisphere you're on? How is it that, or what is the moon looking like to the people where it is nighttime, right? And it is illuminated. How could something be illuminated in one reference frame? I hate using that fucking word, but and then in a separate reference frame simultaneously be opaque and not
Yeah.
illuminated.
Truly
Well, the
amazing,
thing
isn't
is,
that?
the moon isn't where you expect it to be. The same with the sun. It's all apparent.
Daiso, you
And
quite knowledgeable about these things.
that is what fucking kills the globe. The moon and the sun, what we see in the sky is apparent, and it kills the globe.
Someone said something to me.
Yeah, Daiso, you seem quite knowledgeable about these things. So I got my own ideas of the moon, but I want to go back to the whole stars thing when we go higher, why we see and why we don't see. Has it not maybe got anything to do? I'm asking the question. I'm not trying to defend anything. I'm just asking a question. Is it not possible that it's got to do with the reason why we don't see stars in daylight time? So I'm just saying, hypothetically now, the Earth is a ball, and we go higher. So now there's going to be more sunlight. So you're basically in technically daytime because you've left Earth. So that's why we're not seeing the stars that you would expect to see the higher you go. Would that make sense at all? I'm just
Hey,
asking.
Beer Man, I'm going to have a discussion with you. Hopefully no one else interjects here. Right.
Yeah, I just want to first have Daiso ask Daiso a question, if you don't mind. Ben, sorry, man.
Right.
So you're saying the higher up you go, you're essentially putting yourself into a daytime reference frame due to
Correct.
the okay. Yeah, I mean I don't know. You know, I can only speculate, you know, and I have no idea really for certainty.
Yeah, it's just it's a question that comes into my head to try explain why that could be happening. I'm not saying it is happening. I'm just saying, well, you know, it could be that. Like it could be this and it could be this. I'm just thinking of why it could be presented the way it is.
Yeah, you're on the right path. I think, you know, we have to go over things in order to get to some sort of a viable answer. So these are all the motions that one would have to go through to be able to come up with something viable. So yeah, I mean, it's a good question, right? I don't necessarily know that I have a good enough answer. Is all.
No, fair enough. That's all. That's I just thought you might have known, but yeah, if you don't, that's all good. Okay, yeah, Plain, I'll go ahead.
Yeah, Beer Man, you a couple of days ago you were confused about eye level, right?
Not
So
really.
when
No, not at all.
no, wait. Let me
I'm
talk.
not confused about it.
Yeah. When you set up your camera, it's level, isn't it?
Well, it depends. If I'm going 90 degrees, yes, then it's level to its position.
Yeah.
Yes.
So when a camera is looking out to the horizon, it's level, isn't it?
At 90 degrees, it's level. Yes.
Yeah. So if you're looking into the eyepiece, is your eye pointing down or is your eye looking straight?
It's looking 90 degrees into the eye lens.
Yeah. So 90 degrees means it's looking straight.
Correct. Level to the 90 degree.
Yeah. So
Dude,
your
we went
eyes
over this though, bro. We went over this.
Hold
We
on,
went
hold
over
on,
this.
hold
I'm
on.
looking straight at
Wait
you.
a second. Wait a second. So your eye is not pointing down to the ground, is it?
No, it's pointing 90 degrees from its position.
Okay, but we went over this one day though. If you're standing in front of me,
Wait a second.
and I'm looking
not
at you.
finished.
Hey,
I'm
bro,
not
Cannon,
finished.
don't interrupt Jeremy, dude. He was in the middle of trying to say something.
Okay.
I mean, we went over this. Yeah, if you're standing in front of me, and I'm looking straight ahead, I'm not looking down, but I can see your feet, and your feet are down.
Can I respond?
Are you talking about peripheral vision? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, you've set your camera up and you're looking through the eyepiece of the camera and you're looking at the horizon. Is your eye angled down to the ground or is looking straight?
Oh my God, it's looking straight ahead. Well,
Sorry,
Go
he's
ahead,
he's
Jeremy.
asking me. Sorry, Jeremy, he's asking me the question because no, you're not looking down. You say we agreed that we're looking 90 degrees, so technically the horizon would be below you. It will be below eye
That's
level.
not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. You've leveled your camera and you look through the eyepiece and your eye is looking through the eyepiece. Is your eye angled down or is it looking straight?
It's looking 90 degrees. If that's the answer you're looking for, you're
What
90
is 90
degrees.
Well, let me clear up a misnomer here.
Wait a second. What is 90 degrees?
It's a right angle triangle, if I'm not mistaken. It's you go straight up and then the direction
I
is
am
90 degrees.
asking you what is 90 degrees?
Perpendicular from plumb.
There you go.
90
Perpendicular from
degrees.
plumb. Cool, yeah, perpendicular from plumb. There we go.
No, bro. What is 90 degrees?
Okay, God. Okay,
Perpendicular
He
from
just
plumb.
freaking answered you, bro. Come on now.
It's perpendicular
Come
from
on,
plumb,
bro.
bro.
You're looking straight, aren't you?
Well, here's the thing that I wanted to point out is you don't have to be perpendicular to level or horizontal to be looking straight, right? Like you can be at an acute angle, let's just say 32 degrees, and still be looking straight. So straight doesn't necessarily imply plumb or level. Just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah,
I'm
so
talking
Dyso,
about your eye. Your eye, the level of your eye. Is your eye pointing out straight or angling down?
it depends where I'm looking at. Where am I looking now? At the horizon line or 90 degrees? Okay,
Yes,
what?
when you're looking at the horizon line, is
Okay,
your
we're looking
eye
slightly
pointing
down.
down or looking
Slightly
straight?
down. Slightly down.
Slightly down.
If
So
I'm above sea level, then
saying
slightly
you
down.
are you saying you are pointing your eye down to the ground to look at
Well,
the
first of
horizon?
all,
Right.
what's the height of the observer and what's the elevation from the mean sea level?
There we go. Good question.
No. The thing is, there's a thing called eye level. Okay? Eye level is looking straight ahead of you. Not pointing your head in any while your eye in any direction.
Okay, but if I
Looking
want,
straight ahead of you.
but if I
Eye
want to,
level.
okay, but if I want to look at the horizon, then I'm going to look slightly down. If I'm going to look at then what you're calling eye level, then I'm going to look 90
Hold on a
degrees.
second. If you shoot out your camera, okay, to the horizon, is it pointing down to the ground?
So am I looking at the horizon or am I looking 90 degrees?
No, I'm asking you a question here. I'm asking you a question. If you shoot out your camera to the horizon,
Like I just
is it
told you,
pointing down to the ground?
like I just told you, we have to have more specifics to give you a specific answer. I asked you for the height of the observer, and I asked you for the elevation from mean sea level. When you address those, then we can start to like finite
If you're on
exactly
the
where.
ground, if you're sitting on the ground and you have a camera and it's pointing at the horizon, is the camera pointing at the ground or pointing at the horizon?
Dude, what does that even mean, bro? Listen to me. If you take a camera or a theodolite or an autolev or anything, and you point it straight ahead, you can see a lot of stuff in that. Are you talking about what's below or above horizontal, or like what? Get specific.
I am asking you. You are a photographer. You're taking a photo of something, of people in front of you, okay? And you're pointing your fucking photo at these people. Is your fucking camera pointing at the ground or
Listen.
pointing
There's
at
no
these
need to get
people?
obnoxious, mate. Look,
No,
you've had
it's
a lot
looking
to
straight
drink.
ahead. Hold on.
You're becoming
I'm asking
abused.
you a
Hold on,
question here.
Jen. You're looking straight ahead. Now what? We're looking straight ahead with the
Yeah.
camera. Now what,
Hold
bro?
on a second. Okay, I'm gonna calm down. I will calm down.
Yeah, calm
Yeah,
down. We're
calm the
looking
fuck
straight ahead
down,
with
will
the
ya?
camera. What's the point?
What the fuck? You are a photographer. You've taken courses, bro. You have taken courses in photography about fucking
Here we go again.
Dude, he answered your question, Planar. Planar.
right?
Planar. He has
Hold on a
answered your
second.
question.
I'm not
Planar.
finished.
Listen, Planar. He has answered your question. You pointed at the people. What's your point?
I'm asking you a question.
He answered
If
you like 20 times.
if you point your camera at these people that are in front of you, are you pointing to the ground or are you pointing to the people?
To the
Well, you're obviously pointing to the people, aren't you? Your subject
Let me
matter.
flip this around, Jin. Let me flip this around. Can you just give us the answer and then address the point you're trying to make?
Apparently,
In
I'm confused.
photography. My sister is a photographer and I can bring her on and she'll fucking scream all of you guys.
Do we need to get obnoxious
Okay,
about it?
enough of this.
Look, can we not have this guy out of here, Jerry?
Yeah, this sounds like your friend Alcohol had too much to talk with you today, and you
Yes,
should
I've had
probably.
a couple of beers. I don't give a
We're
fucking
not gonna have that.
shit.
We're not gonna have that. Hold
My
on, Planar.
sister
Planar.
is a
Hold on. I'm
photographer.
modding.
She's
I'm
gone through
modding.
all these
We're not gonna have that, y'all. You gotta either let him speak. If you don't want to hear it, don't speak up. If you start talking over him, the conversation is not gonna go anywhere. So please be patient. There's definitely a language issue here with a barrier or whatnot. So calm down.
The book fund. This was addressed to me that I'm
I understand.
confused about where I'm looking at. I'm looking at the horizon. So when I'm looking at the horizon, depending on my position, so say I'm 6 foot above sea level.
Yep. Can you guys hear
and
me?
I'm looking. Yeah, hold up, Jeremy.
Yeah.
If I just want to answer as best I can here. So if I'm 6 foot above sea level, and if I want to look at the horizon where the exact horizon is, I'm going to be looking slightly down from 90 degrees. If I want to look at 90 degrees, then I'm going to look 90 degrees. So the question is very vague in that sense. So am I looking at the horizon? Then I'm looking slightly down. That's my answer because I'm 6 foot above sea level.
Hold on. I want to get this clear to you. When you point your camera lens, you are pointing it parallel to the horizon. Am I right or wrong?
His answer is he's gonna be pointing slightly down to the horizon.
So your camera lens is gonna point to the ground.
Like I said,
Slightly, yeah. It depends how far you mean by. Sorry, that's low because he's still in the middle. It depends how low you're talking about because you can point to the ground. But he said when he's looking at the horizon, he's pointing slightly down, not parallel.
Okay. I want to have a conversation with you without anyone interrupting.
Oh, this is an open forum,
Yeah,
so it
I've
can
got a
actually.
few things
Hold
I'd
on,
like to
Jin.
say.
Hold on, Jin.
Well, you're taking a long time. It's going on. I've got a few things I'd like to discuss.
Wait a second. When you take a photograph, is your camera pointing down to the ground or is it pointing to the horizon?
Well, like I said,
This is the same question over and over again. Go ahead, Dice.
Yeah, you're asking the same question. Like I said, first off, we have to have specifics. We need to know the height of the observer, like like how high is your tripod,
Yeah,
your camera from,
I'm talking about some.
bro, chill out,
Continue.
chill out. So again, we have to have specifics. We need to know the distance of the photo, the object in the photo, or the people in the photo you're taking it from. We need to know the height of the observer. We need to know the elevation from mean sea level. Like, all of these things are going to give you your answer. Like, you're not just going to be able to come up with an answer like with limited information here. First off, like Elbow was telling you, unless you set your camera on the ground, and that ground, right, is at sea level, then yeah, you could say it's parallel to the horizon, right? But you would have to follow those specifics in order to get that outcome. I'm just gonna leave it at that, man, because I'm repeating myself.
Okay, let me add to this. Okay, when you're on the
You're
ground,
gonna hold on,
on the
Planar. You either have to add to the conversation or stop asking the same question 100
No,
times in a row. 'cause they-
I'm adding to the conversation. When you're on the surface of Earth, okay, and when you go to a higher elevation, is it going to be the same?
Dude, it's different on a day-to-day basis depending on the conditions. Sometimes the horizon is above level, sometimes it's above horizontal, sometimes it's below horizontal.
Exactly.
I don't. Where is
When
this
you're on
going?
the
This is
surface
drenched in
of Earth,
this conversation is absolutely drenched in ambiguity.
when you
I gotta
are
get air in my
standing
tire.
on the surface of Earth and you decide to go on top of a mountain, it's going to be different, isn't it?
Can you please tell us, for the love of God, what is your point, man? When we point the camera straight, when we look at a person, we're looking at the person. When we look at the horizon, we look down. Please, for the love of God, what is your point?
So when a plane is in the sky, okay, when you're in a plane,
Please sum it up with
if,
one sentence. One
hold
sentence,
on a
please.
second, wait a second. When you're in the sky, is the horizon below you or in front of you?
It's below
No
you.
statement.
Below
Next.
you.
Things can be in front of you and below you. When I stare at you, if me and you were standing face to face on level ground and I'm looking at you, your shoes are in front of me. I can see your shoes. I'm looking straight ahead in front of me. I can see your shoes. Your shoes are also below me. You need to get specific. You're drenched in ambiguity here.
Wait a second. Are you looking ahead at the horizon or are you looking below at the ground?
You're looking ahead and you're looking down.
Well, hold on a second.
What is
Hold on a second.
your
Hold on a
thing,
second.
bro?
SE, hold on 1 second. Let me ask you this, Planar. What do you think the horizon is?
The horizon is where the ground and the sky appear to meet.
Thank you. Very good answer. So when you're asking questions about the horizon and you're trying to depict either the ground or the sky, when we've already conceived that the horizon is a combination of the two, are you really asking anything at all? Or are you looking for a point to argue that has no point at all?
Well, what I want to ask you is, if you are in a plane, is the horizon that which you are looking at the ground?
Did you not hear what I told you?
You ain't
Yeah,
even
that was
listening, dude.
that was a malformed question. I don't know if you want to try again.
Okay, let me try and say this again. Okay. So a pilot will be looking. Now you have to remember, you look down.
Because
You
the
never
horizon
look
appears to
down at
ramp
the
up.
ground.
No, hold on,
You
hold on,
never
hold
look
on, hold on,
down
hold on,
at
hold
the
on.
ground to see the horizon, because the horizon is in front of you.
No, so I think I see where this is going. So, the reason I think what's happening, because the horizon or the ground ramps up because of the shape of our eyes, the way a camera lens works, etc., etc., it appears that the horizon looks like it's rising up, or the ground looks like it ramps up or looms up, rises up, whatever you want to call it. But because you are above the ground, you're always going to look down to see that horizon. If it's a planar Earth, if it's a round Earth, you're always going to look down at the horizon. Unless it's a concave Earth, then you're going to be looking up or straight ahead. I don't think you would look up, but if it's a concave Earth, you would possibly look straight ahead. But because you are above the ground level, a planar Earth and a ball Earth, you're always going to look slightly down if you're above sea level.
Okay, hold on, Beerman.
I think he's
I
trying
want
to
to
say
ask
why
you
we don't see
something.
a
Wait
drop.
a
Is that what you
second.
mean? Why we don't see a drop?
Hold on, Beerman. I want to ask you a question. You set your camera up. You set your camera up to look at the horizon. Are you gonna adjust your eyes to look at the horizon?
Yes, I would look slightly down from level.
But then, if you adjust your eyes, you're not gonna be looking at the horizon. You're gonna be looking at the water.
I don't get that.
Okay, my friend.
What
If you
about
stay,
what about the vanishing
hold
point?
on a second. Wait a second. If you stare into a mirror, okay, you're standing and staring in front of a mirror, and you are seeing your eyes, and you adjust your eyes to look down. You're gonna stare into your chest. So if you are saying that when you're looking through a camera which is level, looking at the horizon, and you adjust your eyes to look down, then you are not gonna be looking at the horizon.
Bro, I don't know what you've been drinking,
Yeah,
but
yeah. How long are
seriously,
we
I
going to
had
let
enough
this
of it.
go on,
Crap,
guys?
man.
How long are we going
Honestly,
to
I had
let
enough of
this
it.
go on?
Not long. He's going to
Yeah.
make a
What's going on
statement
here?
and then
What's
we're going to move on. That's
stand
it.
are
I
you
had
running?
enough of this.
We're gonna assume he's
Yeah.
drinking.
Make your final statement, bro, and we're moving on.
Yeah. Why is it taking this long to reach this point? It's a joke.
This is
What standards are
ridiculous.
you running here?
Essie,
No, this is over, Jen.
I'm
He's going to
asking
make
you,
his final
okay, let
point
me
and we're going
ask
to move
you.
on.
Essie, let me ask you a question. When you look through
No,
a
no, no,
camera,
no, no, no. You,
no, my friend, I'm asking you a question. I'm not done. Don't interrupt me.
No,
Just mute him.
hold on. I'm going to mute you and stop this. You can't
Yeah,
scream. You cannot scream on here, my friend.
he's been
Okay,
asking the same question. They're giving him an
yeah.
answer. He's not.
I understand you've been drinking or whatever it is. You can't scream and interrupt. You just can't do it. So I'll unmute you if you want to try to have the combo. Otherwise, we'll leave you on mute for 24 hours. Okay? We can't continue the screaming and all the interrupting. It's very chaotic. It's raising everyone's stress levels. It's not pleasant to listen to. If you'd like to make your point, please go ahead.
Okay, can I talk?
Yep, you're good to go.
Great. When you look through a camera, how do you look through a camera?
Just
for the
stop.
last
Just
time,
stop.
this is the
What
last
else?
time we're going to tell you. I'm going to tell you this. You look. Should we answer or just forget it?
Just say with your eyes, man. You look with your eyes.
Ridiculous. Through the viewfinder. You look through the viewfinder at your subject matter for the last time.
Okay. Do you point your eyes down to look through a camera?
No, he answered your question. You look at the subject matter. Whatever you're gonna look at, that's what you point to.
Okay, but the thing is, yeah, the Globers claim that they're looking down at the ground through a camera.
Okay, so then what?
If the thing you're looking at is below horizontal, then you need to look down.
When you
Hold
look
on,
through a
Planar.
camera,
Jeremy was in the middle of a sentence, Planar.
If you're looking at something ahead of you, if you're looking straight ahead, and something is below horizontal, you need to look down. If it's above horizontal, you need to look up. It's really that simple, bro.
If you are using a camera, if you want to look up, you're going to point the camera up. If you want to look down, you're going to point the camera down. Fact
Right,
of the
correct.
matter is, when you are pointing a camera at the horizon, your eyes are going to be pointed at the horizon.
All right, let's move on, please.
Yeah, you're right. When you look at the horizon, your eyes are pointing at the horizon. When you look at the moon, your eyes are pointing at the moon. When you look at a person, your eyes are pointing at a person. Can we please
Yes,
move on now?
that's the point
Thank
that I'm
you.
making.
Thank you.
That's the point that I'm making. The globers are claiming that they are looking down at the ground. And
Yeah,
the
no,
ground
that is
is
completely correct.
rising.
When you're dealing with something that has a set dimension to it, i.e., a 3959 mile claimed radius, that when you elevate from that thing that has a set dimension to it, the laws of perspective prescribe that as you rise from that altitude, or you rise up further in your altitude, that surface you once were engaging with will start to drop away from you. Yes, you would be observing the surface if you were looking at the 3959 claimed model.
Bro, my sister's a photographer. She would destroy everyone as a fucking panel. She would destroy anyone on this panel with perspective.
Yeah,
Bring her in here.
he's
You're not
screaming
making any
again.
sense.
He's screaming.
Wow.
When you
Okay,
point
that's
your
it.
I've never been to-
camera at the horizon,
Dude, honestly, bro, if your
This
sister,
isn't going anywhere, man.
if your sister heard you in here like this, bro, if
It's
she heard
fine.
you in
It's
here
over.
like this, she wouldn't come because of your attitude,
It's
bro.
over. Okay, we fixed
Now,
it. It's over. It's over. Let's move on.
I would like to discuss. I've been waiting patiently. I would like
Go,
to
Jim.
discuss NASA's gross misuse of the taxpayers' money regarding the plumbing on the so-called ISS, the cost of the replacement toilet, the cost of the previous toilet before the replacement, and then the human disposition of being in space in a zero-G environment with a loose stomach. Can a human being sustain the urge to vomit or do a diarrhea in space, in the suited up, whilst they're going to the moon? For example, we're talking about the Gemini mission and the Apollo missions in particular, because there was no toilet on those spacecrafts. Okay, so let's look at the ISS just for example, and we're also going to cover the hygiene situation. Now, for me, as a human being looking at NASA, if any astronaut is going to go to space, the hygiene that you would need to have in space has to be 10 times that of a hospital here on the ground, here on Earth. Would anybody disagree with that? The hygiene level.
I'm
because
dying.
we're talking
It's so
about
good.
being in a vacuum of space, and we have electronic equipment that any kind of liquids or feces or any kind of
Stop. Oh
bowel
my God, I can't.
diarrhea floating around could pose an electric shortage back then, remember, in the 60s, thus explosions, and now you're trapped in space never to come back. Okay? Now, ISS first and foremost.
Wait. Jin,
Back in
hold on. Jin, I want to suggest, but all methods, all we need to contain. Go ahead.
This was the topic change to NASA's toilets.
Well, yeah, because it's a lot of money. I'm looking at the expenditure, and it could have been done for a fraction of the cost. Maybe you're not aware of this. That's all. I think it's. Or don't
Jin
you
just
think it's
rolled
worth a
his
visit?
R. Did you hear that? A fraction of the cost. That was awesome.
Fraction of the cost.
A fraction of the
Because
cost.
look, what you have on the International Space Station replacement was a $19 million toilet. $19 million to the American taxpayers. Okay? Now, and what you have there is a kind of like bathroom screen, a shower screen. That's all you had for privacy. Okay? And it's a glorified vacuum cleaner. That's what that thing is. That's all it is. An old-fashioned 1950s Hoover vacuum cleaner. That's all that was when you look at it. Okay? Now, the problem I'm having here is this. Why did it cost 19 million? Used an aeroplane cubicle toilet. You know the ones you get on the airplane. Now they begin at $250,000 and they reach as high as $500,000 for the cubicle. The plumbing is a separate issue. That costs more money to plumb it all in at the cost of $1 million to $2 million, depending on the aeroplane. Okay. Now I say that they should have employed that methodology on the ISS. It would have been 100% more hygienic and more cost effective. Am I wrong in this? Am I wrong? Ladies and gentlemen, am I wrong?
No, I think
Someone
your
answer.
rationale is on point. Your critique is sound.
Right.
Also,
Thank you very much, because we're talking about hygiene here. Remember, we're looking for the most hygienic situation, and that would be the aircraft toilet at a fraction of the cost, $250,000 to $500,000. Okay, and then you add the price of the plumbing up, all the vacuum pumps and everything else. Okay, but the toilet alone was 19 million. Go ahead.
Well, what's interesting is I was watching a little feature on a tiny house the other day, and this guy, a Japanese guy, designed a tiny house. It was really cool. I was interested to see what he did when it came to the toilet, and he decided to go with a toilet that actually burns the poop. So he puts in a bag and it actually burns it up, and then he takes that ash that it creates and he puts it into his garden. I'm like, hey, there's a self-sustaining way to reuse and recycle. So the idea is, why wouldn't they employ something like that in space? Is it because of the idea that you can't burn oxygen in space, perhaps, to create a fire?
Well, there you go. That's right. You'd have an oxygen problem there because it's in low supply. It's precious. You need it to be breathing to sustain your existence in that supposed ISS station. Okay, but you can understand my point, ladies and gentlemen, that they stole the money. Then that toilet broke down. It was backing up, as they said, and then they replaced it with a $23 million one, which was worse than the original one for the women to use. Okay, because it doesn't follow the contours of the female body, so there would be a hygiene nightmare. And like I've suggested that if we're in space, the hygiene level that we need to be employing would have to be 10 times that of a hospital, any clinic. Yeah? Okay, now we're going to go back to 1969 now. No toilets on these spacecrafts, no toilet at all. What NASA used or offered up as a means of going to the toilet was you defecate in a plastic bag that seals on your buttocks. And remember, your buttocks only, and you need to get undressed. Now, on your buttocks, for example, your penis would be dangling. Sorry about this, ladies and gentlemen, but your genitals would be dangling if you're a man. Now, there are times when we go to the toilet and we try to pass a number 2, but you accidentally urinate. That's beyond your control. And remember, you're in 0G here, ladies and gentlemen. So can you see what NASA is asking me, a man from the outside in Japan here, but at the time in Britain, to believe that they went to the toilet in that fashion is an insult. Because no way can any human being do that. You cannot do that in 0G. You would need your assistance of your colleagues to get this done. To go to the toilet is not an individual thing you can do on your own. Impossible, ladies and gentlemen. So when you look at the videos of how they went, all you get is jokes and laughter. You get no information at all. You see the equipment, but they don't show you exactly how they did it. And they should. I want to see that in 0G. Sorry? Sorry? Yeah, right. And remember, the stomach is loose.
Get a leak?
Right, exactly. Your stomach is loose for
During
8 days or 12
research,
days. Yeah, I've
hey
done my
Jim,
research properly.
during
Mate.
your research,
I'm a
did you
plumber.
find out?
Yeah. Go on.
Did you find out during your research what they did with the said waste?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did find out, because what they did was, you know, after you've taken all day to get this thing into the bag, if it's a diarrhea one, well, you've lost it, because you wouldn't be able to contain liquid poo in that bag. It would escape without a doubt. No chance of it remaining in there. Impossible. But if it was a solid lump, if you were lucky enough to be able to do that, you have what they call a disinfectant, a sachet that you break open, blue liquid apparently, and you pour that into that bag. You then massage that into your poo. So you're not finished going to the toilet yet. You're massaging that up, and then you roll the bag up, tie it up, seal it somehow, and it's gone into a separate compartment on that spaceship somewhere. And then when they left the moon, they left it behind. Okay, they left that on the moon. So on the moon,
96. It's 96 bags of poop.
That's correct. 96 bags of poo was left behind on the moon. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. This is what they want us to accept. I don't use the word belief because I don't do beliefs, but they want us to accept that as the truth. No, ladies and gentlemen, I will never accept that as the truth. The human disposition of needing to go to the toilet destroys the Apollo missions completely, because you cannot go to the toilet in space at all properly. You can't.
Yeah, man, listen. What happens if you have immediate diarrhea on a spacewalk? You are fucked.
Completely, because it's in your suit. Absolutely. It's in your suit, man. It'll be floating in your...
It's in my eyeballs. Oh my
in your ears,
come on.
in your nose.
I
It's
can't
disgusting.
even. Dude, that's why I said containment, right? It's like if you inadvertently, now people have talked about this. They're on a jog, right? And they think they're going to fart, and they actually shart, and a little bit of poop comes out, right? So imagine you're on a spacewalk, la-di-da, and you're about to fart, and you actually shart.
Well, exactly, because your stomach is continuously loose. Even if you strap yourself in the seat so you're not moving, but your stomach is not strapped in, so your stomach is loose, it's moving around, pressures are building up in there, you don't know whether you want to vomit, you don't know whether you want to go to the toilet, do a number two. The human body wasn't designed to be in that kind of environment for days on end. No way, impossible. That's why I think it's worth a look every time. It should be the first thing you comes out of your mouth. No, they didn't go to space because they couldn't go to the toilet in space. It's impossible. That's exactly what you would be saying. The biology of it all, the human biology doesn't allow that to happen. Sorry. It would be a hygienic nightmare in that spacecraft. Not to mention the stench, you know.
How do they brush their teeth in space?
Yeah, I mean, again, yeah, that would be a problem as well, exactly, because there's a risk of droplets of liquid.
Do they use a powder? Can you spit? Should you swallow? If you swallow,
You'd have to
does that
swallow. No, they said
increase-
they swallow. That's what they said. They swallow. That's what they said.
So my next
Okay.
question is there fluoride in the toothpaste that they're consuming, and are they concerned with calcification of their pineal gland? Or do they not believe in their pineal gland due to their belief in space? Because we have their exhibited belief in space due to the fact that they think they're traveling to land, quote, in the sky.
All right. So the answer to your question is it's probably got fluoride in the toothpaste, of course, because that's the way NASA operates. You know, they don't really care for their astronauts that much. So they're going to use the stuff that's available. They're not going to formulate anything special there. All right. Yeah. So that's why. Sorry if you feel that it's lowered the tone of the server. That wasn't my aim. My aim was for you to actually focus, because we all know how babies are born, and we can watch that all day long on TV. Okay. Now we're talking about the other end, the wasteful. Okay, the waste. We all need a nice, comfortable toilet at home. If you're camping in the bush, you can rough it. You don't mind because you're in the bush. But at home, you want it comfortable. Now in space, you've got to minimize contamination. Hygiene levels got to be 10 times higher than the hospital. Has to be. The environment they're in. And this is the point. I think NASA totally hashed that up, the toilet thing. They made a mistake.
I don't think you understand, Jen. These guys are the best of the best of the best. They don't need comfort or cleanliness.
Yeah, of course. I'm aware of
I
that.
can't tell you how many times I've gotten off the toilet and I just go about my day without any wiping or cleansing.
Yeah, they have this nappy
Totally
wipe,
fine.
one sachet, right, of a bum wipe,
This one
one
time I
sachet.
had Taco Bell. It was a great time. You know, I didn't let it affect my day.
Exactly.
Jin, it's interesting you say that they use fluoride toothpaste with the space thing. So because there's a warning label that you got to contact the poison control if you swallow fluoride toothpaste.
That's
are you
right.
sure that, yeah, are you sure they use fluoride on their toothpaste there?
Yeah, well, it's on the Colgate. It's on the Colgate box. Yeah, that you need to see. Go to your doctor immediately. Yeah, and seek help when you swallow. I'm fully aware of that. Yeah, but
Yeah,
you
I'm
can
sure
understand. Yeah.
No, so I don't think they use the fluoride, or if anything, they use maybe a much smaller quantity. But yeah, I don't believe that if the space thing is real, I doubt that they use fluoride in their toothpaste.
Well, I'm going to go with that. They're going to use the cheapest thing that's available on the market because they're not going to waste money trying to formulate something because that's money they could have in their own pockets. Remember, $19 million for the original toilet. It breaks down 19 or so years later, 2017, 2018. They replace it with a $23 million. And I've just given you a case where it wouldn't cost anywhere near that. You know, you could have the proper, more hygienic, more comfortable toilets on those international space station, right? And for a fraction of the cost, $250,000, $500,000 max. And then you factor in the plumbing of the system, $1 million, $2 million. So you know,
Yeah,
you've got $21 million there that they've stolen.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
interesting you say that. We've got an energy crisis here in South Africa, so these amounts that you are saying are very similar to the broom costs and toiletry costs here in for Eskom, our power supply. They spend a couple of thousands of dollars on a single broom that you can buy at any supermarket for say $20 or whatever. So yeah, I think there's a lot of scamming going on there as well.
Right, yes, it's a gross misuse of the taxpayers' money.
Yeah.
And as far as I'm concerned, it's totally unacceptable. And we know they don't go to space anyway, because you can't be doing this toilet business, you know, doing your business in space. It's not possible. You would be very uncomfortable and you would cause such a disaster. You know, no, it's just an insult, really.
Well,
Every
what
time.
reference frame are they in?
Yeah, what reference frame?
If I'm in the
Box
spacesuit,
it.
I'd be asking them to take me out of that reference frame quick time.
Yeah.
There you go.
Give me my backpack. Give me a backpack quick. Jetpack.
I'd be asking them to install an ejector seat, or should we call it an ejector suit, so I can get out of that place quick time.
Yeah, yeah. And then on the International Space Station, where they have the toilet, you have two astronauts exercising right there. So you go into the toilet area, you pull the screen, the little thin shower curtain that you pull round, but outside right there, there's people running on the treadmill, pumping weights. That's what they're doing. Right there. No privacy at all.
You have a really good point, Jen. You cut through all the fantasy and go straight to reality. Good job.
Yeah. Thanks a lot,
Fantastic.
man. Brilliant. Okay,
Jen,
we can move on from this.
Jen,
Go ahead.
could you imagine having diarrhea on the ISS?
Yeah, I can imagine it, and it would be a terrible situation. Obviously, terrible.
Yeah, that's something that will go viral on YouTube.
Yeah, that would be terrible. Not remember, because you're in zero G constantly, and your stomach is moving left, right, up and down, spinning. It's not settled ever. So you're forever trying to suppress a vomit, or you're clenching your butt cheeks because you think you're going to fart, and it could be a piece of diarrhea coming out. So you know it's that serious, ladies and gentlemen. It is that serious. It's a dangerous undertaking to be going to space and wanting to go to the toilet. Okay, a very dangerous undertaking indeed. Could end the lives of all the astronauts in the space easily. Yeah, especially during the Apollo and the Gemini missions, where the electronics was a lot more primitive. You know, toggle switches, switches.
Listen,
You know,
one faulty screw, okay, and the whole thing could unravel in that environment. Like, there's just no way we're sending junk from Earth up there if you can even go into that medium. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah. And let's remember this, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just dispel this idea that you think when you go up to a certain altitude, you begin to float. That's absolute horse manure, ladies and gents. Okay? That's never going to be happening. Where do you get that idea from? How do you validate that? What confirmation do you have for yourself? How do you actually know that? Because you don't. Right. So remember, everything you are looking at is a belief here. That you go up to a certain altitude and then suddenly you end up floating. Please, get out of here with that nonsense. Come on now.
So, guys, your ISS is finished. I got the O-rings, and Jem has the toilet covered. So, forget it, guys. Give it up.
Give it up.
I'm gonna send him a shop vac. I'm just gonna send him a shop vac for like $100.
Guys, who would ever
A wet, dry one.
Who would ever think that the observation of mediums and how we engage with those mediums would be the ultimate undoing of NASA?
Absolutely.
Get it? You go to fart, medium use. You go to flush a toilet, medium use. Go to brush your teeth, medium use. It's almost like it's the ether constantly being utilized for stuff. The ether's like, sorry, you will not use me for your perverted lies. Nuh-uh. If you're gonna use a medium, sorry, my last point, I appreciate the space there, Democ. If you're gonna use the medium, it has to be to observe law, natural law. Go ahead, please, Democ. Did I say a mouthful or did I not say enough?
You always say just the right amount.
Hey, Boston, how's the beach, buddy?
I'm running. I swam 4,000 yards.
Boston, was that you that had the video going there?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I see you got a beard. I started growing my beard. I'm just short of a month into it now. I said to my wife, "Let me try this." I almost shaved it off today, but I'm gonna grow it. I'm gonna see what I look like with a beard.
There you go. That's fun.
Once COVID hit, I started growing my beard. I haven't stopped since.
Oh
I have an afro on my face, basically. Go ahead.
Oh man, it's so annoying. I don't. Yeah, but it's probably just that stage. It's probably by a centimeter and a half long. But yeah, I wouldn't say it's the best thing I've had on my face. But yeah, let's see where this goes. But yeah, yeah, thanks for sharing the video. It was an
Yeah,
inspiration.
bro. You just got to get past the itchy stage. It will get soft and it'll stop hurting.
Yeah, it doesn't itch anymore. It's just now and then I would say it tickles, or I vape, so sometimes it feels a bit oily, and it's, oh man, I hate that feeling of oil. So yeah, feels like I gotta wash my face every hour or so. But yeah, I'm sure I'll get used to it.
Yeah, and if you have a wife or a girlfriend, you got to keep that upper lip nice and tight so it's not too scraggly.
Yeah, yeah, I got a wife. She's already had her say, but she said it's growing on her, which is cool. But let's see where it goes. Like I say, I almost took it off today, but I didn't. So if anything, I'm gonna try keep it for November, and then maybe do some sort of donation or something in November.
That's right.
Guys, something just hit me, and it's completely unrelated to what's being discussed right now. It may come across as an idiotic question, but I don't mind asking the idiotic questions. How come Australia and Antarctica have such opposing climates based on the globe model, of course?
I think that Antarctica is so much farther away than Australia than we know, because the southern or the outer portion is like the actual ice wall is so far that the sun, when it runs its courses, it heats up all the part we live on really nice and well. But Antarctica is out there, real far out there.
Oh no, yeah, in South Africa we don't have winter. We have summer days. Okay, today we are in winter. It's 24 degrees Celsius at 4 p.m.
We get winter here in Cape Town. It was about 10 degrees.
Yeah, but yeah, in Johannesburg, in winter, the weather is 24 degrees Celsius. Okay, but anyway, I don't want to take it here. I just want to say that when you are pointing your camera to the fucking horizon, it's level. You are not looking down at the horizon. Okay? You are.
We're moved on from that conversation. We're not gonna go continue back on that, dude.
Killian, did I misunderstand your question, or were you asking why is Antarctica so cold and everything kind of inland seems to be thawed out and warm?
No, I appreciate the follow up, Boston. I kind of asked the question and hopped on the Google, grabbed the Sonata or the famous world map that they claim, which wraps around a ball. I was just comparing the two climates. Antarctica seems to have a consistent frozen tundra, and then Australia presents as they present summer and winter, obviously opposite to the northern hemisphere. But initially, I was just thinking about how Australia can exist with its own climate relative to Antarctica, but then realizing that obviously geographically, or I guess globally, quote unquote, it's really located the same as Canada would, so it would have almost the same experience, so to speak, just opposite seasons. So I actually withdraw my observation, or my initial question, sorry.
I'd love to know the distance from the North Pole to Australia and Australia to the ice wall, like the actual mileage.
Well, that's the thing is, does Australia have an ice wall within its proximity?
Yeah, the weird thing about Australia is it's only like its most southern point is only like 30, 35 degrees south. So what would be 35 degrees north? And you can kind of equate that, and you figure their line of like, where like I think it's about the 60th or like, right? It's like the 60 degrees south is about where like the land mass is of Antarctica, even on the.
Yeah,
I think it's beyond 60. Yeah, I think it's
right.
quite a bit even beyond. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Yeah, like I just looked up real quick. The southern point of Australia is 39 south, so I'm at like 39 north in Northern California. So when you think about it, it's sort of not that far south.
Right.
Like how much more is there? Yeah,
that's what's so and that what's so interesting. I don't know. This just harkens to me the question of like about the analemma and how it's so much wider in the southern portion. And it's just so interesting. And then like they try to explain that away with distance, but then the angular size of the sun doesn't change that much. So it's kind of weird that they would do that.
It's interesting that Killian brought up Australia, because I was recently looking at some old maps, the 1400s and 1500s, and generally the continents look quite accurate. I'm sure you could navigate them, but when you look at Australia, it seems like it was part of Antarctica. I don't know if it was maybe those days before the water, maybe there was a different water level, but it looks like Australia was a much larger land according to the maps, and I doubt that they would write coordinates on maps and lie about it. I don't know if you guys have looked into that. Maybe that, yeah, it's something interesting as well.
Well, I was going to mention, I learned a lot watching Austin Witzett's time zone video, because it distorts and gets a lot bigger, more time zones, like 32 of them in the South. And my opinion is no one actually goes there. Like no mainstream human goes out that way. So really much farther than the southern point of Australia, it could kind of skew and lie about how far it really is to the ice wall. And it's all distorted, and it just doesn't matter because nobody goes and actually checks it out.
That's a good point. As speaking about ice, how this impossible realm gets heated and cooled the way they tell us. Has anybody ever thought of that?
What I don't understand, Essie, is that if it's at that degree, I just may be misunderstanding it. Is why is Antarctica so big, and in the north is not as much ice as there is in the south? But yeah, it might be a stupid question, but I thought it should be symmetrical. I don't know if it's a dumb question or not.
Not only that, it's a great question actually. Not only is exactly that, why isn't it symmetrical, but why is it hot in the middle and frozen on either ends with one light source? How is that possible?
I got you, SC. You have to think about the sun doing like a rotisserie chicken kind of feel. And whenever the sun is on the innermost point, or even the outermost point of its ring, it still is circling closer to the North Pole at all times. And the outer wall is really far away, and it gets that blip of heat every 24 hours, rather than maybe getting some of the heat or radiation almost around the clock if that sun is closer, like a donut.
Yeah, but over time, wouldn't you think you can keep that thing going? You're saying now on a not on a globe surface, right? Is that what you're envisioning? Something else?
Yeah, I'm saying like the flat Earth idea of the North Pole being the central point. And just for a second, imagine yourself at the North Pole. You would basically catch more radiation and more heat and more sun, I think, at the North Pole on the average, than if you're in Antarctica. Because if you're in Antarctica, you have to wait an entire 24 hours for it to barely blip up, and then it's gone, and it's going around its huge course. Where really, if you're in the middle, I think the sun is closer to the North Pole, than it is Antarctica. That's why Antarctica is a huge frozen, crazy ring, is because it is so far away, it doesn't get that heat.
Right. I can't see it in any. I just, especially on a sphere, I'm trying to envision what you're saying. The sun moving inward, outwards. But how would you keep the center always warm, tropical?
No, the center isn't. The North Pole is pretty dang cold too. But if you just look up the average temperature of the North Pole and the average temperature of Antarctica, they're vastly different. When on a globe, they should be pretty much, the same, except for that little tilt that the Earth is supposed to be doing. But I'm thinking in reality, the North Pole gets more radiation and heat, more love, more sun, if you will. I don't mean like sunlight or sunset, sunrise. I just mean overall, it seems to reside closer to the North Pole than the South Pole. So if there is a firmament and there is an outer wall that we don't even go to, I just think of that as being desolate, far away, and only getting touched by the sun a little bit once every 24 hours, where the North Pole kind of gets this radiant heat circling around like a rotisserie chicken in the middle. It's a little bit more sustainable as far as life is concerned.
I hear what you're saying for the short term, but the rotisserie chicken, wouldn't the chicken eventually start melting all over?
Yeah, if the heat source was close enough.
Or do you think the default position? Sorry, go on.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm just saying, if you and this is a hypothesis. It's my imagination. It may be totally not real with reality, but for a second, if you imagine yourself standing on the edge of the ice wall, you'd be waiting a really long time in absolute frigid air temps, and it seemed like forever before you saw or got any like love from the sun again, a whole day. And I think if you think about the central, like the North Pole in the middle, it's kind of lapped all day by the sun. Instead of it waiting for the sun to make its appearance, it's kind of like more, you know what I'm saying, more close by, even though it's lapping the circular North Pole. I don't know. I hope that makes sense. I'm just kind of daydreaming about it.
Boston, are you talking similar to like
No, I hear what you're saying.
Sorry, Essie, I just want to find out, I'm following the discussion. I just want to ask a clarifying question. So is it similar to like a winter's day? For instance, it's winter now, so in the mornings it's very cold. Okay, luckily I'm on the coast, so we don't get much colder than, say, 6 or 7 degrees Celsius. But it's cold for quite a while until the sun, I would say, gets to here by 11, 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Then it heats up and we can have 20, 22 degrees, 23 degrees Celsius here in winter. But yeah, as soon as that sun goes away, oh man, it gets cold quick. And it's cold till the next day, 11, 12 o'clock again. Is it something similar to that?
Yeah, I think like we're kind of spoiled, both America and Australia spoiled, because we have very defined seasons. When it's hot summer in the United States, Australia's getting their their winter. And when it's super warm in Australia, we're getting our winter. And the extremes, they are cold. They are vastly different. But what I'm talking about is I'd like to know, what is the average temp in reality of the entire Antarctic Circle when America's having summer. I would venture to bet that Antarctica's colder all the way around because the sun is in its inner circle. When it's out farther and the sun is going over Australia and they're receiving nice heat, I think the whole of Antarctica doesn't defrost, but it's noticeably higher on average, the whole circle, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's still basically like a cold, just a warmer winter, basically. I think that's what I'm getting from this discussion. So yeah, it's just a little bit warmer, but it's still very cold. It's still winter.
Oh yeah, nothing ever gets totally melted.
Yeah,
It's just fun to think about. Like, what is this realm? What's really going on?
I'm glad you said that. Now take both models, right? Beerman, you have one model, and you have another model. So do you guys think you can recreate this? The frozen part and the tropical part using one light source?
Ooh, good question, Essie.
I know it definitely can't be done on a sphere. Forget that. Don't even try. But how about on the other said model? You think you can reproduce it?
To be honest, no, I can't answer that right now. I can maybe come up with some ideas and then get back to you on that one, but I'll only be able to share ideas at least.
Hey, one last thing, and
You agree that on the sphere, you agree on the sphere it cannot be done, or am I going too fast?
Too fast for me. I'll need to have a look at it again.
Okay, fair enough.
My final comment for a little while is this. So there's supposed to be a 23-degree tilt. When the Earth is tilting, the thing you'll notice is the Polaris, the North Star, it does not deviate off of the North Pole, straight off the very center of the North Pole. Honestly, the North Star should move 23 degrees over, because the universe doesn't shift with the tilting Earth, right?
When you bring up that North Pole thing and the movement, the only thing that I would still mind boggles me is that we, with the current model, I'm not saying this is what's happening, I'm saying with the current model presented, is that we move these vast distances and the stars are in the same place. That bothers my brain, at least. And I think that's part of why I'm here questioning what this place could actually be. It's just I understand there's explanations, but it still it doesn't compute with my brain at least, and that's why I'm here in this discussion. Because yeah,
I
why
think the
doesn't
heat and the frozen thing. Just gonna say, I think the heat and the freezing thing should trouble anybody on any model. We got one light source on one model, the sphere, and we have two frozen poles, and the center is tropical, and that light source has been beaming for millions of years, yet it's still frozen on either end.
think of it like a candle?
And then we have another model. Sorry?
I was gonna say, think of it like a candle. You know, you've got quite a wide candle. It'll eat through the middle of the candle, and the sides sometimes do stay there, depending on how wide the candle is. It doesn't always melt all the wax, and then eventually you got a cylinder. Isn't that similar to what you're questioning?
Not really, because you got one heat source, and it's shining on this ball of ice, and it only melted the center. It only melts the center. You think that you can recreate that? Like, try to think of something frozen in your freezer, a chicken, a turkey. Now, if I was to tell you, just thaw the center out, you think you can do it?
And not from the outside, no. Okay.
And then if I was to tell you, rotate it and keep it like that for millions of years.
Okay, but why the center? Sorry, I'm probably misunderstanding the question. So why the center of the chicken? Why do you want to thaw out the center of the chicken?
No, it's kind of the reverse of a rotisserie
Well, think
chicken.
of your globe. Think of your globe, right?
Okay, yeah, let's
Think
take
of it
the
as
globe.
one.
Yeah. Let's take the globe and let's say
Okay.
it's one big round piece of land, and there's all the water's frozen, and now the center's unfrozen. Are you asking why is the outside center unfrozen?
No. We have a frozen. Think of a frozen. Think of a frozen baseball or a frozen ball. You know, in the winter, you grab snow, you make a ball.
Got you.
Okay, there's a rock inside that ball, and you have the snow around it. Now, your objective is to melt just the center of that ball.
Okay,
and keep the tops of the ball, the North Pole, like the Earth, north and south, frozen.
I got you. I thought you meant the center as in like the core of it. That's why I said no. I don't know how you're going to do that.
Oh no.
Okay. Yeah. I think that's where I brought up the candle thing. So if I got the candle, it'll burn through that whole center of the candle. It's probably a shitty analogy as well. But I'm just thinking in my head how that could work. Maybe that makes sense, but like I said, let me come up with more ideas. But yeah, I just think it's because the light source is possibly focusing only on that section or close to that section. Maybe it is not 93 million miles away, which is why I'm also here listening to the alternative, and that may explain why we see what we see. If mainstream explains it their way and it doesn't compute with me, that's fine. I'm learning both models, and for me at least, I'll take the best on that fits my logic at least, and not influence anyone else's lives. But yeah.
Hey, bro. I posted on 128 a video that I was talking about the tilt. But I just want to clarify, when I was saying rotisserie chicken, I believe the Earth to be a stationary topographical plane, so it totally stays still. And what's rotating is the sun, and it runs an inner course, like an inner circle, and there's an outer circle. And the most inner it comes is the United States, roughly. And as far as it goes out is Australia. And that's it. And it speeds up and it slows down and it gains elevation too. It's just crazy. That's how we get the analemma. So the North Pole is sitting still as the sun rotates around an inner ring, And even when the sun is in its outer ring going over the top of Australia, because all the land is totally fixed, the North Pole, the interpoint of our lands, gets more love from the heat of the sun, radiation, and a little bit, I think, more light. And the wall that's fixed way out there, farther than we can imagine, is frozen solid, and it gets just a little tiny lap, like a lick of the sun, more rarely than the North Pole ever does. That's why the difference of temperatures there. And if you go back to the globe, I think a sun 98 or 93 million miles away, it wouldn't matter if it was just tilting 23 degrees or whatever. That sun would hit the whole side of the ball roughly the same and heat it roughly the same, especially if we have a like atmosphere that gets irradiated. It would just be like a greenhouse effect, and there wouldn't be a frozen pole. You know, I just don't think that would be the case if the heliocentric model was reality. You wouldn't have these extreme colds, but the flat Earth makes a lot more sense to what we actually see.
It does. It does seem more plausible that way. Yeah, agreed. Definitely on the sphere, forget about it. Right? If you think about it sensibly, that model dies right there, just with the sun and the two poles frozen with the center melted. I mean, that's just ridiculous. That's physically impossible.
Hey, SC, check out my video. It's short. Let me know what you think.
Essie, so I can't answer your question from my perspective yet. Maybe one of these days I can. So I'm not deviating from the question. I just got another question regarding what is your thoughts on why the snow is white, or why those areas are white? Why is it in the sense of if I take an ice cube that looks see-through, but if you look at Antarctica and you look at the North Pole, you look at snow, it's generally white. What's your thoughts on why it is white? I possibly have my thoughts, but just want to hear your perspective of why you think it's white.
I never actually thought of that, bro. I guess it's like saying, why is dirt brown or why are leaves green? We can go into the chemistry and, for the synthesis and all that. I don't know. I really don't know. I guess that whatever makes up the ice makes it white.
Yeah, I would say ice is like a crystal.
What do you think?
And it has to do with oxygen content and water content. And when the light hits the frozen snow, the way that it refracts and interacts with the crystal-like structure of water and air frozen, it reflects back white. Anyway, that's all I think it is.
Correct. So Boston has probably got the same thought that I have in that sense. Yeah, with the way light refracts within and off it, is what gives it its white look. But what I find interesting is if you melt it, it's no longer white. So I do believe what Boston says is that's probably in a nutshell what I'm understanding as well. Same as the way we see clouds. Those clouds are white now, but I think it's just the way the light's refracting off those that moisture in the air. But also, I've got my ideas of what's going on there. Outside of mainstream, I'm not going to say mainstream is 100% wrong. I'm just saying if I had to put this into my own words, the way I experience it or see it, I would explain it this way. So I've got my ideas there. But yeah, I think Boston's got has got a good idea there. But yeah, interesting question, ASE.
I got one more point. Sorry if my mic is
Absolutely,
crappy.
I get what you're saying now. It's in a different state. Like it can be liquid. It looks one color or whatever you want to call it, depending how you look at it, with salt or whatever's in it. It could be frozen. It's another state. Yeah, and it could be in the cloud form. Or it could be in the snow form. Yeah, and all that reflects, I guess, light differently. I guess that's the answer, right?
Yeah, and
whatever
white,
state and whatever type of material it is. Yeah.
And one more clarifying idea. I used to drink whiskey a lot, and I had those big, like spherical ball type ice you could make. And if you just filled the silicone ice tray to make that sphere of ice, if you put it from room temperature water straight into the freezer, you'd have a very hazy, almost snowflake-like. You couldn't see through it. ice. But if you left it in the refrigerator overnight and got that water temperature down quite a bit and then moved it to the freezer, you would have a crystal clear ice cube. And I think what happens is with snow, it's water and it turns into a very fine crystal fast. Therefore, it's very hazy and it appears white. You know what I'm saying?
I got you. It's interesting. It mind boggles me when I look at clouds, and Killian posted a picture of clouds over a city there now, and you see the dark in it, you see the pink and blues and all these colors in it, and when you look at the snow, it's white, and I think to myself, why is it white? It's just interesting. If you look
Hey,
at
beer man,
regression and
what color are polar bears? What color are
depends which,
polar bears?
it depends which color you paint them. They're white.
No, seriously, I couldn't believe it, but I
Oh,
was shocked.
this is a trick question, but I'm gonna say white. But I
Yes,
remember this
yes, it
question.
is. Yeah.
Okay.
They're black.
I've heard something like this as well. Yeah, I knew it was a trick question, but I remember white polar bears.
Don't shoot the messenger, but polar bears are actually black, but I forget the explanation. The way the hairs are at the tips, and I won't do it justice. But if you move those hairs and you look at a polar bear, it's black.
It's similar to a husky. My husky, she's passed away, but same thing with her. Like she was black and white, or black, gray, and white, and you move her hair in a certain way, or you brush her the other way around, and all of a sudden she turns a different color. And I wonder if it's a similar thing to the polar bear. But I don't know. I'll look into it. But I've heard this question before, and I remember it was some sort of trick question.
Yeah, I saw it in one of those Attenborough. What color is a polar bear? You're like white. Yeah.
I love that shot of the Hudson because, again, you get to look at something like that, which is a little bit of gained altitude. Then you look at something like this, and you quickly realize, holy smokes, the laws of perspective work inside and outside the exact same. You're just replacing the sky with a ceiling and the ground, i.e. floor, hallway, with a river, waterway. But the perspective laws stay the same. Check out this picture right quick. Now, anybody in the audience on the panel listening right now, what do you guys think of that picture that I just posted of a city skyline close up?
I think humans have built some cool looking shit sometimes. That's what I think.
So if you pay attention to the actual reflection in the building, though, you actually get to see the skyline reflected, the horizon line reflected in the skyline of the building. And then if you observe many of the construction lines or the facial lines that are on the building, the cosmetic lines where the the glazing on the buildings are divided with those panel lines, if you will, they actually align perfectly with the horizon behind it, behind the drone taking the footage. That's crazy. I love it. Perfectly geometric. Geometric? Yes, geometric.
Hey, I keep hearing people bring up the acceleration and if the sun accelerates or not during the revolution of the earth. And people talk about the tropics and they talk, right? You guys were just talking about Australia and Antarctica and how far the sun actually goes. The sun goes to the 23.5 degrees south. That is the line of demarcation. That's the tropic of Capricorn. 23.5 degrees south. And Australia, you said the lowest point in Australia, Issa said, was 32 degrees. Now, I haven't verified this myself. So Australia is just a little bit beyond the Tropic of Capricorn. I'm driving right now, so I'm just going. I'm free flowing. But all these things are being brought up, right? And I would love to hear more about the obliquity of the Earth. You know, the sun's eccentricity, the Milankovitch cycles, which it has to do with all these things, and they need all these things for their model to work. So they need the sun's eccentricity, which is the obliquity. It's a bunch of things, right? But basically, that when the Earth goes around the sun, that orbit that it makes, the orbital mechanics of that cycle can change from year to year and from age to age. They got cycles that go as far as 100,000 years. Now, don't ask me how I know that they know that, but they believe in these Milankovitch cycles, which certain cycles are up to 100,000 years in between, right? And there's different wobbles. But the idea is that with varying obliquities, or basically, as the Earth makes its revolution around the sun, that it doesn't have a perfect circular orbit, right? Its orbit can be elliptical, right? And it can vary in its ellipticity, for lack of a better word, right? And sometimes it'll be more elliptical, causing the seasons to be more extreme, because there'll be certain points where the Earth will be farther from the sun or closer to the sun, depending on the cycle. Now, these things are all theoretical. I don't believe any of these things actually exist. I don't believe in their understanding of the sun's eccentricity. Instead, I know that the sun itself is moving, and it has its own specific cycle. You can talk about that, but the sun, according to their model, has to accelerate and shift, or the Earth's movement around the sun has to shift. And what kind of acceleration are we referring to here, and why don't we see evidence of the Earth accelerating? Shouldn't there be more earthquakes, something going on? Shouldn't there be some sort of phenomena that we could maybe prognosticate, like forecast, right? If we know the Earth is going to accelerate, oh, there's going to be this and that, but there's none of that going on. the precession of the axial tilt, aka obliquity. All theoretical.
Maybe I'm late to the party on this observation, but drones operate on the principle of plumb.
Yeah, they do. Plumb and horizontality, no? Yeah?
That's what I'm saying. Like, everybody's talking about, oh, we're going to set up a grid system and we're going to do push the line and do all these things. I'm like, wait a minute. If we have this consistent observation where we have the horizons in place, and then we have this sensation of, or visual sensation of seeing clouds, not a sensation, sorry, an actual thing that we're seeing, which are clouds. And then we have this thing that we can always observe is put a drone up in the sky, fly it around. It always observes plumb because it's always utilizing observing the horizon, and the position of the perspective is always achieved by the camera by hanging on the bottom piece. The camera's always hung on the bottom part of the drone in most cases, and the drone flies around using the medium. So if the thing capturing the perspective, the camera, is always hung and observed, and it has the orientation in the correct format, it's always going to observe and be showing an aspect of plumb level.
Yeah. 360 degrees. 360 degrees, horizontality and plumb level. Yeah, always. Has to. It's unavoidable. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, the idea of the Force the Line by Brian Mullins of Balls Out Physics was a great idea. My only gripe with that would have been it's going to be costing in time and labor. There's a lot of work involved there, and we can prove it in an easier way without so much intensive cost and time, you know? Yeah? Force the Line. It was a good idea,
Yeah.
but it's labor intensive, I think.
I'm with you, dude.
Yeah, thanks. Oh yeah, and the other day I enjoyed the conversation you guys were having about proving Earth is not a globe without the scientific method. Because it's not really necessary because we can prove it through measurements, can we not? Or is that a mistake? Yeah?
That's exactly it. There's I mean, responding to Mole Man in the chat, he's saying the words that Flatties utter doesn't change the measured and tested dimensions of the Earth we live on isn't flat. So the first question is, who did it? How did they do it? Come share with us. I'd love to know, Mole Man.
Yeah.
He's not even
Bring
here.
it on.
Oh, he's not even here.
Yeah.
What a shame. Oh well, too bad for him. So we maybe you can talk about Eratosthenes, what he did measuring his shadow 1,500 years ago. That's unfortunate. I don't know what other methods were employed to measure the actual surface that we're standing upon, but the idea of the 3959 claimed radius on a macrocosm, that means the big view, would then go down to a microcosm view, asking for a 100-mile travel distance for a 1.25-mile drop in order for your model claim to be true. Therefore, if that DOD, the drop, let me just say, the DOD, the drop over distance, doesn't show up, you can't claim a 3959 global dimension. Please go ahead, Jin.
Yeah, I was just going to continue where you left off there. Now, there's a little anomaly, though, isn't there? Because Eratosthenes, the man who never lived 2,300 years ago, supposedly got the Earth's curvature to 24,855 miles. Who actually got the 24,900 and 901 miles? Who actually got that? Who actually got that? Where did that number come from? Because Eratosthenes was 24,855 miles. That's what he measured, apparently. Okay? Where did the numbers come from? That's what I want to know. Who actually got the 24,901 miles circumference? Who actually did that? Where did that number come from? How did they achieve that?
Oh, Mole Man, come play. Oh, come on. Bring it on, man. Bring it.
Hey, I got a thought experiment, right? If you could figure out that the Earth is flat, right, and you figured out that the Earth doesn't move and it's fixed, stationary, immovable, and instead that the luminaries are the ones that spin, stars are the ones that spin, and they're on specific circuits. If you could design a calendar that would keep track of time, how would you at least begin? You don't have to come up with the whole calendar, but what would be your base? What would be your base for your calendar? How would you keep track of the year? Let's just say that. How would you come up with a year?
Dude, you can't do it, right? Because all those, the calendar, and sorry, I jumped when I shouldn't have jumped. Any Globers want to answer that question? Anybody who thinks time can travel,
Anybody.
like anybody, like the concept of time traveling. If you think time travels, you should answer this question.
Think about it like this, right? Right now, how do they keep track of time? How do they come up with 1 year?
It's not uniform. If you look at everything we do on tracking time, it's always uniform. Like There's 60 seconds. There's 60 seconds in a minute. 60 minutes in an hour. 12 hours in a day.
24.
24 hours in a day.
But no, but it's important because 2 plus 4 is 6, right? We have the 666 again. Sorry, dude. I just want to throw that in.
1 second.
Yeah,
So you bring up a
but
good.
when it comes to 7 days in a week, but when it comes to months, it's not uniform. It's always like it could be 4 weeks, could be 5 weeks.
Yeah. So how do we factor time, right? Well, this is how the ancients would do it. They would do it from twilight to twilight, or evening to evening, right? Arab to Arab. That's how you kept track of time. And we know because of the eccentricity of the sun that the days can vary, right? The night cycles and day cycles vary from day to day, from year to year. This is how you get the analemma. It's all related, right? But the ancients didn't factor time the way we do it in modern times, because in modern times they've standardized time and made it general, right? Like general relativity. No pun intended.
But not
But
really,
like,
though.
they've standardized.
Especially when they standardize mostly of the time, but when it comes to months, they screw all that up. Like a month is not a set amount of days. Some months have more days, some months has less. But if you were to standardize months, how many weeks would you put in a month before, which would be 28 days.
Well, no,
because we have.
Correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen, but didn't they use the moon for that? The phases of the moon?
No.
Yeah.
No. It's complicated, bro. So there's lunar calendars that came about later, but the original calendars were solar, predominantly solar calendars. The moon did have its purpose to keep track of other variables, but like you have so many different calendars, bro. We got the Muslim calendar, the Jewish calendar, before and after Hillel, the Gregorian calendar, the Zadok. It gets
Chinese
complicated,
calendar.
right?
Yeah, there's
Chinese.
a ton of them.
But the moon was not meant to keep track of months, though there were cultures that used the moon. The moon was not used for that purpose.
Citation.
But I don't want to get into. I didn't really want to get into that. All I'm saying is that the sun is a way more faithful servant than the moon. The sun is very specific in its orbits. The moon is a lot more erratic. Not that the moon does not have its patterns, because it does, but the moon is very erratic compared to the sun.
Not incorrect. The sun has a different time frame.
If you observe the rising and setting of the moon compared to the sun, it's very erratic. And I'm not talking about the phases.
Yeah, the sun is a way to keep track of time during day. Yes, and it is also inconsistent because it actually changes throughout the year.
Yeah, so the sun bounces back and forth between the tropics and the horizon, right?
So
Consistently
sometimes
from year to year to year. In my opinion, it's never deviated from its specific orbit that it has right now. Contrary to popular belief, they bring up the obliquity, right? Which is the tropics would expand or they would contract depending on the axial precession, right? The 26,000 year cycle. Well, during that 26,000 year cycle, even longer, 100,000 year cycle, that the tropics would expand and contract. That doesn't happen in real life. It's never happened.
But it's not precise.
Going back,
if you go again, like if you're saying that it's precise, it's not, because it changes itself depending on the year, the month that you're in.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about within a year. So the equinox, the sun returns to the same spot, right, from year to year, within a certain amount of time, right? But this is how you keep track of time, right? So going back Right now, modern times, they keep track of the cycle that the Earth makes around the sun, right? And they count the years according to how long it takes the Earth to make one revolution. Well, how are they factoring that? And what kind of assumptions are they making to even come up with that count, right? Well, they assume that the Earth is moving, right? They assume that the Earth is making a revolution. How do they measure that? What tools are they using to measure that? People bring up ephemerises, right? We have theodolites. We have all these things. How are they keeping track of these reference stars when they do reference the sidereal year, right? Or the solar year, the tropical year? What are what are the metrics? Once you start diving into that, you'll start realizing that the way that they keep track of time today is erroneous because it's based on false assumptions. So then if you were to rewrite that or redo that, how would you do it? How would you go about measuring the year, the tropical year? How would you do it? Because the way they're doing it now is they use the backdrop of the stars as their main reference point. But if you know that the stars are on their own cycle, and even though it's not a lot, they do move every year, just a tiny little bit. And that tiny little bit adds up to about 1 degree every 72 years. So you can't use the backdrop of the stars because they're moving. Right? So how would you go about measuring the year? Once you come to that realization as a flat earther, you know that the way that they reckon the year is wrong. So how would you go about it? It's not a right or wrong answer. It's just a wondering. There's multiple ways probably to go about keeping track of years, but I'm just wondering how anybody here would go about doing it.
That's a really interesting question. That question, that's making me wonder, why did any man ever in history come up with that thought to begin with, to need to keep track of days to begin with? Seems odd to me.
Well, but I mean, at that point, are you looking for the reason, the justification?
No, more of the entire thought. What was the thing that sparked somebody to even think of that idea for years and keeping track of, days and all that? That seems just like an odd thing to me.
Well, okay, so I mean that can be broken down to, if you like numbers. I myself personally, I'm a numbers person. I enjoy knowing, like finding out, how many maybe jobs you've completed in a year or whatever. But there is I think a certain fascination depending on, what tickles your fancy, whether you're a left brain or a right brain thinker, as to whether or not numbers make you happy, so to speak. Right? If numbers tickle your fancy, then I think like the concept of time as a measurement is something that would intrigue you. But if you don't care how many times the sun comes up with with accuracy or whatever, then that's up to you. But I mean, guys, like, the interesting thing is like when farmers start to plant their fields based on the health of the moon. Full moons, they harvest under a full moon, as an example. Plant seeds accordingly. These are all things that help, and I think that observing the timing that brings the seasons about and the winds of change are something that is important to those who build life.
So you think that's maybe the origins of how it began was farmers and going back to biblical times? Is that?
Oh, sorry.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
apologize. Yeah, no, 100%.
No, I'm done.
I'm strictly just spitballing as to the
Yeah, okay,
reasons.
yeah.
As to the original idea, I firmly I sit with scripture. So scripture, states. I believe. Sorry, what's written in scripture is that Enoch observed the celestial bodies, and he's the one that brought forward to the scribe. He was the scribe of God, and was put in account or in charge of noting all these things. And he stated that the sun and the moon comes out. The sun leads the charge, followed by the other celestial bodies, and there's a certain amount of quote time that's allocated to each of those celestial bodies. So I go back to, and I simply say, I'll withdraw for this, is, why wouldn't the watchmaker want to keep track how many times each celestial body goes around the racetrack?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Thank you.
What do you know the verse off the top of your head in the Bible in Genesis about the what the stars and things are for, as far as marking, or it says something to like marking special events and times? Do you know that specific
Marching
verse
for the
for that?
seasons.
I
I think
want to
it's
read
in
that
Genesis.
verse real quick.
Genesis. Well,
Like
the day the
it's
stars
got to
was.
be early.
Yeah, Genesis 1:4 or something. That's when the sun was created.
Yeah. So let there be lights in the dome. Let them be for signs and for seasons, for days and years. I would have to addition.
See, right there. Could you read that part again? For days and seasons. That
Yeah, sure. Sorry, I gotta find it.
No, it's okay. Take your time, dude.
Closed it. So yeah. And God said, "Let there be lights in the dome of the sky to separate the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years." I don't know what edition this Bible is, but yeah, that's what it
No,
says.
no, but it's just the simple observation that even within Genesis 1, we have the introduction of time.
Yeah, so it was
Right?
given to us
Time
by
is
God.
exactly. And I really appreciate you bringing that forward, because we've been throwing around that idea of time for a little while, right? And the whole idea is how light how time would work. Is it a concept? Is it a thing that exists, or is it simply just a measurement? And I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome. I always thought that verse was interesting too, because I always wondered what the creator is talking about signs. Because what does that mean to the creator? Because I don't have any idea when I look at the sky and notice certain phenomenon and things happening, whether it's a sign and what that sign means. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know Lion has quite a bit when it comes to the signs, but full moon marking like Feast of Trumpets, I believe, as an example. But there are different, and I don't know them exactly. I'm being humble about approaching the subject, but at the empty moon versus like a quarter moon, there's a lot of things that are based on the sightings of the moon for different festivals that are had throughout I believe, the Hebrew calendar. Again, I say this respectfully and humbly, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, that's crazy because that in that itself, that's before the sun, the two greater light, and the before the sun and the moon was actually created. So he said, "Let there be lights in the heavens and the firmament of heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for the days and years, and let them be for the lights of the firmaments of the heavens to give light upon the earth." And it was so. And God made two great lights: the great light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the
Wait a
stars
minute,
also.
wait a minute, bro.
Yeah.
Look,
Well, yeah,
look.
even before God said, "Let there be light," and there was light before He even created the sun. That's way early in the
What? Okay,
scripture.
so the creation of the original light, I throw around the idea of the black hole sun, the sun that's located beneath the crust, and then it projects itself upwards towards Polaris, and then you have the celestial bodies that are all created off of the basis of Polaris, like the hanging disco ball at the top of the ceiling. But from a standpoint of what Book just said, the introduction of time before the bodies were
The
even
sun.
created, bro, that's some crazy stuff.
Yeah,
Thank
that's.
you for that, dude.
I'm glad you repeated that because I totally missed that, and I was. Thank you for reiterating that for me. 'Cause that went over my head.
It's also God is everything, right? He's light and darkness, but He represents light over darkness, good and evil, right? Like if you have God in your life, you have good in your life, you have truth, which overcomes darkness. So it brightens up the darkness, it lights it up. So the light of your life, it represents the sun also as the great ruler of the day, like, you know, given life. The sun seems to give energy and give life and blah, 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 growth. And then the moon rules the night, which is more of darkness, representing, you know, the decay and, you know, just a different time period. But it does separate time, but, you know, you have to represent, you know, just how did they do it? They didn't have watches at the time, so they used the sun. You know, how many moon cycles, you know, does a woman do this, or does a man need to go to war, or I'm going to meet you, or I'm going to plant my crops on the third full moon of the month, you know, whatever it may be. They represented things with the sky as their clock.
Yeah.
That's represents that in the Bible too. Perfect time. It's representing life, right? The perfect timepiece of life. You don't need a watch on your wrist. I actually don't wear a watch. I don't need it. Right? I knew when daybreak was. It was right when I could see the light in the sky this morning. You know, so I knew it was around 6 o'clock. You know, you can determine what time on a clock that daybreak would be, but daybreak is always going to be, no matter what the watch says.
Yeah, like have y'all ever noticed the difference between the sunlight and daylight?
You mean like before you can actually see the sun in the morning and that light, but there's light, but you can't see the sun yet? Is that what you're talking about?
Right. We actually
Yeah.
describe it as two different color lights, actually. But they
Yeah,
want to
I've
say
noticed
that they want to say that the sun is some diffused lighting or whatever, but it's really not. I mean, at least I don't believe it is because it actually casts its own shadow. Well, it casts a shadow on when it's obstructed, and it's a 12 o'clock shadow if you look at it. But it's we describe it as a cool light for daylight and a warm yellow light for sunlight. Cool blue light, somewhat white light, and then a warm yellow light for daylight. If you look it up. Actually, I started looking into that once I read the CIA paper, the release documents of the Russian CIA paper with the firmament lighting. And I don't know if y'all ever
Can you
taken
DM me that? I don't think I've ever seen that.
yeah, it's look up the firmament lighting. It has something with a firmament. I forgot. I gotta look for that paper again. But it's some CIA what do they call that when they release the paper?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Declassified.
Declassified Russian document for firmament lighting.
That's why I call myself Rakia. Rakia is the firmament, God's light, right? I live my life through God's truth. He is light. What is light? God. So you live your life through that. But the Russians were experimenting and studying the light of the Rakia, the firmament, how light propagated through it, how it seemed to be created, right, and traveled differently than the sun rays, right? Basically what they were studying, how it traveled through the firmament.
I was thinking about the story of Genesis the other day. And I was thinking about in the beginning, there was water, right? There was already water before the land. And God pulled and created the land from the water. So I was like, well, where did the water come from? When did he create the water? How come there's no story for how the water got there? But then I started thinking, well, does that mean that God is the water? This is the part of the water. And us humans, they tell us we're 60% water and we are made in the image of God. And then I started thinking, so there's waters below, waters above. So the container is that water is God holding everything together.
I believe the same thing. It's just different stages of water. I call it superfluid. So
Superfluid?
water, yeah, superfluid. So that's being studied now. But I think that fluid, that medium, existed in the beginning. Everything was created through that medium, and in that medium, vibration, frequency, magnetism, light, everything propagates through that medium in its different stages. So once you go in lower altitudes and higher altitudes, the fluid turns into different medium types of superfluid. So
okay, sure, right.
Super solid, at a certain altitude.
Definitely. You know what? I think that's probably true because I've seen those videos of those divers in the ocean that are finding these like other different sort of waters within the water. Have you guys seen that? The like lakes in the bottom of the ocean?
Yeah, it's just a different density layer, but it's an impenetrable fluid that they can't describe. But I think you have the same thing at altitude. So different pressure and temperature creates the superfluid. I believe that's what happens to the helium in the altitude. Now, it may be something in the depths of the water that's different than helium, but helium-4 at altitude, at pressure and temperature, becomes a superfluid. So now they're discovering super solid. That superfluid has different stages and actually turns into a super solid, which acts as a container, but can let stuff flow in it frictionless, like the sun and moon are set in its circuit. So if you have a superconductor in that superfluid, you can put something on track like a sun, and it'll follow that same track year after year after year after year. That's why everything resets. I've been saying this for years. People call me crazy. Now it's kind of coming into the light, Scientists are studying superfluids.
Why do they think you're crazy? Why do they say you're crazy?
Because I was different. I believe something
Yeah, I
different
was
than
gonna
they
say,
did.
why is it crazy just to try to think outside the box and come up with different ideas and things?
I
Why
don't
is that
know. I
crazy?
just started, before I got into flat Earth, I started thinking about where all the helium went. You know, scientists are telling us that it escapes into infinite space and all that. Just doesn't make sense, right? So,
I thought NASA was buying it all.
yeah. So when
I'm just
you
joking.
start researching where the helium goes, you start finding that scientists have been researching helium-4, helium-3 superfluid for years and years and years. It's just now coming out. You know, it's trickling down now.
What do you think about the black goo?
So the black what? Black goo?
Yeah, black goo.
Well, they're calling dark energy, dark matter, dark fluid, right? It combines in a dark fluid. So I think that's kind of their word for superfluid. But superfluid is actually, you know, like most gases are see-through. So if you look up and there's this solid barrier of superfluid, you wouldn't, it look clear to you. It look like the sky, right? Just so happens that helium-4 is blue in nature, crystal-like. That's exactly what we see when we look up.
You misunderstood what I meant. What I'm describing is like in these movies. A lot of times, recently, they're constantly showing this like substance, this black goo, and it's like in the movie Prometheus, Venom. There's a multitude of different examples and stuff, and I started thinking that that Lucifer, right, is the first original artificial intelligence. He is AI created by the creator because the creator is the ultimate. He is intelligence, but Lucifer isn't. He's about deception and lies and deceit. He's artificial, and and this and this black goo is like this AI substance. Oh, fuck! I lost my train of thought. Fuck! I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. There's all types of ways to represent it, you know. I do believe in good and evil, and it's just like I call it spirit, but you know, it's just a intelligence that flows through as energy through the medium, right? It's within us. It flows all through us, within us. It's all around us. Good and evil, you can't escape it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You just make the choice on which one you dwell in the most, or you know, give into at that moment, right? But it always exists all around you. That's
Well, that
how I
was
think
the
information.
that's the garden story, right? That's from what we got from taking from the tree of knowledge. We died spiritually, and we were given that other fucking side, that evil side. And yeah, you know what I'm saying? Because before that, we didn't have that. We didn't have these this problem with evil. It didn't exist.
Well, it might have existed, but it didn't.
It wasn't in our minds.
It wasn't a part of you. Yeah, it wasn't in you until until Adam and Eve, as the story goes, gave in and let it come in. Right. So they would have lived the perfect life, lived forever, lived on a perfect world until they let that spirit in, and then it dwells in us now. So it's all around us. But I believe all information, like the roll of the dice, right? All combinations exist. It's just which one rolls, which one you allow or manifest to come in, and you know, some you have control over, some you don't. You know, I just think it all exists, like information, right? It's every roll of the dice, every combination, every piece of information exists everywhere. Like if I send a picture from here to Japan on my phone right now, it already is there, right? It already gets there. It's already there. It just you make it happen. You make it manifest by pushing buttons or doing whatever. So I think people can. We're all interconnected. So you can think these things. You know, like I've seen it in my life, right? I was thinking of my third cousin that I haven't talked to in 10 years, and all of a sudden my phone rings. You know, it's stupid. You can't explain it, right? It's just, I don't know. I just think somehow we're all connected in that way.
Yeah. Well, and we're all connected to the earth too. Like we're all a part. This isn't like all separate. It's all one system. It's all one thing. We came from the dirt. You know, we're a part of it all.
It's all one big dream.
And we're not God, but God dwells within us. So we are, we are a part of God in that way. But people cross the line when they think they are God because of that. You can't be God. It's impossible. But you can let God dwell in you and rule over you. So that energy, that whatever you want to call it, I call it God. I mean, it's just an easy word, right? But that energy or that frequency or that, that information, that whatever you want to call it, that's flowing through me, I allow it to rule over me and to just take charge. Like, be a bigger part. My mind can overcome that and let the enemy or let the evil part of that side come in and take over that instance, right, or that moment. But if I don't let that happen, if I just let God dwell within me and take over, then that's what I have. It's tough, right? Like, humans aren't. Once we fell, it's tough to, climb back up. It's easier to fall down.
Yeah, it's interesting too how it seems like how this is happening is it's getting more evil is getting let in as the generations go by because they're throwing all these things at us to disconnect us from our God-given senses, and we don't trust these senses, and we ignore them, and we let the evil come in even more. And with the dumbing down of society and separation of families, they're really turning us, this is what I believe too, into actual AIs. Like, I think what they show us on TV with AIs, they show us those stupid robots. I think that's bullshit. What they're really doing is they want to turn us into AIs, and then they can also take us and then upload a new whatever they want inside of us with technology and shit. I don't know. I'm just bullshitting, speculating, but
I think you're right on. Like I feel the same thing. It's weird, like, but you have to take control. I try and get out of that as much as I can. Like, I used to not realize why, my elders and people that seem to have gotten it before me, don't watch TV. Get the TV out. Like, what are you kidding me? That's stupid. But now I realize that TV was a programming method, and it's powerful, right? Like, it took so much time of my life and definitely programmed me. I can look back and see how it programmed TV programming, right? Now I think the phone does it, and I'm guilty of that too.
Oh yeah, definitely. And the phone's even worse because I think the phone, it's so powerful and it's doing things we're not even aware of, like tracking our breath rate and our pulse and heart rate and whether we're standing up, sitting down, sleeping, walking, running, and it's absorbing and storing all this information. And then everything we type into the phone, every time we make a phone call, every text, every Google search, it's keeping all of that, and it's using it to where it can actually know what you're gonna do before you fucking do it.
Yeah, that's a strange thing, right? And I was in a group the other night, and we were talking about this very thing, and I took my phone cover off and I showed them the bitten apple on my Apple phone, and they were all amazed. Like, I was amazed that they had never seen it before.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That Apple phone. And they're, it's no coincidence, right? That there's a bitten apple on our cell phone. It's just no coincidence.
Right. And the fact that they didn't notice that and you just showed it to them goes to show you how strong the fucking deception is. Like it's how fucking powerful it is on some people. I don't know why I'm not
Well, it's
affected by
right
it
there,
anymore, but
right?
just by the grace of God.
But it's right there in your face, right? They don't hide it.
Yep.
They have to tell
I
you
know.
the truth.
That's what's
That's what the occultic seems to be like. But it's whether you see it or not,
what. That's
whether
the
you
best
have
way to hide, right? Hide in plain sight.
plain sight. Yeah, but the Bible says you know you have to be aware. You have to expose deception. You have to have eyes to see and ears to hear. Right? If you don't, then you're blinded. You'll be taken a part of the dark side. You know that's just the way it is. We're all guilty of it.
Yeah.
We're all fall. No hiding from that.
Yeah. It's really sad, to see our fellow humans that we see sometimes that we pass in the street, and you look at them and they just look empty. They look like NPCs. They don't have that like light in their eyes or that spark. They just that saddens me.
I think no matter where you're at in your life, you're trying to point people in the right direction. So I'm not perfect, and no man is. So if you have to realize that, but you also have to realize that you have to do your part, plant those seeds. And I like those verses. Test all things, hold fast to which is true. Ears to hear, eyes to see. Expose deception. Those things are important to me.
Yeah.
Since I've been doing those things in the last 5-6 years, I've been attacked more than I ever was. Like I was lukewarm before. Like I was just, I wasn't on one extreme or the other. Now I'm on an extreme path, right? Like you can't take what I have.
Right.
That's the one thing. You can take my riches or, take that from me. I can only give it to you. So that's the one thing that people need to realize. You have something that no man can take from you. You just have to acknowledge it and spread the word.
Yeah, absolutely. That's how I'm trying to live my life now. What's important to me is spreading truth and trying to help people. I don't want sheep. I don't want followers. I want to take sheep and turn them into shepherds like me. And that's what I'd like to try to do, and just share any information I have that can help them. That's what I'm all about.
The information. There's that word again. I like where that one guy was going with the AI, only because it's called Lucifer, right? Eyes to see, ears to hear. The Lucifer also reminds me of an LU cipher. You know how you have a binary code, right? Ones and zeros. Well, an L and a U is binary also, is it not? And an L can stand for 1 and a U can stand for a 0, regardless. So depending on what point in time or when you have or what kind of code it is, a different form of information could be considered an artificial or a different form of intelligence, right? Like my intelligence or whatever you would say versus yours, right? So you have God, like the right intelligence, like the total all, everything. Then you have the idea of Satan, which is a blend of some confusing or chaotic intelligence that actually isn't, a part of the beautiful flow of creation or reality. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a mixed
Yeah.
up version. Yeah. So that AI thing, yeah, it kind of hits a little bit on the head because everybody's is talking about a master. And if they're not talking about the main master of whatever, the creation, right? Then they have to be talking another form. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, dude. Yeah, for sure.
Dude, Democ,
That's crazy, man.
that was word for word, candor, delivery, and everything. Pure gravy. Thank you for that.
I didn't. I'm gonna
This
be honest
dude
with you.
is.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'll be quick. He gets a bad rep, right? But when you're delivering truth, sometimes it's because people don't want to receive it that they take how you're saying it. You know, you have a bad attitude or you're forcing it or whatever. They use excuses not to want to hear the truth. This guy brings truth like it is for him, and I respect that a lot.
Thank you. I respect you guys too. Thank you for that, both of you. Actually, all three. Well, thank everybody, not just all three. Thank everybody.
Well, you can give all that thanks to the creator because it's just everything that I do is all just him working through me. I'm nothing.
I wouldn't be able to say that. I'm talking to you somehow. I'd be like, you're something. You're something. I do like the idea. I mean, not to change this topic, but later on when I get off of work, I would like to talk about that magnetism thing. You know, and actually, like, what is magnetism, or what, the reaction or action? Yeah, that I want, because I got some things to point out, and it would be interesting. And about the outhouse or the ISS or a rocket or anything, if you guys wanted to put a restroom up there, I would go to the local hardware store and get a shop vac, wet dry, and it cost me about $100 or $50, depending on the good version you want. And then I'd say, well, you just wasted 19 million point whatever, and I could have got you a shop vac for $50. Maybe I should talk to Elon Musk about a new bathroom engineer. I want to be the plumber.
Hell yeah, dog. Sounds like a job for you.
Hey,
I'm
can
saying,
you-
and dude, dog, you just go in there and be like, y'all, I need to apply for a job y'all don't even know you need yet.
Can you guys imagine what people we're dealing with in here? I literally posted a picture showing that the heads-up display and the horizontal line indicating the horizon is still above the physical horizon at 600 meters, or let's say at closely 700 meters. And then we have a glober telling me that the plane is landing, but flat earther will ignore the fact. What does that even mean? I'm pointing out the heads-up display and the horizontal line is still above the horizon at 600 meters. How small is your toy globe that it's already curving beneath it if it's really the drop that Zenik and his stupid strawman huts pictures is trying to point out? It's literally insane. These people get nothing. They don't even think. I think at this point they're just trolling and really don't want to get it just to waste my time. I have so many videos of CRJs, of A320s, of 787s, all using the heads-up display, all planes that costs into the million, all showing that even on very low altitude, the line is still above the horizon. And if you want to tell me that is Earth drop, if that's the curve drop, then I would be able to see the curve dropping from the sea or from a high hill that is 600 meters high. How retarded is this whole convo? And I've repeated this, like, it's now the 6th time I've been going into this, and still there's globers not getting the simplicity of what I'm pointing out. How brain dead do you need to be? Literally, sorry, but this is pure brain dead people.
All right. So, Clay, I have a question. When did you ever think they weren't just trying to waste your time?
Yeah, they literally are, man. They paid to waste my time after I just got home from work, and I'm quitting it now because they don't want to get it. I think they actually know what it is, what I'm pointing out, but they try to just keep me in the convo like little vampires, sucking my energy.
Yes. Yeah, that's the thing, man. They want to argue. They don't want to really present or talk about the information. So what are you going to do? Hey, like I said, they're going to waste your time anytime you engage. So the best is to just post information, have a good combo in here, and leave it at that.
And you know why that's the truth? because I have never stumbled upon anyone in chat of these zealots that are 24/7 in here trying to defend their spinning globe retarded bullshit. I have never seen one of them saying, "Oh, yeah, thanks for the information. Oh, yeah, that's very interesting. I was wrong about that. Oh, I didn't get that." See, that's why you know these people just a waste of time and they're not here to learn, because I have never actually seen that happening. Except maybe in voice chat.
Well, here's the thing: if they're going to stay in just the text chat, that means they're afraid to come in and be adults and
Exactly.
use their chests and voices
I would
to.
completely destroy them if they would come in here and not destroy them. I would completely explain it to them, and then I could actually see if they get it or not. Because I mean, then you could actually hear if they're trolling, you know, keep on pretending to not understand.
But Clay, let me ask you a quick question, dude.
Yeah, sorry for getting so
Well,
aroused.
That's
I'm
my
so
question
sorry.
for you that's on the table right now is, how do you feel dirtying up your soul with cuss words and all these emotions
Yeah, I know.
when these guys
Bullshit.
are simply keyboard warriors
Yeah, you're
jockeying
right.
away hoping that they get first position in your brain?
I know, I'm very stupid for doing that. Please forgive me, chat, for forgive me all the people in here for this for the words I used. It was pretty bad, and it's just it's just so sad that there's people out there wanting to waste your time. I wonder what their life is, you know, and I'm actually sorry for them.
Well, it's like a collection plate, you can imagine, right? And all the times you waste your time, you're throwing your money in their collection plate. Okay. So when you waste your time, I mean, this is how I've been thinking about it. When you waste your time, you get too emotional, you cuss, you get too emotional for there's really no point, because these dudes are just endless people in chat, right?
Yeah.
So don't give all your time and money. Don't put it into their bucket. Put it in your own pocket. Stay in
Yeah.
here. Be calm. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out, and you know, I really need to work on that.
Well,
It's
Clay,
hard,
listen,
isn't it?
Same here.
bro. There's no way not to be passionate, and way more passionate than the next guy about the truth. So you're talking to folks. Me and Denmark, we fucking get that shit. We flipped out with the best of them, but number one, that doesn't stop us from coming back. I'll just speak for myself again. But and number two, it doesn't stop me from just trying to get like-minded, and like-hearted people. Fact is, I don't want anybody trying to defend all the anti-flat earthers in that text chat. I don't want them on my side in the first place. You could not come homestead with me, motherfucker. No way. So that's what really matters. They can do all they want in the chat, but I do think that we all, and especially me, we all give them way too many shekels. That's all. But I hear you.
Yeah, it's just like, as someone
Oy
as
vey
me
with
who
the shekels.
it's just for someone like me who thinks so much for themselves, right? I look into things. I look like, how does the heads-up display work? I go through the A320 PDFs. I go through the CRJ PDFs. I go through the 787 Boeing PDFs, and because I'm that's my hobby, right? I love aviation, and I look at it, and then you have people like Zenik and the other people in there pretending as if they have any clue about what they're looking at, and still want to say to me that the horizon is dropping at 600 meters above sea level, which I've shown in the picture. I mean, that just indicates that the Earth must be, like, I don't know, as big as Germany, maybe. Like this is really
Remember,
just scary.
calm down.
Yeah,
Calm
you're right,
down and remember. Calm down and remember this. Zanuck and all these people are only talking to you from an arbitrary reference frame of math. Don't get mad at yourself. They're only talking about math. So mathematically, for their circumference, their radius, their geometry, it does that. Okay? So when you're looking outside and you're like, no, this doesn't. No, you're 100% correct, and you're always going to be. And they're always going to be for not listening to what you're saying and just telling you what the math says. You get it? That's why they're going to have that contention every time with Xanax, because these guys are only talking math. Every once in a while, they'll step out of their comfort zone, like Kosho or one of them, and actually, they'll, like you said, they'll repeat something that I didn't think about it like that, or, there's other, whatever. Yeah, every once in a while, they'll not do math and think about, the physics, and they'll understand that it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just feel stupid, man, for always getting so raw. It's just, I don't know how Witsit does it, who reads through so many papers and then he has to deal with these type of people. I really now feel the pain that he has, with even much more complicated things of stuff that he looks into and points out the inconsistency and so forth.
Right, and at the end of the day, if he's right, 100%, it doesn't matter. They're still going to argue the fact.
Yeah.
They're going to still tell him he's wrong, and they'll make up, fight tooth and nail, and find any way to just try to invalidate anything he says, his claims.
Yeah. Thank you guys that you brought me back to keeping it cool.
Well, you gotta get viewerships up, right? You gotta find a way to get views.
I mean, the funny thing is, I use these planes to simulate them in as my hobby, right? So anyway, it just annoys me if there's people who literally don't even know what a heads-up display is.
But Clay,
yeah.
Clay, let's do this for a quick second. I know you know it. Take every opportunity to engage with anybody as an opportunity to make yourself better, i.e., sharpen your tongue.
Yeah.
Right? So through all those times that you've taken to go learn about what a heads-up display is, how does it function, what does it do, so on and so forth, you're actually making yourself sharper, smarter for the engagement of the conversation, right? No matter who walks in that front door, whether it's Bendy Light, whether it's Paid NASA Shill, whether it's Kosho in his respectful manner, these people still walk in here and they're going to say the same thing time in and time out. So bring your arguments, right? And use those times that you're going to take away to learn about what different things do and how you can come at these guys from a different perspective. And again, take every engagement as an opportunity to flip the burden onto them and make them prove their damn curve, because that shit ain't showing up, bro. Thanks for listening.
All right. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's just sad at the end of the day. I wish these people would actually be here to learn. I that's my first thought, and then they just expose themselves, and then sometimes I go back and waste my time again, and it's so stupid.
Clay,
It's
listen,
literally,
you have
I'm the stupid one.
No, you're not. You have a lot. Listen, you have a lot of faith in your fellow man. That's a virtue, my friend. But listen, they disappoint you. These folks that come in against us. That's their whole job is to even get us talking about them like this. We do it way too much.
Right.
Yeah, the difference with you, I think, my friend, and I don't know you, but just listening to you, you care, and you care because you care about your fellow man. You care about those people, and you're pouring your fucking heart out because you care. And they're coming from the standpoint from their own hubris, their own ego. They don't care. They don't care about you, and they don't even care about the subject matter. Probably they just care about their own hubris, their own ego. And I know how you feel it because I feel it too sometimes.
Yeah, it's just so sad how people wasted lifetime by just not wanting to learn anything new.
Clay, I remember the day I listened to Xanax's little spiel about the HUD.
Yeah.
And then I was like, well, he's got a pretty good point here. What can I say to this? What's the argument against this point here? And then here you were, you had researched it. You brought out this material and showed me, that there were variations in those HUD displays and that you really couldn't take what Xanax was saying you know, truth, absolute truth. So,
Yes.
you know, it's not like you may, you know, put something out that people don't appreciate, but there are a lot of people here that do appreciate what you do, you know, what you do.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. Absolutely. Yep.
I appreciate these kinds of words. I don't even know why I actually have the privilege to hear that. It's really nice. I appreciate it a lot. You know. But let's put the focus on something else, not on me.
All right, cool. Let's talk about what's happening in text chat because Bendy Light refuses to come in here and actually have a conversation, but he's asking for proof of the horizon rising and dropping. Now, guys, if you go back to the image that I posted at 39 minutes after the hour where the guy's fishing, you'll see that he's standing on a platform, a dinghy of some sort, and I would then be able to extrapolate with him standing on top of this floating dinghy that this guy is probably about maybe 4 feet above the water line. So we see the horizon line off in the background. That's where the floor meets the sky, right? Right. Now, we then go to another picture that I posted at 44 minutes past the hour, where again, I would anticipate it's some kind of a drone that's taking this picture. We observe again the horizon where the floor meets the sky, creating a left to right line. So the question is, how is that not proof that the horizon line drops and rises as you interact with it? Am I lost? All right, cool. Thanks. Appreciate the space. No silence.
I'm at work, brother. I'm back and forth. Otherwise, I'd be responding to everything.
Oh no, believe me, it's one of those things that when you take pictures of stuff and just observe it for what it is, it's the silence that's
Yeah. I mean, listen, if
Sorry.
it's supposed to be so obvious a globe, we shouldn't even be here, man. There should be so many globe servers, so many people in here every day, like tons and tons and tons. People who aren't gonna get paid to have to do it, you know? Like, oh man, we wouldn't be allowed to utter a peep because it would be so obvious to everybody, right? Critical thinkers or not, and that's the problem. Since the critical thinkers are on the case, why? Well, and now it's in trouble. If it was just stupid people out there, well, of course, Earth would be a globe, but it's not where we find ourselves.
You know the problem is? We're living in so sophisticated times that the simplicity of what the true Earth actually is in a closed system, just like a big house to live under, right, with a roof and so forth. It is just not enough for a sophisticated man, right? It needs to be complicated. It needs to have all these galactic superstar stories, and there needs to be like hundreds of thousands of galaxies where we can fly with our spaceships to and live. And you know, it's not like for simple men knowing, okay, I look at the horizon, I look at water, I know how water behaves, I know we live in a big pond, and I know there's a perfect 2D firmament which I can look at even with my glasses. You know, that's another thing, right? The galaxy or the firmament or everything you look into at the firmament, I call it like this, yeah, or the sky in the heliocentric model. It's all 2D looking. All the pictures I see from NASA, it never has depth. It's always as if it's literally just a dome where you have the stars in it, you know? At least that's what my perspective on it is. So again, simple man would just be happy with what he has, you know, simplicity, accepts reality for what it is. But because we live in so sophisticated times where we think that, you know, in 10 years we're going to have chips in our brain and we're going to be half robots that can think like superhumans and we're going to evolve into this crazy space monkey generation, That's the problem. People just don't want to accept simplicity anymore. They're too sophisticated to pray, to have a creator above them, to
Hold on.
No.
Here's the thing. They think that they can think their way in and out of anything. Philosophy can make it so that if you're alive, you can also somehow not be alive, given how you talk about it.
Yeah.
And that's so absurd, but they go there with it. And so if that's your modality of thinking, why you can just travel anywhere and do anything in your imagination. Your imagination can become reality, and all you have to do, check this out, all you have to do is write equations for what you're seeing in your imagination.
I mean,
and then it can just become real.
I mean, there's going to be a time where we all live in that time where you have the simplistic evidence that man is being born man with man genitalia. Same for the other gender, and it has always been the simplistic truth that there's man and woman. Now, because we live in such sophisticated times, which brings a lot of confusion to the minds of the people because of their vain beliefs, they now think they can tell you what is the opposite to it. Actually, no, there is no gender, there is no man and female. It's just based on your interpretation or your imagination.
Check it out. I got a joke for you. All right. If we divide 123 genders by white supremacy, how much climate change do we have?
I don't know.
I like that one. There's no answer, right? It's like a rhetorical joke.
Yeah.
But I mean, really, how much climate change comes out of reality based on, like, I see factories putting shit into the air. I see cars, putting the smelly stuff into the air. I get it, but I also don't think this place has the ability to suffocate itself. I just don't.
Especially if there's no lid over it.
Well, no, check this out. So like a terrarium, it'll manage itself, even if there's something in there, if there's something that like becomes what might be a bacterial infection in our ecosystem, in our bodies. It would regulate itself and make sure that it doesn't get out of control. It'd just be all part of the process that's already happening by itself in that sealed container.
Right. The funny thing is, our model works in reality. You can put plants into a sealed off dome-like structure. You can seal it completely off, and there will always be life in it. As long as there's light from the outside, for example, sunlight or whatever. So it will keep on living. But the funny thing is, try putting a sphere inside of a vacuum with the plants that we find on this supposed sphere, and try to recreate it. It will not work. Everything.
Well, unfortunately for everybody, right? I don't care what side you're on. Since we can't model so many of the assumptions made about things like outer space and gravity, that that's where their thing is like, well, a model would at least help us understand something. We can't even do that, and so it remains conceptual, just conceptual. That all you have to do is make a nice, baffling presentation, make a few things make sense. All of a sudden, bing, bang, boom, you got yourself globe mathematics when you didn't even use real world measurements. Then when you take real world measurements, you gotta bend them and twist them in the equations to, at all parallel what reality says.
But isn't it funny how you can literally recreate the Earth? You just do a plane, a little island, and you put some kind of plants, and then you seal it off with a dome, and it will keep on living everything in there. In some kind of form, you will have life. But when you do it like on the globe and you put it in a vacuum, how is it that everything dies off and will never work to live? And another funny thing is, if all the gases are being drawn onto the Earth, onto the sphere, And if you think about it, in the heliocentric religion, the scale doesn't matter, right? Scale is just relative. Like literally, it is literally relative according to their own, comparisons of planets and star constellations. So like the Earth is like a tiny speck of as like equal to a piece of sand at the ocean, if that makes sense, right? So how is it that if I put gas inside of a containment, okay, we're gonna give him at least the containment, right? And put gas inside of it, and I put that into a vacuum, what will happen? Will the magical force of gravity keep the gas on sticking onto that little containment where I put the gas in, or will the gas just expand in all directions inside of that vacuum? So anyways, no matter what you do, everything that represents a spinning, wobbling, tilted ball flying through an ever-expanding void of darkness while being in a vacuum is never something you can, recreate on this earth. But if you recreate the simplicity of a flat and closed system with topographical plane, it will maintain life and it will work. Anyways, that's just coincidence.
Is there no topic? If not, then planar. Maybe try explain this thing you were trying to do early on with the Ryzen and eye level. It's probably going to cause a shit show, but we can try that again, I guess.
Please, no.
You can always try it.
I was to say, if y'all haven't talked about the Indian moon landing thing that happened recently, I don't know if y'all want to talk about that.
They make any unedited footage of when they blasted off and then got to the moon that we can watch? Is there anything like that?
Of course not. Never have we ever had guide footage like that ever. As a matter of fact, it was a simulation, really, that was mostly watched. And as the lander, the thing they're landing on the moon, pretty much as it got closer to the moon, they had the altitude decreasing and things like that.
Wait, you
Keep
want to tell
talking
me
about.
you want to tell me that space is mostly represented by cartoons? No, that's conspiracy theory stuff.
See them keep talking about how they landed there because of water or something. What they went to the moon to get water? Is that the story is? Are they going to somehow bring that back to the Earth, or maybe they can use it as a space station out in the middle of out in the away from the Earth when they travel to other places? They can refresh their water, their spaceships or something. What's the deal with the water up there?
It's, in my opinion, it's a way to keep the attention of the Globers to say, hey, there's water up there. We're trying to. It's a reason for them to give us to keep going back. Water. Hey, we found. Next thing you know, they might say something like, hey, we found a skeleton up there. Who the fuck knows what they're going to say? They can say anything. And, the Globers will believe it. On the show chat, if you know where the show chat is, if you scroll up, I posted the 2-hour news conference room video. So it pretty much shows what everybody was viewing during this whole bullshit. The conference room where all the engineers are, and they all have their computers. Just the same thing like NASA, except it's in India.
I bet you there would be people in this Discord who would defend India landing on the moon as being a real thing.
Yeah, of course. No, there's a lot of them to defend, but then there's a lot of Globers that actually don't believe we landed on the moon.
What do you think? How many years or decades of stupid cartoons do these people need to swallow until they finally realize that there's no place to go? What do you expect?
I personally believe we can go another 25 years of them not doing any manned missions outside low Earth orbit, and people will still not catch on that
Right.
we never gone past. It's not possible. I really think it's it can go on, for another 25 years of this, and people will not budge and not catch on, which is really sad. But I highly suggest, if y'all haven't seen it, look at that 2 hour video. Put it on 2 times speed, so it's only really an hour. And you'll see that there is literally no evidence they landed anything on the moon. No high definition footage. They were watching a simulation. Only real part of it was they had a picture frame just showing the lander getting closer and closer with each picture frame. Because remember, they say they can't get a video really. It can really. It was only like a picture frame shot they were showing.
What, the lander getting closer to the moon?
Yeah.
As it was landing? Yeah, no, that was also recreated.
Yeah. Easily. Like I was talking about this.
I mean,
yesterday.
NASA tells you that. I don't know if you've seen the documentation on that.
They said it was recreated.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's fucking hilarious.
Let me see if I find it, because I remember bringing it up.
Yeah,
when we're talking about that.
So so insane.
Think of all the money that's wasted on all this. Just amazing.
You know what the funny part is? Me and a couple other people yesterday were saying, honestly, what they were watching in the conference room, it could be created in one day. Like, I can pay a development team and a media team to create what they all saw, what we all saw. It can easily be recreated with a couple $1,000s. The rest of the money, who knows what they're doing with the rest of the money?
Buying up land in Lahaina.
Yeah.
It's the best Ponzi scheme ever created, man. Space. There will always be something to explore, always something to waste your money on.
Yeah, and honestly, it doesn't cost that much to deceive millions and millions of people.
Mm-mm.
Really doesn't.
It's not about it costing much. It's the best way of sucking out all of your taxpayers' money.
Right. Yep.
Imagine the money that they use to fool all the people with bullshit space that contributes nothing to our lives. Imagine putting that money into starvation problems or third world countries.
Yeah, absolutely. So many better things that could be done. I'm at the point where I'd rather the money go to the military budget at this point. At least they're going to be using it to develop something. Probably not actually using it for stuff we don't even know. But yeah, complete waste of money. I think India became like the fourth country to ever land anything on the moon. So obviously, U.S., Russia, China, and now India.
Wait. You're saying that they landed on land in the sky?
Basically, that's what they say. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just want to clarify.
That was an interesting way of saying it. Yeah, they landed on land in the sky. Yeah. That's their claim.
Sometimes a solid steel man helps to round up the observation in a nice format.
Very interesting. Anyways, yeah, I'll be back. Be back. I just want to know if anybody else saw the conference room footage and anything like that.
Sorry.
See, what Earth is life just posted? So the first thing is, how high is the observer? Our observer height is 11 feet. So that means that whatever is sailing towards the crest of that water, they would be riding up to the very top, the floor, and then they would be riding away as that boat interacted with that water. Right? So imagine a boat going away from you. You're the person perceiving this picture, the aperture, if you will. The boat goes away from you. It rides along the floor. It crests in the middle, i.e., riding the Sagata. And then as it gets to the crest of that water, it then starts to sail down the other side of the Sagata, if you will. The person those people that are standing in the buildings on the other side would observe the boat getting larger towards them, the reverse of what we observed with the boat going away from us. There's no curve. Ain't no curve. It's the horizon, the floor ramping up to meet the aperture sight line.
Yeah, I mean, I make observations at that distance where that same idea or concept does not ring true, right? So conditions dependent, right? I'm not saying what you said doesn't ring true, but what he's showing doesn't ring true, right? First of all, he's got waves, a lot of them. Who knows what the conditions are that day? But yeah, your perspective is why is almost 50% of that field of view filled with ground that is lower than you? Why is that taking place? That's the first question. And then once that has reached its limit of rising it up towards your eye level, once it reaches its limit, what is taking place with things that are past that limit? How are they optically being presented to you? Nobody wants to answer those questions. They just want to do some stupid shit like put a theodolite over long distances and say, this is level, or an auto level and say, this is level. This line here is my eye height. And wherever this line hits on the image that's being projected to me that somehow proves something one way or the other. It's like taking a measurement to an optical illusion. Like what are we doing?
Yo, can I ask y'all something about refraction? I'm don't have a lot of knowledge about it. If anybody wants to answer the question.
Sure. I mean, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, no, okay, great. Yeah. For example, when we see the Chicago skyline and they called it a mirage, basically. They're
Mm-hmm.
basically saying we shouldn't be able to see it, but we're basically seeing it because of refraction. So what I'm seeing is not physical. It's just light. It's not physical. That's what they're telling me.
Well, that gets into you can only see something physical because of light, though, to begin with, right?
Right.
So, but their idea or conception is that light is bending around some alleged curvature of the Earth, and thus presenting that image to your eyes higher than it actually is, meaning it's not actually in that place. It's much, much lower, but it's being presented at that level due to what they call refraction. But they just use standard refraction, and various changes in atmospheric conditions just expand or contract the radius value of the presupposed ball that they presuppose that you're living on to begin with. Because their refraction model has an R value, which is applicable to what they claim is a ball below your feet.
Okay. I believe I understand what you said there. So again, and just to summarize, what I'm seeing there is refracted light. It's not physically Chicago skyline. To them, it's refracted light.
No, it's still the physical thing. It's how that physical thing is getting to your eyeballs, right? How is
But that mirage, as the newscaster described it as, it's not a physical object. Meaning, like if I was able to shoot that mirage, or let's say I had a cannon that could reach it, it's not going to hit anything because that's just refracted light.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't very clear or specific as to what type of mirage he was actually claiming, I think, in that news clip. Maybe he was.
Interesting.
But yeah, I mean, there's various things that can take place where you have like a inferior mirage where you get an image of the physical thing flipped upside down, right? The light is hitting and bending or hitting and refracting in so many different ways or in specific ways that you get a presentation of the object and then that same object upside down above it, right? So light can do a bunch of different things, and yes, their claim is that those buildings are not actually there. They're behind a curve but are being risen up, right? So they call that looming.
Right.
So it's being loomed up above a physical barrier, allowing you to see it.
Got you.
And there's also something called sinking refraction, which if you ask a glober to present an image of sinking refraction, they will never do it, and they claim that it's so rare, and they have absolutely no pictures of it. when I could just look at Earth is Life's thing and make the same claim that they are claiming is happening with the Chicago skyline, but I could just say that what he's presenting there is sinking refraction.
Okay. So basically, they're claiming there's different types of fraction, as you explained. Right. So I can again, and I know I'm very behind on all this. Clearly, if they're claiming like what I'm seeing is a refracted image, it's not a physical structure. Meaning, if I shot something at it and I was able to reach that, it's not hitting anything physical. It's just hitting refracted light or refracted image.
Yeah, you would
Okay.
you would in theory be shooting something that is not there but appears to be there. It's an optical illusion.
Right.
And this happens a lot. I mean, things that we see over distance, we get what would be considered optical illusions because we see things with optical effects. We see like I was talking about earlier, the ground beneath your feet, even on the globe model, the ground would be, no matter where you're at and you're standing and you're looking out, the ground is always going to be falling away from you. But if you take a snapshot of that, the appearance is that of the ground ramping up towards your eye level and filling nearly 50% of your field of view with the ground. We know that the ground isn't at my eye level because I'm standing above it, but it appears as though it's ramping up towards it.
Right. Yeah. That's exactly what we observe, right? Which is the opposite of their model.
Right. I mean, their model is that the Earth is always slowly going down as you get further away from you. But when we look out, we see a very short portion, sometimes not very short, but we see a portion of the ground that appears as though it's ramping up towards the center of our vision, in the same way that we see things that are fairly close to us, above us, ramping down towards that same horizon line, even
Right.
though we know that they're much further above us.
Right. Right. Yeah.
It's kind of like if you took the image of a long hallway, right, where it appears as though the ground, the ceiling, and both of the walls
Right.
come to a point. That would be kind of your limit of vision. That's where your limit is. Now, if you took the walls out and then you would have just a straight line all the way across, the same thing you would see at the beach, right? That would just be your ground.
Right.
And if you took the ceiling off, what's going to happen to an object that's really high above you as it moves away and interacts with this false appearance of the ground rising up towards you? How's it going to interact with that? What are we going to see?
Yeah, we'd expect to see it converge with that line eventually as it moves away from us.
Yep. And things that are possibly outside of our limit of vision or our perspective limit, they are going to have an effect with things that are within our perspective limit. That's going to be an optical illusion where things are going to appear to disappear from the bottom up, like we see in a sunset or a moonset.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Because you've set that, if you think of it from like a side-on view, if you actually drew what you are appearing to see, meaning you're taking the perspective view and drawing it from the side, as opposed to taking the side-on view and trying to draw it into perspective, what you would see is you would draw upwards to a specified level, getting close to your eye level with the ground, even though we can let's assume the ground's flat, right? If I wanted to take my perspective view and draw perspective view, but from a side angle, I would ramp that ground up towards my eye level at a certain distance, right? And then that would set my horizon. And then anything above that, as it gets to a certain point, is going to interact with that horizon, right? That false appearance of blockage that is strictly due to our perspective.
Yeah, wow, I've actually never thought about viewing that from like a side perspective. That was really interesting, actually. Yeah, and then eventually, yeah, the sky and the ground will converge in that line, and then we're blocked right there. We can't see any further than that line, pretty much. When they meet, the sky and the ground meet.
Yeah. Let me give you let me see if I can find you somewhat of a visualization of this taking place, or somebody that's taken the time to kind of draw it out. Sorry, it's going to take me a second to scroll through my pictures. Are you kind of new to the subject at hand?
Specifically just understanding what globers say about, them talking about refraction. Yeah, definitely needed some clarifying about that. That specific point, a lot of other points I've known for years now.
Let me just say, it's real quick. It's interesting that they use a medium or something that propagates on the medium, refraction, to try to explain how something with a set dimension can distort. Doesn't make any sense.
Right.
And sorry, that might have been complicated. I realized when I said that. So the medium being the atmosphere, the air, and it's something that like we know as an example. And Napalm, anytime you're ready, dude, let me know if I'm being too long-winded.
No, you're good, bro.
Thanks, man. So like if I set my temperature on my oven for like 420 to 5 degrees Fahrenheit, make some French fries, chicken nuggets, whatever I want, I open up that oven and I wait for a hot minute, not too long, because obviously let all that hot air escape. But I start to see, if I look carefully enough, those numbers on the back of the panel, they start to dance. And I'm like, hey, wait a minute, that's atmospheric lensing, right? That's an example of refraction. I know that number is still there. I know in real life those numbers aren't dancing, but I also know that when I open up that oven, pardon me, I notice this thing start to change. So I have a hard time accepting their rationale, their explanation as to why the globe exists with this idea of refraction, which is again something that propagates over a medium, again, air, right? As to why the floor that we're standing on is curved. That don't make no damn sense, bro. Okay, I'm done now. Thanks for listening, boys.
That was a great example, actually, of atmospheric refraction. Like, you basically said, with the heat in the oven, the numbers in the back were dancing. Yeah, I definitely understand what you're saying there. That was because of the heat within the oven, because of the heat of the atmosphere within your oven.
Exactly. So it's, sorry, I'm eating here, but so it's the same idea that like it's a good explanation. It's a good try. Like I almost give them like maybe B for an effort, maybe a B+. But they're basically saying that the item exists, but the image that you're seeing over in the distance is being transposed. It's being moved up to a higher elevation so that you could see it due to the heat that's being created on the ground, right? That whole skyline that you're envisioning isn't really, in fact, the real skyline. It's just a mirage of the skyline, and it's actually being brought up due to this atmospheric lensing explanation, i.e. refraction. Bro, come on. Come on, try your best. Your best ain't good enough.
So basically, it's like saying, yeah, the refraction. It doesn't prove curvature at all. It's explained on a flat plane as well.
Yeah, it's easily explainable. I'm trying to find video source for the images I posted for you. Is it? I think. Yeah. Okay. How do I share this? Here. So this guy gives us some pretty good information, Chetty. I just posted it in the text chat. Good videos to go through. I mean, they're pretty long, but he goes through extensively kind of like perspective, how we see a lot of that stuff. A lot of it's pretty thick on the math, right? But it's really good information.
Definitely check out the link. I appreciate that.
Yep.
Just one last question for y'all before I step off. Have any of y'all heard of this? He's a structural engineer named Brian Mullins.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, so you've heard of him. You've heard of him. He has a lot of interesting videos on his YouTube channel.
Is his channel still around?
It is, I believe. I think this was like 2 months ago. I was looking at his stuff. Yeah. They're on YouTube, or if not, you can go to BitTube. Excuse me, not BitTube, BitChute. And they have his videos as well. Hey, he's a
Hey, I have a
structural
question.
engineer. What's up?
Hey, is anybody in here? Do they do long distance photography and stuff?
Nah, but I'm curious to know why the length of the distance has any difference to do, or has anything to do with the person perceiving the thing you're trying to figure out the distance to, if that makes sense. Like, question being, the distance between you and I, as an example, let's say it's 4,000, maybe 3,000 miles, let's say. Do you think that my reality here where I am is any different to where you are?
I mean, I've never thought about that. I mean,
Hey, there we go. Hold on. Let's journey on that little moment, and I appreciate the transparency that you just rendered for us. So, question being, if I'm standing where I'm at, say here in Ontario, Canada, and maybe we have the advantage of having somebody that's located somewhere in the southern hemisphere, that distance is whatever it is. But do you think that their reality is any different to yours? The idea of level, the idea that long distance photography, i.e., that 200 meter long or however 100-mile long distance that you're looking to confirm, that distance would be any different to what your experience where you're at locally?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess it's. I don't know if you've ever like been to. This is kind of a cheat, but I used to do offshore and Arctic drilling in Alaska, and I would fly from the lower 48 up to Alaska every like 2-3 weeks. And I don't know if you've ever seen like maybe some of those videos, but I've seen it in real life where you're flying up there, you can literally see the ocean, like the water. You could see it like divided, like half of it's brown, half of it's blue. I mean, I could see maybe something like that happening with the atmosphere that we're not
Okay,
aware.
wait. What do you mean brown blue? Explain that a little bit more, please.
Yeah, so like when you fly up to Alaska, oftentimes you could see where the ocean is literally like two different kinds of water. Like what like it's literally a line that will split for just as far as you can see while you're flying over the ocean. It'll be like brown turbulent water that's completely separated from a blue like this, just blue, like really clean water. It's really weird. So, I mean, I guess I could say maybe there's stuff like that in the atmosphere we're not aware of.
But like the first or one of the laws of nature is that water always seeks its level. So do you think the brown and blue water behave any differently?
Well, obviously they're not mixing, right?
Oh yeah. I know. I just mean from a standpoint of actually observing like their physical nature, their physical characteristic. Like I understand you're saying with the colors, there being a potentiality for there to be maybe, I don't know, some kind of difference within their makeup, but the actual observance of how water behaves within a container. Does water not always seek its level?
Well, I'm not saying I don't know. It's not like I went down there and measured it or whatever. I'm just saying that like I mean I've seen that a lot of time. I've seen that a lot. Going back and forth from Alaska, I've seen waters not mix. I mean, yeah. I've been on an island in the Arctic Ocean and looks pretty flat to me. You can just see endless flat water. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I haven't witnessed water curving around a ball or anything.
Cool. Thanks, man.
But yeah, I just was curious, like if anybody, because I want to do a trip. I was listening to some Globers and Flat Earthers debate, and this Glober was like, "Well, you guys," like he was bringing up long distance photography at altitude, and he's like, if you guys would get some evidence like that, because at altitude refraction is like a hard thing to claim for us Globers. And so anyhow, I just was curious if anybody like had any suggestions for like some good channels on long distance photography or any, I don't know,
I mean, you can look
Yeah.
into like the Canigou observation, right, where these people are on a mountain and you can't see the other mountains off in the distance until the sun starts to set behind those mountains, and then you see the mountains silhouetted, right? So you have a limitation to how far you can see, pretty much due to the attenuation of light over distance, because what you're seeing is the reflection of light off of an object. So it's not necessarily a light source. So the attenuation is going to be much quicker than it would for like a specific light source. But either way, these mountains are not visible, and you would think you would be seeing a clear, crisp horizon with nothing visible until the sun starts to set. And as it sets directly behind these mountains, the mountain range becomes visible as a silhouette.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I just want to get some gear, and like, because I'm taking some vacation here in like a month, and I want to get some gear, and I want to go do some. I want to go hike some Rockies because I got like a few weeks that I could just do some hiking, and I want to try to get some gear, some photography gear, where I could try to make some observations up in the Rockies. So I was just wondering if anybody had any, like, I don't know if they were
What are you
into
looking to do?
just try to like see how far I can see with some good gear. And I was just,
If you're wanting to get the best zoom, is that what you're kind of wanting to do, to be able to zoom in over distance?
yeah, I just want to see how far I can see. Yeah, I want to try to, get a setup to where, maybe like an infrared lens. I don't really know how any of it it works. And so,
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on budget and stuff like that. I mean, the cheapest, best bang for your buck as far as zoom capability would be something like a Nikon P900, P1000. I'm pretty sure that those cameras don't have an interchangeable lens, so it's not like you can change that lens out with anything else. It's just built in. They do
Check out
have
Jay
the
Tonin's.
ability.
Yeah, check out Jay Tonin's. I think he described what he did to his camera to be able to get he attached also a telescope to it. I think, if I'm not mistaken.
You have to remove the infrared filter in front of the sensor. All cameras come with basically a layer in front of their sensor. The filter's infrared because it's just basically energy hitting the photo sites that isn't going to be in focus compared to the other wavelengths. So you first, and you can find those on eBay. People modify those. There's services that modify them. You just pop off the filter in front of the sensor, and then of course you want some kind of decent. In this case, you probably want a travel tripod and a very extensive zoom. In that 500 millimeter range at least. So that would be that. One thing that you may not know right away is that you'd have to have, if you want to shoot infrared, because infrared has a lower, it interacts with refractivity less than say the higher frequencies or the shorter wavelengths. So that would be one reason why people would want to use infrared for these kinds of, that kind of photography. But that's all I know off the top of my head.
Yeah, so infrared. Yeah, that's what exactly, Ray. That's exactly what I was getting to. Is that within those cameras you can remove the it's like a film that's over the sensor that kind of.
Yeah, and then you can also buy, which are very affordable, filters that go over your lenses that only let infrared go through. I have one. It looks opaque. It looks like it's black. Like you can't see through it. They do come with warnings that don't look through once you fix that onto your camera, do not look at the sun through it, because your eye will not detect any light, but the infrared will be blazing through that optical system into the back of your retina. It's very dangerous.
oh wow, okay, nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, is that, and where did you I don't know, is there did you find a good tutorial on somewhere, or I don't know.
I guess just Google infrared photography. That's all you have to do.
Yeah, what exactly are you looking to do? Are you looking to just get up and take some pictures? Do you want to be able to zoom in really well on the horizon? It kind of all depends, first of all, on budget, right? You can buy a camera where you can have interchangeable lenses, right? You can have crop sensor cameras, full frame cameras. The lenses are what's going to be the most expensive thing in your setup. Is going to be, the best quality for the longest zoom is going to be a pretty expensive lens. That's why I was saying your most economical route, if really what you're wanting to do is have a really good zoom capability, and that's pretty much it. That would be like a Nikon P900 or P1000. It's already built in. You can't change lenses on that, but you can, I think, obviously put filters on the end. So you might be able to utilize an infrared filter on the end of that lens, like Ray was talking about. But if you just want to get into a camera system, depends on whether you want to go. Typically, most people are either Nikon or Canon. And once you buy into that kind of system and start buying lenses for it, you're really kind of bought into that for the most part, unless you want to really switch everything out, just because the lens mounting is different between the two.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
and a lot of people do Sony, which is mirrorless. Better technology for the mirrorless. Sony has a pretty decent setup, but it all depends on what you want to do. Honestly, there's no right or wrong answer to your question.
Yeah, I gotcha. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, that still helps me. That's good info. I know I kind of have a direction. I know I got to start. I can look at the filters. That was helpful, and which just kind of give me an idea. So thank you.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to get into photography and be kind of versatile, then buying into either like a Nikon, a Sony, or a Canon type system and getting your camera, and then acquiring different lenses, which give you the versatility to have different types of lenses for different situations. Whether you're wanting to take macro photography, which is close in, close up, typically of things like flowers or insects and nature and things like that, or landscape photography, which is going to be different wider angle lenses and all kinds of stuff. But if you want that versatility, I would recommend getting either like a Nikon, Canon, or a Sony that you can swap out your lenses.
Yeah.
Because the P900, P1000 is going to kind of pigeonhole you into really just the capability of that one single setup.
Right, I gotcha. Yeah, no, I'm gonna try to get into it because I'm like in the perfect spot. Like I'm in big, wide open country. I've got the Rockies all around me. Like it seems silly for me to not try to take advantage of this and see if I can't get some cool observations. It'd be fun. So that's what I'm looking to do. And if I do end up going back to Alaska, like I'm sure, I don't know if any of you guys have been up to the tundra up there, but it's as flat as a pancake. It's super flat, and you can even see the Brooks Range from so far. I bet there'd be some really cool observations a guy could do up there. But anyhow,
Hey. There's already a state that has that. Kansas,
Kansas. Florida's probably flatter than Kansas, maybe. Ray, what do you shoot with, man, nowadays? If you're still here, Ray Notes.
Yeah, I'm still here. Sorry, I was doing something else. I was just listening. So I have a Nikon D7000 DLSR camera that I've had since 2009. So it's a little bit older setup, but I have a lot of gear that goes with that. Lots of lenses, obviously, that I've accumulated over the years. For cinematography, I use a Zcam E2 4K cinema camera. I have pretty much a full cinema set of lenses for that, plus a Vazen 45 millimeter anamorphic lens on that guy. And then, of course, that's a mirrorless system. So I have adapters for basically any other lens that I own. I do have like a reflector, 500 millimeter reflector lens. That's like a vintage one from like these that I've attached to it and I've filmed like the moon with it. And then, of course, I have a DJI Mini 3 Pro drone that I use for aerial stuff. So that's pretty much the full setup there.
Nice. So you even have an anamorphic lens, so you're definitely doing some cinematography then, huh?
Yeah, the lens was more expensive than the camera.
Yeah.
That lens
Yeah.
It's $3,200 retail.
That's always the case. The lenses are always more expensive than the camera.
Yeah, like each of my, like I have a full Miki cinema set. So like 16, 25, 50, 80. No, I don't. Do I have an 85? Yeah, I think I have an 85. I think I might have a 65. Each of those lenses were like $400 a piece, every one of them. But if I'm going to do a film shoot, need focal lengths, then all of them intercut really well together. There's no change in color. There's no change in how the bokeh is all the same in each lens, so they all intercut really well together.
Nice.
Time is it? Oh, it's almost 5. I'm gonna get running, but yeah, I just wanted to check in. I like to check in with you guys, see what you're talking about.
Eastern time board. Where are you at, my friend, on the Eastern time board?
I'm living in Michigan.
Hey, I'm in Ontario, north of you, my friend.
Oh yeah,
connected by
straight
that
across the lake.
underwater, that underwater tunnel. My friend to the
Yeah,
south.
so yeah, I have people that are on my team that work in Ontario, basically. So they're always like
Hey,
quarter of a day behind weather-wise. It just kind of keeps going their way. So it hits us and it hits them.
yes, sir.
All right, gents.
Always cool.
I think I've done my contribution for at least for a little while, and then I'll check back in later tonight.
Cool.
Pleasure chatting with you, Ray. Be well, man.
Hey, Ray.
Yeah, see you guys.
Yeah, thanks for chatting with me, bro.
Yeah, man. Take care. Man, what a calm conversation it was when you're honest.
Oh, were you guys having a conversation prior, or just what transpired?
Just what transpired. You know, I feel like he's being honest and he's looking into stuff, and you know, there's no talking over anybody, no name calling, none of the icing on that cake. You know what I mean? It's just
Yeah,
I got a good vibe from all that.
dude, I like Ray. I mean, he's on the Globe side. We actually had a really good conversation last night. Him, Kosho, myself, Gio, and a couple other people were around as well. But it was a really good conversation. I mean, we were kind of talking about the photography on the moon and stuff like that, and then whether it would or would not. But then it really started to progress into a really good direction where he was even like, he's like, I believe we landed on the moon, but I definitely think that people have valid reasons for not believing it based on the photography and things like that. Based on
Sure,
some of
yeah,
the
and that's honest, right? Like that's what got me interested in the first place. I I just the whole time, you know, someone was like, who was it? My stepbrother, who's still like totally Glober, totally, you know, jibby jabbing up all that stuff. But we started talking about Joe Rogan talking about the moon landing. And then I was like, yeah, I guess I'll look into it. And I listened to Joe Rogan talk about it and I was like, yeah, I don't know. I'll look into it myself. And just the small amount of things I found, I wasn't saying, oh, of course they faked it and let me go confirm my bias. I was like, I don't know either way. I never looked into it. And so I'm looking into it and I couldn't find a single picture that didn't look gorgeous. And I was like, wait a second. It looks like that out there? Like it looks like Hollywood? Uh, like I don't know. Maybe let's find something else. What are we doing? And so I just kept digging, and I found more nails in the coffin, more and more and more and more, and the more you think about how how lovely the story is for what they're trying to do. Um, you know, all these things that people think that we did, when really what have we accomplished? Say we've been in space this whole time, right? Say we've been doing the things we've been doing. What have we done with that? The greatest achievement of mankind, right? Supposed to be. Did we? What did we get out there? Did we find infinite access to clean water? We haven't
On
found
what?
anything. So what's the point? Like, but we keep doing it. We keep going because people keep buying into the idea.
Yep.
And they're buying it. Nah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Perfect money grab.
Hey, I would listen
Glad.
if I were a piece of shit and I knew how easy it was to scam them. Yeah, that's why I'm fighting against it
You know
because I'm
what's
not a piece of shit.
you know what's funny though, man? People get scammed all the time. They just don't think
Yeah.
they could get scammed in a grand. Oh my gosh. You know what I
Well,
mean?
yeah, and then they're like, our opposers are like, "Yo, how do you know you're not being scammed right now?" It's like, well, in a lot of ways, I still might be, but the point now is the life's work is to make damn double triple sure I'm not being scammed and my family's not being scammed, so that we can live healthier, happier lives. That's the point now, is to take a look at everything, searching for the scam, right? And I'm not trying to say I'm biased towards finding a scam, because a lot of times there ain't a scam there. A lot of times I've stopped myself where I'm like, you know what? That's probably nothing. Who cares? That's fine. And I let it go. I leave it be. Lots of stuff, man. And you'll never, the people listening will never know what kind of things that, if you're in this search for truth, what kind of shit that we just laugh at and never fucking look at again, because some people out there are saying some dumb shit, right? New age garbage shit. And all that stuff. It's you got to know how to discern what's the true from everything else. It's a talent. And you are I feel like you're born with it, the ability. I don't know if everybody is born with it, but I know certain people are. And as long as you harness the talent, you got to know it's there first, and then know what to do with it. With the great power, responsibility, kind of, la da 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 da. Anyway, thanks for listening to my TED Talk.
I was gonna say, it is pretty crazy. Well, it's not that surprising that Joe Rogan flip-flopped on the whole moon landing thing.
Oh, he had to, bro. He had to. That's the thing. When I stopped paying attention when he flopped, because I was like, oh man, that's too bad. Like, he can't make up his mind. I didn't even think that, like, maybe he was told to shut up. I didn't even think that. I was like, oh man, he doesn't know what he's talking about, I guess. So I stopped listening to him.
Well, the funny thing is, it definitely coincided with Neil deGrasse Tyson coming onto his podcast for the first time. It was he was questioning the moon landing. Neil deGrasse Tyson comes on his show, no longer questions the moon landing.
Right.
Yo, did you guys see
Here's his reason. They're like, yo, how Joe's like, how am I going to make this look to my viewers? I'm going to total flip flop. They're like, I know. Let's put NDGT on your show, right? And he gives a good enough spiel, sells it good enough, at least to most of your audience. You act like you buy it, and we're good to go. You're golden, buddy.
And did you guys see the Indian moon landing?
We were talking about that. Yeah, I actually posted.
Yeah. Go get him.
Are there actually pictures?
Dude, all I know is I saw the video. It looked like a 1992 video game or something.
Yeah, they had a visualization, and then they had just data input, and then they all celebrated. Are there any images at all?
There was.
Wait, they admit that the green thing is fake?
Oh yeah, that was a simulation or whatever. Can you believe they celebrated after a simulation? How weird.
You know what the funny part was? They were taking a picture of the simulation. That is insane. They're taking a picture of a simulation and saying we've confirmed it. Ridiculous.
That's where we're at in this world today, guys. That's where we're at.
Dude, the people in India were super excited too. So I work with people in India, right? Like, I have counterparts in India, and like literally that morning, like it was just a few hours after it happened, like I'm logging in and having calls with people in India, and that was the first thing one of my buddies over there said. He's like, "We landed on the moon. Everybody's so excited. We're shooting off fireworks, blah blah blah." I'm like, and the other guy that I work with that's here in the States that was on the call, he's just looking at me like, "Don't fucking say it. Don't fucking say it."
Yo, like, if that's a simulation, why'd they make it look?
You're roboting there.
He was probably going to say, why'd they make it look so bad? Go ahead, Whit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like if it's a simulation, why make it look so terrible?
They're still working with Pong on Atari, I think.
Oh my god, this is look. I posted
Yes,
it
PlayStation
again.
2. PlayStation 2 called. They want the graphics card back.
Bro, this is worse than PlayStation 2. This is worse than that.
Yeah, you're right. It is. It's like remember the first Quake? It's like worse than the first Quake by a lot.
Oh, it looks like a Tetris game. These graphics are like 1990 graphics. It looks like.
Yeah, but here we are, man.
It's crazy.
We're the crazy ones, though, right? Go ahead.
Zenit got like dumped on with like Nicholas and Morley and stuff. And then he ends up saying, meanwhile, India just landed on the moon. Like, dude, how do you go around like bragging about what? It looks so bad, dude.
So again, just to confirm, India's claiming that they landed on land in the sky. Is this correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
I've never heard
Wait.
anything like that. Crazy.
And what was their budget? Do you guys know compared to what Artemis is?
That's a
don't
great
know.
question. That's a great question. What was the budget? Yeah.
Did they pay in rupees or US dollars? Thank you. I think it was like 138 million, and like
Oh,
I think
wow.
Artemis is like 8 billion.
Yeah, billions. Dude, one of the top comments on one of these videos is, I was on a plane when they announced it, and I never heard people clap and cheer so loud. I'm like, dude, our world is just gone. If they just say, India landed on the moon, everyone just immediately believes it to be true. Immediately. There's no way they'd be telling us if it didn't really happen. It is so far gone, dude.
You know what the annoying part about it is? If I tell them that, of course, this didn't happen, they'll respond back to me saying, do you believe everybody in the control room is deceiving us? And they have no idea the level of compartmentalization that is going on. The people in the conference room are being deceived as well. They're seeing the same screen that we're seeing, basically.
They cheered for a simulation, dude.
Yes. Like, it's just, that's the annoying part when they tell me, "Oh, Chetty, so everybody's in on deception." Like, yo, are you retarded? They have no idea what compartmentalization is. Compartmentalization, excuse me.
It's really kind of crazy. It's like, no matter what they say or whatever pictures they send back, there's a group of people that have to pretend they're all legit. That's rough.
Yeah, we were saying earlier, honestly, everything we saw on that screen can be made in one day with a couple $1,000s. Just hire a development team to make the data that was being displayed. I can hire graphics team to make the graphics that we saw with the simulation. It can be made in like 2 hours, bro.
If you give me 3 days of quickly learning some basics in Blender, I make that thing look better 3 times.
I'm a software developer. I'm like a junior developer. I can literally, when they showed the data on the screen of the numbers like decreasing as they got closer, I can literally make that the coding language and display it on the screen.
Well, like,
I'm a
yeah,
dishwasher. I'm a dishwasher, and I could film what's already on TV that's fake out of a million different things, and then show them something better.
I bet everyone could make this animation with like the help of some YouTube videos. Like literally everyone, with some Blender tutorial, how to put a rover on the moon. Let me see if I type it on YouTube. Blender tutorial.
You know what's
You
so
could just
funny, bro? Is even with the original moon landing, they admitted that they have a simulation for the moon landing that's so real that no one in the control room, no one on the space crew, no one could tell the difference between that and the real thing. And now we're supposed to believe that in 2023 they couldn't do that? Like, what?
Yeah, that makes no sense. Yeah.
Dude, it's so funny. That's what I thought of. The same thing. It's like, obviously, they can't tell the difference between the real thing and the simulation. If that's what they show and those people believe that's the real thing, what's going? I don't know. It's mind-boggling, bro.
What about the idea they can make a fake little moon somewhere, right, in a movie studio, a 360 little moon, but they can't make an Earth, and we can't even see the other side of the moon. Yeah, they do some crazy magic in those studios.
It's crazy because it makes you think, like, dude, they're clearly going to double down on the space thing, right? Like, they're clearly going to be like, they're going to claim more and more stuff happens on the moon. And of course, they had to say they landed on the South Pole to make sure you really understand that it's a sphere. Okay, it's a sphere rock in the sky.
It's this simple, man. It's this simple. Question: is there any actual footage of India's moon landing? Yes or no?
No. I
There's
watched
none.
the
Hold on.
2-hour.
I'm almost done. I was getting somewhere. So there's no footage of India landing on the moon. And the answer to that is yes, there's no footage of it. So why should anybody expect to believe it? Thanks.
Have you seen the latest rover footage from India?
This is why I want y'all, if you haven't seen it, to watch conference room video, because they were showing images of the craft getting closer to the moon. It wasn't a video that I saw. It was every second it was a new image of it just getting closer. So it's like the Globies view that as the evidence, to be honest. They're like, hey, look at these cutout images getting closer to the.
I thought the same thing. It looked like it never even got down onto the surface because of the way that they did that, right?
It looked like if I had a good camera and I zoom in on the moon and I on the side of the picture put a craft, I can replicate what they showed. Just a camera, my computer.
The ISS should do that too, because they're 250 miles up closer from the frame that you are of reference to the moon. You know what I mean? They should have film from where they're at, like filming some moon stuff. We should be able to have film of something going to the moon too. Like we have observatories, man.
That's interesting. Wait, do they ever claim, like, on the ISS show footages of the moon? Or I don't think they have that, right?
They should.
They should, yeah. I agree. They should. Wow, I'm surprised they haven't faked that. Like, how much
Well,
shit-
we've got observatories. So, we got observatories that supposedly see like way out into space. Aim one of them directly at the moon and let's watch something land on the moon with it. Why is that so complex?
I'm trying to think, what would a Globie say to that? Why can't our big ass telescope on Earth catch the rocket hitting the moon? Let me think. What would they say? It's too small, maybe, the spacecraft? I don't know, man. What the fuck are they gonna say? Somebody try to think about it.
They're going to say, just because you don't believe it doesn't mean that we have to prove it to some random small group of morons on the internet. NASA has no obligation to try to prove anything to any of you guys, so they don't need to do any of these things that seem very reasonable.
Then why when they're in the ISS do they say, hey, for all the people that don't believe you're up there, do a backflip?
They're just doing that for the children at that point in time. They don't need to try to prove it to moronic adults on the internet, okay?
So they do have to try to prove it to people that are skeptical. So they are specifically concerned with convincing people that don't believe it.
It's an interesting point.
So India just landed on the moon.
Yo, please, just
Nuh-uh.
if y'all haven't seen the 2-hour conference video, it's hilarious. Everybody's computer screen was showing the same image.
He said, hey, India just landed on the moon.
True.
Yo.
India
I was
claimed
playing
that
an
they landed a vehicle on land in the sky. It's just weird. Sorry, I walked on somebody. Go ahead.
Sometimes I just feel like I was born on a planet with a bunch of people that were just bred to be mindless drone servants and not question anything. It's the only way I can make sense of it.
Yep.
Forgive me if I was giggly. I just couldn't help myself.
The funny thing is, everything we have been shown from Artemis or the Indian space program regarding the moon has so low quality that today you can have 500 videos for a free program called Blender where you can make a moon yourself for free that looks 100% more convincing when applied to the right filters and camera settings than what they show you with
It's
with
like
a
Elon
production
said.
team. It's retarded, man. It's absolutely. It's
Hold on,
so
hold on. I'll
stupid.
let you get back to that because that is very important that people realize how easy it is to fake it. But it's like Elon said, we know it's real because it looks so fake. What that means is if you look at what India's releasing, right? Whatever they've released, you know it's real because it does look so bad. And I think that's
Yeah.
the point. I think that's the point.
Yo, excuse me for loud. Let me go on mute.
But the
That's
funny thing
madness.
is, if I look at this short, this YouTube short where someone made a moon in Blender, and I compare it with I have seen in the past years made by the space program, it's literally looking the same way. But imagine you
it's the
have
same
people
shit.
on here.
Same shit.
Imagine you have people on here defending this trash.
So Blender is consumer grade NASA video gaming. Making,
Yes.
you know, like Minecraft kind of deal.
Yes.
It's the same shit.
Problem is you have people that are so
Listen, hold on.
uneducated that they
If
have
you can
no
make,
clue what is possible nowadays with computers.
look at that shit. You've got to be kidding me.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
What do we do with these people, folks? What are we gonna do?
My favorite part.
This is so funny.
Yeah,
This is
my favorite. Go ahead.
Oh,
Go
sorry.
ahead. Sorry.
I'm just saying, make moon surface in 5 minutes. Blender tutorial. It's just. Anyways, you know, I'm sorry.
Yo, Clay, you can make the footage, the moon, and then I'll just code the data that they're seeing of a number decreasing. That's it. That's all they're seeing. A number decreasing as it got closer to the moon.
And that's all it takes, dude.
Yeah,
That's all they
yeah.
gotta say. People are like, "Fuck yeah, we're going to the moon."
Yo, all they had to do is set this up and click the play button, and that's it. And everybody's watching what they
It's like
already
VHS though. That the quality, like they apparently there's some footage here. Hang on. Somebody posted earlier.
I posted on the show chat.
Yeah, ASIC posted it. Hang on, here it is. All right, so we get like 6-7 seconds of this thing coming down a track, and that's the footage.
Guys, how they get this guitar music in space, guys? I'm wondering.
Hold on, man. New real photo made by. Oh, now they're releasing stuff that maybe the CGI guys were a little hungover, a little wasted from the party they had about this whole thing night before.
No,
They were late. Hold on, they were late. They were late getting their homework in, and now we're starting to see some really high quality,
This is a
very
joke.
very edited pictures.
This is This is a joke. This is. Let me show you. I funny that you just did this because I talked to
Oh
myself.
wait. So you took a Blender photo, but said India made it.
Yeah, I took this photo from a YouTube video.
And it
Here you
fooled
go.
me, bro. Right here
Yeah.
and now, it fooled me because
Yes.
I'm willing to bet anybody's trying out faking it. God damn it. Here's the problem, guys. I have so much fun with this because it's beyond reproach. The knowledge that they're faking this. It's just beyond, at this point, it's beyond reproach. So now you just look stupid if you come against it. So we can have as much fun as we want with it because the truth laughs in the face of lies.
But look, this video I just posted, or the screenshot I took from the video, is made with a free program, and the guy who made it had even made a tutorial so you can recreate it in a free program for yourself. And it will look better than the bullshit you get from Artemis or from India. It's so hilarious, man. The point we're at right now, and we're wasting our time. Like we could, you might as well just talk about I don't know, bananas the whole day. It's literally the same. You know, it's just a waste of time if we talk to these people still defending this. For me, it's you know, sorry to say it, but it's pure amusement at this point. You know, the amusement is behind just knowing that there's people you can expect on here that when you post something triggering that is clearly CGI, you will have people defending it.
Quick question. I just posted up 5 pictures of the India rocket taking off. Now, why is it that we observe the rocket going straight up and then we start to observe it going sideways? What's their explanation for that?
So that they can gain enough momentum to get outside the Earth's gravitational pull and into low Earth orbit, or outside of low Earth orbit. Can't remember which.
So it's trying to do some kind of a slingshot to space kind of move, right? Is that their explanation?
Yeah, I
you
saw that in
gotta
that one movie.
circle
What was that
around.
movie? The one movie. It was the Apollo mission. Oh no. Oh wait. Was it a movie or was it a real mission?
Stop. Because, I mean, just based on the idea of the rocket is trying to get to a place that is very high, very far away, I would anticipate that we should see the rocket continuing to go straight up. In fact, to the point that we would almost watch it disappear from our purview. If I'm looking at it for what it is, I see it nothing more than something that's losing its energy. It's reached its apex of a curve, the very tippy top, and it's going to start going back down very soon.
That's what it looks like from distance. I'm on the other side of the state from the launches. So even if I watch from over here, like it just looks like it's getting high and then reaches an apex and then gets low.
You know what's even crazier? Didn't it have to loop around the moon and go through multiple orbits till it got close enough?
Yeah, multiple orbits around Earth and the moon.
Right. Yeah, that's fucking hilarious.
So my next question is, and maybe this is too complex of a question to even entertain, but I'm still going to ask it. We observe the moon waxing and waning. It goes through this cycle every 28 days. How do you propose landing on something that disappears every 28 days?
Anything with a 28-day cycle is mysterious.
Wow. That was just really, dude. Did you have to make that double-handed attack? Yeah, I don't get it. I really don't. Because I mean, I look at the moon and I'm like, it disappears and sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah. Back to your first question. I mean, to be fair, they do have a good defense.
I was just gonna say a defense. Yeah, go ahead, Lion.
That in order for them to actually enter in orbital speed, right, the trajectory that they would have to take, the most efficient trajectory would be one that is curved. Because you have to understand that in their model, they're trying to achieve orbital speed, which is like 18,000 miles per hour, something like that, between 18,000 and 20,000. when you if you to get onto the track, right, the orbital track, you have to come at it like as perpendicular as you can, or not perpendicular, but as horizontal as you can. If you were if you were to do it perpendicularly from the Earth's surface and just a rocket straight up, by the time you got to the track, you'd be going to, you know what I mean? You wouldn't be lining up with it. It's like you were trying to leave Earth's orbit. You would want to go straight up, right? Technically, but
no, exactly. You got exactly right.
Yeah, well, that's what I said. The whole slingshot
or if
idea.
you want to go in orbit,
Right? You're gonna hop on the slingshot and attempt to grab onto energy that's already there and try to ride that into the next place that you're trying to go to. I get the concept. Appreciate it.
Where's the slingshot? He's trying to get into orbit from the Earth, so you have a parabolic trajectory. You got to leave the Earth. You got to go up and you got to go over. You got up and out. You got to go X and Y, and it's a mix of both. And then eventually, by the time you get to the speed you need, you're at the right altitude where there's no atmosphere.
Okay, so
that
I'm
works
sorry,
out
humbly asking the question. There would be no energy advantage to the rocket traversing based on the spin that you guys claim is there. There would be no momentum advantage to the hold on, let me finish my model, my claim, my steel man, so that you can pick it apart. The rocket would be riding the Earth's claimed spin to slingshot itself into the atmosphere so that it can get to the moon.
But slingshot is the right. Slingshot might be used in an effect that happens when you go by large masses if you're already on a path. But yes, you're right.
Bro, are you picking apart my idea of the idea of a slingshot?
I'll let you talk.
I mean, come on.
Let me finish. I let you talk. Let me just finish my sentence.
Come on.
Yes, you're right. Hold on a second. You steel man. Let me respond. It's really simple. So yes, we do take advantage. We don't always have to take advantage of the Earth's rotation. Sometimes they go the opposite. Can I finish the sentence? Yes. So if you want to know the answer, I'll give you the answer. So yes, the 1,000 miles an hour is paltry compared to the total velocity they actually need to be in orbit around the Earth, 17,000 miles an hour. Now they do use the 1,000, or actually more like it's about 700, 600 probably, because you're not exactly going around the equator, but you're going there is some tangential velocity that you're taking advantage of, and that is the momentum you're speaking of. The momentum that was given to the object before it left the surface of the Earth, with respect to the Earth, in respect to the curvature of the Earth. So yes, that 1,000 miles an hour is important. It's not critical because they go the opposite direction as well.
Whoa. Wait a second here. Hold on a minute. Witsit, give me a second here. I'm not sure if you're planning on going in, but I need to just understand this. You're saying to me that they sometimes go opposite to the spin as well?
Yes.
So wait a minute. How do they equate for that? Do they put more fuel onto the space shuttle so that it has more, it can create more force? How do they account? How do they account for that, dude?
Why is this so strange to understand? I just don't. Your tone of your voice is making it sound like that. It's so bizarre that they can go the opposite direction. All they need to do is go 17,000 miles an hour with respect to the Earth to get in orbit. Now, if the Earth is spinning one way or the other, you get 1,000 miles an hour advantage one way, and a negative 1,000 miles an hour the other way. You don't have that advantage the other way. So you just need a little more fuel. So you're right. Yeah, exactly. You said it on the money. You need an extra little more fluid, a little more fuel, and a little more, a little longer duration of that force.
All right. So my next question then is, this will be my last question. This will be my last question. I'm out after this. Why don't they put all space launching apparatus pads at the equator to achieve maximum force due to claimed spin?
You mean to say maximum momentum addition?
Yes, that would be correct. Thank you.
Yeah, it's not the maximum. The additional momentum is not worth changing locations and moving things to launch things from Ecuador, for example, and have an equatorial orbit. That's not.
I thought efficiency was key, man. Come on.
It is. You're not getting an efficiency. The amount of energy and fuel. The amount of energy and
tomatoes are coming in. We better
the hecklers make you guys seem really desperate and really rude.
Boo!
Trying to who's slurring their speech? Is your slobber nurse out of the office right now?
Boo!
Your slobber nurse out of the office, isn't she? She's let you shit your pants, and now you're drooling all over yourself.
Look how emotional you are that we don't care about your fairy tales of orbit.
Look at how you have to bash me like a little child in second grade.
You just
Grow up.
insulted me 20 times.
Grow
I didn't
up,
even
because you're
insult
making
you.
noises.
But Danik, here's the deal, buddy. You just now insulted me with like 10 different insults, and then I said, wow, look how emotional you are. And then you said, yeah, you have to insult me. You're just blatant projection. It's annoying. Can you be more concise about your fairy tale orbits, please? Thank you.
Yes, fairy tale orbit, right? Okay. No, by the way, I wouldn't have said a damn thing to you if you wouldn't have jumped and started humming and hawing like you were drooling over yourself. Whoever's doing that, that's who I was speaking to. It might not have even been
That
you.
was me. It was me for sure.
Anyway, so yes, I am being very concise. So
Dude,
it
it
is
was
not
awesome. I
efficient
loved it.
to move all the production and all the actual items that they will be sending into space down to the equator to take advantage of a couple hundred miles of tangential velocity or momentum.
All right, bet. That's what's up. Yeah, makes sense. Cool.
Wow. Thank you for finishing my sentence.
Oh, you did good, bro. Good job.
So,
hey, okay,
go ahead. All right, cool.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
All right, I appreciate it. So, Zanuck, what happens if you got a shark in space? I'm out on a spacewalk and I'm like, and I'm like, oh crap, I might have to poop. A shark, yeah, man. You know, we all know those times. Maybe you're out for a jog or something. You're like,
you see a shark
tooting along, or no, not tooting along, but you're jogging along and you go to fart and a little bit of poop comes out.
Oh, shark!
You shart yourself, right? What happens if you're on a spacewalk and you shart yourself?
Man, when you take that suit off, it's going to be friggin' awful god smelly, for sure.
You're in space. You're in an enclosed system.
Yeah.
Do all the other astronauts experience that stuff that won't go away no matter how hard you try?
Well, they have filtration systems, and eventually farts dissipate. That's just one of the things of gases.
Bro, we're not dealing with farts. No. We're dealing with an actual fart that has actual visualized, or we can now visualize the fart as a shark.
Well, the shark is the shit and the air, right? To get combined.
This is good stuff here.
Yeah, this is the best stuff we've talked about so far.
Oh, shit's here too.
So we have shit in your pants, and we have smell coming out of your pants. So what's the problem? You take your pants and you eject them outside. Maybe throw them fire them toward the sun.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that there's floating undies in space?
Why would they be floating? Aren't they attached to your waistband with the?
No, you just said that you eject them outside.
Oh, you take the shit pants that you just shit, and when no one's looking because you don't want anyone to really know, you say, "Yeah, I just farted, no big deal." Then you go in that special room where there's a little ejection box, and you put it like when you put the garbage in your 8th floor of your apartment building, and it says the garbage chute. You open the garbage chute, put the wasties in there, and shut it, and push the button, say eject into space toward the sun.
I honestly don't know what to say to that.
I know you don't. I love that you're not able to not respond. That's my intent.
Boo!
There's our second grader was facing the back of the room with the dunce cap on. He's still making noises. Maybe we should have a gag order.
Yeah, then he takes your girlfriend and that reason.
You're gonna take my girlfriend? I don't think so.
No, I don't. You can have her back. You can have her back, dude.
You don't have it. You don't have what it takes, pal.
You can have her back, honey.
I have her back, and she's got mine.
Except for Wednesdays.
What happens on Wednesdays? You get a hold of her?
Don't worry about it, dude, bro. I said you can have her back, dude. Just be cool with it.
Hey, you got a cute girlfriend. I got a cute girlfriend. What's the big deal? Why are you trying to compare dicks?
Bro, I'm just joking, man.
I know you are. I'm just joking. Dude, you think I'm serious? You don't know me very well.
Dude, we get it, bro. We get it, bro. The Earth is changing direction, but not changing direction. There's something that can be a part of one wave at the same time. Things are falling, but they're not falling. We get it, bro. We get it. All I have to do is internalize a bunch of weirdo paradoxes and then glorify some weird ethnic supremacist grabbler that treated his wife like a dog and said Japanese people literally were dogs. And then we can be on your team.
Huh. It sounds like, from what you just said, those 5 or 6 statements, coupled into one larger statement, expressing to me that you're confused. Because when we talk about things accelerating, but they're not accelerating, or falling, but they're not falling, all these things, by definition, are confusion, because that's not in any way, shape, or form what is being said.
Yeah, it is. When we drop things in there in free fall, you claim that actually they're sitting still and the Earth's going up to it. You claim that when the Earth is orbiting and it's changing direction, it's actually not changing direction. Nothing I said is anything other than a stillman of the stupidity in which is required to believe in your paradigm.
I'll take apart just one of those things you said. You said that I'm claiming that something's falling is standing still. Never have I said it. Has anyone ever recorded me saying it's standing still? Have I ever used that word before? So
Yeah, you
obviously
said it.
got
You
wrong.
said that the Earth's coming up
No,
to it. Well, it's just
yes, I didn't say it was standing still.
Yeah, you did.
The words I use are inertial. I've always used that word. I've never used another word.
Is that what does that mean? Does that mean not moving?
No. See, already.
So it's moving down. So wait, it's I know it means not moving or changing. It means unchanging. So you're saying that the ball is falling down and the Earth is coming up at the same time?
No, the Earth is accelerating up. The object is inertial.
But is it falling?
Meaning, if you take it,
but is it falling?
With respect to what? Is it? It looks like it's falling.
The Earth.
Yes, it looks like it's falling to the Earth.
It looks like it's falling to the Earth, but is it actually falling?
Yeah, it's actually has a closure rate.
So it's falling down and the Earth is coming up?
I didn't say it's falling down. I said it looks like it's falling.
Well, what other see, and he was just making fun of me. Hey, and what direction is falling?
Depends on which perspective you're looking at it from.
I thought we already covered that.
Well, let's say we're on the I don't give an energy because let's get down the rat hole.
Because this is just a paradox.
I'm being a little coy with you. Yeah, we can say an object looks like it's falling, but in actuality, it is inertial. It is not falling toward the Earth. The Earth is accelerating up toward it.
But is the ball moving?
With respect to what? The ground? Yes, it's moving with respect to ground, because the definition of movement is a change of distance with respect to time.
I thought the ground was moving in respect to the ball.
Does it matter? In relative motion, it doesn't really matter which one's moving toward the other.
Okay, so when the Earth is coming up, then the ball's not moving?
The ball is moving through time and space, yes.
So we drop the ball and it's coming down and it's falling down and the Earth is coming up at the same time?
No, the ball is the ball is actually traveling down. That's the path it's taking is downward. And the Earth is changing directions toward the object. Meeting the object.
Is the ball going down while the Earth is coming up to meet the ball?
Up. It's accelerating up.
The Earth, it's not coming up, it's accelerating up. That was his response.
Yes. Do you know the difference between acceleration and velocity?
Wait, when did I say velocity?
Well, if you're implying acceleration, you have to talk about velocity.
What?
Because the definition of acceleration is the change of velocity, is it not?
Buddy, is the ball moving down at the same time? Is the ball moving down at the same time that the Earth is moving up?
You're saying that word movement again. The Earth is not moving up. No, the Earth is not moving. It's accelerating.
Is acceleration movement? Sit down.
No, it's not movement.
Acceleration is not movement.
No, you already have it's kind of a hard question to answer, because you can have, for example, no, hold on. You can have a velocity or a speed that's not changing, but you can have acceleration. So that's what I'm saying. We have something that's not changing its velocity, its speed, but it's just changing its direction. It's just a direction.
Is the Earth moving? Wait. Is the Earth moving up to meet the ball?
It's accelerating to the ball.
So it's accelerating to the ball, but it's not moving.
Well, I don't like the word movement, because you're implying that there's actually a movement, a change over distance to the ball. There's not.
So the Earth is accelerating towards the ball,
yes,
but it's not moving.
Yes.
Okay, now, so really what I said was true. You have some weirdo paradoxical thing. You had to get all pedantic and try and be like, oh, well, it's accelerating towards it, but it's not moving and all this weirdo stuff. Okay, and then the Earth is orbiting around the sun, which means it's going in a circle around the sun. It's really an ellipse, and it's changing direction, but it's actually at the same time not changing direction.
Yeah, in a different frame of reference, it is going straight.
Which frame of reference is it curving?
In the curvature of space-time. It's following a
In the
geodesic.
reference frame of the curvature of space-time.
Yes, the geodesic is defined a straight path.
No, they say that the Earth is going straight through space.
Not when it hits a geodesic, that changes. Direct with respect to the Earth. I mean, with respect to the sun. The sun warps space-time. That straight line becomes curved with respect to the sun. With respect to
it's going
the
in
line, it's always going straight. It's inertial.
So it's going in a circular path. It's going in an elliptical path around the sun, not changing direction.
Changing a direction with respect to the sun, but not with respect to the geodesic path.
Wait, is the geodesic path in space-time?
Space-time has been curved, yes.
So when I said, is it moving straight? Is it moving in a curved path? You said yes in relation to space-time. But now you're saying that it moves straight in relation to space-time.
I said the same. I'm saying the same thing I said then. I'm saying
no, you're not.
In relation to the sun, it's curving. With relation to space-time, it's going straight.
You said in relation to space-time, it was curving just 2 minutes ago.
Space-time is curving. In the geodesic in space-time is straight, but space-time is curving. So the path with respect to the object is taking a curved path.
Bro, that's what. Yeah, I know you maybe misspoke. It's all good. Okay, so the Earth is curving, changing direction, but it's not changing direction, and the ball is falling down to the Earth, but the Earth is actually moving up to meet the ball. That's not moving.
No, you got that wrong again. That's the third time you got it wrong. The Earth isn't moving. It's movement. It's moving through space-time, and the Earth is now changed its path to be in its. Space-time has changed its path to where now that space-time is curved toward the Earth. The Earth is just in the way now.
Hey, can you go from one location to another without moving?
No, you always have to move if you're changing one location to another.
Okay. Is the Earth going towards the ball?
No, the Earth is accelerating toward the ball.
Oh, so it's going towards the ball, so from one point to another.
If I shot an arrow,
I asked you a question,
and hold on, and you held your hand up, and you weren't in my line of fire, but then you moved your hand in front of the arrow. Did I move toward the arrow?
See, so you didn't answer the question. I have to go do a debate.
No, that is the question.
I have to go do a debate. Saying I have to do a debate at 6, okay? I was just pointing out that you have paradoxes that you believe in, and you try to teach them to us as if it's just because we don't understand. But really, no, it's just a paradox. Really, no, it's just a paradox. Einstein himself said these are not understandable paradoxes. In fact, there could be major underlying errors because of the glaring paradoxes. And then he went to say, unless nothing is actually real. Okay? That's what Einstein said. So if you want to come along a century later and try to pretend it all makes sense, whatever. Just like last question. Can light simultaneously be two different things, a wave and a particle?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. So you live in a house of paradoxes, okay? And I encourage you to free your mind, because what happens when your brain tries to simultaneously hold two different things to be true at the same time, even though they're contradictory, you suffer from what's called cognitive dissonance. That's the definition of cognitive dissonance. The definition of cognitive dissonance is when you try to hold two contradictory things to be true simultaneously.
Well, it's interesting. A lot of ideas, a lot of concepts have multiple properties that can remain. They can seemingly be contradictory, but also could remain true at the same time. But let me go back to my analogy real quick, because I think this might reign. I mean, this is the best one I can come up with right now on the spot. We shoot an arrow to the corner of my room, and you're holding your hand up. You're not in the corner of the room. You're holding like you're saying, "How?" I'm Indian from the old Pilgrim days, and you're how? You have your hand up, how? Holding your hand up, right? But then you lose interest, and your hand falls down, and now meets the path of the arrow that you're shooting into the corner. The movement of your hand did not go toward the arrow. It just moved to be in front of it. So did it move? Yes. Did it move toward the arrow? No. Well, it moved toward its axis that it was following, but it did not move toward the arrow distance-wise. So if that, you can use that analogy to understand how things can fall, and yet one is not moving toward the other physically, this distance over time. We're talking about something just moves in front, just had a change of direction. The earth moved in front. You're driving on a freeway and a car cuts in front of you. In fact, it's going away from you as it cuts in front of you. It's really not going toward you at all. It's going away from you. But you're going faster, so you hit it. But did you hit the car or did the car hit you? This is the concepts that seem paradoxical in your mind because you're just not letting your mind open up and understand what is really being said. And
But what if you're in a race car
the reason
and it turns? What happens? Does your head hit the window, or does the window hit your head?
the window hits your head. That's the point. That's provable. That's provable. We know that if it wasn't for that window cutting in front of you, you wouldn't have hit it. You'd continue off in your very happy path in one direction because there was a force.
Danik, what do you think that we're supposed to take from everything you just said? Can you do it in a sentence?
There is something called pseudo forces, inertial forces that are pseudo. Doesn't mean they're not real. They actually are real with respect to the reference frame.
Just like
You
pseudoscience.
can't do
It's
one
not
sentence.
like it's
No,
not
pseudoscience
real
is not
science.
pseudo
It's just
forces.
pseudoscience.
You're looking through the dictionary again, and you're trying to equate things you read in Webster's dictionary to what you read in a physics book. That they're totally different. They have completely different meanings. Completely different. So the Earth is actually getting in your way. An object that is inertial and dropped out a window, it was being held with a proper force, and its pseudo force with its weight. You remove the ledge, like the plank you walk off. You're a pirate, and you want the guy that drank your beer into a whiskey to jump off to let go into the water. When that plank is removed, the pseudo force that your weight is now gone because it was pseudo. It only was there because you had the plank there. The proper force is the plank acting on your feet. You've removed the proper force. Now you are inertial. You have no forces acting on you. You start heading toward the water, but the water has accelerated to you. When you make impact, there are now two forces again, pseudo and a real force. So
Hold on, just to steal on what you just said, you said that the water moves. The water moves.
The water accelerates. Did I say
the
move?
water accelerates. Okay,
Yes.
thanks. Just need to.
Yep.
Thanks. Okay.
It's easy to mix things up because we talk in English about certain things we see day to day in reality. But when we get into physics, things are a little bit different. The words have really distinct and specific meanings.
No, there's explanations. You just don't want to listen to them, and you just want to go off into the fairy tale that everything is moving upwards.
Not moving.
The Earth is moving upwards, but also not moving. It's accelerating, but isn't moving. The inertial object is not moving. There's no forces acting upon it,
Moving through
and
space-time.
things are moving up towards it. But we can give you examples where that's a contradiction, but you don't want to hear that because you're bought into it.
That's the
Hook,
longest
line, and
sentence
sinker.
ever. No, we were
Because
very.
the textbooks told you so.
I was very clear.
Go back to your
Accelerating.
scriptures and maybe question your scriptures.
Okay, forget the scriptures. Think about the object that you can actually see and witness its contradiction. We have an object that is visibly accelerating to the ground. We see this relationship between the object and the ground. It is accelerating at 9.8 meters per second in that range of acceleration.
No, it's
Yet,
not.
hold on. Yet, we know that objects that are accelerating need a force to behind them. Yet there are no forces acting on this object. We can measure that. We can actually test to make sure that is true. In every single circumstance that we get the same answer. There's no forces. So there's the paradox. How does something accelerate and not have forces acting on it? Why don't you explain?
Can I give you an example?
Yes.
Sure. So we're in a river, and it's a fast-flowing river, and that river has a mesh dam at the end of it. So while we're in the river, we're standing sideways in relation to the surface of the earth, but when we're in the river, it appears as though we're standing straight up on this mesh grate as the river flows past us. Now, I can jump up off of that mesh grate, but I will be forced back down towards that mesh grate due to the flow of the river, right?
What?
But when I jump up off of that mesh grate and I quote unquote accelerate back to the grate, I actually don't have any forces
have a
acting
question.
upon me, because
I have
I
a
would
question.
be effectively in free fall because I would be moving with the flow of
Wait,
the river.
I'm
So
not
I
listening
wouldn't
because I have
have
a
any.
question.
Dude, you.
I'm not listening. I can't listen now because
I
I have
know
a
you're
question.
not listening.
No, because I have a question. I don't understand
No
what you
point.
said. You
I'm
jumped on
pulling
the
out of
mid.
the conversation
Well, God, I
because you're
really
not
was
in it.
interested in what you, Napalm. I really was truly interested in what you said. But when you said you jumped off the mesh plate and then you fell back down due to the flow of the river, that didn't make any sense to me. What are you trying? What analogy or metaphors are you trying to use here to make this story work? I don't understand. I see the river.
So we have a flow of a river, right? And that river is flowing through a mesh grate, right? You
Through a
understand
what?
that? A mesh grate.
Meth plate, meth pipe,
Mesh
mesh plate,
mesh grate. Do you know what a grate is?
mesh grate,
Mesh, MESH
mesh grate.
GRATE.
I said
Yes.
that. Why could you just say yes rather than try to belittle me?
Oh, well, you acted like you didn't know what the fuck I was
No,
talking about.
at the end I finally got it. Mesh grate.
Great.
So like
Okay.
a chain link fence.
Yes.
Right?
Like a
Yes.
chain link fence, right? And we've placed this chain link fence in a river,
Okay.
right?
Uh-huh.
So we have the flow of the river that goes through this grate, right? And on past it. But we are effectively stuck up against this grate because we have this force acting upon us. Now we can stand on that grate and it appears as though we're standing upright, right? Just kind of flip it on its side. Now I can use my muscles and resistance and I can push myself off of that grate against the flow of the river and I could go up a little bit and then I would hit a certain point where I would become what you would consider inertial, meaning I would be moving exactly with the flow of that river back towards the grate. And when I'm moving exactly with the flow of the river towards the mesh grate, I effectively wouldn't have any forces acting upon me. I would feel as though I'm weightless, but then I would come in contact with that mesh grate again.
No. See, there's a see. I understand. Thank you for the detail on your example, but there's some critical flaws you made about that example.
It's an analogy. Don't try to pick it apart to where you're
I know
going to.
the analogy has a lot of flaws. Let me explain just one simple one. Let's say you had something in your stomach when you did this. Picture the little marble in your stomach floating around, even when you're coming back down, and then when you hit the grate, where does that marble end up? Does it
It
end
would
up
end
toward the
back
bottom
up
of
at
your
the
stomach, toward your
bottom.
feet?
This is
Hold
where
on,
I'm
hold on.
saying don't try to take the analogy too
Well, no,
far.
because
It's just a
we don't have.
visualization for those in the room who may think that you have somewhat of a point.
I do, and here's why.
No, you don't. The
I
problem is
do
you're
because
overlooking
when
the
you're
fact
inertial,
that
when
there
you're
is a downward flow that's
napalm,
affecting all matter that goes through all matter, i.e., the mesh grate, right? So this flow is going through all the matter, but is causing a vector downwards for every piece of
okay,
mass that
let
is
me respond.
residing in
You're
it,
not going to get away
including
with
the
just
things
making this
inside
claim
of
that.
your stomach.
Let me come back and let you explain what you're saying. So you're not making a good analogy or even metaphor for this for the comparison because we're not as soon as something leaves the rooftop, the balcony, jumps, it is inertial. Now, if there's something that is flowing downward, some kind of like you could say, well, what if we have air that's constantly compressed air that's coming down from some unknown source right above from the sky, coming out of the clouds, straight down? Those forces would act on the body because it's a medium that actually is moving. But inside your stomach, nothing would be affected. When you hit the ground,
Like I've
whatever's
already
going on in your
explained.
stomach, hold on. When you hit the ground, you would have that force on your feet and the rest of the structure externally, but everything inside of you would not be affected. So that's where your analogy kind of falls
That's
apart.
what exactly. That's why I said don't take it too far because in my analogy, it's affecting all of the masses combined, meaning it's going through all of the masses. That's why I'm talking about the mesh grate so that you can get a visualization of that going through the mass. The mesh grate in this scenario would be analogous to the surface of the Earth. We know that the surface of the Earth is not a mesh grate, and that things don't quote unquote penetrate it that are physical that would have a force, because that force would be acting upon the surface itself. What I'm
why
saying
don't we
is
use it?
force is actually penetrating all matter, right, and is causing a directional flow. But I
Okay.
don't want to have this conversation with you because it is
I know. Well,
fruitless.
I can take it. I can do it one step further and say, well, let's say it's magnetism, because magnetism could go. Let's say that an atom is iron. We have some magnetic flow that's going downward, and we don't know that maybe everything's acting like magnetism, but what you're explaining is some type of magnetic field type of flow. We have a flow of magnetism that is going down. Not only just is there attraction, but there's a flow on top of it, and that'll have just as many errors in your logic as the flow in the water. So I don't have to take it any
No,
further
it
than
doesn't.
saying
Like
no.
I
It's
said, you're just here to pick
not the
apart the
same.
analogy. I'm
It
just
doesn't
giving
make
a
any sense.
visualization for people that actually understand what I'm talking
I
about.
know.
You're just going to sit
I
here and
know.
run around in
Everyone knows
circles
what
like you
you're saying.
have on this topic
Yeah.
for multiple hours already. We don't care to fucking hear it. If you want to just blabber, go into a room, flip on a light, make sure there's a mirror, and just give your spiel to yourself. Everybody here has heard it.
Well, everyone's listening. Please do not take that analogy at face value. It doesn't make a lot of sense, and it's not comparable. But I
I
understand. I'm sure
told
everyone does
the
understand.
room not to take
Hold
it
on,
on
I'm
face
still
value.
talking. I gave you the floor. I didn't say a word. Just let me finish my last 4 words. You've been very rude about cutting me off on everything. So if you look at what he said, what Napon said, it doesn't have a lot of correlations between what I had said, and the paradox is very real. We have something that actually is inertial. There's no forces acting on it in any way, shape, or form, yet we measure it to be accelerating to the ground. That's the paradox that he cannot establish an analogy with his river, water, magnetism, magnetic field flow. Nothing will be equating to that.
I said nothing about a magnetic field, dude. You're putting
I
words
know.
into my
I'm
mouth.
saying many. I
You're
agree.
putting words
I'm
in my
saying,
mouth, dude.
then
All
it's
you're trying to do
then
is
water. Fine. Then water. Great.
you realize analogies aren't always 100% one-to-one analogous, right?
Analogies are not 100% analogous. Yes. I'm not saying that it has to be. I'm just saying
Yeah, but you're taking my analogy
objection.
and you're trying
Your
to pick it apart
objection.
as if I claim that
Your,
it was one-to-one.
it
When I
doesn't.
prefaced before I even fucking said it that it wasn't, dude.
It's not. It's not like water or this mesh screen and going against a river flow. That's not what's happening.
Oh my god, dude. You're
Not even close.
insufferable. You understand that? Like,
You are
it's
insufferable.
ridiculous to try to have a conversation. And then you're
You just
still just
want
going to
to
talk over me, dude.
argue for
You know
arguing.
that you can do this because I'm a mod, and when I'm engaged with you, I can't mute you. That's why you do it.
You know what you do? Just tell me to shut up and I'll be quiet for you. Promise. If you ever want me to be quiet, just say stop talking.
Shut up. Stop talking. Oh, so much peace.
Aren't you supposed to be somewhere with it?
Yeah, they're running behind. I'm trying to make a thumbnail.
What is the topic going to be over there today?
Ether, electrostatics, photons.
Oh, God, Lord. Dude, do me a favor. Don't even start off with any claims. Just try to let him start to talk.
Wait, what's going on?
That's his whole tactic.
I know. That's the thing. If he will not say anything at all until you say something, and he'll just try to nut it the whole entire time. And we'll try to make 0 claims.
Are you debating QE or something?
Brian's logic.
Brian's logic.
You're debating Brian?
Will it be streamed live?
Yes.
You're debating Brian?
Brian's logic.
That sounds very interesting, man. Can you
I
post
was-
the link when it goes down?
Yeah, I'll post my link. I just made the stream.
I thought
I
Brian's
was on
logic was wrong.
I was on Oakley's today, and they were talking about your interaction that you had, and they had clipped out, and I don't know if it was like something you said or if it was something that they're trying to like portray as you saying, but you guys were talking about photon and the rate of induction, and they somehow twisted it into you saying the photon is the rate of induction. Is that something that you said
Yeah.
with it?
No, so he kept on asking about if it's what we. So you agree that what's hitting the play is what we call the photons. I don't believe in photons. He said, "That's why I said what we call the photon." And I'm like, the photon's not real. I'm like, that's why I'm saying it's what we call the photon. He kept repeating himself. And then my wife was walking up talking and stuff. And then he's like, so it's what we call the photon, right? Sure, whatever. So then they try to act like I claim that the photon is real. They're just so dishonest.
Exactly. They tried to edit it in such a way, so they left all that other stuff out. And the only thing that they kept was you saying, I said yes 5 times. And then they fucking just like took that and strawmanned it to hell and totally misrepresenting what you're actually saying and making you out to be something you're not. So it's really frustrating. That's why I have a hard time even fucking participating over there.
What they do, man.
Yeah.
There's wordsmiths on both sides of this debate, by the way. I mean, globe and flat.
Here's what's sad. Here's what's sad. He's been classically trained, as it were, right? He's had training in arguing and how to entertain people, how to make perhaps a guest look a certain way. He's very versed in philosophy, debate tactics, conversation, all that stuff. And he'd probably come up with 10 smarter sounding words that with his smarmy, smug, but somehow authoritative European accent in there. You know, it's all part of the shtick. But the comparison lies in that we have a talent for it because we picked it up naturally and we're developing it through, you know, just doing the work out here in the trenches. He had to be told how to do it, and that's pretty sad.
I mean, it's just so crazy that they'll sit there and support it. I'm like, I don't believe in the photon. The photon's not real. He's like, you're talking about the rate of induction of what we call the photon on the plate, right? And I'm like, what are you talking? What? I don't believe in the photons. Photons are. He just kept asking. I'm like, okay, sure, yes. And he's like, you're just gonna avoid the question. I'm like, for one, it's a malformed question, right? But I'm like, I said yes. I said yes. What do you? Whatever, you know, like what you call the photon, sure. And he's like, ha ha ha. Witsit says that he believes in the photon. Like it's so stupid.
Yeah, it really works
Yeah,
against
here,
him for
I got a
anybody
great comparison.
who doesn't realize.
I'm so sorry. I'll let you go for forever after that. I just want to say this is the comparison. It's him grabbing his hand and hitting you with your own hand, and he said, "Quit hitting yourself. Quit hitting yourself."
Yeah. Just the constant muting and then taking what you said and cutting you off and saying, "Oh, okay, well that's what you said. Now you don't get a chance to follow up with any kind of clarification." You know, like that right there. For anybody that's even on their side at this point, they have to realize that that's a tactic and not fair, and it makes him less popular. And people that are actually looking for what's actually being said are going to go listen to what you're actually saying. Hopefully, I mean, those are the only people you care about anyway. The people that actually want to figure it out instead of just going along with these tactics that he's using to make you look a certain way to to him or whoever's listening or whatever. But it makes it look really bad on his part in the long run. Really does.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm
And-
gonna expose them tonight. I'm gonna expose them tonight, and Brian's gonna interrupt me like 500 times.
Oh yeah. Well, he was trying to clarify like all the rules about interrupting and all that. Like, yeah.
Asking for the science of the photon. Asking for scientific evidence, right? For the photon.
Who's supposed to be modding the debate?
Hammer.
Oh God.
So the dividing point that they were so proudly ending on last time when you were on there, or he was so proudly ending on it, is that because they have diffraction of light through trees, then they can say it's a natural phenomenon, and therefore it's okay to use this double slit experiment, right? So I was trying to think of like a way that you could say that there's a natural phenomenon with the ether, other than like everything, right? Like or just light in general.
No,
But
dude,
like
I don't claim ether is science, bro. I don't. The way that I formulated my argument,
Think
it
about
can't be
ancient
rebutted.
parameters.
It can't be rebutted. My argument can't be rebutted. So it's like they can just suck it, bro. You don't need science to prove things. Interferometry is a measurement. So are you denying the measurement or not? And they just start freaking out. So
right.
I'm just gonna go expose Ron, but I gotta go.
All right.
Later.
Later. Yeah, their justification for the double slit experiment is this diffraction of light through the trees or whatever, you know.
It's not
And
even an experiment, and they will even say that it's not an experiment, but then they still try to claim that it's some sort of naturally observed phenomenon, but they're still not proving the cause of the effect that they see.
right.
The effect is diffraction of light. Ooh, that's caused by the light being diffracted around the edge of an object. This happens in a pinhole camera. It can happen with a laser light and a freaking needle. Wow. There's no
it's also
What's
the
the double
same
split?
misconception when viewing the ferrocell or the supercell of a magnetic field. That's the same diffracted wave pattern that you're seeing. It's really no difference between the two.
Yeah, what the double slit experiment shows is that light can act like waves and interfere with itself.
no, okay. The
It's
light
just
can
a
act
phase.
like waves. What is a wave?
It's just a phase disparity, bro. That's all it is.
Yeah, well, let's
What
talk to
is
this
the
dude.
wave?
So light can act like a wave. What do you mean by that?
Well, light can act like particles and waves.
What do you mean act like particles and waves? What is a wave?
I'm not exactly sure like what the waves are,
It's a
but
frequency.
light, well, yeah, waves have frequency,
I
but
think it was
like
just asking you in general, like what is a wave in general.
it's kind of just like a fluctuation of some sort.
Is it a
It's like
thing of
this,
itself, or is it what
yeah,
something else is doing?
it's kind of hard to explain. I'm not like a quantum physicist, so I don't know how to
So
explain it very
if I
well.
wave my hand to you, is my hand waving,
When we say
or is
wave, when I
yeah?
say wave, I mean more of like an electromagnetic wave.
So are you talking about a noun or a verb?
A noun. A
Well,
wave
that's the
is a
problem.
noun.
Well, that's the problem. A wave is not a noun. Like you
Why?
can never show me a wave of itself. Like you can show me something waving, like my hand waving or the water waving, but you can never have a wave of itself because a wave is not a thing. It's what something does.
Yeah, so you said an electromagnetic wave. So within an electromagnetic wave, what is that in which is waving?
Here, let me check.
Energy.
So
Is
there's
energy.
an electric field and a magnetic field, and the electric field and magnetic field fluctuate. There's peaks and troughs, and with
So what is an electric field? What is a magnetic field? What is a field?
I'm not entirely sure.
That's all right.
But like but with the double split experiment, we do see like wave interactions.
I want to real quick point out that he said, I'm not entirely sure when he wasn't entirely sure, being honest. Thank you very much for doing that. Carry on.
You're
So I
welcome.
said
Yeah.
that's all right.
So yeah, basically the double slit experiment shows us that light can act like a wave, right? But once it hits the detector, it acts like a particle.
So what is light?
So light is both a wave and a particle. And it's
Hold on. Before you go too far. So you say light is a wave. So what is waving?
the electric field and the magnetic field. They wave together. They
Okay. So
have
when it's a
peaks.
particle, what is that particle comprised of?
Nothing. Photons are elementary particles,
So
which means it can't be.
how can you measure nothing? I'm confused.
It is something. It's just not made of anything. It's like a base particle. It's
Something not
like
made of.
right. It's like if everything's made out of Legos, you can only break down your Legos so far until you have individual bricks, right? The individual bricks are the photons and the quarks and stuff like that. You
So
can't
if you're a
break
hammer, then everything's a nail.
what?
I was being funny. Like, basically, what you're doing is you're appealing to materialism.
What do you mean appealing to materialism?
So you're trying to assert that all phenomena is based on particle interactions. That's
Well,
essentially what you're asserting to.
that's pretty much atomic theory.
Well, it's atomistic materialism.
Okay.
Yeah, and the problem with that is when you're dealing with fields, fields are not particles, and particles are not fields. So if everything is based on particle interaction, then you would have to define a field, and you would have to define energy.
Well, the thing is that like atoms are particles, electrons and protons are particles, and stuff like that. It's just that light is different. Light acts like to simplify it down, light acts like a wave until we measure it. And when we measure it, it acts like a particle.
What he's saying is the
Are you assuming that light is sentient and knows when you're observing it, therefore it changes its modality?
Like an analogy I heard is there's a ball floating in the sea, right? And the ball has a button on it, and when you press the button, it tells you its exact coordinates. But when you walk to the ball, you disrupt the water and you push it away some from where it was when you wanted to measure it, so that when you do click the button, it you interfered with it by measuring it. So the act of measuring light changes it from a wave to a particle.
Right. So you're implying that light is sentient, and based on it observing it, changes its modality.
No, it's not sentient. It's just that measuring it. Again, I'm not very well versed. All I know is that measuring it somehow changes it from a wave into a particle.
Well, in order for you to measure it, you have to observe it, and the observation
Right.
alone, from what quantum states, is enough to affect it. So, in essence, you're asserting that light is sentient and fully aware that it's being observed, thus changing its modality.
Well, is the ball in the water sentient? When I press the button, when I walk in the water to press the button, is it sentient? Does it know that I was walking up to it, so it changed directions on me?
Well, I mean, that's kind of an ambiguous analogy that isn't necessarily prevalent within reality. It's, you know what I'm saying? It's like talking about unicorns and smacking a unicorn's ass and speculating on what the unicorn's going to do after the fact. Like
it's the act of measurement itself. Whether it's by your eye, whether it's by the human mind or some sort of sensor, the act of measurement itself affects it and collapses the wave.
So I have a question. How is it that you know it's a wave or a particle? Like, aren't you measuring the wave too?
Well, once you measure it, it's no longer a wave.
So how do you know it's a wave?
Because the double slit experiment shows that before we measure it, it acts like a wave. Before we measure it on the screen behind the double slit, the light waves interfere with themselves.
So you could test the light, you can't measure the light as a wave.
Yeah, you can't really measure the light as a wave, because as soon as you measure it, it turns into a particle.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, I mean, when you start saying that light is a particle wave duality, like you start falling off into illogicalness. Like there's nothing in nature that's a duality. Like a duality implying an inherent contradiction. Mother Nature doesn't deal in inherent contradictions. That's something that man does.
Yeah, quantum mechanics is very, very paradoxical, and it does not work like regular objects do.
Right. There's
It's
a
a
famous quote
planetary.
that when common sense fails, we must create uncommon sense. Like,
Quantum mechanics is literally begging the question fallacy. Their whole job is begging the question.
Pretty much.
Well, I was just sharing my somewhat limited knowledge on the subject.
Yeah, no, you're good, bro. I'm not attacking you in any way. I'm just attacking
Yeah.
the argument, so don't take it personal. I
No,
appreciate you
yeah.
coming in here and sharing with
know.
with us that. So don't take it to heart.
Yeah,
no
you did a fine job describing it. You really did.
Yeah. I'm no quantum physicist. I'm just a lowly amateur astronomer.
But I think I stole your combo away from Napalm. I don't know if Napalm's still here or if he has any more things to say, but I apologize. Sorry, Napalm.
No, you're good, man. I got a bunch of shit going on anyway, so you're good.
There's this astronomer on YouTube. He was making videos for, I think, over 10 years. And I think it was like 2 years ago. Like, I mean, he was like really into astronomy, like really, really, really into it. And he still is, but in a different way. And over the time, like 5 years ago, he started seeing how NASA was lying about astronomy because he was so obsessed with it. He was like, wait a second, this isn't right. And so he started hating NASA. And then he became a flat earther when he actually did more research into it. It was pretty cool.
Last night was really cool because I saw the moon pass in front of a very bright star. Which is a quite rare occurrence for the moon to pass in front of something that bright. Have you guys ever watched the space station pass overhead?
I saw a star pass overhead.
A star?
Yeah, I've never seen the ISS over my head.
Oh, I have. Like I said, it's really cool. Here, I'll
Say
post
you've
that.
seen it. Are you talking about like, like you zoomed in with a telescope and you could actually make out that it's the
Yeah.
little? Oh, okay, interesting.
Look at it. I posted it in chat. Some of my pictures that I took.
Are you sure that's not just a regular satellite?
Yeah, pretty sure because when it went overhead, it's exactly when the space station was projected to go overhead. And you can even see like on the second picture you can see the SpaceX Crew Dragon sitting on it. That's what that white dot is.
So okay, so this is what it sounds like when it's broken down to its simplest. A website told you there was going to be something in the sky, perhaps an image of something in the sky at a certain time, and you looked up and it was there. And that means that there's an international space station floating around up there.
Yeah, pretty much.
Wow.
I mean, it's not just the image of something though either. It's like a physical.
But how do you know?
Here, I'll post it real quick. behind it.
No. Okay, check it out. So when
I know
when you look to it, all you can do is believe stories about it. You yourself don't know physically what's up there. Is that
Well,
right?
here,
Can we be that honest?
I guess. Yeah.
Okay. See, that's all it takes. And now you're a critical thinker. Thank you. See, he's being honest, kids. This is how it goes. Thank you, sir.
But the thing is that you can see in the GIF or GIF or however you want to pronounce it that I posted that. Okay, in the GIF that I posted, as it passed, it slightly rotated, right? But if it was just some random image in the sky, why would they choose it to rotate when it's exactly like ahead of me?
I'll tell you what. If I could broadcast, sorry, I interrupt and it sucks. If I were to broadcast something into the sky, say an image, right? And I were to make up a story about the image and what the image were going to do, I'd make damn sure, for the most part, that I made the show look as good as the story sounds. Does that make sense? And I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying it is a possibility.
Well, what I'm planning on doing with someone is we're going to try and take a video of the space station at the same time, right? And if it were an image pointed at, if it were an image projected on the sky, then we should see it looking the same at the same time. But my hypothesis is that
maybe.
I will.
You know what? I'd love to see that. If you guys accomplish that, yeah, go do that. I would love to see that.
So
yeah,
what my hypothesis?
I'm serious too. I might sound sarcastic. I'm not. I would love to see that. I don't think I've seen that yet.
My hypothesis would be that because I see it before he does, so I'm guessing that I will see it, rotate as it passes before he sees it rotate as it passes. But we'll still be looking at the same object. So if it were an image at the sky, we would see it rotate at the same time, not at different times.
Have you actually tried to catch the Chinese ISS yet?
No, I don't have a good predictor for that. I haven't looked into it.
Oh, does anyone else of your friends or anyone? Because I would wonder, there's so much stuff up there already. What happened actually to the satellites by SpaceX?
Oh, the Starlinks?
Yeah.
Oh, people see those all the time, Starlink trains.
Okay. But yeah, if you would be able to capture the Chinese ISS, that would be great.
Yeah, the Tiangong. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's like Tiangong, something like that.
Seafoam, can I ask you a question?
Sure thing.
Because you're observing these satellites in the sky, does that, in your eyes, prove the heliocentric model? Or is it more you're just observing something in the sky that NASA's claimed to put up there?
Well, I mean, observing the satellites doesn't prove to me the heliocentric model. What makes me believe the heliocentric model is that the planets go into retrograde.
I guess fair enough, yeah. I mean, as long as you know it, not
Yeah,
evidence
right.
anything heliocentric.
So I can't really find any videos of people capturing the Chinese ISS from space. So if you would do that, man, I would even send you a couple of bucks, man. You'll be the first one.
The Tiangong space station is quite a bit smaller than the ISS.
Well, but I mean, you can see details like the SpaceX capsule. So I mean, that's not really an argument, right? I mean, it should be capturable.
Yeah, but the two that I posted
Mm-hmm.
where you can see quite a bit of detail is when it went straight overhead,
Yeah.
because that's when it's closest to you. It
Yeah,
when it's straight overhead, it's biggest.
so, but just any glimpse of the Chinese one. So just to make sure that what they're telling you is like real, right? That there's not only like this one thing up
Yeah.
there.
I could.
Would it be able for you to actually make a video where you capture the ISS rising from below the horizon all the way up over your head and then going down below the opposite horizon line? Or is that
I mean,
to prove that it's literally
I
orbiting?
yeah, I do have a video like that. The one thing is that it doesn't come from the horizon because I have like houses and trees and stuff, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But it comes from pretty low, and it goes until it's straight overhead. But then from there, my camera sticks out too far, and I can't move my telescope. So it goes from horizon to straight up, and then it ends.
Okay.
Would that work for you?
Yeah, I mean, well, I wish to see like, you know, the full thing, like someone out there in the desert or maybe on the ocean. So you can show the thing rising from below the horizon so we can 100% be sure that there is something orbiting a spherical Earth. Not just some light or object in the sky. Like an
Here,
airplane.
I can screen share the video I have if you want to see it.
Now you're just moving the goalpost, Clay. What next? You gonna want the guy waving to you and shit from the fucking thing?
No, man. I actually want to see the Chinese ISS.
Yeah. I can like screen share and show you my video of the ISS passing overhead if you'd like.
What I like about the Chinese ISS is actually that some videos they have showing a flat Earth, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, you're just a redneck American lounge.
Yo, CMOS, I wanted to tell you the first day that I was in the MMM Discord, the Medicinal Mass Media, you actually showed me a video that you recorded of it passing by. I don't think anybody here's denying that you saw that, you know.
Was it like a video of it passing by, or was it like I
It
was
was
doing a
live.
stream?
I think it
Yeah,
might have
the
been
live
live.
stream.
I think it might have been live, yeah. And then we had
Yeah,
the same conversation that we're basically having now.
yeah. It's just during the like the straight overhead passes, I can't stream because I need to set up my telescope super weird, and attaching my phone on the back messes with the balance.
Okay, okay. No, I told you then. I'll tell you now. It's cool that you're observing these things in the sky. You know,
Yeah, I remember you.
cool
Remember
nonetheless.
that cool wolf picture?
Oh wow, thank thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
But if you make some high-res images of the ISS, of the Chinese station, I
Well,
would
I mean,
support you, man.
I don't know how high res I can do. I mean, the ones I posted are as high res as possible with the International Space Station. So
Yeah, kind of like that.
yeah, what I'm going to like assume is that if I get the Chinese space station, it's pretty much just going to be like a dot with wings on it. Nothing like you're not going to be able to read words in a book that they're reading on it. You know.
Right. I gotcha.
Yeah, I'll look into. Let me see if there's a thing. For the foreseeable future, it's not going to be going overhead. But if it does, here, let me. Who's asking for this? I want to make sure I know who I'm talking to here.
Clay.
Clay?
Yes.
With the Patrick profile picture?
Yes.
Alright.
SpongeBob.
Alright. Do you guys, I know a lot of, like, flat earthers don't believe, like, planets look like that. Like they do in the pictures.
Well, wait a minute, because I hear a lot of like mainstreamers, i.e., indoctrinated Globers, coming in here and like saying what we believe and don't believe, and that's the whole thing, right? Like, we don't really like assert ourselves on beliefs rather than like the facts as they present themselves or the evidence at hand, which is contrary to like beliefs. If anything, I would say it's the Globers that have the belief. Like, we're strictly looking at the evidence and making logical assertions based on the evidence, which is not necessarily a belief, but more of like a empirical fact-based thing.
Oh well,
So
I'm saying like I've met a couple of people that have seen my pictures of planets, and they're like, no, that's not what planets look like, and they send like photos of unfocused stars.
yeah, I get that. But I mean, even if the planets were round and spherical, I mean, does that mean what
They
we're living
are.
on is round and spherical? That's like the pool table, right? Like, you're looking at the pool balls on the pool table, and all the pool balls are round, right? So that's like asserting that the pool table must be round as well.
Yeah, I wasn't saying that like as a globe proof. I was just wondering like if anyone here believed that because I find it kind of weird that like I've even met someone that said that my telescope isn't real and that it like uses the internet to project images into my camera.
Is it digital?
Yeah, it's a digital camera.
Oh, digital telescope? Or are you hooking up your digital camera to the telescope?
I hear that term all the time. What is a digital telescope?
Oh, you didn't know? Yeah, they got computerized telescopes. So like basically, you don't even have to like move it or anything. Like, you hook it up to your computer, and all the programming's there already, and you just type in like what star or solar system or whatever it may be that you want to observe, and it takes a collaboration of images, or sorry, a collaboration of images, and presents like one image.
Oh, okay, so
Shit.
I think you're combining a couple of things together, right? So my telescope is computerized, but I don't hook it up to a computer. It's like its own self-contained thing, and like I can tell it like what stars and stuff to point at, and it also tracks the sky. You know?
So are you looking through like an aperture with like focal lenses and stuff, or is it like an LCD display screen that you're viewing everything from?
Oh yeah, my like. See, the thing is that there's a difference between the telescope and the mount. The telescope is the part with the lenses and the mirrors. The mount is just what it's like strapped onto, right? So my
Right,
mount has motors, but the telescope itself is just two mirrors and a lens.
right, right. But what I'm asking is, how are you actually viewing the stars? Are you like physically looking through the telescope with the naked eye through the telescope, or is it like all being displayed on a screen for you?
I can do both. Like I can have it to where I put eyepieces in and I can look through it physically, but I can also attach my camera to it.
Right. Yeah, I'm assuming that was about $2-3 grand.
No, just about $900 for the telescope.
Oh, okay, that's not too bad.
It's pretty small actually. It's only 5 inches.
Oh, dang. Yeah, my buddy spent close to $3 grand, and yeah, this thing's fucking huge.
Yeah. But, and then I think what you were saying with like, it does many images and shows you one, I think you might have been talking about stacking.
What was the last word you said?
Stacking.
Yeah, stacking images and stuff, where you get like all those colorful gaseous nebulas and whatnot.
Yeah.
Right.
But stacking really is just for eliminating noise. That's really all it does. It just eliminates noise.
Well, that's all anything really is. It's just signal to noise ratio.
Right. So, like for planets, like you can't really do long exposure because they're so bright. So you have to have a small exposure, but then we have a small exposure, it's a noisy image. So for like Jupiter, when I take pictures of Jupiter, I film it for about a minute, which gives me 1800 frames, and then I stack the 1800 frames. And all that does, it just averages the images together. That's really all it does.
I got you.
And then, I sharpen the image to make it a little less blurry.
Well, hold on real quick. Now, don't they have that thing with the iPhone or the Samsung where you can zoom into the moon and it gives you this amazing picture, but it's not actually the moon?
Yeah, that's
I think that's stupid. That thing's stupid, but that's not stacking. That's like lying. There's a little difference. See, because with stacking, you get out what you put in. Like I've put in like images of Jupiter through stacking that were slightly out of focus, and when I got out of stacking was an out of focus image. You know? So it's not like it adds on detail. It just eliminates noise in the image. I think that's like the real misconception, is that stacking adds detail. It doesn't.
Yeah, it's kind of like adjusting the ISO on your DLR camera, you know, where you're maximizing the amount of light, I guess, that could pass through the aperture.
Oh well, ISO is basically a brightness slider. To get clearer image, you want to have your exposure at a maximum and your ISO at a minimum. That's how you get nice clear images.
Well, I'm saying, like when you're making like celestial observations at nighttime, like if you had your ISO all the way down, like wouldn't that affect the light saturation on the sensor?
Yeah, it depends on, like what you're looking for, because I took this image of Polaris and I had a 30-minute exposure and I had my ISO all the way down at 100, because if I had anything bigger, the image was completely blown out. So ISO and exposure is like it's sort of like a dance where one has to be they have to complement each other, you know?
Well, a lot of it's too is depending on the size of your aperture, right? Like a bigger
Right.
aperture is going to let more light in, and yada yada.
Yeah. That's why my telescope isn't very well suited for like observing galaxies and stuff like that, just because of how small it is. But I can get galaxies. That's the fun part.
Well, don't they have to do a lot? You said you can get them.
Yeah, I can get galaxies.
You can just see a galaxy, like, oh look, there's a galaxy.
Yeah, here, I'll post it. It's the
I believe you. I believe you. I didn't. I thought they had to take long exposure shots or some shit.
yeah, it is long exposure. The picture
all
I
right,
posted
all right.
there. The picture I posted
I'm
there
driving,
was like,
bro. I can't really look right now.
oh, all right, yeah,
I believe you, though. I believe you.
yeah, but I mean, like with eyepieces, you can see galaxies with an eyepiece, but you kind of just have to look
Well, how do you?
away from it.
Hold on, real quick. How do you do a long exposure shot? I mean, shit in the sky is moving fast, right? Wouldn't it be like a traily kind of thing?
Yeah, see, my telescope is on a motorized mount, right? So it can
Oh, it
somewhat
tracks it. Okay,
it tracks the stars, right?
I gotcha.
But
I gotcha.
the like, well, the sky has been like against me for some reason. But a couple weeks ago, I figured out how to put my telescope into an equatorial mount, which means I can get
Hold,
much better pictures.
hold on, but aren't the galaxies moving in a? I guess they could be moving in any direction towards us, away from us, to the left, to the right.
Well, the galaxies don't really move at all.
You're saying they're
They
like
just
the
move.
stars, like where all the galaxies are circling around some other shit.
Yeah, like the galaxies and the stars are basically stationary, and they just move with the rotation of the sky. It's not like galaxies are moving relative to the stars.
They are though.
I
They
mean,
are. The galaxies in your in the heliocentric model, they're moving relative to our stars.
right, but like not to the point where they'll be like zipping across the sky. They
Wait, are
move.
you talking? What's the inertial reference frame?
You son of a
I,
bitch. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him.
all I'm saying is that from ground observations, galaxies, or for taking images, I guess, galaxies don't move. They're still.
Okay. Relative to the stars, galaxies are basically still. I mean, there should be a deviation from night to night, though, right? At least.
No, there's not at all.
Bro, galaxies. So you tell me there's no galaxies don't move to the left or right or up or down or just like there?
Not in our lifespan. I mean, like
It may take a long time for that.
I would bet you, um, if I found a super old picture, like the first picture of the Whirlpool Galaxy, and compared it with mine, literally nothing will have changed.
Does that match the heliocentric model?
Yeah, I mean, galaxies are light years across. Like even if this galaxy was moving like at the speed of light, relative to us, it would
Some of
take.
them are.
No, galaxies are not moving at
Yeah.
light speed.
There's galaxies that are moving over light speed. That's how it works. That's how your model works.
I mean,
Maybe
like,
not the ones you're looking at that are close, but there are galaxies that are moving over the speed of light.
if you're talking about like the edge of the universe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Probably not the ones you're looking at.
Yeah, the ones I'm looking at, they really just don't move all that fast just because of how big they are, you know.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
How
isn't
big
it?
are they?
Light years
Oh, go
across.
ahead. How big is our galaxy across?
Let's see. It says about 100,000 light years across.
Our galaxy is 100,000 light years across.
Yeah.
If you traveled for 100,000 years at light
That.
speed, you would just get from one edge to the other.
Mm-hmm. Space is
Wow, it's
big.
bigger than I thought it was.
Yeah,
It's bigger than I
space
thought it
is
was. Yeah.
incredibly big.
Yeah, I hear that a lot, bro. Every time I go to Kosho's mom's house.
So in conclusion, it's basically so big and so far away, it's never changing its relative position, rather
Yeah.
than it just not ever changing its relative position.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
over the span of like multiple lifetimes, nothing's gonna change.
How did I ever believe in this crap?
Yeah, I know. No offense, Seafoam.
Here's
Would
how
you
it
say
was. Hold
that?
on. Here's how it was the first story you were ever given. That's how.
Yeah, unfortunately.
See, can I ask you another question? Would you say you believe that it's what would you say 100 million light years away, whatever the number was? You believe that because NASA proved it? Would you say, in your eyes, NASA proved that? So you're kind of believing in your faith in NASA. Is that a correct statement?
I mean, I guess I'm not entirely sure how they measure the distance.
Don't they use like interferometry or what's the? Is that what it is? They use some kind of laser beams, right? Bouncing lasers off shit. What the fuck is that called again?
I think
Well,
they say
that wouldn't work for galaxies because like our own galaxy is 100,000 light years across. So if NASA sent a laser right now, it wouldn't even leave our galaxy for like 50,000 for
Yeah, they don't bounce lasers off shit. What they're doing is they're guessing based on what a standard candle is, the amount of redshift it's giving off, shit like that.
Well, they talked about it with the moon, right? Didn't they bounce a laser off the moon? Isn't that how they got the distance?
Well, yeah, that works with the moon because it's only a light second away.
Right.
Well, it's debatable on if that even would work with the moon because it depends on if light conserves momentum or not directionally, not changing wavelength, but
Well,
that's a whole other story.
Generally change wavelength.
That's how light conserves momentum. It changes its wavelength.
So how are they
Yeah.
coming up with these values? It's like redshift or something? Like what are they using to come up with this?
I think what it is they're using parallax from like 6 months apart. But
No effing way, bro. They could barely do that on Polaris. They're definitely not doing that in a galaxy, dude. There's no way. Even that would only give you
right. They're estimates. It's not like they.
That would only give you its distance, though. That wouldn't even tell you its size. I don't even know how they get their size. It's actually a good question.
If it gets the distance, if we know the distance, we can use its angular size to figure out its physical size. Like if we know.
That's a good point. That's a good point, but they're definitely not doing parallax with a galaxy. There's no effing way. I would be
I might be
shocked
wrong.
if they did.
Yeah,
I'd be
I might
shocked
be
if they
wrong.
did parallax in a galaxy. It's fine. It's going in your file.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find an old picture of the Whirlpool galaxy. but it's quite hard to find. Maybe I found some.
Yo, what's your screen name, guy? Who are you? Who are you?